Something terrible like the apocalypse broke out, and no one could understand what was happening or why. Lying on the ground with his hands shackled, Bai Wu couldn't realize what had happened or what this place was. Suddenly, a voice ordered him to look up at the sky, and shivering and sweating, he looked up. The temperature in this place was over 60 degrees, and it continued to rise by the minute. The temperature was so high that our hero's whole body was burned by the heat of the place. His head was filled with thoughts of how he got here. Could it be time travel? His thoughts continued to swarm chaotically in his head, and he couldn't concentrate. There was nothing but vast desert and ruins of buildings. Our hero has learned that this unknown place is inhabited by creatures called the medium mutated fallen. For 100 kilometers, there was not a living soul and not a drop of water anywhere. There were two fallen hiding 1,500 kilometers away, but if you went near them, you'd be their prey. So it turns out that every object that comes into Bai Wu's field of vision instantly provides complete information about itself. If all three routes he was going to take were dangerous, there was only one option left. Had to choose the right path that would lead to the water. While he was trying to figure out how to free his hands, a voice spoke of 5 injured girls who could no longer use their traditional skills. I couldn't believe my eyes. I couldn't believe he'd become a criminal in this life. It was better not to try to remove the shackles, but to find shelter from the blazing sun. An unusual world where the situation was critical. He managed to survive for over an hour in temperatures of over 80 degrees Celsius and had to find water. But he was being followed, and he didn't know who it was or what they were after. The aristocrats of the 4th floor turned the shackles into a tool of slave surveillance. Confused, the aristocrats wondered how our hero had survived so long under the scorching sun and why he was still alive. For he had passed through the blue door behind which lay the deadliest of trials. All observers were amazed and noted that our hero looked surprisingly energetic. The audience was eager to see the fallen begin to consume humans. The astonished aristocrats could not recover from his calmness. People could survive inside the tower, but outside the tower, it was impossible. Continuing to think and search for a way out, our hero mentally went through all possible options, thinking about the fact that no one's lived there for 700 years, about the excessive heat of the mid-stage mutation and the surveillance system. Exhausted and seeing no way out, he continued to ponder the fallen monsters outside the tower and the fact that the higher the level of the tower, the greater the danger. After analyzing all the guesses in his head, our hero came to the conclusion that he is participating in a game of survival. I had to find some shelter in the shadows as soon as possible, or I'd run out of energy. Finally found water, but it was negligible. As he continued on his way, he reflected on the fact that the water was icy cold and realized that it had not yet warmed up underground. I figured if the water was icy cold, he could have gone down into the sewer because there was a water supply. He wanted to find the entrance to the sewer because there must be a manhole nearby. And finally, the trap door that was a haven for mice and cockroaches was found, even though Bai Wu knew it was only a temporary solution. But there was no turning back. The only option left to try to get out of this game was to return to the tower. When he realized the aristocrats were betting on him, he laughed, determined to prove he wouldn't obey their rules. Deliberately looking at the camera, our hero laughed and gave the aristocrats the middle finger, mocking them. The audience was shocked and began to suspect that he had some special powers and was not just a slave. Some of the onlookers went into a frenzy, wanting to see the spectacle and the demise of our hero. Others were thrilled that he was still alive. But it was obvious to everyone that he was destined for the afterlife. The order was given to destroy it. Everything was prepared for it. Meanwhile, preparations were underway in the suburbs to eliminate our hero. Just finished talking about a plan of action. The executive was ready to begin the task and give the appropriate order. Excitedly pondered the fact that the target was in the blue zone. When giving the order, the executive told the Steel General to pretend to be the fallen and dispose of our hero. The performer clarified the level of the general's talent, to which the latter replied the accompanying power of the 4th degree. Said it was pretty impressive, but the Blue Zone Fallen are incredibly powerful, and the general will need to control his emotions carefully. Because if the Fallen see even the slightest negative emotion, they will attack immediately. The exec ordered the general to head to the crossing point, and added that even if he were to go to the next world, he should take Bai Wu with him. The general said he was clear and ready to execute the order. Before our hero found himself in a game of survival, he lived a life without feeling or fear. The guys beat him up and taunted him with no mercy, but he didn't care. They didn't understand why he felt no pain or fear at all. It turned out that when our hero's father went to the other world, he didn't shed a single tear or feel anything. Our hero was a special forces cop, and yet even the dog had more sense than he did, because he was very different from other people, strange and unusual. unusually fast at solving 2 serial crime cases that didn't have even the slightest clue, but everyone thought he was a weirdo. But before our hero was in the game, he was on a special mission. To catch the perp, he wouldn't surrender and used a gun. The perpetrator wounded Bai Wu, and without realizing what was happening, he collapsed to the ground. Eventually, the perpetrator was captured and neutralized, but our hero, alas, was already wounded, lying on the ground with no idea what was going on. And back to the game again, seeing our hero sitting in the sewer, back in the present moment. Sitting looking at his reflection in the water, Bai Wu couldn't stop pondering, not realizing or even knowing what lies ahead or what to do to save himself. A voice tried to cheer up our hero, but he was in total despondency. Continuing, the voice said that if our hero is playing by his own rules, let him continue or surrender, and perhaps keep alive instead of doing nothing. But when Bai Wu heard footsteps, he already assumed someone was coming. He was ready to face his opponent and waited. There's finally a general with a talent level of 755. The general moved in search of our hero, anticipating the moment of reprisal against him. The sewers were confusing, and Bai Wu was trying to escape from the malevolent man chasing him. Suddenly came the voice of our hero, who greeted the general. Bai Wu continued to laugh at the general, claiming that he was not at all up to his talent level, going on about whether the general is surprised that our hero knows all about him. The general continued to taunt Bai Wu, saying that no slave would be able to last long in the game. Or maybe our hero thinks it's just a joke? Our hero laughed and said that the general was innocence itself and that his jokes were quite appreciated. Wait, now this is going to be a lot of fun, said the general. Our hero said it's part of the game plan because it's so much fun. Everyone is just hoping and waiting for the general to destroy Bai Wu. But in reality, it's different. The general can't destroy Bai Wu and will stay there forever. Bai Wu, on the other hand, would laugh at the general's lifeless body and the aristocrat. Asked the general if he was ready to accept one last gift. The game will go on, and the players will get even crazier. And here comes the essence of the Fallen, heading straight for the general. And our hero stood by just watching the Fallen achieve his goal. The general was destroyed by the Fallen at the same moment before he realized what had happened. Bai Wu, who was watching from the side, was quite satisfied with the sight. He was pleased with Fallen's work and praised him, saying he was a good boy. The general's main mistake was his negative emotions that triggered the Fallen. Bai Wu started to descend into the water, but a voice warned him that the Fallen One might target him as well. To which our hero replied that he could not feel any emotion, so he was of no interest to the creature. Soon, he finally found what he was looking for. He realized if he turned this thing the right way, he could be anywhere he wanted to go. Inhaled and took the device in his hand. It was a return device. Then the area has been surveyed at 4% with 35 Fallen remaining. The Doomsday puzzles have yet to be solved. Had to complete the level to survive and continue the quest. At this time, a tense conversation was going on in the 7th Headquarters External Intelligence Corps. Captain Gu Qingyu, nicknamed Wuju, was sitting at the table. Without showing any emotion, he concentrated his gaze and talked about Bai Wu. He was told that the guy was about 19 years old. Wuju was convinced that information was woefully lacking. The external intelligence captain of the 13th unit, Lu Mu, chuckled and said that the interrogation level had dropped significantly in Wuju's team. The subordinate continued his report, saying that it was useless to try to intimidate or lure Bai Wu because he was a master interrogator himself. Captain Liu Mu laughed and wondered how it was possible that Bai Wu was pointing out the shortcomings of their unit, and who did they catch in the first place? The captain asked his subordinate what exactly Bai Wu was interested in and told him to report all the details. The subordinate reported that our hero was interested in how many floors there were in the tower and how the Fallen appeared, trying to understand why he needed it. Our hero also inquired about talents and the power connected with them, but he was puzzled. For all these things have long been known. Why ask about such things? The captain further remarked with a laugh that Bai Wu is quite a curious guy. His questions really make you wonder what his interests are. Liu Mu asked to transfer our hero to his unit and noted the lack of fighters, but Wuju replied that it was not worth the effort to convince him. The captain soon noticed that Bai Wu seemed to like Wuju and wanted to take him in. Wuju said there was a case 5 months ago. Some man asked to find a poor man who owed him money. The captain realized there was more missing than meets the eye. Liu Mu objected and asked if this was not the task of the Straitjacket Corps and why it was interfering in this matter. And Liu asked why the noble soldiers were dealing with lower class affairs since their work should be dealing with those above the 3rd floor. The captain followed the trail and discovered a gambling house. Liu assumed that the nobles were bored and decided to organize their hunger game. Wuju's hunch was correct, however. The croupier was from the 4th floor, and they decided to put people in the blue zone where everything was under strict control. The captain was furious because the men had been placed in the blue zone. It was totally unacceptable. The white zone was no longer pleasing to the rich. They needed unbearable conditions. Only such trials could satisfy them. But Baiwu disrupted their plans. He stood for 2 hours without attracting a single fallen. All attempts to eliminate Baiwu failed, and the one who was supposed to destroy him went to the afterlife himself. Wuju received an anonymous call. The woman on the other end of the line seemed young, and the captain was surprised that it wasn't handled by the straitjacket corps, for the rich never had a warm feeling for intelligence. But the girl's main goal was to bypass the croupier and save Baiwu, despite all the obstacles and risks. Liu Mu was surprised that Baiwu was the survivor despite all the circumstances and dangers that seemed insurmountable to most. The captain wondered if he was good at interrogation, and hinted at why Liu Mu would not participate in the interrogation given his experience. Interested? He said that he wouldn't mind participating in the interrogations to see this Baiwu in person and understand what was behind him. That our hero for them was not a bad weapon, with unique abilities that can be useful in the most difficult situation. And then the captain added that he should be watched carefully, because our hero's abilities can be not only useful, but also dangerous. 700 years ago, the world came to an end. Destruction swept across the world, changing it forever. The world became too harsh. Monsters known as the Fallen appeared. They wreak havoc and destruction, forcing you to fight for life in a dangerous new world. Then the tower appeared. No one knew where it came from or what it was built for. Inside it, people hoped to survive despite the danger. Over time, humans discovered a power called the Companion to fight the Fallen. It became their only weapon in the fight for survival. The accompanying power improved a person's physical fitness, stamina, and strength. It enhanced other abilities to help them survive in a harsh world. You didn't have to train to increase your strength. You had to get outside the tower. The longer you stayed there, the higher your level. Not only people, but objects changed outside the tower to become what Jilin called unique artifacts with unusual properties. If the associated power was a basic ability, the talent was a powerful superpower that gave unique abilities to the holder. According to statistics, there are only 1,024 talents, and the higher the talent, the rarer it is. But unfortunately, most people have little talent. People with talent above 500 are often taken to army corps, where they become the main trump cards, playing a decisive role in strategic operations. Wuji's best trump card was his talent and ability that made him indispensable in the most difficult situations. Could survive alone for 24 days outside the tower in the blue zone in danger. Even the members of the straitjacket had asked for his help. The straitjacket course and the intelligence course were appointed as the ruling layer from the 5th floor. The straitjacket corps consisted of the children of aristocrats. Outside the tower was extremely dangerous. The children of the aristocrats worked in the intelligence corps, and they were all called refugees. The world encouraged people to go outside the tower by giving them talents in return, but the survival rate there was too low. Wu Jiu had survived 24 days outside the tower, which confirmed his incredible resilience. His talent level was 8. As soon as a fallen met Wu Jiu's path, he would immediately destroy it. His strength and experience in fighting such creatures leaving no chance to the opponent. Captain Liu Mu entered the office, interrupting the conversation between the unit members and Bai Wu. The staff saw the captain and asked why he was here. He told us to leave the room and leave him alone with our hero. The atmosphere immediately became more tense, and everyone realized that the conversation would be important. Bai Wu sat silently staring intently at Captain Liu Mu and waiting to see what he would say. The unit members said their goodbyes and good luck leaving the room. When the captain came into the office, he said to get right to the point and sat down. Before he could ask a question, he heard. As our hero announced that he was ready to join the unit, his words sounded decisive. The captain was very surprised that Bai Wu said he would not go to Liu Mu's team, but he wanted to stay in the unit and said he had already met some of the staff. The captain was shocked by the words of our hero, and not holding back his surprise, asked how he knew about them. But Bai Wu said that if they're interrogating him, they don't know anything about him. And if they didn't get rid of him, then they're not in league with whoever threw him out of the tower. And after the interrogation, he's bound to be recruited by the intelligence corps. Judging from Captain Yunshu's reaction, she hadn't expected him to show up, which meant that the captain's visit was unplanned, and he wasn't the captain of their unit. Continuing to talk about how the captain had Jing damage and a broken shield, and had met the Fallen stronger than he had seen. The captain wondered how he knew everything. Liu Mu had a scar, and since he was a captain of the Foreign Intelligence Corps, his strength level couldn't be low recovery ability too. Normal people's wrists are raised. The captain's wrists are hollow, I suppose. Our hero also said that those who use the shield for long periods of time get deformed like the captain. Perhaps it was a side effect of the strain. Baiwu's insight made the captain distracted and forget why he had come at all. His mind was racing, and he couldn't get back to the point of the conversation right away. He went on to say that when he raised his hand to protect his face, he was also clawed on the wrist. Then the captain exclaimed that Baiwu was a talent. His insight and ability to see details that elude others was truly impressive. Soon, the captain was determined to lure our hero to his unit and said he would do so. Realizing this, our hero also asked the captain to help him find a talent table with levels above 700 since the one he was given was lower. Immediately, the captain disappeared, but in the distance, his voice could still be heard saying that he might be able to find a table with talents with levels above 700. Liu Mu rushed down the corridor, knocking everyone in his way, desperate to find the chart Bai Wu had asked for. After panting, but finally finding the table, the captain asked what little our hero knew about the tower. Bai Wu replied that he had lost his memory, but the captain couldn't believe he'd lost his memory because he knew so much. However, Bai Wu said it was better to take his word for it and assumed that the kidnappers had forcibly erased his memory. The captain soon told Bai Wu that of all the lower floors, the highest talent belonged to Wuju. His abilities were exceptional. Moreover, possessed a talent of 256 Ultimate Shadow and hadn't been a level above for a long time. Then he asked about the top 100 talent. The captain replied that there was a miner with talent number 76 who had awakened the talent 20 years ago, and our hero said that that miner must have had it rough considering how hard life could be with such a talent, especially when he wakes up. But the captain replied that the miner had disappeared and was probably taken by the organization of the higher floors because such talents could not go unnoticed. Because of this, the disappearance was not investigated. On the contrary, all information about the man was carefully concealed and attempted to be erased. Bai Wu also found information about the 24 Eyes of Prey talent in the table. The talent allowed him to receive information through his focused gaze. Assumed that his body had high skills and had been outside the tower for a long time. Why was the companion force weak? Then he asked the captain if they could forcibly force a talent measurement, wondering if there were ways for the authorities to control it. And the captain said it was impossible. All talents are individual, and they can be hidden without ever being revealed. Saying that it was good news, Bai Wu asked if a person could only have one talent, or perhaps there were more. There's a rumor on the 6th floor that the captain said you can get extra talents by destroying the fallen. Better not meet any of them. Because indeed, Prey's Eye is not suitable for battle. This talent is more focused on gathering information. He should have found another talent. Because Bai wanted to get out of the tower in hopes of finding a new talent. He realized that only outside the tower would he have a chance to fulfill his potential. But the captain interrupted his flow of speech with a sharp intrusion. He asked Xiurshuet for an answer about their agreement, and while waiting for an answer, he stared at Bai Wu and said that he had fulfilled his part of the agreement and brought the table. Bai Wu then returned the table to the captain and said that he didn't need it anymore, apologized for taking up the captain's time, and added he was choosing Unit 7. His voice was decisive, and there was no doubt in his words. Surprised, Liu Mu asked what the reason for the refusal was. Bai Wu replied that he had learned that only the 7th unit was more likely to be out of the tower. When the captain heard that, he said that's no reason not to join them. Moreover, if Bai wants to leave the tower, he can go to him. Liu Mu was surprised that Bai Wu was able to guess that, and advised the captain to choose the one who likes him, and said the captain was wasting his time trying to convince him. Bai Wu likes the 7th unit and is closer to it. He won't change his mind. Not knowing what to say, the captain stood. His gaze was mixed from surprise to annoyance. He didn't expect Bai Wu to be so determined. As he left, our hero added that the 13th was an unlucky number, and his words hung in the air, leaving the captain in thought and anger. Bai Wu was soon riding in the elevator with the 7th Division officer when they reported that they had found his ID card from his fingerprint. But since he had joined their posse, he was now a citizen of the lowest floor. Then the staff informed him that they had found him a place to live, but Bai Wu would have to pay for it on his own. Then our hero was brought to Captain Gu Qingyu. He introduced himself and said that Bai Wu could call him Captain Gu. But then our hero said, "Okay, Wuju," and the captain and his staff were embarrassed. They didn't expect Bai Wu to go straight to personal names. Bai Wu had a request for the captain and tried to formulate it and finish, but he was interrupted. Said if he didn't want to leave the tower, he could be on the interrogation team. It was an offer that kept him safe. But Bai Wu wanted to leave the tower tomorrow. He was determined to leave knowing that the longer he stayed inside, the harder it would be to achieve his goal. Then the captain replied that they had already checked his strength and added that it had increased from level 1 to level 3 during his stay in the blue zone, because at this level, even if you meet a weak fallen, the captain said the chances of survival are slim. But Bai Wu kept saying to just let him go along with his experienced partners, and that he wouldn't get in the way. Continuing, he convinced the captain that he wasn't looking for death, that he just wanted to get out of the tower. Figured the captain wouldn't want him in the tower either. Finally, the captain agreed and said tomorrow at 10 o'clock he would lead a squad of 6 of his and Bai Wu's men into the white zone. But our hero kept asking what was in the blue zone, and the staff was surprised that he didn't know anything about it. Soon the captain took the elevator to take Bai Wu to the place where he was to live, showed Bai Wu the entire area, explaining where everything was, and pointing out the places he had to master. And the area under the first floor of the Jianluoport Tower seemed lively and beautiful to our hero. The guys from the team came over and apologized for keeping them waiting. Captain Wu Jiu went to settle some formality. Then the guys offered to escort Bai Wu to the place where he would live, and also to walk around the tower and buy some things. The captain gave some money. And the guys said Bai Wu could pick out his favorite clothes on the way home and they'd buy them. Told me that the street in front is called Jianluo. Here you can buy anything, and there were many different goods for all tastes. But warned Bai Wu not to trust merchants who would try to sell him jilin for 17 hours. And some man was talking about a shovel that can dig up as much as others can't even dig up in a month. Said that if he hadn't joined the intelligence corps, he would have kept it for sure. Now he can only throw it away or sell it. Then Yunshu was stunned by this shovel salesman. He claimed to belong to the course, but she was sure that there were no such employees in the course. Was furious and demanded that they go and tell the captain about it immediately. She assured him that the captain would deal with him and put him in order. Tried to stop her and calm her down, but she wouldn't stop. Bai Wu, seeing that nothing would work, told his partner to go after her. However, the partner hurried to catch up with Yunshu, telling our hero to get home by himself. He added that the money was in the bag. When he said goodbye to his partner and saw some interesting building in front of him and stared at it in amazement. Half an hour later, he was home. He had bought everything he needed on the way, and now he could relax, knowing that things were moving forward. The captain had left him a manual in his suitcase, which he told him to familiarize himself with, because new recruits were given a watch to monitor negative emotion. The watch recorded the level of emotion, and if it exceeded the level, an alarm was triggered, and all members of the corps were required to follow the rules. If an alarm went off, they were to use the disc immediately. The watch was useless to him, but he could use a tranquilizer before he went into the zone with the fallen. But of course, the tranquilization only lasted 5 minutes before it became hyperactive. And negative emotions can escalate if left unchecked and become even more destructive, so it should not be abused. Bai Wu soon injected himself in the neck, trying to feel the drug starting to take effect. Still wanted to feel the negative emotions of being on the edge of his limits, see how his body and mind would react, but he didn't really believe he would feel anything. Bai Wu knew himself and realized that nothing would happen. And 5 minutes passed, and as he had expected, nothing happened. His condition did not change, and his body remained calm and unchanged. The next day, Bai Wu was at the place where the fighters went, outside the tower. He knew that beyond that passage lay the testing area, and the voice told him about some steelies that have the ability to pass through space, and our hero was surprised and asked what it is. Then the voice continued that actually these steelies are used to block the guys at the top of the tower. Soon came the recruits who were to participate in the reconnaissance today. They lined up and began to introduce themselves in order. He was from a wealthy family, born on the 3rd floor of the tower, but Wang Shi was always drawn to danger, and he was there. Wang Shi planned to go outside the tower. He was sure that he had prepared himself properly and had thought of everything in detail. Lin Wuzhou was next. She looked at Wang Shi and said with a cold tone to stay out of the way. And then he came up to her and started tickling her, enjoying her reaction. She tried to fight him off and he kept teasing her, which only made her more annoyed. Then Shang Xiaoyi introduced himself. At first glance, he looked like a puppy in battle. He's the craziest of them all, and the first impression of him is deceiving. Then our hero walked over and extended his hand to introduce himself. His gesture was confident, but with a touch of polite restraint, and said that he was Bai Wu. But then Ying Shuang passed by and pushed Shang Xiaoyi away. The gesture was sharp and decisive, as if she didn't notice him at all. Bai Wu Ying Shuang walked over to Bai Wu and extended her hand and shook it. Her gesture was quick, but at the same time slightly restrained. Said her name was Ying Shuang, and she was from the 2nd floor. She was a vigilante, and had talents in which the 6th floor was interested in as well. Pondered Ying Shuang's rare talent, trying to figure out what exactly was hidden in her abilities that had attracted the attention of the 6th floor. And he asked Ying Shuang that wasn't their group supposed to be 6 people. She didn't answer anything and headed forward. And they approached the already assembled team. All eyes were on Yin Shuang and our hero, waiting for them to join them. Then the captain said to think again before leaving Baiwu Tower. It's not a path to be taken lightly. The group is all villains and professional, Wu Ju said, and that our hero can't compare to them in skills and strength. After the captain ordered the group to prepare to leave the tower and be ready, they are leaving it, he said decisively, and the time to act is now. A few seconds later, Bai noticed the other team returning to the tower after a preliminary reconnaissance. They were greeted by a tower employee. Confirmed the safe return from the reconnaissance? It was the 103,788th reconnaissance. Everything went smoothly. But outside the tower, the world is random, and so someone from the course always had to go scouting and learn the lay of the land before sending personnel outside the tower. A new group was being prepped for departure. Wuju was now preparing to go outside the tower to scout with his group. Everything was ready, and tension was building. Everyone was tense, yet the group was wished good luck, and all awaited their departure. There was tension in the air and uncertainty outside the tower. But the captain was determined to meet the challenge of fate and lead his crew to new horizons no matter what. Of course, he encouraged his group with a confident look in everyone's eyes and said resolutely, forward to their goal without looking back. And all followed the captain step by step out of the walls of the tower and into the unknown. Bai Wu was soon told to check his watch and tranquilizer again. He replied that he had checked everything and added confidently that everything was with him. After a while, there was a portal in front of them, and as they would enter it, a special number was to be generated. And the number was entered into the Jugong grid at the side of the portal, and the number increased horizontally. Baiwu was told to go in first and nodded and stepped forward. Baiwu then asked that in the 700 years of the Tower era, people had explored millions of territories, but there were still many unexplored corners. For he was looking forward to traveling beyond the tower, ready to face the unknown and discover what the world beyond its walls hid. At last they were outside the tower and saw that a vast expanse of land stretched around them. Soon they were standing in front of the 9th Psychiatric Hospital. They had to get inside or the research would be impossible. For it was a breeding ground for evil, the voice said, and warned that it didn't want Bai to go in, but there was a secret hidden there that only he could solve. And our hero wondered what mystery might be hidden inside that he could unravel if it had something to do with the pieces of the Doomsday Puzzle. Wang Shi then suggested going into the ancient building to find out what was there. Shang Soyai objected, saying that there were many fallen inside and he was a little scared. The temperature there was about 46 degrees, Wu Jiu said, and that was considered normal. He added that the possibility of change could not be ruled out. Then Ying Shuang noticed that there was no grass and minerals around, indicating that they were probably not far from the city. They had only the road and trees behind them, which reinforced the feeling that they were not so far from the city. Wang Shi then suggested they go in and look around, noting that they probably had no other choice if they wanted to find a way in or find out what was hiding. Such scenes were usually found in the blue zone, but Bai Wu warned them to be careful and not to rush, because there might be danger lurking ahead. But Lin Wuzhou wryly remarked that he was too timid, and if Bai Wu was afraid he could go back and not attract the fallen to them. And our hero was determined to stay and continue following his group no matter what. They cautiously began to enter the city limits, looking around warily, trying to figure out what lurks in this place and what dangers may await them. Suddenly, a tall building appeared in front of them, its dark outlines standing out against the shabby streets, as if it were a remnant of a bygone era. Baiwu looked around in surprise, trying to figure out what kind of building it was. Its architecture seemed unfamiliar, and there were 4 treatment blocks of 19 floors each. The building did not look like an ordinary hospital. Still, they pondered where to start exploring the building, but Bai Wu said that they could probably only enter one of these buildings. In fact, except for the first building, the lower floors of the other buildings had no entrances, and the other buildings were completely closed and blocked. If they wanted to get to the second building, they had to get to the 19th floor and go through an air corridor, which added to the difficulty. And the boys marveled at Bai Wu's insight and noted that his observation and analytical skills could be useful in their journey. Bai Wu continued to think that if something goes against common sense, there must be a reason for it. Bai Wu tried to find an explanation. Suggested that the owner of the building might not have wanted anyone to enter the second building. Shang Soyai spoke of some spirits he was afraid of. Soon, Wu Jiu told everyone to be on guard, reminding them that they were entering the first building. He told them to be careful, no detail here was accidental. Then they entered the hospital and started walking down the dark corridors. One of the boys assumed that the building had been abandoned for a long time. Everything was covered with dust and the air smelled of old age and mold, and everything was a mess. Lin Wuzhou continued to complain about the mess, while the other guys looked around warily, trying to figure out what had happened here. Then Bai Wu noticed the blood stains on the wall and scrutinized them carefully, assuming that they had been left recently. They were clearly not marks from long ago, and asked the voice if he saw anything suspicious. The voice replied that how does he know what the symbols on the walls are, because he's not crazy. The voice added that the blood stains appeared to be no more than 2 days old. Bai wondered if someone was trying to hide the marks, or vice versa. Then Wang Shi went into one of the rooms, where the captain was said there were a lot of them, and asked that they would explore each room. Then Wuzhou asked Bai Wu what he thought of the plan, to which he replied that there were too many rooms, and by exploring each one, they could get information. After Bai Wu added that he thought the deepest secret was hidden in the 4th building, the captain sharply replied that he was talking. What secret? He said he would only explain once. Next time you'd better just take his word for it. His voice was as firm as his conviction. They all looked at him in surprise, not expecting such confidence from a newcomer, but Bai Wu ignored their gazes and remained calm. Still, the captain, holding back his irritation, ordered him to go on talking further about what he was thinking. And our hero went on to say that of the 4 buildings, only one has an entrance. The others are blocked or closed, and this is clearly not an accident. Because if a patient in the 4th building needed help, he had to go from the basement to the 19th floor through the 3rd and 2nd buildings. And the captain thought that the layout of the hospital was really unusual, but Bai Wu added that it looked more like a prison than a hospital. It's set up so that people can't just walk out. There's only one way in, and if it really was a prison, there's only one way out. It would be easy to control the prisoners. The furthest building is the 4th, so they're designed not to stand a chance. But they were interrupted by Shang Xiuyai. He must have had something to say. Continued laughing, but with obvious fear in his voice, said that the elevator itself went, adding that it was strange and he couldn't understand how such a thing was possible. Soon the captain, sensing the tension, instantly assembled his crew. He ordered them to be on guard and prepare for battle. And one of the guys made a joke about not having to climb the stairs, but Bai Wu continued to ask the captain that no one had lived outside the tower for 700 years. Cities and hospitals should have long since collapsed. Nevertheless, the captain, after a little silence, replied that he was uncertain, but that in some places they had been before. From time to time, objects would activate. For example, at the amusement park, the Ferris wheel would suddenly start spinning on its own. Kept thinking that there were still too many unsolved mysteries, realizing that phenomena that cannot be explained are accepted as commonplace, and everyone headed for the elevator, wary of what awaited them. There was tension in the air. Everyone knew that something dangerous might be lurking in the elevator, but it was too late to go back. Before them suddenly appeared some fearsome, unidentifiable creature. It was the Fallen One. The creature began to move forward slowly and steadily, as if it had decided to launch an attack. The captain, seeing this, suddenly shouted for everyone to fall back. He quickly drew his sword, wielding it with the confidence of a seasoned warrior. He stood between the Fallen and the team, ready for a fight, but his eyes read determination. The battle between the Fallen One and the captain began. It was terribly violent, each blow sounding like thunder. The space was filled with fear and destruction. As our hero stood and watched with great amazement, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. The battle was so incredible. And finally, the Fallen was defeated. The creature fell to the floor. The Fallen had to be neutralized. And Jilin's level was 19, and the moment he touched it, his defense was greatly reduced. Also, the effectiveness depended on the swordsman's skill in fighting a mid-level mutation Fallen. The captain said not to fear them, but the captain proposed to go to the 19th floor. His gun had been outside the tower 19 days, making that the record of his stay, which meant it became Jilin in 5 days, which was unusual and noteworthy. Some of them were feeling sick, some of them started to feel tense. Some of them tried to diffuse the situation with jokes. Some of them insisted on going faster. Unfortunately, Bai Wu lagged behind the group and began to examine the Fallen One. He noticed that his skin was dry and cracked and his mouth had changed, and the limbs, though intact, took on a shape resembling claws curved and sharp like those of a predatory animal. Suddenly, a voice with obvious irritation said, "Why would he search Fallen since it all seemed useless?" But he pulled a sheet of paper out of his pocket. It said he wasn't depressed, just owed a lot of money, that no one would find him, but he'd been duped, and every day tried to find a way down. At the end, it was added that the girl on the 11th floor was in a terrible condition, because many of the items, like this sheet from the diary, have not been destroyed in 700 years, and whether it had anything to do with the tower and whether there were any defenses. But he was rushed by the boys, urging him to be quick and move. Since they had to go to the 11th floor, they said, one of them asked what he had found, And he said he found a small piece of paper and said the danger level of the next buildings could be much higher than they expected. Then on the 11th floor, it turned out that there were stronger fallen hiding there, so we could fight them as a warm-up and look for information at the same time. But the others started to resent him for being the one to decide everything for everyone. Lin advised little Bai Wu to be careful with her, and everyone laughed at Bai Wu after Lin Wuzhou's word. He didn't bother to argue. Suddenly, one of the kids asked if they heard a sound. There was silence in the air. Then the captain said to be careful. They're almost on the 11th floor, and it could be dangerous. When they got off the elevator, they heard some voice saying that they came to play with him and that he was there, and that they were going to look for him. The voice still continued, that had waited so long for his words echoed down the corridor. The sound came from the last room, and the captain instantly said to be on guard. Then Bai Wu listened and said it sounds like a little girl crying, but there seems to be an adult voice in there too. It's like two voices of different ages. Everyone became wary and continued on without making a sound. But the voice kept laughing, and it was a frightening laugh, as if it came from the depths of a nightmare. All the guys were looking around trying to figure out where that creepy laugh was coming from, but moved cautiously down the corridor, listening, peering into the darkness, trying to find the source of the sound. Then Wu Ju, sensing that the tension was rising, quietly said to be careful and remain calm. His voice was firm, but restrained as always. Noticing Lin Wuzhou's strange forms with irritation in her voice, said, "So many of these disgusting hands am not willing to play with these tentacles." But Wang Shi said, "Enough of this nonsense. They need to destroy these things as soon as possible." But Shang Soyai grinned and said to leave it to him to deal with them himself. His confidence was palpable, and he prepared to show what he could do. Of course, each member of the group in turn struggled and tried to help each other in a coordinated way. Despite the fear and threat of the monsters, each realized that their strength lay in their unity. But this entity was everywhere. Its presence was felt in every corner, and its sinister laughter continued to echo. Like she was enjoying their fear, playing with them like a cat with mice. The captain said to act fast and not play. Soon the captain said to act quickly and not to play or delay. It was obvious that gambling and wasting time was a mistake. Every second counted, and they realized that the longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would be. But Bai Wu remained incredibly calm, almost indifferent. He even grinned and said that he wouldn't mind sleeping if it weren't for this strange place. Meanwhile, the boys kept fighting hard and fighting hard. But these entities and creatures seemed endless, so many that it was impossible to tell where they ended and began. With a curious look at Bai Wu, Lin Wuzhou asked what was wrong with that guy, pointing at him, and everyone noticed his calmness, which seemed strange in this situation. Everyone wanted to understand why these entities did not attack Bai Wu. He remained calm, and his presence did not seem to cause the monsters any aggression, because it was unnatural. Shang Soyai mockingly noted that the number of creatures killed by our hero was 0. Noticing that the others are completely absorbed in the fight, our hero quietly left, saying that since everyone is busy, he will go for a reconnaissance. But the captain stopped him sternly, telling him not to leave, that they would soon sort it out. He didn't want anyone to get separated from the group. But our hero replied that he was sorry that until their emotional state stabilizes, these monsters will not retreat and will continue to attack. He continued on his way, saying he would see if he could find the source of those creatures, and told them to follow him when things calmed down. Wang Shi couldn't help but ask the captain where they found this freak, nodding towards Bai Wu. He added with a chuckle, clearly admiring the calmness and confidence of his comrade, but the captain assumed our hero had something wrong with the instrument. Continuing to fight Wu Ju, still continued to think his mind was not occupied only, that there might be something wrong with our hero, thought Wu Ju, as he watched Bai Wu's calmness. Meanwhile, Bai Wu walked down the corridor, scrutinizing every corner and every detail. He was looking for something that could answer their question, maybe traces or signs of what was going on in this place. His calmness was no accident. He knew what to look for and how to proceed. Then he found Jillin's dog enclosure. The enclosure was great for incarcerating anyone. No one could get out of this place until they were released. Those who came here seemed doomed, as if there was an invisible barrier that wouldn't let them leave until a certain moment. And as Bai Wu continued his search, he came across Jillin's chain. It was lying on the floor as if accidentally forgotten or left behind. This discovery was strange. He should have been more careful because there could be sedatives or other drugs among the scattered needles. And the voice said 1 shot would refresh his mind, 2 shots would strengthen his body, 3 shots would rejuvenate him. A mocking voice added that there was nothing left to find. His words echoed around the room. The documents were destroyed. But right at that moment, Bai Wu realized that he had better pay attention to the table in front of him. He only had to choose one item. The others would disappear. And in the diary that Bai Wu found, among the items on each page were written only the words benevolence, righteousness, and morality. It seems it was a key capable of opening a lock in a different place, in a completely different context. Once in his hands, it could open or destroy. Thought that the archive kept things that might be of interest to him and Wuju that would have something to do with history and help them get closer to the truth. But the ridge had no clues, which was also remarkable. The key went to a door. Maybe there was an important clue behind the door. The choice was as difficult as the lottery. The first chance to meet the fallen one and receive a new gift from him. The second to earn its favor. Winning the trust or favor of such a creature is not a simple victory, but rather a long game of manipulation. And the third to gain his hatred and become a victim of persecution until death. It may not just end in defeat, but it may cost lives. Meanwhile, Wu Ju and his team had destroyed all the fallen, finally ending the battle. There was silence all around, but a new threat awaited. The guys reported that their numbers were down. There was concern among the team. The captain soon ordered everyone to go in search of Bai Wu. Time was running out, and the crew prepared for a new challenge, determined to find him. But our hero was thinking that he absolutely had to figure it out. The answers were hidden in the details, and he was ready to reveal them. And he thought it was safe to say from what he saw that the two rooms at the end of the hallway were a lab, usually in places like this. There should have been a lot of equipment, but it was all destroyed. The test subjects were kept in cages, and their every movement was closely monitored. And the experiment was probably to introduce a reagent and watch the reaction. That reagent may have had something to do with the fallen. During the experiment, someone visited the subject, and his thoughts came into contact with the other person's thoughts. But there was no hatred in him then. When the guys found Baiwulin Wuzhou started yelling at him, demanding an explanation as to why the door was still locked and how the investigation was progressing. Sheng Xiuyai joked that this monster never showed its true self and that he was bored with it. He had expected a bigger spectacle. The thought of the subject being visited by another person and their thoughts touching came to Bai Wu's mind when he found that note in Fallen's clothes. Whoever visited the subject probably met the subject before he became the Fallen. The hospital wouldn't let the two monsters meet. The subject mentioned in the note may have been communicating with someone in secret. The fall guy on the first floor was worried about being transferred to Building 2, and she was. One could conclude that the fallen in the second ward were stronger and more hateful. Perhaps those who gained superpowers were redirected there. Lin Wuzhou kept shouting if he was going to go out, how long to sit there, what was the matter in the first place, and why the door wouldn't open. Bai Wu didn't answer, and she asked the captain if he'd die in there, and added that she didn't care. She'd break that door down right now. But the captain had already seen something strange and dangerous coming. He warned her to watch her feet and be careful because another monster was on its way. And they began to fight these creatures again, each in their own struggle, knowing that more than just their lives depended on their action. She shouted to the captain to stay alert and be careful, realizing that every moment could be decisive in this battle. For they thought these creatures would never end, never ceasing to fight them, feeling their strength dwindling, but having no right to weakness. Our hero has already dealt with the diary and the key. The comb is the final piece of the puzzle that should lead to the solution. The note made it clear that the test subject was a woman. The question arose as to who would have used a hairbrush in such an environment, and he kept wondering what could have been connected to that comb, trying to find a clue in her, in spite of all her oddity. The team continued to desperately fight the monsters, but were greatly surprised that their emotions began to get out of control. The anger level of fear and rage increased dramatically, and it affected their action. They could feel the anxiety building up inside with it. Lin Wuzhou then asked the guys if Bai Wu had met the Fallen One in that room, and told Shang Xiuyai to find out where the Fallen One was. As Wang Shi continued to fight, he noticed that the Fallen One was getting more and more out of control. He told the boys he couldn't hear anything. And then the captain said he'd clear a path for them and ran forward at a brisk pace, not wasting any time, ready to face any dangers along the way. "We need to save Bai Wu," he said, and immediately leave the place, realizing that time was running out. And Wuju was trying to break down that door as hard as he could, desperately trying to force his way in to save Bai Wu despite the growing tension and danger. Our hero calmly opened the door and came out to meet them, as if not noticing all the danger around him, with determination on his face and calmness. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and said that if he hadn't gone to the other world, he could have made some sound to let them know he was alive. But Bai Wu smirked and told them to forgive him, adding that they needed to go to the 19th floor. Still, Lin Wuzhou was furious, shouting that it was impossible that Bai Wu was still alive, since by all accounts, he should have gone to the other world. Kept asking why, if our hero was alive, he kept silent when they knocked on the door without giving a sign that he was okay. Then one of the guys noticed and asked why that evil thing had disappeared with Bai Wu's appearance, since it had not retreated before, and now it was as if it had vanished, and asked our hero what was inside, if there was a fallen, and if he had dealt with them. Everyone was waiting for an answer, trying to understand what had happened. And he said he had suppressed the source for a while, but it would happen again later. The situation remained under control, but not for long. Added that they had to leave because there were no more leads. All the tracks had dried up, and there was no point in staying any longer, because only the 19th floor could provide answer. Time was running out, and they couldn't waste a minute. Lin continued to grumble, but Wang Shu said that the main thing is that our hero is unharmed. Shang Soyai said he hadn't played yet, but everyone realized that we had to move faster now. Then our hero told Wuju that he wanted to ask him something, showing interest in what he knew, and asked if all the Fallen had been human before, trying to figure out what was behind their transformation and what was really going on with these creatures. Continued to ponder whether, if they stayed outside the tower for long enough, they too would eventually turn into Fallen in some circumstances. Then the captain asked our hero if he had studied the watch, knowing its significance could be key, and he said that at 75 the clock starts to alarm, and the upper limit is 300. It was all in the manual, but it was necessary to pay attention to the color of the dial, up to 75 green, then orange, and above 175 red. The captain stopped talking before he said something important. He said to follow him. Soon realized that perhaps if negative emotions accumulated too much and the scale reached red, a person turned into a fallen. It was pitch black where they had come. There was nothing but emptiness, and every step echoed in that dead space. Then the captain told Shang Soyai to turn on the lights and explore the area. Everyone stood in suspense, ready for any eventuality until the darkness receded. He said, a little confused and frightened, that there were 6 fallen at the door, stammering that their level was higher than that of the monster the captain had destroyed earlier. The fear from these words was palpable, because everyone knew that their strength was at its limit, and new opponents could be a real nightmare. Shang Soyai was about to say something, but the captain interrupted him, telling them to wait for orders. He walked carefully and slowly to the door. Every step was deliberate. The captain knew they had to be prepared for any eventuality. Bai Wu asked if their captain was always so calm and composed, because his behavior seemed strange, especially in such a tense situation. And Wang Shu said that he was usually the front runner, but the captain continued that he always rushed ahead of everyone, knowing that sometimes it could be dangerous for the whole team. Added that our hero should not worry even if the captain meets a fallen who is stronger than he is, he will still be in one piece, assuring me that no matter how strong the enemy, a captain will always find a way to get away with it. Bai Wu was surprised by the captain's speed and asked if the accompanying power developed different aspects and abilities in everyone, making them unique. But Wang Shi replied that the abilities are the same, but with each increase in strength, the wielder gains additional abilities to enhance his strength. He added that our hero will realize everything himself when he moves from the first to the second stage, having felt the change in his powers and abilities. The voice that had almost become our hero's invisible friend said that obviously Wang Shi had improved his attack and health, which explained his strength and stamina, whereas Lin Wuzhou had a 50-50 strength with an even distribution between attack and speed, making her versatile in battle. Shang Soyai's advanced perception and attack allowed him to accurately react to threats and deliver powerful blows, making him a dangerous opponent in battle. The confused voice continued, but said that Ying Shuang had no strength. She was the weakest in the team, but that was clearly not related to her survivability. Suggested that everyone on that team except Wang Shi must have been psychos who couldn't afford to live. Their actions sometimes seemed reckless, as if they did not value their fate and were ready to go to any lengths to achieve their goals without thinking about their own strength. By this time, Wuju had dealt with all the fallen, defeating them one by one. He turned to the team and told them to follow him. The battle was not yet won, and their goal was still ahead of them. There was no time to lose, and now their actions had to be even more decisive. They were fallen of the 3rd mutation level. They had sickle-shaped arms capable of cutting through metal, making them dangerous opponents in battle. Bai Wu then assumed that these 6 fallen were the gatekeepers of the 2nd core. He asked the captain to stop, explaining that the fallen of the 1st core are no match for them. As long as they control their emotions, the fallen can't sense the command. The longer a team stays outside the tower, the faster their collateral damage grows. Said we should have stayed in building 1. But he was told that the world outside the tower was rejecting them, and that every 4 hours, the disturbance in their bodies would increase. Bai Wu thought for a moment. И скорость падала, чувства притуплялись, настроение скакало, начинались галлюцинации, атака ослабевала, и тем сложнее было противостоять падшим. Because every time they left the tower, they encountered random disturbances that made the path difficult, forcing them to constantly adapt to unpredictable threats. Every 4 hours, there was a random debuff that weakened abilities, which made it impossible to level up just by standing in one place. Wuju once survived in the blue zone for 24 days, receiving 6 interference daily over 100 debuffs, and continued to fight the Fallen. They didn't have to try to get through Building 2, they had to go downstairs for the key, or else go down the corridor to Building 3. They wouldn't have gotten through. The key was swallowed by the entity. One could try to use Wuju's power, but it made more sense to use the comb. It would provide a better chance of success, and more importantly, Bai Wu would get more awards. With the comb, the odds of winning would be much higher. And the entity was already waiting for them, greeting them with the words that they had come to her arena, ready to test their strength in her trap. There was darkness all around, and Bai Wu asked why it was so dark. The captain was about to use some object without answering, but it turned out to be a fossilized flashlight. The captain had a lot of tools. Lantern level 4, Xiling, which meant that he had been out of the tower for 4 whole days. As they continued down the corridor, shining the lantern, they wondered where the road would lead. The darkness around them thickened with each step. Soon, Yingshuang said that the corridor was on the top floor. There was no need to explore the bottom floor. The corridor would lead to the 3rd floor. And Bai agreed that Yingshuang was right, and added that the key to the 3rd building is in the building where they are located further away is no longer a white zone. Wang Shi then asked Bai how he knew that the keys to the 3rd building were exactly where they were now, and that it was better to see what was ahead. Then the captain said that to get into the 3rd building, you had to follow certain rules, and the location should not have been destroyed. The rules of the world outside the tower are very strange. Explained that normally normal locations can be destroyed, but when it came to the location with the key regardless of the accompanying force, these locations could not be destroyed. Shang Xiaoyai suddenly cried out in panic that the elevator button was not responding. He tried to press it again and again, but to no avail. That it looked like the elevator wasn't even there. Everyone stood around in confusion until they realized it was a fake elevator. Someone noticed a sign above the elevator, and all eyes were immediately on her. This was not the 19th floor. It was minus the 1st floor below them, and that didn't bode well. There was a heavy odor of danger in the air, and the tension was growing by the second. Their target, as it turned out, was at the bottom of hell. But there was no direct route down there, oddly enough. They would have to go down the stairs floor by floor. That's not good, one of the group noticed. One of the guys asked what was wrong, noticing that the stairs were out of sight. They were standing in an empty hallway and there was no sign of a ladder anywhere. Wu Jiu said calmly that the stairs must be somewhere on the opposite side. But Lin Wuzhou said they'd already come down from the 19th floor, and how they were on -1. Then Wuju said the building is designed so that on each floor you have to pass through a corridor to get to the stairs. But there was a strange thing. There was no light. If it hadn't been for the captain's lantern, they would have been swallowed up by total darkness. The lower they descended, the more fallen they encountered, torn to shreds. It was clear that there were some crazy experiments going on, but what they were aimed at was unclear. With barely restraining the trembling in his voice, Shang Xiaoyai said that as soon as they went downstairs, he felt that they were getting closer and closer to the Fallen. It was the first time he had ever been in a place like this. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive. His heart beat faster and he was scared. It seems the target should be lower, Wang Shi said, but she could sense them, and they felt her. It was at this moment that Bai Wu stopped abruptly, his eyes narrowed into narrow slits. He was asked what was wrong and why he had stopped. Everyone turned to him, and he pointed his finger at something invisible but tangible to everyone. A notification appeared in the camera. Through the camera, he could see a more accurate picture of what was there. And he went into his bag to get his camera, thinking it might be useful. Yingshuang noticed his thoughtfulness and asked Bai Wu what he was looking for there. He silently pulled out a camera and said he thought it was the key to what was going on in there. Bai Wulin looked at Bai Wu and called him a fool. She said that the items that could become Jilin are very few and the camera is definitely not him. Although there was little chance of the camera becoming Jilin, Bai Wu still believed that if he stayed out of the tower for a while longer, it might have new function. He had to say a lot of numbers to himself to activate the camera, and then turn his attention to box number 12. There was a surprise waiting for him. However, there was one restriction. The camera could only be used twice a week. Then he pronounced to himself was a chain of numbers, 2027, year 2027 year, 2nd of July time, 14:15 and 25 seconds. The guys were indignant and couldn't believe that the camera actually worked. Someone skeptically said that how photography could be useful to them. But Bai Wu suggested that the camera seems to be able to take pictures from the past. Not understanding how this was possible, Wu Jiu asked that how would they know that this photo was from the past? Bai Wu asked the captain if the fallen had a mind, and he said that some of them retain human characteristics like speech. He was silent for a moment, as if considering what to say next, and continued that there were other rare fallen that could be called evolutionary. Bai Wu suddenly assumed that if he wasn't mistaken, the teenager in that picture was a watchman. According to the captain, there were more high-level fallen they'd never met before. It added tension to the air, and everyone felt that ahead of them was not just an enemy, but something much more dangerous than those they had faced before. Soon, Wu Jiu shouted that the high-level fallen were coming and instantly gave the order to prepare for battle. They knew that such opponents were stronger than those they fought before. Wu Jiu shouted at Bai Wu to see if he dodged. The monster laughed gleefully and looked at them with pleasure and said, "Welcome to her arena." Its voice was shrill and mocking, and asked her to let her entertain them well. She continued to laugh again, echoing through the dark corridor. Instantly, the boys realized that the floor was starting to collapse beneath their feet. The cracking and noise intensified, and there was a threat of collapse in the air. Noticing that Bai Wu was too far ahead, Wang Shu shouted a warning to him to be careful. Rapidly, our hero began to fall into the abyss, not knowing what to do. He thought he was going to die. Without thinking for a second, the captain jumped into the abyss behind Bai Wu, reaching out his hand, shouted for him to grab onto it. Everyone ran to the edge of the abyss, trying to figure out what had happened below. The darkness hid everything, and no one knew what awaited them in the abyss. No one knew what happened to Bai Wu. He was lying on the ground unconscious. The guys didn't know if he was alive. The voice finally woke Bai Wu up, and he sounded relieved to have finally woken up, or else added that he could have become a fallen had he not regained consciousness. If Wu Jiu hadn't gotten there in time, the monsters would have torn Bai Wu to pieces. He looked around and assumed it was the lowest floor, because that's not the way things worked upstairs. There was a very simple open floor plan with no partitions or complex structures, just massive columns standing in empty space. Wu Jiu then pointed and said that in his experience, there were at least 10 fallen of different numbers fighting there left untouched as if they had been avoided. Suddenly, a voice said to Bai Wu that it was the hard-headed boy nicknamed the 12th disciple who liked that number. Then there was a teacher. Students always look like their teacher. Suddenly, something fell from above with a loud thud. The whole corridor shook. After scrutinizing the ceiling, the captain said that if something had fallen from the top floor, the building was probably not as strong as it looked. Door 12 from the 17th floor. After the monster devoured the female spider from the 16th floor, he gained the power to control them all. And the voice Bai Wu heard said that he still had 23 slaves that he controlled, and if he didn't catch him in a matter of seconds, the monster will swallow the key to the third building. It wasn't just the information in the camera, it was the thoughts of the fallen who lived in this time. Then Bai summarized everything in his head. According to the diary, the events in the hospital took place in the year 2026 when they had not yet entered the tower. Others and Wu Jiu didn't know the history before that, which was before the tower era. Then the first floor, Room 12. Most floors were prisons and arenas. Monsters fought, and only the strongest went higher. Maybe a hospital. Was such before the tower era. The third floor monster had eaten grew and hoped to go up a floor higher. All of these notes confirmed Bai Wu's speculation. The fourth floor monster said he wouldn't go to the other side of the world to escape, but the food wasn't good, and those guys weren't worth eating. Then sixth floor number 12. A voice said that finally met an interesting opponent, and out of respect, he was absorbed completely. And on the 13th floor, the monster said he was getting farther away from the light and closer to the truth, that the teacher said he would soon come out and destroy the tower. Then the 14th floor monster said that something was impossible, and how could he lose that? He had to eat the garbage coming from the first building. The turning point happened on the -14th floor, and it looks like the poor thing was transferred from the 11th floor of the first building to the second building. The hospital was trying to create the perfect monster, and this 12th student went all the way to the 14th floor. His journey was interrupted by a poor transfer from Core 1. The absolute boss of the 4th core once defeated the small boss of the 2nd course. Turning negative emotions into hands is one of the poor guy's tricks. The walls were intact, and the fight was over very quickly. This little boss has been turned into an introvert, smiled Bai Wu. How arrogant he was, and how he became after meeting with a terrifying opponent, thought our hero about the poor man who lost in the battle. Poor thing defeated on the 17th floor. The one who reached the 14th floor. His confidence collapsed, and he was left in the second building. The poor thing became the loser's inner demon that he couldn't overcome and couldn't show his teacher what he could do. Bai Wu then told the captain that he understood what the number 12 meant, that it indicated the number of the fallen they had just encountered. Mentioned the photo and said that the guy in the photo was a fallen, said that hospital was creating high-level fallen. They all fought and ate each other, and that's why there are so many lifeless bodies of the fallen up there. The second body was to weed out the fallen. Wu Jiu then asked Bai Wu that there were 12 fallen created, to which he replied that there were at least 12. It was better to say that the teacher that the loser named Alia admired so much had no less than 12 fallen, and the teacher was up to something. And the captain said it's bad, and the guys can't handle a high-level fallen, and they need to go to the guys. He asked to see Bai Wu if there's a way up. And so they spotted the monster and immediately stood ready for battle, waiting for him to make his next move. Soon the captain drew his sword, his eyes glittered with determination. The monster attacked. Its eyes burned brightly, and its every movement was a deadly threat. And the captain said to be on guard, and not to get too close, but not too far away. They had to keep him in sight. And said that Bai Wu could use the lantern to block the fallen's movement, but warned that it was not effective against high-level fallen. Those fallen were unusual. They couldn't even be called fallen in the usual sense. It would be easier to say that they were once fallen, but now their bodies have mutated. They've become something else much more dangerous and unpredictable. Wu Jiu had a unique talent called Ultimate Shadow. In simple words, this talent allowed him to move as fast as if he was splitting into two. Even though the fallen one was of a high level, he still couldn't be called an equal opponent to the captain, because Wu Jiu was much faster and more agile and didn't give fallen a chance to win. And Bai Wu saw that it was the fallen that the 12th disciple had eaten. Now they were like little animals created by that guy, but with one thing in common. They were more like automatic puppets controlled by simple reflex. They were now dissolved devoid of bodies, mere entities created by that guy now, and standing behind Bai Wu's back, ready for action. Bewildered, our hero tried to run away. What was going on, he thought? He couldn't understand how these entities had gotten close to each other. Tried to stop and slow them down with the flashlight, but the effect was too weak. Then Bai Wu realized that he couldn't stop them despite his best efforts. The entities continued to move, as if immune to his attempts to slow down. He could do nothing to counter them. All his attempts failed, and the entities continued to move without slowing down. And the captain came to the rescue and began fending off the entities from Bai Wu, his sword sliding through the air. But Wu Jiu was exhausted too. His body could barely hold on, but he continued to fight, each movement difficult. He said he didn't think there was anyone who could hide in the shadows, hiding from everyone. Bai Wu said he would take it from here. Bai Wu said he would take it from here. If he was sure of his abilities, asked the captain. His voice did not express any doubts or irritation. Rather, it was a challenge, and he said there was a plan, but these creatures must be handled with care. There are certain characteristics they may not be able to handle. But the captain squinted slightly, seeing the determination in his eyes, and yet he knew that Bai Wu had always relied on an analytical approach. As for the other monster, Bai Wu was unarmed and couldn't handle it. It had a rare mutation called space distortion. A new attack was coming from above, and the captain, noticing the threat, shouted to Bai Wu to pay attention and be careful. Yet the monsters came down ready to strike a devastating blow. Another unpleasant and unforeseen ability of the monster awaited them, for the monster possessed a liquid body that changed shape at will, like a thick mass constantly flowing and spreading. His body could disintegrate into droplets, or merge into one, and then spill out again, making him elusive to attack. And it allowed him to avoid direct blows and manipulate his condition to create illusions in his opponent. But the captain was confident in his strength and was decisive in his movements. He was determined to destroy that monster into tiny particles. Carefully studying each of the monsters, Bai Wu realized their weakness. One of the monsters had a weakness our hero realized was the central eye. The other was an incredible cowardice, our hero realized. One of the monsters was preparing to attack Bai Wu from behind, without him noticing. But he ignored the captain, and his eyes saw only our hero and attacked only him. And Bai Wu suspected that this monster was troubling him, and so he attacked. He had no other idea what these monsters might be afraid of. And our hero kept thinking about how he shouted to the captain, and he looked back, and our hero told him that he realized where the monster's weak spot was, and that the monster's weakness was in its eyes. They were the ones that were vulnerable. Despite his ability to shapeshift and manipulate space, the piercing light in his eye at that moment could have destroyed him entirely. What monsters feared most was the light. The rays could weaken them, pull them out of the shadows, rob them of their power. It was the shadow of the lantern that was the perfect place to stay safe and hide. But 10 minutes ago, a very different event was unfolding upstairs. Another monster appeared ahead, a huge one with burning eyes. The boys ran towards him, There was no time for thinking, only running and hoping to overpower him. He stood looking at them and waiting for them to attack. Wang Shi shouted to the monster to look at him, and Shang Soyai ran screaming while his voice echoed as he raced towards danger. The boys continued their assault on the monster, ignoring their fear. Their hearts pounded in their chests, but their determination was stronger. Then the monster laughed wickedly and said they couldn't win, that he would repel any attack by their team and any of their attempts. The monster grabbed Yin Shuang in its nets that shone like sharp blades. She didn't have time to react before a heavy force pulled her towards it. Fear gripped her, but she clenched her teeth, ready to fight, trying to escape the trap. Lin Wuzhou shouted to be careful and not get caught in the web. Her voice sounded alarming as the monster's web could swallow each of them. She shouted back that nothing would happen to him anyway, and told them to hold on and that they would get out. Her words were full of determination despite the risk that they would all be trapped. Meanwhile, the monster was coming from behind, his footsteps growing louder and his shadow more menacing. He took his time, savoring their fear. Determined not to yield, they resolutely went on the attack. In every movement, there was fury and readiness to fight to the last man. But the monster scoffed, his voice full of contempt, and said he was amused, saying that their efforts wouldn't make a difference and they were weak in front of him. The monster continued to taunt, his eyes glowing with contempt, saying that the team wanted to defeat him full-fledged with powers they hadn't even dreamed of. Lin Wuzhou soon shouted out, trying to get Wang Shi's attention and help her. After all, she needed support. Wasting no time, Lin Wuzhou threw the rope over the monster's tentacle with a firm grip. Wang Shi immediately came over to help with the effort of holding the rope. The remaining two, Shang Soyai and Yin Shuang, fiercely tried to cut through the monster's tentacles with their swords. Each blow was full of desperate strength. "Way to go," said Lin. These words energized the team and strengthened their determination to keep fighting. But they realized they couldn't relax. If the monster was given even the slightest respite, its regeneration kicked in and it regenerated. And his tentacles were beginning to heal a little, and his wounds were healing immediately. If it continued like this, the battle would be endless. But the monster smirked and said the battle would not last forever. Said he'd destroy them in a heartbeat and they wouldn't stand a chance. And Lin said at a time when they need Bai Wu and the captain so badly, where have they been? Why aren't they around when they need them so badly? Why they're not around when the team needs them so bad? And they kept trying to make it on their own. At that moment, on the lowest floor, Bai Wu and the captain were still fighting another monster. As the monster continued its advance, its steps became heavier and more menacing. With fury in his eyes, Wu Jiu shouted out the ultimate shadow, and his strength flashed like fire. They continued to fight without taking their eyes off each other. Each attack was filled with fierce power and determination. The blows sounded like thunder, and the air was filled with tension. At one point, the captain summoned all his strength to deliver a decisive blow to the eye. Then the monster let out a deafening roar and collapsed to the ground, defeated. The exhausted captain, but full of victorious spirit, was finally relieved the monster had been destroyed. Getting up from his seat, the captain turned to Bai Wu and said, after taking a breath, that someone other than him couldn't have reacted in time. Standing and looking at the defeated monster, our hero said that he knew that without Uju, no one could have survived that battle. They stood in silence, thinking about the fallen. There was no trace of them, but a thin web spreading across the ground. Something was wrong with them, Wu Jiu said, looking around the empty space. They didn't just disappear, they seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving only cobwebs. Assumed it was the ability of the spider web from above. It released a web from which these fallen emerged, but they're not really fallen. If the summoned creatures had such power, the fallen boys on the team couldn't handle them and they needed to find them. And they hastily decided to find their comrade. "We must find the boys as soon as possible and save them," said the captain. Determination sounded in his voice. Time was running out and they realized that without help, their friends wouldn't make it. A level 6 Fallen 1 was approaching them. The ominous aura surrounding the monster promised a terrifying battle. But then the team found them and ran to where they were. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Bai Wu suddenly said that they had come. The boys shouted and called for the captain at the same time, going downstairs to get to him. The boys went down gingerly while helping each other. Holding back the anxiety, Wang Shu shouted that there were still monsters ahead, that one had to be careful. Bai Wu and the captain stood looking up, waiting for the team to come down. They had determination in their eyes, but they also knew that time was not on their side. Every moment could be decisive, and they were ready to face danger. The monsters were very close to catching up with the team and were at their backs, and the captain began to prepare to help them and resolutely drew his sword. When the crew finally got downstairs, they stopped to look at the captain. "Without the captain and his help," one of the boys said, They sounded proud of their strong and determined captain. Wujiu realized the moment had come when his abilities and leadership became crucial. Shouted the ultimate shadow, and instantly gathering all his strength, he swiftly went on the attack, ready to face the enemy. The captain continued to fight, his determination unstoppable. His eyes burned with fire, and every blow was full of fury. He was determined to win without the thought of defeat. With fire in their eyes, the team chanted the captain's name, saying that he was the strongest. Their voices sounded like a unified force, raising morale. After finishing the battle, Wujiu looked around the field and noticed that the cobwebs had reappeared. His face was once again in worry, and he realized that those he had fought before were their boss. Now he was in front of him. The team shouted to Wujiu, warning him to be careful that the monster was very strong. Their voices were full of anxiety because the danger still persisted. Then, Wangshu shouted that he thought that this monster was at the 5th level, assuming that the enemy was much stronger than they thought, and the battle would be even harder. The monster scoffed, shouting that he'd come across weaklings before, but now he had an equal opponent, glared fiercely at the captain, and added that he was stronger still. But the captain did not waver. He knew it took more than strength to win. His eyes burned with determination, and he focused. The blows shook the ground like lightning, and the monster tried to repel them, but only fiercely counterattacked. The fight seemed to go on indefinitely, every step, every movement on the edge of life. But the captain never gave up. His strength was almost exhausted, but he felt he had to win. The monster was strong, but Wujiu knew he had to win. But the monster wasn't just strong, his abilities were deadly. His body had qualities that allowed him to cut through iron like paper, and the acid corrosion on its spikes could dissolve almost any material, including armor. Its web hid an insidious trap, capable of entangling and paralyzing its victims in seconds. It could inject highly toxic substances into wounds that would cause the blood to clot quickly. His limbs could stretch to incredible distances, allowing him to attack from a distance and also react instantly to any movement. The monster was the perfect killing machine, and its quick reactions made it an extremely dangerous opponent. His every move was like a precision shot, and his ability to react instantly to a threat kept them on guard. Bai Wu's invisible friend gave him an idea that could be the key to victory. He could make the monster leave one of his talents to Bai Wu. It was necessary to force him to give up one of his gifts that would be useful. Bai Wu thought to himself, facing such an opponent was hopeless. But if they could deprive the monster of even one of its unique talents, their chances of winning would increase significantly. Bai Wu didn't have much time, and the crew approached the captain to ask if he was all right and in one piece if he was hurt. But he said he's fine and he's okay, but he told me not to go near him. Then Bai Wu called out to the captain, his voice sounding hurried. He told the captain he had an idea. Wang Shi held out the bag to Bai Wu and told him to take it, and before he lost it, Bai Wu said that he would deal with the monster, that he could strip him of one of his talents if he acted correctly. With determination in his voice, Bai Wu turned to the captain and told the captain to give him permission to deal with this monster. Lin Wuzhou said indignantly that he didn't think he was a hero, and that he hadn't overestimated his capability. Listening carefully to Lin, the captain nodded and said that Lin was right. They needed to act carefully and coherently. Everyone was preparing for battle, and Bai Wu was told to stand back, thinking it was best not to take unnecessary risks. But he kept pressing for a chance that he knew exactly what to do. His eyes burned with determination, and he was willing to take the risk. Trying to convince Captain Bai Wu suggested that they should try pretending to be indifferent and cold-blooded. Wang Shi then noticed the captain staring into the void and told them to look at his facial expression, that he had definitely noticed something. The boys ran up worried and asked the captain what he was staring at. Without taking his gaze away, he replied calmly that there was nothing to it and that everything was normal. As he was about to go towards the monster, Bai Wu stopped and told the team not to attack him until he himself entered the battle, and give our hero time to deal with the monster. If he couldn't handle it, then act. Noticing Bai Wu approaching the monster, laughed loudly. His laughter was full of mockery and contempt, saying that a new opponent had come to him. And it doesn't matter who comes. All of you are the same in his eyes, he continued. They are all his food. His voice was full of confidence, and he mockingly continued that those who came from the tower thought they could defeat him. He was amused. The monster looked at Bai Wu with disdain, considering him a weak opponent, and was sure that he was another easy victim. He stretched out his tentacles and wrapped them around Bai Wu, clutching him in his claws. Saying that he really thought he could defeat him, he whispered. And Bai Wu, despite being squeezed by the tentacles, looked defiantly into the monster's eyes and said he was wrong. He's not from the tower, and that the monster was his dear child. Suddenly, the monster froze, his eyes widening in shock. He hadn't expected such a response. The voice became more and more confident. Bai Wu continued saying that didn't he remember him, and that the monster is one of the most precious works of art, the most obedient of all his children, Ilya. He smiled slightly, feeling the monster begin to lose confidence, then added that he was just kidding, that the monster was a loser. But the monster said the teacher couldn't possibly be his teacher. Our hero continued with a slight sarcasm in his voice that it seems that for all these years, the monster has not dumbed down. That's one of its advantages. And the monster continued to be perplexed. His voice shook with confusion that this was impossible. How the teacher could be alive, he said. The monster couldn't believe it. The monster, still in shock, continued. Why the teacher did not come to him if he was alive? Why did he leave him? His words sounded full of bewilderment. The guys were talking about how it's so that with a few words, Bai Wu made Fallen go crazy. But the captain said it's unclear. But he thought our hero got valuable information in that room where he was. However, what happened to those black hands? But Bai Wu told the monster, poor thing, that he thought he was dead, so he didn't come to the monster. He continued pretending to be a teacher, that he had to check on Ilya. But thinking back on it, he realized that if he'd come, it would only remind him that he was an even bigger loser than the other people in the hospital. He also went on to say that the humans created a flawless billet, but Ilya was a worse failure than those billet. The monster was in tears. Then Bai Wu further pretended to be a teacher and said that Ilya was the worst disgrace of his life and that he couldn't accept it. And the monster screamed and roared, saying it wasn't true. It was hard for him to admit. His worthlessness, saying and shouting that he's the best teacher's job ever. Then he asked the monster if he knew why he was put there in the hospital. Continued that because there were those at the hospital who could improve Ilya. He was pushing and shoving Ilya and throwing him off balance by saying hurtful things. Bai Wu then added that he was disappointed with him because the monster was afraid to face that little one from the fourth building. And he said that now he has to deal with the consequences of Elijah's action. Continuing to pretend to be a teacher, Bai Wu told the monster that he was trash and causing trouble. The team looked at our hero and wondered how he communicated with the monster and whether he was in the hospital the first time like them. Lin could not understand. Bai Wu went on to tell Ilya that over the years, the monster's failures had hit the reputation as a kind of teacher, that the tower still existed. He had created children like Ilya. Those kids that the supposed teacher created were so much better than Elijah. And they all did what the teacher wanted. Ilya was his only embarrassment. The monster apologized and said to give him another chance. He thought his teacher was right and begged him to forgive him. Ilya told the alleged teacher that he is not a failure and wants to make things right. Clutching his head and crying, he said he was only imitating his father. From the inscription on the door, Bai recognized that the monster had low self-esteem, because Ilya's character was arrogant like a loyal dog and suffered from a lack of love, mentioned hospital staff and teachers in his notes. And he pretended to obey the hospital, but fanatically idolized his teacher and said he wanted to be his weapon. So the hospital was divided into two blocks. On one side was the 9th Psychiatric Hospital, and on the other was the mysterious teacher. The teacher set it up so Ilya would end up in the hospital. Ilya had powers that could make him stronger by absorbing other fallen. The teacher's goal was to pass Ilya off as a fallen who obeyed the hospital and make him eat the local fallen to evolve. Except the hospital created an even bigger monster than Ilya, the girl from the 11th floor, and she defeated him 3 times. Bai Wu was sure that he would definitely meet the sinister teacher again, but it was time to call it a day. Our hero took out a hairbrush, and Ilya said that the teacher had sent the girl to the other side of the world. The plan to create full-fledged failed, said Bai Wu, but allegedly the teacher never forgot Ilya. Allegedly the teacher came to see Ilya again, and hoped he wouldn't let him down a second time. Ilya started begging the supposed teacher to give him another chance, and Ilya crawled, saying that he would fulfill any of his teacher's assignments, that he wouldn't let him down again. Wu told Ilya that he was part of a plan to create a full-fledged, kept telling the monster that half of the artwork in museums is in the craftsmanship, the other half is in the history of the piece. Said that the teacher wanted to give Ilya a historical eternity. The fallen became part of Ilya, so that he could be complete. Ilya to become part of the teacher. And Bai Wu told Ilya that his body would live forever with his master, but to do so, it would have to be separated from his will. And already the monster was ready and waiting for the commands of the teacher Bai Wu pretended to be. Ilya kept talking and asking what the teacher needed to do and waited for his answer. Bai Wu answered in a whisper. Bai Wu then hugged the monster, preparing it to do his bidding. The monster looked at Bai Wu. His eyes were full of regret and bitterness. Bai Wu then turned around and headed towards the team. At that moment, Ilya began to do something strange and unexpected for everyone. He was screaming and making weird noises, and it was scary to listen to. At the same time, he was laughing and laughing really hard. It was very unusual. And suddenly, the team realized that Ilya had sent himself to the other side of the world. They were very surprised. Bai Wu could acquire the 76 Tout talent, but to do so, he would need to destroy the monster so that he could take over the enemy's characteristic. And the key was also in Ilya's possession, so you had to get it before you went to the third building. Lin started asking our hero about what was going on and why the monster sent himself to the other world, what the plan was, and what the teacher was. But the captain said that any dialogue is based on some information and where Bai Wu got that information from. Then he said that he would explain once, and that in the future they should just trust him and not ask anything because they are a team and should trust each other. And Wangshu started laughing to say that it was the first time he had ever seen a fallen who had sent himself to the next world. Lin went on to say that one should not treat the fallen as humans, and that this was the lesson of the many investigations conducted in the tower over 700 years. Bai Wu then told Wangshu that the key was in Elijah's stomach and to get it out of it. But Wangshu laughed and said that Bai Wu is new and doesn't know that this job is just for Lin. Then she pulled out her supplies. She had a bunch of knives. I think she collected them. She was like a pro in the kitchen, and her skills were unmatched. However, our hero thought about the key that will open the way to the next level, could not get rid of the thought of whether all the doors in that world need to look for keys. And he kept thinking about what the world was like before the tower era, and it came to him that the outside world before the tower was a very different place. It was just a hospital, but now, outside the tower, it had become another location. Wu Jiu said that locations can't be destroyed. And it seemed that the world outside the tower was restricted by serious rules, and so the city still had all the buildings and sewers. Even after all this time, the hospital wasn't destroyed by the fallen, and that's why some doors in that world couldn't be opened by force. They needed a key. Soon, Lin was finished with the case and smiled and said that she had finished it. She took out the key and twirled it in her hand, adding that they could go. The guys walked along the second air corridor as if the bridge between worlds led them to the place where new challenges and clues were waiting for them, hidden behind the next door. And Bai Wu remembered Liu Mu's story about the 75 talent owner of the 75 man who had not been heard from after being taken to the 6th floor. Thought about his talent Tota, which he had recently acquired and had a 24th talent. He thought he shouldn't tell anyone about the talent. Then the captain stopped, turned around, and stared at Bai Wu, asking him what he was thinking about. He hesitated for a moment, not daring to reveal his thoughts, and said he wondered why the fallen weren't leaving that building. The team could go in whenever they wanted to, and getting out shouldn't be a problem. But Wu Jiu replied that no one knew the answer. The research didn't mention the fallen migrating from one zone to another. It was like some sort of tie-in. Thought about the binding, and realized why Ilya hadn't left. The location couldn't be destroyed, and the creatures inside couldn't change it. The binding was unsupported by evidence and could not be regarded as strict law, but it made sense in the context of what was happening. When investigating outside the tower, they had to be careful. Shang Soyai frowned and said that he sensed something unusual in the third building. There didn't seem to be any fallen, and it was safe to move on. But the captain stopped and looked at Bai Wu and asked what he thought about it. Of all the buildings in the hospital, that was the only one with people in it. But now they're all gone. Records left in the offices, boring details. The voice said that the poor thing had paid attention to Bai Wu and left some clues in the third case. The talent had already been obtained, and now he could leave. At least that way he wouldn't go to the afterlife. The voice added as if pondering whether Bai Wu would leave or go on with the team. But Bai Wu told Lin Wuzhou to open the door and that he intended to go in there. The door opened with a quiet rattle, and the team stepped inside ready to face whatever was behind it. And the voice started saying again that he had warned Bai Wu that it was forbidden. As well-mannered and decent adults, they should follow the rules. But the team was confident in their decision. They continued on their way, ignoring the warnings, knowing that something big was waiting for them out there. The first choice poor Bai Wu had left for Bai Wu was there in that building. It was full of her resentments left in every corner of every room. The voice gave Bai Wu a hint that he should first go to the 3rd floor, and then it would be up to him. But to remember and keep an eye on his friends, because if they get lost out there and they can't find their way back. Even though Wu Jiu is strong, they need a teleportation disc to return. If they don't have it, they can't go back. Then our hero replied that the clues were on that floor, but the captain disagreed. He went on to say that it was more than just a conclusion, and that Bai Wu seemed to have already been on that floor. The captain demanded an explanation and waited for Bai Wu to explain. And our hero decided that since the captain had asked sincerely, he would tell. On the 11th floor, they heard the call of the Fallen One, which affected their emotions greatly. Baiwu went to look for the source and entered that room in the corner. And that was the room where the call came from, asked the captain. Continued explaining that his emotions were at 0, so he heard a voice that was completely different from the one they heard. And guys were asking about his lack of emotion. Some admired him for being so cool. Some demanded explanations for what he found there. He heard the voice of the Fallen One and had to choose 2 out of 3 after thinking about it. But he chose the diary and the hairbrush after a moment's thought. Lin Wuzhou asked, puzzled, why he didn't choose the key and if he couldn't choose everything. And Baiwu said that once a choice was made, everything else disappeared, and he didn't choose the key because he didn't know the lock, because anything outside the tower is a threat. The captain asked what it meant that everything our hero knew he had learned from what was written in the diary. And our hero nodded and said there was a lot in the diary. There was a layout of the 2nd building, some stuff about the 3rd building. That's how he knew what to talk to Ilya about. And after our hero finished reading the diary, the key disappeared immediately. But Lin Wuzhou shouted that the hairbrush was still there, but it too would disappear after the mission was completed. Baiwu had been in that room for a short time and he remembered everything. He nodded and said he remembered everything. They were considered an elite team, weren't they? Laughing, he continued that photographic memory is not a common thing for their team. They are the elite, and such trivialities should not surprise them. The captain asked Baiwu what else was in that diary. Is there anything else important they should know? But he replied that the clue was on the 3rd floor and we should start looking there. Then he added to follow him and keep up. And the captain asked if that was all the information. Baiwu said that there was other information, but he would share it when it was time to use. In addition, our hero added that everyone in the team should have their own positions and each had to fulfill their duty. His position was eyes. He was an observer. He said they should not have doubted his words, for he had seen more than any of them. Baiwu said that the habit of explaining everything was great, but in a team where everyone trusted each other with their lives, it was unacceptable. If you remove doubts, the effectiveness of the team will increase. Ying Shuang heard a voice calling her, saying it was her sister, and that she was behind her and that he missed her. She turned around and, not realizing where the voice was coming from, asked who it was. She thought it was an illusion. Suddenly something strange started happening around her and space was distorted. Felt the darkness shrink around her and invisible hands trapped her. Fear engulfed her completely. Panic grew and she began to call out to the captain, shouting, asking where they were, but her voice was lost in the void. Then came a laugh, hoarse and sinister as if from hell itself, saying that the sister had come to play with her. She tried to move, but her body wouldn't obey. She was terrified, breathless, and couldn't scream or breathe. That voice kept sounding like it was mocking me. I shouted for help, hoping someone would hear. Her body continued to be paralyzed and her mind was filled with thoughts, but there was no strength or ability to escape from this nightmare. But the captain came over and saw her condition and said it was all right, that they were with her and she shouldn't be afraid. Everything was under control. But Ying Shuang continued to claim that she had heard something, but he insisted that she suppress her emotions, assuring her that there were no voices. The captain told everyone that if anyone hears a voice, they should report it immediately, as it could be a spiritual attack. Then Baiwu said that that poor girl's arsenal contained many techniques, not just those related to the hands, as it was in the first case. Entering the archive room, he warned the boys not to read, or the patient data would be downloaded into their memory, and they would feel the experience. The guy said it was the most dangerous building. If they didn't have Baiwu's information and started reading, the unimaginable would have happened. And the archive listed experiments on the Fallen, but it was best not to read those documents as the poor thing added detail. The captain asked Baiwu if he should read those documents because they were micro-studied. Baiwu said that although the records didn't mention anything about the origin of the Fallen in them, it was possible to find research results of their traits in them. Then Shang Soyai asked what to do, because the diary said that the clue could be found on the 3rd floor, but he couldn't read it. Ling laughed and said that only the most heartless could read those records, alluding to Baiwu. After all, he had recently bragged that he had a score of 0. Baiwu told everyone to just stand still and not read anything so as not to arouse emotion. And he said he'd read the archives, and if the guys heard a noise to be ready and stay as calm as possible. The document stated that on July 7th, 2025, there was a problem in Ding Ju and Bi Liu's serum exchange experiment, and Dr. Liu and someone else secretly asked for someone else's help, even though the principal strictly forbade them to ask that person for help. Everyone knew that his progress in studying the Fallen was far beyond them. His research had long since gone beyond what the others could do. Despite the ban, They realized that they could not solve the current problem without his help, because only he could provide the answers they need. Someone from the hospital wanted to inject Dingju to make him look at him with admiration. Bai Wu realized it was the subject's memory. He reflected on how it was a shame he couldn't feel the full range of emotions the fallen one felt. The information he was seeking was limited precisely because of the absence of those emotions. As such, experiences could give a much deeper understanding of the condition of the fallen and their reaction. Bai Wu realized that without the emotional side of these memories, he wouldn't be able to fully unlock all the secrets of the research. The doctor at the hospital wanted to use a formula before meeting with the person they wanted to ask for help. For Dingju to have the same sense of smell as Bing Xiu, the blood serum promoted the growth of scales, which meant that all of his conclusions were wrong. The mutation of the fallen was uncontrollable. The source of the power to make the subjects turn into the fallen was unclear. Bai Wu speculated that Ilya's mutations were also caused by the same factor that caused the subject's scales. And the subject plucked out the scales, and reading these lines, Bai Wu suddenly exclaimed that he shouldn't pluck them out and what he was doing. He continued. Bai Wu realized that his voice could not be heard, but Bai Wu realized that his voice could not be heard. However, Bai Wu realized that his voice could not be heard. In the space where these events were likely to have been recorded long ago, and now in this moment, they seemed only empty memories. He kept reading and didn't seem to hear anyone. The guys tried to ask him something, but he didn't seem to hear. They asked where the captain had found Bai Wu, to which he replied that they remembered the slave. From the survival game case, that's where he found him, and that the slave was the man. Then, after the incident, the interrogation team was still investigating the matter where the aristocrats had arbitrarily organized the game. But the guys were shocked by this information, and the captain added that, moreover, this was the first time Bai Wu had gone outside the tower. And now being with them is the second time he's left the tower. Bai Wu survived alone in the blue zone for 2 hours. The zone was known for extreme temperatures that could kill a man in minutes. That Bai Wu survived spoke volumes about his ability. The guys continued to wonder how Bai Wu was able to survive in extreme temperatures for 2 whole hours. It seemed unbelievable and inexplicable. To make the game organized by the aristocrats even more interesting, to make the hero go to the afterlife, they sent a killer. But Bai Wu's words hurt the assassin, and he started to get emotional, which attracted the attention of the Fallen One, who smelled his scent and destroyed him. And Bai Wu managed to find the teleportation disc and return to the tower, where he was later found by the core members. Then Lin was surprised that Fallon didn't sense Bai Wu and followed the assassin because it was a zone of extreme temperatures. Ying Shuang also pondered on how it was possible to survive in such an environment and still maintain absolute composure. And she came to the conclusion that Bai Wu's lack of certain emotions could be the cause, and that was the most reasonable explanation. But Lin Wuzhou said that it didn't matter as long as Bai Wu's antisocial behavior helped them. He could be their weapon against the fallen, and the aristocrats won't give them any more trouble. Someone asked how the captain knew where he was coming from. Then Wu Ju replied that it was related to the gambling house people from the 4th floor had been looking for Bai Wu for a long time, but couldn't find any clues. The captain continued that he received a call from a woman with important information. She told him to get ahead of the people in the gambling house and rescue Bai Wu. Added that the case was still under investigation and much was unknown. However, he was sure that the woman was from the 3rd floor. And at least an aristocrat. When they returned to the tower, the captain was going to ask Bai Wu about it to understand the situation. When Bai Wu regained consciousness, he noticed that they were discussing him and saying something about him. It wasn't just a matter of lack of emotion and survival in an extreme temperature zone. You had to be able to exploit your surroundings and find suitable ways to fight. That's what attracted the captain to our hero. Shang Soyai said he realized that Bai Wu was more interested in the fallen like him. Lin added that Shang Soyai is a villain who only wants to send others to the other world, and that he uses excitement to suppress his fear. But Bai Wu felt no fear, he only felt interest. Wang Shu thought that if the woman came back and demanded to give Bai Wu back, what would happen then? Then the captain replied that no one could take his men away, and they wouldn't let that happen, no matter who was behind the threat. But Bai Wu had long since woken up and was standing there eavesdropping on the conversation. He asked the captain how much time had passed, and the guy started laughing at him. Asking if he had learned anything, the captain said it had been 40 minutes. Bai Wu said, with a slight chuckle, that he had some information. But these were minor details, and he had not yet found the key information. He added that he would continue reading and asked to wait a little more time. The team, though a little anxious, agreed to wait, hoping that Bai Wu would be able to reveal the details they were all so desperately searching for. Chinese New Year 2027. The plan to transform fingers into tentacles was almost complete. Very soon, they were ready to move on to the experimental stage. Hospital records were kept from 2023 years before the Tower era. At that time, the Fallen began to appear in the city and beyond. The hospital actively researched the Fallen for their mutation and to create a controlled Fallen. The monsters around the city were getting stronger, and time was running out. If that man was right, the doctors only had a year left before the world was overrun. Hospital records mentioned some mysterious being, and that the man had a deep knowledge of helping to resolve staff difficulty. It seemed to be Ilya's teacher. The subject had never seen the tower the teacher was talking about. Ilya had mentioned the tower, but not the one he was talking about now. The tower in which the people were now surviving was huge and could not have come out of thin air. The whole thing was a mystery. Bai Wu wondered where the Fallen came from and how people ended up in the tower. The document he was reading didn't have any useful information, and Bai Wu decided to move on to the next one. But suddenly, his eyes caught on the lines that the subject couldn't return. He was tracked and immobilized. This information only complicated his understanding of the situation and made him wonder how deeply he was delving into these mysteries. But Bai Wu heard the girl's words. Seemingly, she had heard everything he said in the memories of the other Fallen. And the girl asked why this man without scales couldn't find a girl. Bai Wu replied that he was lying, but was really just thinking that test subject shouldn't have suffered so much just because he grew scales. The girl said he was lying. Bai Wu then replied that she thought he would lie in such a disadvantageous situation. Then he introduced himself by saying his name was Bai Wu. The girl didn't believe his words and shouted that he was lying again. But Bai Wu only grinned, realizing that under such circumstances, the truth would be difficult to prove. But she kept pushing her point and screaming that he was lying. Bai Wu thought that although the girl was small and seemingly harmless, there was so much anger and resentment lurking inside her, and he wanted to understand the reason for her feeling. He wondered if he should play weak and started telling her he wasn't lying, even though it didn't meet the doctor's expectation. But when confronted with danger, its scales would keep it alive longer than others, if the subject inevitably turned into a freak. At least not the weakest one. Bai Wu realized that if he wanted to understand the reasons for this girl's anger, he had to become a poor person himself. Our hero saw that she was just a little girl who was often tortured and eventually turned into the Fallen. But you can't be fooled by her appearance. She was one of those high-level Fallen that even a captain would have to fight at full strength. In the archive of the Third Corps, all the entries dragged out the memories because the girl wanted to make the reader feel all the pain of the subject. Bai Wu told her that he left him a task to choose between a diary key or a comb. He chose the latter, but it never really existed. The guys came running over and started excitedly asking what was going on. The captain looked around and quietly said that it looked like Bai Wu had gotten to the bottom of it. The girl, clearly not satisfied with Bai Wu's answer, continued to insist on why he had chosen the comb. Bai Wu replied thoughtfully that it was just his gut, explained that the key was probably from the cage she was kept in, and the diary belonged to those hospital staff. Bai Wu had seen how these items brought back not-so-favorable memories in her eyes, and he was sure that his choice was not random. Of course, it wasn't just the method of elimination that helped him in this process, and Bai Wu added that the comb could not be an instrument of torture and could not be used to inflict pain. Kept telling her that in the room where she was being held, there were syringes, a camera, a strong cage, and shackles, and a hairbrush obviously didn't fit into that context. Bai Wu went on to say that maybe that comb didn't exist in that room with the shackles and torture. Instead, there was a kind of tenderness emanating from her as a reminder of something warmer and more human. Maybe she was part of her childhood, a time when things were different, when she was just a girl, unaffected by pain and suffering. And Bai Wu said that there was a man who loved this girl. This man gently brushed her hair, took care of her, and always surrounded her with love. He said that despite all the pain she had suffered, and despite the fact that she was now a Fallen, she still had the memory of love and care in her soul. Despite all this, there was still a spark of the man who loved her. It was something that remained in her memory despite all the suffering. But Bai Wu continued to quietly say that when people are faced with something they can't run away from or hide from, they return to warm memory, which is why he thought the comb might be a symbol of this poor girl's tenacity, her last attempt to keep something human in her. Bai Wu admitted that he didn't know what she went through, but based on those hospital records, he was sure that her torture was inhuman, and went on to say that clearly she'd been through suffering beyond imagination. It was something that destroyed her from the inside out, changed her on a cellular level. The girl kept insisting that Bai Wu was lying without believing a word he said. Bai Wu looked at the girl. He continued to speak calmly. He asked, did she really think that he was saying all those words to survive, that he was afraid of her? Bai Wu continued that it was unlikely that people would treat the fallen the way he treated her. Bai Wu said that he didn't fear her or hate her, that his goal wasn't to kill her, but to learn the truth about what happened in the past. He assured her that she could sense that he wasn't afraid of her because his intentions were sincere. He told her maybe she didn't already know, but now people lived in the tower. Outside the tower, it was extremely difficult to survive. He had recently been thrown out of the tower himself. It was 70 degrees, and he barely survived. Bai Wu added that if he hadn't survived those conditions, he would have become a fallen like her. He said if she thought he was like everyone else, she could send him to the other side of the world, but he asked to at least be allowed to leave with clarity about what happened. He introduced himself and said his name was Bai Wu, and asked me to ask some questions. She began to trust Bai Wu, perhaps because of his calmness, or perhaps because his words sounded sincere. The girl slightly loosened her aggression and looked at him, and finally quietly said her name, Hong Yin. He thought that he would not send him to the other world. Showed the pattern on her neck, and he noticed it. Bai Wu instantly remembered that he had seen the same pattern on the fallen they had met in the second building, and Hong Yin asked if he wanted to know what the pattern was and where it came from, and why she didn't kill that fallen, and what really happened to the others. She looked around waiting for Bai Wu's response and reaction. She was silent for a moment, and added that he would frighten her, and she would then prove that all his words were lies. She said the only reason he's not afraid of her is because he doesn't know the real her. Bai Wu calmly replied that she could check, and that he was willing to go to the other world if it was her decision. He waited for her answer, showing no fear or anticipation, just waiting to see what she would say. She was silent for a while, closed her eyes, and thought about something. Then she pointed her hands in his direction and stood with her eyes closed. Something strange began to happen, and Bai Wu couldn't figure out what it was. As if by magic, they found themselves in the first building on the 11th floor. Bai Wu looked around, but immediately realized that there was no hairbrush, no key, and no diary. The place was as empty as his thoughts as he tried to figure out what it all meant. The medical records, however, caught his eye, lying on the table and the patient's records in it. That was the moment when Bai Wu realized that there might be an answer to the 4 riddles that Hong Yin had left. He took the map in his hands, flipping through its pages, and looked more closely at the entries. He looked at the map again, sensing that it held the answer to the questions that plagued him. It was September 25th. Uncle Chow shouted again. So Hong Yin asked the doctor not to torture him. The doctor asked her who Uncle Chow was, and then she remembered that Uncle Chow was gone. For them, his name had long since disappeared. Now his name was Yiwu, and he begged the poor girl for help. Even though his voice was getting weaker and weaker, she could clearly hear his pleas to get him out of there. She felt sorry for him, but she didn't know how to help him. She was despairing at her helplessness and the fact that there was nothing she could do. On September 27th, the poor woman heard the terrible news that a patient on the 3rd floor of the 2nd ward had lost control and become a fallen. Uncle Chow didn't even have a name anymore. He was just the fallen one. A black spot appeared on her hand, and a crack appeared on her forehead. But the doctor didn't know why it was happening. She didn't understand either. Was very sad that Uncle Chow was gone. He would no longer tell her stories about his daughter. On October 4th, she saw Xiao An again. He was cornered in the black room she had prepared for him. She made a promise to leave him a colored room, but she was about to forget. It seems there are only 3 colors left in her world: black, white. Xiao An said that his bones like spikes had pierced through his body, and now he too had become a monster. She never saw the old Xiao An again, because she wanted to tell him not to be afraid that his little sister would protect him. On October 5th, Xiao An came again to say goodbye and begged her to take him away. He smiled so beautifully in the pitch-black room despite everything that had happened to him. The poor girl felt so bad about losing her friend that she couldn't stop her tears, and the doctor thought she was overexcited and tranquilized her. After lunch, she heard the doctors talking. Ding Shiyi became a fallen and lost his sanity. There was no more hope or human trace left. The black spots on her hands widened again, and another crack appeared on her forehead, as if something was crumbling inside her that was unknowable and inevitable. On October 14th, Ji Liu did not want to stay there anymore. Although they saw each other, he could no longer speak, because every day he had to fight the fallen from upstairs. And with each encounter, she saw his new scars as reminders that he was losing himself. Poor Ji Liu said she begged him to let her take it. She said if they never saw each other again, she would miss him very much. On October 15th, the doctors were in a mess. They did not understand why more and more of the test subjects were suddenly losing their minds. And Jilu Jar, as they called him, had already turned into the fallen one. Although Jilu himself had always considered himself useless, she knew that he was the strongest in the 2nd Corps. how much she missed him, and wondered if she would dream about him. The stains on her arms continued to grow, and her hands were half black. Her forehead ached, and she felt an eye emerging there. Baiwu thought about how all the test subjects had become half human, half fallen, massively lost their minds, and turned into the fallen, driven only by their desires. All this apparition was due to the poor girl, suggested our hero. Every test subject had met her in a dream before fully transforming into the fallen. No, they already knew Hong Yin before. In the dream, she used her abilities to create a safe haven for them to live their miserable lives. But her abilities were limited, and the comfort she gave was not enough to save their lives. Life without hope became an endless existence, and the subjects began to give up. Then she began to take and absorb their resentments and accept their suffering. The price was that the subjects eventually lost their will. She wrote down all the emotions and feelings of the test subject, their pain, which Bai Wu was now reading. She captured all the suffering of the test subjects before they stopped being afraid. She wasn't sorry. She just wanted to protect the people she cared about. Her hair was starting to fall out. Poor thing couldn't look in the mirror because she had already turned into a black monster with eyes all over her body. She thought it looked like she wouldn't last either and wondered who would take her home. She thought she was about to become one of them. So many times she asked the doctors to comb her hair like her grandmother, but they ignored her and looked at her like she was a monster. She thought she was a monster and it tormented her. The thoughts in her head screamed furiously that no one would leave this place, that they were all monsters. Exterminate them all, the voices said. They told her they were monsters too. She was a monster too, but the question was, who created them? The doctors were calling for help, trying to contact someone outside, but there was no way for people to get in or out. The chains couldn't keep the poor thing in the cage any longer, so she went to have fun with the people who turned her into this. Wanted to play with them with the doctors. She used to like to play hide and seek with her grandmother, but now they were all hiding. How great it was that she felt a rapport with the doctors for the first time. She asked them to come out and play. Everyone who saw her started screaming and crying, and their bodies gave off a strange odor. She wanted to eat them so badly she was drawn to. Then she met Elijah. He was very cool. He lost to her every time, but he never wanted to run away. He was waiting for his teacher. But she envied Elia. She wished she had someone like that outside waiting for her. Grandma loved her, but she knew Grandma was already dead. Elia didn't want the poor thing to take him away. She shared some of her power with him, hoping that he could wait for the teacher. Even though Ilya was so stubborn, she felt like she was the reason his teacher had given up on him. She apologized for that. More and more doctors were emitting strong odors of despair. Some were dying, and some were becoming part of the fallen. And the voices in her head were screaming that she should eat them all. Uncle Qiao Xiao Anji Liu, they roared in her head, demanding her to tear the doctors apart. Poor thing didn't mean it. She just wanted to play with them. She didn't want them to die. The doctors were afraid she was an ugly monster, and everyone hated a monster like her. But she didn't hate them, she just wanted to play with them. That's what it was all about, Bai Wu thought. Now he understood why Prey's eyes, his invisible friend, was calling Hong Yin a poor thing. This poor child has experienced the wrongs and suffering of every subject and every employee of this hospital. Even mutated to this state, she was still a kind person, despite all the pain and cruelty that surrounded her. The main desire was not to kill. It's a pity that the Prey's eye couldn't see that, poor thing, who didn't lose her humanity in spite of everything. Prey's invisible voice that spoke to Bai Wu took offense at what he said about not being able to see her feet. And he explained that the poor thing's thought suppression had gotten too strong, and if it continued, his voice would soon disappear. Said Bai Wu to be more careful, because she was already there. Because time is running out. The voice warned him not to try to beat her, and that she, like Wu Ju, liked to compete. The guys started to get indignant, asking why Bai Wu still hasn't responded and how long they've been waiting for him. The captain reminded them to watch their emotions and that it would soon be 4 hours since they had left the tower, and there was only 1 minute left before the interference started. Soon, Ying Shuang said that her legs became as heavy as lead. It was the hindrance of slowing down. And Wang Shi's hands were completely exhausted. It was a hindrance to lowering the attack. Lin Wuzhou became quite ill, and she fell to her knees and talked about the river of sorrow. It was a hindrance of negative thinking. And Shang Soyai started saying that he couldn't see anything at all. It was a visual impediment. They got the debuff because it's been 4 hours since they left the tower. Grief and blindness are usually on the 3rd day, but these guys were out of luck. Wu Jiu's interference was a flash of anger. Interfering with the attack and speed increase of the fallen around didn't seem like something serious. It was an easy decision, Wu Jiu thought. The guys told the captain that they had been in the unit for a long time, but they had to leave before the newcomers, and said maybe they really weren't cut out for this job and that they were born so worthless. But the captain, realizing they were attracting the fallen, said they were a liability and needed to return to the tower, told them to disappear. Then Shang Soyai and Lin Wuzhou had to return to the tower. Shang Soyai told the team to be careful, and they teleported away. The three of them were thinking that they'd manage somehow, but what about Bai Wu? While BW was stuck there, no one knew what the restrictions were, and suddenly something weird started happening. Something was wrong with the documents in the cabinets. There was a black haze, and the situation was getting more and more tense. And the captain, sensing the threat, quickly ordered everyone to close in around Bai Wu and protect him. They quickly ran and surrounded him, ready for battle. The captain shouted to the boys to look around and protect Bai Wu. They struggled as hard as they could, but couldn't understand what kind of force was attacking them, but quickly concluded that it was the same fallen that the captain had previously dealt with. But they soon realized it wasn't just the fallen, but others they'd seen before. But they didn't understand why they reappeared in front of them. Wang Shi said it was probably all due to interference and the captain's induced temper tantrum. They were high-level fallen capable of mimicking other fallen. Wang Shi was scared, even though he knew that the captain was very strong. But he felt ashamed and started to tell Ying Shuang that Wu Ju didn't think he was covering for his interference. And the captain continued his orders, shouting to protect Bai Wu, assuring him that he would deal with the fallen himself. They guessed that Bai Wu had really found something incredible. Bai Wu saw countless doors, and at first thought that these were all doors. But when the voice of Prey's eyes spoke again, it was clear that this was the main hall. Each door was connected to a memory space from the document. Then everything around him began to lose its shape, and Bai Wu felt his orientation and perception of the world begin to distort. And he realized it had been like 4 hours and the interference started. It was interference confusion. The orientation was distorted by 65 degrees, which was very disturbing. Bai Wu soon decided that it wasn't a big deal to find an attitude of conformity to the previous direction. The right direction among hundreds of doors, because only one of them could bring him back to reality. And the voice of Prey's eyes kept saying that they seemed to have fallen into a trap, and this was the end. Bai Wu began to think that it was time to get out of this impact. And he turned to the monster and said he really didn't fool the poor thing, that he himself had only recently come to this world, and that he was not a fallen like the others. Held out a comb to the monster and said he didn't even fear or hate the monster. In response, the monster wondered if it was true that Bai Wu wasn't afraid of him. Bai Wu then said that he was sorry that there was no one to brush her hair and no one to take her out of the hospital where she had been for so long. Said her suffering is understandable, but the world is not limited to 4 cores. Said people are much more multifaceted than just the doctors and patients that inhabit these walls. Bai Wu continued, turning to the poor girl to see if she knew why the people of the tower were so afraid and hated the fallen, because there is still no research confirming that humans are more bloodthirsty than the fallen. Ilya was one of those used to manipulate his almost religious devotion, but Bai Wu said that Hong Yin is different from the other fallen. She took in all these test subjects, considered them her friends, loved them. He said he couldn't even imagine how much she suffered from all the hurt that was collected in her body and that she carried around. But if she still retains her will, she's still a human being, and not the monster people hate so much. The black smoke began to dissolve, and the fallen began to retreat and disappear. And Wang Shi told his captain that the fallen's hatred was gone. Then they said it was like Bai Wu had handled the fallen and was able to overpower him. Bai Wu told the poor girl not to let herself turn into a monster, and that the world was vast, and there were still many places outside the hospital she hadn't been, and a lot of things she hasn't seen. That's a good girl and a bright girl. She kept saying she couldn't leave this place. And Bai Wu spoke and assured her that even though it wouldn't work now, he would find a way to free her. If she's willing to trust him and wait for him to come back. She was ready to believe him and agree to wait for him. But the thoughts in her head said it wasn't true, and that he was lying to her even though she really wanted to believe him. The thoughts in her head changed every second. Then she wanted to believe Bai Wu. Then she doubted and thought he was lying. But he said that maybe in some ways they were like her, that they were both marooned in a strange world with no idea what was going on in it. Then said that if every journey has a mission, then his mission is to unlock all the secrets of the world beyond the tower. And he had to find out where the fallen came from, how the tall tower came to be, how many floors it had, and what was at the top, and why the fallen can't leave certain areas where the talents and accompanying powers come from. In his mind, these questions were all part of a larger mystery that he was determined to solve, and he could go back and get it. She told him why. He assured her that she wasn't lonely at all, at least not as of today, and said she had a friend who was willing to play with her, and he came from a world outside of the 9th mental hospital. Then Hong Yin warned them not to go to the 4th building, that he and his partners would be in danger if they got too close to her. And the next time Bai Wu sees her, she might not be in such a clear state. So she told him he had to become even stronger, like Captain Wu Ji, and then he'll have the power to visit her, she said. And Bai Wu responded well. He promised her that he would come back to her again, wakes her up and plays with her again no matter what she's become. She also added that she wanted to tell him something before she forgot. She asked them to stop by building 1 before they left, because 2 days ago, there was a man who left something similar in the building where they were now. Thought about the first building when they were there, really in the notice about the bloody footprints and medical records scattered on the floor. Said they'd been left there 2 days ago and wondered if it was the teacher Ilya had mentioned. Bai Wu asked the poor girl what else that man was doing and what impression he had made on her, and she said she wasn't sure. But that thing looked a lot like their device for getting back to the tower. Looks like a teleportation disc. He thought, why leave it in that hospital, and thought it might just be a thing like a teleportation disc, and thought it was getting interesting. So he asked her to take him there, and she said yes. Bai Wu finally came to his senses, and came back to reality to the guys. Then the captain noticed that Bai Wu was delayed, and took a very long time to sort out the document. Wu Jiu noted that not only was the black mist gone, but also the fallen, and even all the documents had disappeared. And the captain asked Bai Wu what happened and what he found interesting. Then our hero replied that he'd found a map of the test subject from Building 4. The process got a little more complicated, so it took him longer. He added that the 4th block was best avoided, warning that it was very dangerous, that maybe even the captain couldn't handle it. And Wang Shi exclaimed that there was no need to underestimate the captain, that he was nicknamed the Shield of the Reconnaissance Corps, and that the captain was obviously an incomparable sword. And there wasn't a fallen he couldn't handle. Bai Wu explained that he just wanted to make it clear that the 4th Corps was more dangerous than all the previous corps. Still, Bai Wu said that it looked like the entire 9th mental hospital was an incubator for the fallen. There were many strong fallen there, but even all of them combined are no match for the strength of the fallen of the 4th Corps. Wu Jiu then asked why Bai Wu was so sure of it. Asked what happened in that document, he said it was a memory and would tell you on the way. And asked where Lin Wuzhou and Shang Soye were. The guy said that their debuffs and interference were starting to affect them badly, and they were sent back. And one of the guys asked what kind of interference Bai Wu had. He said he was lucky he had confusion interference, which isn't particularly problematic. But Bai Wu noted that he hadn't even adapted to these conditions, saying that it was just a small change of habit for him. The guys asked if they weren't going to the 4th building, where they were going. He said they were going to pick up one thing from the 1st building, because the medical records said that a man went there and left an object that looked like a teleportation disc. We should go check it out and then we can go back. Wang Shi asked the captain if it was true that they wouldn't go to the 4th building. He confirmed that they will follow Bai Wu's advice and not go. Before the Tower era, the fallen had already started appearing all over the world, Bai Wu said. To find the causes of their appearance and weakness, many authorities began investigation. The hospital's job was to administer the blood serums of the fallen to people, creating the fallen who could torture people to death. Van asked if they weren't supposed to explore weaknesses, but Bai Wu said it's possible, but there's no exact data. It's likely that one of the test subjects is almost successful, and the other may have already become successful. And Wu Jiu said the spider was most likely one of the successful test subjects. Bai Wu agreed, and said that the successful test subject was Ilya from the 2nd Corps, and the half-successful one is Hong Yin from the 4th building. The guys asked about Hong Yin, wondering if she was that black mist imitation of the fallen. Noting that she was stronger than Ilya, and why she was still considered half-successful. Bai Wu explained to them that she had absorbed the hatred to reduce the suffering of others in the hospital and eventually became a fallen herself. But despite this, her kindness did not disappear. Wu Jiu countered by saying that the fallen are the fallen and that their nature is to eat people. He reminded that even if they seemed kind or naive, if they have even a drop of the fallen in them, they will still be enemies of humanity. Then Bai Wu agreed with the captain, confirming that he would remember those words, since you can't completely separate the poor girl from her bloodthirstiness. Yet, we should not count her as one of them, nor let our guard down around her. She appeared before them, and our hero froze. When the captain asked what was going on, Bai Wu said nothing. However, he thought he was the only one who could see the poor thing. And our hero realized that the poor girl was a little angry, and immediately guessed that it had to do with their conversation with the captain. He felt the tension rise, thought it looked like the whole hospital was part of the poor guy, and he should watch his words. The poor thing led them to the right place and pointed it out. It was the recovery room. Coming out of the operating room, he did indeed. He saw something that looked like a teleportation disc, and so carelessly left behind, thought Bai Wu really wanted someone to find it. It looked exactly like a teleportation disc. But it wasn't a teleportation disc, said the captain, and it was the first time he'd seen one. The Eye of Prey told Bai Wu that it was a traveling disc, but it was hard to explain the way the discs were made, and the displacement discs were long lost, so there were only 7 of them. It could be used to return to one of the locations or special locations that were visited during the 3 days. It is most likely an invitation from some stranger for Bai Wu. Prey's Eye told our hero to still look at the leaf beneath his feet. Bai Wu paid attention to the sheet under his feet, and it said that he was being invited into the game. It said that people hadn't set foot in the red zone yet, which means they don't know the truth. Invited our hero to go through all the areas they've prepared, and all the questions will be answered. The letter also said to take the disc, but not to let the people on the 6th floor know about it. Bai Wu thought the hospital was just the beginning. The owner of the disc had left him a chain of documents, and he was curious about what would happen next. He was intrigued. The captain asked why Bai Wu was smiling, to which he replied that he was just glad they were coming back. Bai Wu asked the captain to keep the disc because the captain said it was useless. It would just be a souvenir for Bai Wu, as a memento of his first mission, and the captain let him take it, and he knew he could use it in the future. The captain said it was time to go back since there was nothing left to investigate. The poor girl and Bai Wu then looked at each other and smiled warmly. He told her he'd see her again and said goodbye. Then the degree of study of the territory amounted to 61%. And the remaining fallen were only 1 in number, the rest were destroyed. A piece of the doomsday puzzle in this area had been moved and was impossible to retrieve. But Bai Wu was lucky to meet the poor girl, but saving himself with words alone every time would not work, told him Prey's Eye. And to survive and deal with the threats he needs to become more capable in battle. Shang Soyai and Ling Zhou returned to the tower, having gotten rid of the hindrances, such as vision loss and negative thinking. Then the unit officer reminded them that according to the records, they had gone through the white style and asked why they had come back through the blue style. They looked that it was indeed a blue stele and said it looked like Bai Wu was right, that they had entered the blue zone starting from the 2nd building. But the employee warned that it was forbidden to go there and that the human body could withstand 1 dispatch for 12 hours. And they said they knew they were just waiting there for the captain. Soon, the captain and his crew had already returned, and Bai Wu jokingly asked if Lin was standing there. Though the elders were really not in the way, for they had retreated earlier, he continued to tease and said it was probably a tactical retreat. Lin turned away angrily. Bai Wu had been out of the tower for more than 4 hours for the first time, and there were only a handful of people like him in the intelligence. And the captain said he had no assignments for the next week. A little later, he said they'd go to the core and settle a case, and Bai Wu would be free to go. But Bai Wu asked why there would be no assignment. The captain replied that today's assignment was just an entrance test, and he had passed it. And then he'll be officially a member of the intelligence corps, and then he'll get his next assignment. Then Bai Wu thought he had a lot to do in the tower. He thought the most urgent thing now was to figure out how to get money. Then late one night, the captain would sit in his office and look at employee files. And the captain wondered about Bai Wu's mental state. It seemed too calm, which made him different from ordinary, because he's worked with many soldiers, but this is the first time he's seen such a man. If Bai Wu can keep this calm, in a few years, there could be a second-rate professional in the corps. The captain was sure that the gambling house connected to Bai Wu was not so simple either. Looks like he needed to prepare. He needed to hide Bai Wu's true abilities as much as possible, and he wanted to do it, and he thought long and hard about how to do it. Then he redid all his data, and now he was completely calm. After finishing the case, he got up and went to the window and made a phone call and said, duh. He called a service bureau, but not a regular bureau. It was a bureau that would do anything and everything for money. Then said he was Gu Qing Yu. On the other wire, they said it was the illustrious Mr. Ju. The captain said he's a mess. He replied that when he has to do a job, he's a treasure, but when he doesn't, the captain tells him to piss off. But the captain, pointing out the seriousness of the task, told the girl that he had a long-term assignment, she would have to help protect a man. In surprise, the listener asked if the captain was dating the man. The captain explained that he was a member of his team, and he will send information about him later. He also said that Bai Wu is very attentive and intelligent, so it's important to choose special people. The girl asked why the captain didn't assign the case to the intelligence corps people. The captain replied that it was a special case, and the girl went on wanting to understand the benefit to herself. The captain said that in exchange, every time he would leave the tower, he would bring her something. Soon, Bai Wu came to little Gigi's shop, and there was some kind of situation going on. It seemed like 2 guys were fighting with each other. There's a girl asking someone to listen to her that it doesn't seem that way, and that he's the only one in her heart. Ah, Jen. But the guy yelled that she said she only loved him, and that he was the only one in her heart, and asked who the other guy was. He screamed and cried that every month he plowed outside the tower and saved money, all so she could live her best life. Kept asking why that other guy said he was her boyfriend too. The other one said his feelings were always genuine too. She sat on the floor and told me to forgive her a wife and a fen. She liked them both, and said it was her fault, and she loved them both. And they were surprised that she said she loved them both. She kept saying she didn't want to hurt them, so she was hiding it. But she didn't want to part with them both, and said they were like her two wings. Baiwu looked at this, and this sight was like a female Casanova, and the power of her words was murderous. Then the guys who were just fighting came out hugging like they were best friends. When he came into the store, Genji was fixing her makeup and was satisfied. He asked what was his bad timing and looked around. She said it was fine and called Baiwu brother. She said he came even earlier than she expected and thought she'd made a fool of herself in front of him. And he asked what happened and if she screwed up. She said she didn't, but those two crossed the line and they're both always thinking about moving on to the next stage. And then I went on with the suitors and they wanted something else. And she also said that she's not really into that type of guy lately. And she called them both to the store to blow them both off at once. Then asked why he came over and kept calling him brother. She said she did it because she likes his type now. He said he had good news and that the camera he brought was now Jilin. But the day before, Baiwu was already at the store. He went in there tonight to see it, and what's there? Kenji greeted him smiling and saying welcome. And she sat at her desk and said Baiwu could look around. She was a woman Casanova said I pray, and that she'd had 19 relationships and was now having an affair with 2 at once. I had to get something quick and get out. The mug was a Jilin that could boil water or become a purifier in an instant. As for the rice cooker, it barely had Jilin potential. But if it was Jilin, it could make delicious food and pay for itself. Then Genji asked if the handsome man had looked at anything. He said he had seen a rice cooker and a mug and wanted to buy them. She came over and looked at a nice selection of mugs. The mug is great, but the rice cooker is useless, she said, and that it's there for fools. But she said that Baiwu was stupid and wouldn't take such a thing, and she didn't want him to be stupid. Then she said her name was Sengji, but he ignored, just repeated that he was taking those 2 items. She asked if he was leaving the tower. He said to himself sarcastically how smart she was, and asked how much he owed. She said she wanted to give him a 50% discount, but now she changed her mind. She said he would choose 1,000 tati says or free. Said she was the only one on the ground floor who could buy this bowler. He said he was a regular person and whether he could get it at the same price or a discount. And she said that if it was ordinary, he wouldn't have bought this pot and that it's basically garbage. And nobody needs rice cookers in their century. You don't need such things unless you become Jilin. She added that the mug is also useless if you don't get out of the tower. He thought about how sharp her eyes were and said he was taking the free option. Great, she said. She'd pack it up and added that free stuff is always the most expensive. She started packing and put the camera in. He noticed and said she put it in. She pretended like she inadvertently put it with his shopping. He looked at her with a hard stare and realized that she had been sly and put down for a reason. She said he'd notice in a couple of days and give it back to her out of the goodness of his heart because he's an honest man. She wanted the camera to go outside the tower and become Jilin, and she wanted to know what was captured on it. There could be a lot of secrets. And he asked if he didn't become Jilin, what then? She said that whatever happens, and that she'd already given him the pot and mug anyway. Then she offered to start over and called him handsome. He just said his name was Baiwu and left. She smiled and said that she hoped to continue working with him and that she would wait for news from him. When Baiwu came to her store again, she was so excited and eager to check it out. She asked if she had become Jilin so quickly. I answered that it was necessary to say to myself a certain time, and then take a photo of the necessary location. And I got a photo from that moment and from that place. She couldn't believe it and was so happy and asked if he was lying to her. She wanted to take him away from Baiwu and check on his work, so she reached out to take him away. He said he had to discuss payment first. She was surprised to hear about the payment and asked for leniency in her, saying she was a girl after all, and said that maybe he'd give it to her and that he was a good man after all. But he said he couldn't give it to her and asked if she had a conscience. She went over and hugged him and told him she had no money and that if there were no other options, she was willing to be his. But he didn't respond to her charms. He didn't care at all about her antic. He said she misunderstood him and that he didn't go there looking for a girl. And he said if he offered her a certain amount, he'd give her a discount. Then she agreed with him after realizing her charms weren't working on him. But first she asked to see the merchandise. He said no problem and handed her the camera for her to look at. Told her to set the year, month, day, hours, and minutes, and then say it to herself. She said it was very convenient, and asked me to give her a minute. She went to her desk saying that somewhere in there, I think she wanted to film that scene with the two guys. And Bai Wu asked her that it's not like she's filming those guys' recycling scene right now. She said that she just wanted more unfortunate people to feel the sweetness of falling in love by alluding to Bai Wu. When she saw the result, she was very pleased and said it really worked. She said that she would be very rich now. She kept asking him if he could get the whole story by taking pictures all the time. She said that Jilin was a treasure. Then Bai Wu told her that it could be used, and so taking photos one by one could bring the past to the surface. She shouted that it was like a puzzle. Then she asked him why he stopped taking pictures, since she didn't do anything. He said his level was low, and he could take pictures twice a week. Said he'd used it once outside the tower, and now had to wait a week. She figured that even if you couldn't use it often, but used in the right place, it's still a great tool. She thought it's a pity that the cold, handsome Bai Wu is hard to negotiate a price. She just wanted to say something and offer him a price, and he interrupted her and said he was willing to barter, and she breathed a sigh of relief. But he told her to try to bargain or lower the price of the goods, adding that doing so would only bring her down in his eyes. He said that she could choose an equivalent item of information or services or all of them together. She thought to herself that there was certainly nothing of equal value in her shop. She started asking about what he wanted him to tell her. He started asking about the live broadcasts at the Jianglu Port Center. She said it's a sales pitch on the airwaves and it predates the tower era. People get into it. The more authoritative the person, the easier it is to attract, and said the popularity effect came from ancient time. Asked him if he was smart enough to realize it was all a scam. He replied that of course he knew, but he wanted to ask her if these airings were originally a divorce or if there were real airings outside the tower. He asked him if he wanted to do one himself. He said they wouldn't be fake every time. He figured people weren't so stupid that for every few fake ones, there had to be one real one or it would work. He wanted to sort it out. Ji asked him if she could consider it part of the camera payment. He said yes, and told her to tell her about the live broadcast. She said that he had gone to the right person, and that she knew all about it, and invited him to come into the room and talk more about the subject. Added that most of the people living on the lower floors go outside the tower under the protection of intelligence and minor and bluegrass in the white zone. And even if they go out every day, they're not familiar with that space. The scouts are clearing out the fallen before they go out, so they haven't been seen much, because everyone was afraid of the fallen, but wanted to see them at the time. Bai Wu replied that the aristocrats created the game to see the fallen consume people. And Bai Wu added that David Fincher believed that everyone has a bit of pervert in their soul that is the inspiration for creativity. Then Seng Ji said that people like to see what happens outside the tower, that they like the bloody thrill of it. People are eager to know the world beyond the tower. The tower was huge, but compared to the era before it, it's tiny. For people who are afraid to step outside, it's a mystical place. No matter if they are rich or aristocrats, they are curious to know what is going on outside, but at the same time, they are afraid to come out of it on their own. And Bai Wu thought that the sheer number of people interested had really created a huge demand in the market, and people weren't averse to risking their lives. Bai Wu then asked why not ask intelligence to help, to which she replied that other than core members, no one could leave the tower. And Bai Wu thought that it was reasonable since intelligence was a weapon of the government and no one would want to lend their swords to peddlers. Thought that it looked like if he wanted to leave the tower on his own, he'd have to hide his identity. She said that there were a lot of people interested in the tower's boundaries and that people had tried various ways to address the issue because the tech doesn't work outside the tower, but there was only one way, and that way was Jilin. And Seng Ji said that only the subject of Jilin would work outside, but even that people said it takes a long time. People took out a lot of items, but they didn't take the video recorders out of the tower, and streaming from them would have been impossible anyway. 7 years later, a rich man spent a fortune to remove various items from the tower and got Jilin shackled. It was actually a surveillance device. Bai Wu asked her how that rich man knew for sure that all the other items would also become Jilin. She said no, but that time he took more than one shackle. Everyone thought that if the chances of turning into Jilin were slim, it was better to take many items at once, and she said that eventually all 13 shackles turned into Jilin with the same capabilities. Then Gigi said that such a phenomenon was called Jilin diffusion. If, for example, people own and use a pair of swords, they will both become Jilin, but Jilin diffusion is very rare. And Bai Wu asked, so the tower has a device that is linked to the tracking device on the shackles, and why doesn't the core use it? But she said the core couldn't buy it because the rich man wasn't going to sell the shackle. He said it looked like the rich man wasn't an ordinary man. She said it was the corpse people trying to make nice with that rich guy. There was speculation it was the man from the 5th floor. Was the government floor and the gambling house case wasn't that simple. Bai Wu thought Wu Ju was acting weird about the founder of the gambling house. However, Bai Wu thought about who told him to take him out of the game, and who would cross the gambling house owner for a slave, and whether Wu Ju could protect him. And he knew he could get the attention of a gambling house by streaming, asked him to contact a rich guy to stream, and asked if he could get the equipment. She said there was a way, and that she could find a loophole. But he said he needs a Jilin mask that changes her voice like a clown mask or a laughing mask, if it doesn't change her voice to at least be strong. And said that even though it's broadcast equipment, you can't do it in his name, and she needs to get the equipment and make sure no one gets on it. And she said he had problematic conditions. He added that if you take the camera outside the tower, the level will increase and the more often you can shoot. And if she agrees to help, said that the camera is just the beginning in the future, he'll help her get other items out of the tower too. Then she was willing to cooperate, and they shook hands, and she said she'd help him get everything he needed for the stream. And that guarantees that no one will come after him, and that all he has to do with her is stream quietly, and she'll take care of the rest. But she thought to herself that if Bai Wu was strong, he was a Jilin maker, and at this rate, a carefree, stable life was just around the corner. After he asked how fast she could do it, she said 3 days, and that it was urgent. And he was satisfied, and said that he hoped for a fruitful cooperation, and that everything was faster than he even expected, and asked me to discuss the details of doing a live show, and that she had some good ideas about doing a live show. While they were discussing it, it was getting late at night. Soon he came home, and kept looking at the disc the stranger had left him, and he wondered who it could be, what kind of invitation it was, and why it was him, and not someone else. But then someone knocked on his door asking if he was home. She said it was Yun Shu from the interrogation team, and that the captain sent her after him. Then he thought about the interrogation team, and whether there was a case for him. Then opened the door, and asked what was wrong. She said the captain had sent her after him thinking he'd be bored, and so had found a case for him. And she added that their group leader thinks Bai Wu is a very capable guy, and got embarrassed. He answered well, and thought that the captain had just yesterday said he was on a week's leave, and today he was already sending him to work on the interrogation team. He also thought the croupier's people were getting restless, said he was going with her because he had nothing to do for the next 2 days and he'd help them. But she said that the captain wanted Bai Wu to be in charge, and that the workload was large, and 7 days wouldn't be enough to clear it up. However, Bai Wu realized that the captain had guessed that he wanted to leave the tower unauthorized, and so he bogged him down with work to prevent him from doing so. And the captain wanted Bai Wu to be there to protect him. Bai Wu said he understood everything she told him, and they went. He told Yun Shu that all the cases were no problem, and said he wanted to look at them first. He knew he had a friend I Pray who would help, and they got to the 2nd floor of the tall tower. She said they were there. It was a branch of the 7th Intelligence Corps' 7th Division headquarters. Bai Wu asked if they had any computers to work on. He was told by a guy with a cigarette in his mouth that they didn't have it, and that it was only on the 3rd floor. Yun Shu then introduced Bai Wu to the head of the interrogation team, Tian Xun. He replied that he had heard of Bai Wu, and that he needed his help with unsolved cases. And Bai Wu thought that the technology level of the 3rd floor was similar to that of his past life, and back then, the level of the 4th floor should have been higher. And he asked what all those cases had in common. Tian Xun told him that this was not a serial killer case, and that they were all different from each other. And if we're talking about similarities, all the cases have already identified the main suspect. There's no certainty about the motives, the evidence, or the modus operandi of the crime. And that downstairs, often the locals don't cooperate with the investigation, so it's hard to gather evidence. After Bai asked that there were many cases piling up, but there was no evidence, Tian Xun replied that they were in the process of investigation. On the lower floors, new cases every day, said the team leader said everyone in the unit had a lot on their plate. There were cases they didn't want to solve. The head of the group was unhappy with the captain and the fact that he's overprotective of business and it's causing chaos, but the captain wants something done about it. The captain wanted the intelligence corps to let the people on the lower floors know that they weren't abandoned at all and that they weren't just living to be a labor force. Bai Wu then asked the head of the group if their group had permission to arrest the main suspects in these cases. He said they did. Though their corps is no match for the tower's straitjacket corps, their superiors have given them the power to arrest and interrogate them within 7 days, and that even if they caught the wrong guy and let him go after 7 days, they'd get away with it. He thought it was a lack of trust in the intelligence corps. Bai Wu asked for all the suspects to be brought in. Bai Wu said that if their men weren't enough, he would request help from other interrogation teams, and asked if there was any problem with that. The group leader was surprised and said that the question was not that, but that there were more than 100 people there, and whether Bai Wu could handle it alone. He said that when they were outside the tower, the captain and even Lin Wuzhou and Ying Shuang didn't doubt his words, and that they wouldn't hope either. Tianxun replied that then perhaps Bai Wu must definitely not be amiss, and that Lin Wuzhou was a very sarcastic type and always hostile towards newcomers. Then Bai Wu told them to go and do as he said, and hurry up they agreed and prepared to do as he said. The people gathered were noisy and were told to calm down, to be patient, and to line up and enter the office one by one. Tianxin thought that there were indeed a lot of people, and whether Bai Wu could handle it all alone. Liu Ma soon asked what so many people were doing there. The team leader said that they were doing the business that the boss told them to hand over. Jokingly said that there had been a stabbing, to which Tian replied that they had gathered all the suspects from the unsolved cases and that all the cases would be solved at once. But the captain kept asking that it was Wuju doing the interrogation and that he didn't seem to have anything else to do. And Tianxun said no, so he said let them work and he could rest, that he had just come from a mission and was tired as a dog. Tianxun then went into the office where Bai Wu was and asked how things were going and if anything was progressing. And the guys told him he was right on time and that Bai Wu had already started the interrogation. Bai Wu was interrogating the guys watching. Bai Wu said to sit down. Tianxun said that he remembered the one who came to the interrogation. The victim was the suspect's husband. There were two perps, both from downstairs, but the woman looked like she was from the 3rd floor. The investigation later found that the woman was unfaithful to her husband and their relationship was very bad. It seems that the deceased crawled at the feet of the goddess and courted her with all his might and even managed to marry her, but the marriage was a sham. So the boss suspected that woman but couldn't find proof. She told Bai Wu that she had already told everything and the day her husband was gone. She was in the casino and the casino employees could confirm it. She was an accomplice. She didn't like her husband. She was in bed with the casino owner, but dressed like an aristocrat, fought for luxury every day, had no saving. We should have called the casino owner. And Bai Wu thought she teamed up with her lover to send her husband to the afterlife, and that the motive was money, since she was a socialite. Then Tianxun sent Yunshu to Bai Wu's place to see how things were going. She agreed and went there. Bai Wu was just leaving the office at the time, and they bumped into each other at the door, and he said she was right on time. Then he told me to bring in the casino owner and question them separately. Also added that the interrogation emphasized the information he had recorded, and then their trust in each other would soon crumble. Yun said she understood. Bai Wu said he went to deal with the next case, and that leaves it up to them. 5 minutes later, he came out and said the weapon had been recovered, and he was done with the case. On leaving, said it was a hand-sharpening tool hidden in a bookshelf. The staff member replied that they would go look for it right away. Meanwhile, Tianxun came and asked Old Gao and Wang for help, and asked to borrow the guys from the 3rd and 9th interrogation group. And they asked him why he was in such a hurry to get the men in the 7th unit. He replied that the boss had found a real monster somewhere, and that he solves all cases very quickly, and that everyone was already working, but there were still not enough people, or he wouldn't have asked for them. Asked how fast he was. They told him not to exaggerate, and he said 10 cases solved in an hour. He said it was like this guy could see the whole crime scene and was surprisingly accurate in finding all the clues. They were surprised he was so cool. Tianxun then said that he was leaving and that he was taking those 2 cases with him as well, and asked him to send people to help faster. He also told them that if they saw Old Guo and Captain Liu, to tell them that the men from interrogation teams 11 and 13 would also be taken away. Then he told Yunshu and Xueqi to hand over the cases on the table to Bai Wu as well, and there was also the matter of temporary assistance from other groups to be agreed upon. The team leader then asked Xueqi who the suspect Bai Wu was interrogating now. He said the 12th. He wondered how fast he was doing it, and told Xueqi to turn off the monitor and delete all the recordings of previous interrogation. Tianxun has a premonition that if this goes on, Bai Wu will solve 100 cases in one day, and that other groups will want to poach him. Liu Mu saw the request for help from the other groups. He asked what was going on, and was told that he didn't know, and that the interrogation group 7 had solved all the cases. They urgently needed people to help apprehend suspects that other units 9 and 11 had already handed over. But Liu Mu didn't believe it, and said he knew how the 7th unit group worked. If they could solve old cases, they would have solved them long ago. They told him they got reinforcements, and he realized it was Bai Wu who solved all the cases. And he was pissed, and he was pounding and pounding in his office because he wanted this guy in the band. He was so angry and said why his unit was the 13th and not the 7th since he had Bai Wu then. It was late in the evening, but the 7th Intelligence Corps unit seemed to still be working. The group had just finished their work, and Tianxun said that he couldn't imagine Bai Wu once he was done with their unit's business. Will help all the corps groups to disclose their pending cases. He added that after reporting to their superiors, they will get material assistance from the floors above. Only the captain who gave Bai Wu so much work thought he couldn't do it in a week, but he did it all in one day, and his ability was obvious. And Tien was afraid it would cause unnecessary problem. There was a knock on the door, and the guys said they were back and said Bai had something to say. And he said he had previously heard Tien mention material support for the upper floors and what it was. He said the interrogation team is different from the others. In order to receive financial assistance, you have to submit reports on solved cases every month. Before Captain Wuju came, others often falsified reports, but the captain never did. There's no way he'll let the case be closed without finding out. Bai Wu then said that they probably hadn't seen material help from the upper floors in a long time. They replied that was for sure, and that he had saved them. Yen said that thanks to him, their group that had been fed all the time by the expedition outside the tower could finally be at peace, and that things had long been lying down. Then he added that Yun Shu said he wanted to talk to him and asked him what the matter was that he was short of manpower. Bai Wu replied that since they finished early, they could be free early, and that they needed to clarify the situation for everyone today. And said that he had no talent for investigation at all, and that he was only lucky to ask good questions. Tien had given him a chance to practice. But Tien replied that if they said he had no talent, no one would believe it, and that it would sound very unconvincing. Bai Wu then said he would give them details on the interrogation to flesh out the cases, and that he had solved them so quickly this time was just a coincidence, and added that the captain was secretly helping them with the investigation, and the evidence had already been found, and that's why they were able to close the cases so quickly today. Bai Wu also said that if they suspect something, the documents are enough evidence. If there are questions, just provide the document. Tien said that Bai Wu meant that they were in charge of the investigation and that he was just a reconciliation officer. Bai Wu confirmed. He continued to ask why they would do that and why you have to wait to close all the cases at once, and said it doesn't fit. Bai Wu was telling them to get special attention from the upper floors, and Tien was surprised and asked him, that wasn't Bai Wu going to hide his identity and what it was for. But Bai Wu said what he's going to say now is just his opinion. 3 floors up, he didn't have a warm feeling about it, and within a couple of days, he realized the bottom floor was one big crime scene. And as long as the upper floors don't pay attention, there will always be cases downstairs, and that criminals do it because of moral decay or their own problem. And if we look globally, we need to understand how their social environment makes them do it. To change that, we need support from the top. Tien was in complete agreement, and that if the captain heard this, even a smile would appear on his indifferent face. So they attracted attention by solving a lot of cases at once, and you had to make sure all the details and evidence fit together, and keep a good eye on the criminal. Tien then added that all the criminals were arrested, asked Bai Wu whether he remembered all their oral testimony in detail, and he replied smiling that it's not normal for a member of the interrogation team to have an instant memory. But the guys just laughed and told them jokingly not to swear. A few days later, Bai Wu came to the captain, and he asked what Tien had told him that he had solved all the cases. But Bai Wu replied that outsiders weren't supposed to know that, and that he had solved the cases so quickly. The captain said that Bai Wu was in such a hurry to get out of the tower that he was quick to sort things out. Bai Wu replied that corps members are forbidden to leave unauthorized, and said that Bai Wu should think about what he was doing, and that the punishment would be severe if he was caught leaving the tower unauthorized, and that he should be aware of his own strength and stay out of deadly situations. He'd already handed over a report on the cases he'd solved to his superiors, but getting the lower floors in order was a long process. And by referring so many cases at once, they may face pressure, and said that there are people in power who are involved in these crimes. Then the captain praised Bai Wu for his good work, responded by thanking him. The captain presented him with his award, and said that if he wanted to get out of the tower, he could get his gear from the supply team, that if he showed it, they'd let him in. Praise Eye told Bai Wu that there were many good things in the intelligence corps. Many of them were Jillins with unknown effects that he could take. The captain went on to say that he had sent a report of the expedition, and that in 4 days, they would have a dignitary to ask for details of what had happened in the hospital, and that they would be interested in high-level Fallen. Bai Wu knew what to say, and asked if Lin and Shang Soyai would be questioned. But the captain said they'd question every last one of them, and Bai Wu asked him to keep his one secret and not tell the straitjacket about the disc he found at the end. Still, the captain asked if there was anything special about this disc from Bai Wu, and he said he was looking into it and would let the captain know what he found out. The captain agreed and said he'd tell everyone else not to mention the disc either. Then he gave Bai Wu the report and told him to reconcile so that everyone's information was consistent without saying that Bai Wu had discovered everything. The captain wanted to hide his abilities and keep him safe. Then the captain said if he remembered everything, to go and choose his own supply for self-defense. Our hero thanked the captain, said goodbye, and left the office. When Bai Wu left and the captain was alone, he pondered over everything. And he didn't expect Bai Wu to do all the work he was given in one day, and he thought he was a guy with surprises. The captain thought he needed to do another reassessment of Bai Wu's abilities. Bai Wu came to the Intelligence Corps' armory for supplies, and supply team member Jing Chu greeted him and invited him inside. He said there were things inside that didn't look like weapons, but he said to ignore the mess and that it contained all the stuff the 7th unit brought back from the expedition, and said that there are some good Jilin and that Bai Wu should choose and take his time. There was a mug, and if you pour coffee into it, it tastes perfect and stays that way forever, but it was only for coffee. There was also a stage device to change the voice and hide the caddy, and based on preference, automatically select a female or male voice. And there were gloves that became weapons. The mask could not be damaged, and the worse the health, the weaker the effect of the mask. Bai Wu already read about the mask in the hospital records that there was a masked man who caught the fallen and brought them to the hospital. And Bai Wu thought that someone had been in that city before, and that even if the world was random outside the tower, each zone was connected to each other. He told Jing Chu that all of them were mundane items that he didn't know how to use, and the mask wasn't that useless compared to them. But Jing Chu objected that Bai Wu wouldn't look at anything else. He replied that what he took would do. Then Bai Wu brought the mask to Tseng Ji's store to show her, and she was delighted and said that this was the stuff of the Intelligence Corps, that it was very unusual and you wouldn't see it anywhere else. She also asked him to let her play with the mask for a few days, but he said she knew she wouldn't, and asked if the equipment and formalities were ready. She thought who he thought she was, and that she couldn't handle such nonsense. The second day, she got the equipment and kept his identity a secret. Her boyfriend wouldn't give it all to her, and he needed to see the results. If all goes well, it'll last a long time. It was early streaming equipment on the bottom floor. Only 3 of them. He also asked about the time of the stream. She said as soon as he's ready to start. All the airs are fake and dangerous, and there were few willing participants. There were only 6 streamers for the year, 5 of whom were torn apart by the fallen. The entire audience was scared, but excited at the same time. So the port sponsors were really looking forward to Bai Wu's debut. He thought that based on past experience, his survival rate was 16%. And he thought there wasn't a decent way to make a living on the lower floors, and the fallen were keeping themselves separate. He wanted to try, and if things got bad, he'd come back. Tseng Ji suggested he look and pick out Jilin's clothes, and might need them during the streamer outside the tower. In front of him was a 700-year-old superhero tights, and it was creepy, but it was indeed Jilini, who could hold back some attacks. But she said they'd add a mask, and the costume issue would be resolved then. She said there's only one step left. Tseng Ji explained that he couldn't go arbitrarily outside the tower, but could go to the mercenary troops and register as a mercenary. Offered to go with him and take him there, and that she would close the shop for the day. Soon they came to Dolo Street to the mercenary troops. He was told that a group could be registered if there were at least 6 men, at least. But the man said there were loopholes, and that it was possible to register one and make fake IDs for the other 5. But she had to pay an extra 500 taels. Genji said she'd pay for Bai Wu herself. The man was pleased, and said it would make things more fun. According to the rules, Bai Wu was supposed to name his comrade, but in this situation, he would have to come up with their names himself. And Bai Wu said one would be called Constantine, and the other Bai Piao translated as free. The man then asked if he was sure they would be called that. Bai Wu continued. The third will be called Xiatzi Yidin, translated as next time for sure. The fourth continued Bai Wu Shangqi Gele, translated as given last time. Qingji laughed out loud at these names he came up with, then said that the fifth would be called Liu Chengji, translated as orange juice. Kenji said it was a hint at her name and was not happy. And the sixth Xiatzi Buiden, translated as next time is optional. She was furious that she did everything and he can't even think of names. Then they did all the credentials and left the mercenary army. Bai Wu brought Kenji to her house for a visit. She was surprised, and our hero said he showed her his house to make it easier for her to contact him when she needed to. She said that he wants everything his way and that no matter what, they are partners now. Resented Genji wanted him to give her any chance to use the camera. He wanted to know what it was that she wanted to know. But she said how he knew there was something there. He said maybe she shouldn't ask him that question. And if she's asking, there's a reason. And besides, her face gives everything away, and that if partners, why not share? if she wants to, and if she doesn't have to. She finally agreed to tell him what was on the camera. Said that 2 years ago, 2 of her friends just disappeared, and that there was a clear hierarchy in the tower, that the higher-ups bullied the lower-ups, and it was just business as usual for them. 3 years ago, women were disappearing from the ground floor one after another, about 1 a week, and they were all good-looking. People from the bottom floor went to the top 3, but the outcome was always the same. And men were sent to the survival games, and women too. The beautiful ones went through something else first, said she thinks Bai Wu knows what she's talking about. But she said that the people from the upper floors have all their needs shut down and are bored with everything and all the entertainment. And the girls won't be coming back. They've been sent outside the tower, and she's heard that all the fallen used to be human too. And Chenji asked if Bai Wu thought Bai Wu would ever meet anyone from the tower outside of it. She laughed and said it seemed like an unanswerable question. She said that she and her friends used to open a clothing store, so the people downstairs could dress in style. Then I closed the store and was able to get out of the story, but I couldn't go on. She couldn't go to the straitjacket. She needed ironclad proof. She said if only her friends wouldn't poke their noses in where they didn't belong. Then Bai Wu thought maybe the friends wanted to investigate the abduction of girls from higher floors. The girls went and filmed something incredible, but problems started, and the tape was destroyed, and the owner went missing. Liu Chengzi is constantly making connections with men, and the circle is getting wider and wider. And Bai Wu realized why it's so easy to become a mercenary. It's easier for the people at the top to do their dirty work. Then he thought that's the tower world rotten from top to bottom, and he told Kenji that it's good to have a just heart. And he told her that her friends had underestimated their opponents and seemed to have lost to them. Chengji then said that he must have already guessed that they had been played with and thrown outside the tower, and it had already been so long. She asked Bai Wu that if her friends turned into the fallen, if they saw her, they would eat her. Bai Wu replied that the world outside the tower was very vast, and don't think about what hasn't happened yet. And he added that if he met them, he'd tell them she missed them. She looked at him with sad eyes, and it was obvious that she missed her friends and missed them. Then he told her to get out quickly, that he needed to change to get out of the tower. Bai Wu put on the mask and costume he got from Zheng Ji at the store, and he was ready and determined for an exciting, interesting journey. Outside the tower, a very different story was unfolding. It was raining, and people were screaming. Someone called for them to calm down, to stop thinking about what happened as much as possible. Inhale deeply, feeling the air fill my lungs, and with it, calmness. One of them turned to the captain and said about Mr. San and Matsu, and was interrupted by the captain saying that if the guy kept screaming, the captain would throw him out of the hollow tree. The man's emotions could attract a monster, and then everyone would be in danger. And he said that they went to the other side, and that the man wanted to go too. One of them said that the monster had broken the teleportation disc, and now they were destined to wait until they were also on the other side of the world. And his voice trembled with fear, and his eyes read hopelessness. He claimed that there was no way out, and that they were trapped in a trap from which there was no escape. 4 hours before, the captain had told Old Sai to determine the number of fallen in the vicinity, and ordered the others to prepare for battle. Then Old Sai replied that there was only one fallen nearby, and his aura was weak. He added that the expedition would be easy this time. And the captain spoke forward and added that they would have a good hunt for that fallen. His voice was firm, and there was no shadow of doubt in his eyes. He saw a terrifying sight and was frightened at the same moment. All courage evaporated, leaving only a cold fear that restrained his movement, because he saw the monster swallow up Air Matsui. The captain only had time to say his name before fear gripped the captain and his heart shrank. And the captain shouted for Old San to urgently activate the teleportation disc and quickly return to the tower. But the monster had already swallowed another of their comrades, and he vanished as if dissolved in its shadow. The seconds dragged on like an eternity, and all who remained stared in horror at the terrible creature. The monster stood in front of them, his terrifying eyes glittering with hunger, and his breathing heavy and deep. They asked why it was impossible to deal with him. They barely escaped and took cover. But the captain said the fallen had been playing weak from the start to trap them. And if his hunch is correct, he has an unusually high intelligence. He probably knows what the teleportation disc is for, so he broke them all first. But the captain said they had nothing to counter the monster, and now they're being interfered with. The situation was getting worse, and there was no way out. Then one of them said that maybe if they calmed down enough, they could avoid death. The voice sounded weak, but there was hope for a miracle. Old Sai said that they would all be dead soon, and that there was no need for false hopes. That outside the tower, the chance of meeting humans was very slim, he added. Soon the captain replied that perhaps Old Sai was right and they might indeed die, but they can't just sit around and wait to be killed. And yelled to cheer up. The rain stopped, and they realized they had a chance. Now they could try to escape from this cursed place. The second they were about to come out of hiding, there was a terrible crunch. The sound was close, as if something huge was approaching, and everyone froze, expecting the worst and talking about how the monster had returned so quickly. Baiwu shouted for the three to come out and let them look at them. He added that the next rain would be in 300 seconds, and that time was running out. And they came out of the hollow and froze when they saw a man in front of them. It was unexpected because there were no people in this place for a long time, only monsters. And at the port of Jianluo, everything was ready for the stream, waiting for the live stream, setting up the equipment, and checking the last details to make sure everything went perfect. And Zhengji was there too, closely supervising the preparation. She checked the equipment, coordinated the team's activities, and monitored to have everything ready to go. Her eye for detail, and she told us to get ready. Then she said to turn it on, but the screen remained white. Zhengji frowned and said the TV was broken. And people started yelling that the stream was going to be outside the tower, and they needed to call Old Man Wang. Prey's eye soon spoke. His words sounded anxious and confused as to why only 3 of the 5 remained. How did the weak fallen one arrange such a thing? And why all the teleportation discs are broken? What happened to that bald man? And what secrets lurk beneath the tough-looking sideburn? But Baiwu realized with sudden clarity that it seemed that the fallen they had met was Elijah's fellow student and the 7th disciple of that team. Liang Yu was in front of Baiwu, companion power level 3 and first stage. He thought of dying, but the will to live was stronger. Liang Yu asked who is Baiwu, the devil or the fallen one. Baiwu replied that neither option leads to a good outcome and how much one wants to die. The captain still asked who this gentleman was. Yang Zhen, accompanying strength 3, and stage 1 debuff confusion. He spoke in an old-fashioned manner, and Prey's eye told Baiwu that Yang Zhen wanted to eliminate him. The idea came to him spontaneously and take away the teleportation disc, but now he was confused. Baiwu then told him that he had lost 2 partners for underestimating the enemy, and that they had already been there for 4 hours. He also added that it was better to think carefully and not make any hasty decision. The captain was surprised that Baiwu was able to determine his strength level and thought it was a sniffer above level 4, but then doubted the sniffer wouldn't risk it alone, realizing that the man in front of him was strong. Then he discreetly apologized. Baiwu said they could call him Constantine, but if they wanted to survive, they should put their schemes out of their minds. Sinlin asked if they would be able to survive. He had an accompanying strength of 2 stage 6 debuff deceleration, the most cowardly and adequate of them, and was the possessor of the talent 777, a disc of joy and sorrow. The captain then asked for permission to ask a question. Why don't Baiwu lend them the teleportation disc, and they will bring help and save him? The captain continued that his name was Yang Zhen, and he had a reputation among mercenaries, and that his words could be trusted. Tried to convince Baiwu, but Prey's eye said that all 3 should be present in that dungeon, because if one gets lost, the consequences will be dire. Noted that there are 8 different denouements for the 3, and the rewards for them are also different, is wealth, glory information, Jilin, or talent. And Baiwu thought with 3 people would really get 8 combinations of 3, 2, or 1 would survive. The fallen in this area was interesting, he thought. Then he said he didn't trust them. The captain said he needed to send someone authoritative back to bring a rescue party. Baiwu said that the monster's perception was very strong and asked if they thought why he didn't send them to the other world but just destroyed their discs. The captain replied that he could only assume that the fallen had intelligence. Baiwu nodded and said that he had let them escape rather than destroy them immediately. Means he enjoys fear and desperation, playing with them like a cat and mouse. The more fear the victim feels, the stronger his scent is to them. The monster destroyed their discs and plays with them to make his food tastier, to make their flavor stronger. That's all Baiwu said. His words were grim and direct as a punch, and all those people seemed desperate. He said there was good news. Now, they don't have to force themselves to hide their fear, because it doesn't make sense anymore. If any of them try to escape, the fallen one will immediately grab the others. Baiwu asked that now the captain will also choose the rescue. The captain hesitated and said that if that was true, shouldn't he be afraid that Baiwu would take the people away and immediately absorb them before they left? Baiwu replied that Fallen couldn't smell him. The captain asked in bewilderment how that was possible, and Bai said if they wanted to survive, they had to figure out how to find the secret to the neighborhood, and they must solve the mystery and destroy the monster. Otherwise, they'll all die. The captain turned to Baiwu without understanding and asked how to destroy the monster. But Baiwu replied that there were only 2.5 minutes left, and the first thing they needed to do was to find the next hiding place, and that they had to hurry and that he would explain everything to them on the way to the new hideout. But the captain stopped and asked why Bai Wu thought there was another hiding place, and why he knows the tastes of these perverted hunters and what condition they want their prey in. Not in a hopeless wait for death, but instead in a constant struggle with the hope of salvation, Bai Wu said. In other words, if the Fallen is the only one in the jungle, then why hasn't he covered all the hideouts for hundreds of years? Bai Wu said that if you look closely, you can see that the distance between the trees is the same tree crowns also cover the same area. Then the captain said that they'd encountered a predator that liked to torture its prey, and that he should have realized it earlier. By the way, Bai Wu said and asked that when the guys were hiding from the rain, it was raining acid rain. But they said it looked like normal rainwater, but it was actually some kind of corrosive liquid, and it had no effect on plants, only humans. The captain said there were originally 5 of them, but one of the spies thought the rain instantly corroded his skin, and he died on the spot. They had an emotional outburst and started running and attracted the Fallen. The captain said he wasn't too fast or strong. So they thought they could beat him, said the captain. Bai Wu found a hiding place inside. There was no fallen one. There were only single bones. They could get some clues out of there, but it was better to hurry, because the countdown was 400 seconds. Dandler had already started looking for the next food table, and it was the Fallen's 7th disciple. Bai Wu told Baldy to be on guard, the others to go down with him. He said why stay with him, but the captain said someone had to stay anyway, and Old Sai was the sniffer. The captain said to listen to Bai Wu. He said he'd go first, followed by everyone else. But Yang Zhen stopped him and said that Qin Lin should go first, and that it would be safer that way, for he had the talent to drive sorrow and joy. 6 out of 7 times he faces bad luck, 77 times harder. But if he hits the remaining one in 7 cases, then his luck exceeds 777 times. So maybe today was his lucky day. Bai Wu let him go ahead and said it was a good offer. But Qin Ling lost 2 partners today and something could have gone wrong. They entered the tunnel. Qin Ling went first. The others followed behind. And he told Bai Wu that his name was Qin Lin, and Bai Wu hurried him up, saying that the bald man would soon give the signal. They saw some unusual, strange mushrooms in the cave. Inside was a very winding cave, and everywhere was dark. And Bai Wu thought that the environment was in a cave just like the acid rain. Soon, Qin Lin stepped on a bone and was very frightened and screamed. Started yelling that there was a skeleton and jumping up to get around it. And there's a real human skeleton, and it's been there for what seems like a long time. It was a female skeleton. She died 200 years ago, one of Dundler's exhibits. The others were elsewhere. Prey's Eye said she had left behind last words in which it was hard to distinguish lie from truth. Dundler could regenerate indefinitely. No matter what wounds he gets, if he gets rainwater on him, he gets hurt and needs time to recover. Bai Wu thought about the pioneers' last words and their experience, but he thought that it might have been wrong, and asked the boys to tell us about the Fallen One and what they noticed when they fought him. They replied that the physique was similar to a human being, but his whole body was festering with speed and strength unremarkable. The biggest problem is his regeneration. Whatever wounds he's injured, he recovers immediately, but the rain seemed to hurt him. Bai Wu said that the only way to destroy it was the world outside the tower itself. We need to keep him out of the rain so he could be eliminated. And he pondered how to keep the monster out of the rain. There was an idea of the terrain, and all the neighborhoods were the same like squares on a chessboard. In the black zones, there was acid rain. In the white zones, you could get away from it, but it didn't last forever. And under the ground, there were winding caves that were safe. Time was running out, and there was still not enough information to settle the matter, said Bai Wu. And something didn't add up in Bai Wu's opinion, why the message said it was hard to tell the difference between lies and truth. The woman's last words coincided with what Yang Zhen said. It was either decisive evidence or something our hero couldn't understand. After they left the cave, Old Sai asked if they had found anything in it. They said it was a dead end, and there was nothing but a skeleton. Prey's Eye said that the human body has many fluids: white chromosomes, red blood, green bile. And this liquid was clear, but it wasn't saliva. Bai Wu realized it was stomach acid. The captain asked Bai Wu and what they should all do now. But our hero was already pointing his finger at the monster and saying that the monster is already heading their way and it's very close. Is a fallen of the 4th level of the telekinesis mutation. Dundler had absolute regeneration and his speed and strength were greatly reduced. But Bai Wu thought that the pathology of his weakness was a benefit to them, but the telekinesis mutation was worth paying special attention to. And that if you put together all the data that Prey's Eye gave and add the 12th disciple Elijah, all the data was connected to the fallen devoured people, and that's a truism. But Dundler did it in a special way, and it seems to be an important aspect. Then Yang Zhen asked what they should do. Bai Wu replied that Fallen was immobilized now because of the acid rain, and said they are in the same situation and can't do anything yet. Until the rain stops, they have to keep an eye on it and stay vigilant. But Yang Zhen said what would happen if the rain stopped, and he came up to them. What would they do then? The captain thought that Constantine was a professional, and wouldn't it be easy for him to defeat this weak Fallen one? But Bai Wu wasn't going to fight the Fallen one, and said that Fallen's abilities were mediocre, and he couldn't keep up with them on this chessboard. Bai Wu wanted to find a hiding place for them, and said that whilst they went to the shelter, someone had to contain the monster. Yang Zhen asked who it would be, but Bai Wu said it would be Yang Zhen, who was taken aback by the information, and said if he had been still disturbed, he would have been able to resist, but now he didn't know how to answer the monster. But Bai Wu reiterated to him that it would be him and he must restrain the Fallen one, added that the teleportation disc in his hands was his hope for salvation, and that in the hands of others, the disc would attract attention, but not in his hand, and said that the confusion had changed Yang Zheng's orientation in space, and his interference was the easiest to deal with, and that he should do the job. Yang Zheng only needs to find a reference point, determine the current position, and calculate the deviation. The rest is a matter of adapting his eyes and brain. Qing Lin said that why does he have the feeling that Bai Wu knows about everything in the world? Old Sai confirmed that he has the same feeling. After 5 minutes, Yang Zhen said that he had figured it out, and that he was taking Fallen over and would hold him back. But he doesn't know how long he can hold the Fallen, and he'll do his best to do so. Turned around and asked Constantine if he was sure he could get them out of there, and Bai Wu replied that there were other options besides that. Meanwhile, the rain continued to fall again throughout the jungle, but soon stopped. As the rain stopped, the monster went back to attacking the guys from the team, attacking them with fury. He was walking, and he wanted to catch one of them to devour. Yang Zhen stayed behind the guys and tried his best to hold on to Fallen. Bai Wu told Liang Yu and Qin Lin to hurry up and go fast. He told them not to be afraid, and that he wouldn't let them die there, and thought it was especially important that all 3 of them survive according to the information provided by Prey's Eye. Thought to himself that those 2 guys had their own secrets, and that they both represented some kind of variable, and Bai Wu smiled. And what's even more interesting is that on a battlefield in the form of a chessboard, he actually felt like he was playing chess with that teacher. On the bottom floor of the tower at Jianlu Harbor, meanwhile, a live broadcast was going on. But people were dissatisfied with the fact that their voices were not heard and demanded that they set up the equipment properly and then go on air. Kept shouting to change channels and that who would be interested in watching this mime show. They were screaming that it was bullshit, that it was obnoxious, and that it was a total stinker. And they also demanded their money back for unreasonable expectation. Was furious and asked who started this program, that they don't know how to run it and not teach others, and that it would be better to include a Yao selling something. Zhengji was confused and didn't know what to do, and said what Bai Wu was doing. Because there was no Fallen in the frame, the audience didn't like it, and there was no sound. The reaction to the stream was the opposite of what was expected. Someone asked her if she was in charge of the airwaves, and she said yes, and the viewers were screaming for a change of channel non-stop. But one onlooker thought the crowd was like an impatient herd. The sponsor of this broadcast was obviously disappointed and didn't expect it. When the guy looked up, he thought that it was Genji, who was the most worried since she was a member of the streamer's team. At that moment, she persuaded the sponsor to wait 5 more minutes and that she would guarantee success. He told her that he would like it to be successful too. But he said that the statistics were sad and that there was nothing he could do about it, and that the public was demanding a change of channel and pressuring them. However, Zhengji begged to give them 5 more minutes and that everything would work out. When they were standing there, they heard yelling to grab someone and that someone had broken in. The one who broke in was held up and yelled that it was off limit. But this man was yelling for Zhengji to let him help with the sound on the airwaves, but he wasn't getting through. And he kept saying he could quickly cheer up the crowd and ask them to give him one chance and that it couldn't get any worse. And that the organizers would soon come and change the channel and that she didn't want the show to go to waste. But the guard wouldn't let him through no matter what he argued. His name was Wen Ming, and he asked me to let him fix the sound, that he didn't need the money, and that it would be more interesting after the sound was fixed. Zhengji's eyes lit up with joy and she was ready to agree, and said she was giving him a chance, but she had a condition. He asked what that condition was. That guy in the weird mask is named Constantine, and Wen Min needs to be singled out. He agreed to fulfill her condition. Suddenly, there was a sound the spectators heard Bai Wu saying to the team that the fallen one wasn't that far away and needed to find shelter sooner rather than later. Soon people got interested after the sound came on and watched the broadcast. They liked the spectacle. According to the informant, Bai Wu said there was a priceless treasure hidden in that place. People said that the air was great, and they were drawn in more and more. Meanwhile, Bai Wu was telling the two to follow him and that he senses the treasure is nearby. A priceless treasure, and if they find it, they'll be rich. Wenming thought to himself that Bai Wu had so many mixed sounds at the same time, and that he seemed to have astounding skills. Sengji was also pleased with what Bai Wu was doing on the screen, and thought to herself that the live broadcast would be a great success with the viewers. But Praise Eye was telling Bai Wu that the area where they were stomach, that he should realize that trees, tunnels, and mushrooms also played their roles. Old C couldn't figure out the notebook and told Bai Wu that they seemed to have reached a dead end in that hollow tree. This notebook was Dundler's Bible, and the content in it had to be opened to read the next level first. He wanted to tell Bai Wu to look, but the latter replied that there was no need and that there was almost no information in the hollow tree. Bai Wu thought that the notebook was similar to the archive from the 9th Mental Hospital, but it was only possible to read the entries while confronting the final boss. Then he said that we should hurry, that it would rain soon, and Qinlin asked if his captain Yang Zheng would be alright. Bai Wu told Qinling to hurry up and that he needed to find a suitable shelter before the next rain started. He agreed. And our hero was connecting clues, thinking that the ruins of the city and the abandoned hospital were very similar and like the real world. But the jungle was like an elaborate chessboard, and what area could have stomach acid instead of rain? And I was wondering if this place is one big stomach, what was Dundler's role in it? While he was pondering, Yang Zheng was outside fighting with the Fallen One and trying to restrain him. Yang Zheng thought that the longer he fought, better he could handle his confusion, and thought that the acid rain was about to start. Acid rain began to fall, and Yang Zheng backed away from the monster, realizing that the rain would do everything in his place and injure the Fallen One. Bai Wu and Qin heard Fallen's screams, and our hero said that it seems the captain is doing fine and used the rain to get rid of the enemy. And our hero thought the rain was the best loophole to counter Dundler, but it was a loophole the hunter left deliberately. The truth was yet to be revealed. Captain Wuju was at work and received a call. He answered it, and the girl on the other end of the line said the case he'd given her was settled. She said that if she put Yeji Bai Wu with him, she would definitely become a celebrity of the lower floor, but she couldn't do the same outside of the tower. He agreed. She told Wuju how he could be so cold. He told her that if she had everything, he was busy and hung up. She said there was more, and that Yeji was one of her future successors, and that sooner or later he would be exposed, and how Wuju would make it up to her. And that because of Wuju, she had to get Yeji involved to help Bai Wu with the streaming and even paid to fix things with the host. And Wuju barely knows Bai Wu and has already done so much for him. The girl on the other end of the line asked Wuju if he really liked guys. When Wuju heard this, he choked in surprise and said that when his man returns, he'll tell him to contact Wenming and that Bai Wu is smart, but his men will draw attention to his ability. She resented saying Bai Wu was his man and asked who she was to him then. He said she was a tool. But she started telling him that he'd noticed Wuju lately, and before he could finish, he dropped her call. Meanwhile, Bai Wu and crew seemed to have found a hiding place and came over to watch. They saw a tree house in front of them, but Bai Wu said it looked more like a target. Bai Wu told the bald man to stay on watch, and if anything to help Yang Zheng, he agreed to stay, and thought to himself that he wanted to separate the two of them. They went to Dundler's house. They were rising, and Praise Eye told Bai Wu that there was something inside that would help pass the first level, and that it was best to keep his eyes open. When they came in, they saw 3 items on the table. Praise Eye said that this time, Bai Wu could have taken all 3 items, but 2 of them lead to the wrong path, and 1 to help them get out. The syringe contains an emotion suppressant. The umbrella will help with the rain, and the teleportation disc was functional and working. Xinling rejoiced upon seeing the teleportation disc. Bai Wu thought about how only 1 of the items was correct, and the rest would be misleading. And if you try to use 2 items, someone will die. The number of survivors can affect the events that follow. He wondered why those 3 were there. Because of the rules of the event outside the tower that brought them to this place. Or it was planned like the hospital where everything was man-made. And there was a question from Bai Wu about whether he was now choosing active or passive decoupling. The difference is enormous. In the first case, he tried to save the lives of all 3, but as a result of some miscalculation, 1 or more or all of them could have been killed. In the second case, Bai Wu himself chooses a certain outcome. For example, by deliberately sacrificing one or two or all of them. If active selection worked, then one of the three is in big trouble. Bai Wu asked Qin if he wanted to get out, and he said, of course he did. Then our hero asked, what if Qin can only get out one and the others have to die? Qin asked if it's impossible to save everyone. But Bai Wu said he wouldn't be able to save that many people, so he told Qin Ling directly to him, and said that if he could save someone, it would be Qin Lin, and thought to himself that he would borrow Qin Ling's good fortune today. Qin Lin asked what Bai Wu was just now suggesting. Bai asked him to answer his question, and showed 3 items. Qin Lin asked him to choose which item was the most important on the table. He looked at it and said it was important, and that Yang Zheng's confusion could be solved with the drug. He said it was his guess. Scene continued, and that the monster seemed afraid of rain, and that having an umbrella, one could lure it into the rain and destroy it. And there was only one teleportation disc. Qin said that if there were 3, it would be different, but it wasn't important. Bai Wu thought he was thinking the same thing, and thought that now, of all the mysteries of the strange jungle, the key one left was Dundler's notebook, the contents of which had to be opened. If only one item can help escape and lead to one of the clues, then it wasn't the disc, thought Bai Wu. Because once the disc is turned on, all others will die at the hands of the fallen one. Qin Ling said the most useful item is an umbrella. The umbrella was indeed the most useful, thought Bai Wu, but on the condition that the rain could destroy the fallen one. Dundler was different from the other low-level one. And even though he was only a level 4 mutation, he already possessed a perfect mutation. It was like his teacher had made him unique and intelligent. Bai Wu asked Qin Lin how his impression of this room compared to other hideouts was. He told Bai Wu that he thought this room was exceptionally clean. Bai Wu said that Dundler's body was decomposing, but that room is very clean compared to the other hideouts, as if the Fallen had never entered it. Bai Wu asked Qin what he thought, and continued that maybe Fallen hadn't been there in a long time, or maybe he didn't know the house existed, or maybe it was all an excuse. The Fallen didn't seem to see the safest hiding place from the acid rain, and if you add to that, his predilection for savoring his victims' despair. Qin Ling opened his eyes in surprise and said that it couldn't, and they realized that acid rain couldn't have destroyed the Fallen at all. The broadcast went on, and there was a skeleton on the screen, and they said it was the skeleton of their comrade, and they apologized for being late. But Constantine swore on his mercenary's honor that he would deal with the Fallen. Yang Zhen was saying, seemingly playing to the camera for everyone to leave, and that he would cover for them, and that he was leaving it up to Constantine, and that if Yang Zheng could survive, they could definitely drink together again. Everyone in the audience was looking at the screen saying, what a good guy he was. While Gigi watched from the balcony and cheered, saying it wasn't a bad show, and then argued with the sponsor about his stats. And the sponsor responded that with the restoration of sound, audience satisfaction has stabilized and continues to rise. A little more, and this stream will reach 5 digits and hit the top of the popular airwaves, said Wenming. And Sengji was very happy, and exclaimed that Wenming was as talented as expected, and that she had bet on the right horse this time. They said on the air that the team is about to find the treasure, and this is the map that will lead them to it, and they'll get there faster. Wenming said that he claims these are priceless treasures that even the aristocrats would want to possess. He won't let their sacrifices go to waste. The screen showed that the team had finally found the treasure, and that Constantine hadn't let them down. Bai Wu asked about the debuff that got Yang Zhen's confusion and Liang Yu's mood shift. Qin said yes, and that they seemed to be able to control it, and thought why would Qin lie to him, since the clues said that Liang Yu's debuff was corrupting the clues, couldn't be wrong. Based on the meaning of the word, it's like submitting to the will of the Fallen One. If Liang Yu's debuff is not dealt with urgently, a traitor may appear in this trio. It was necessary to use the drug on Liang Yu so that his debuff wouldn't interfere with them, and so that he wouldn't do the Fallen One's will. Bai Wu told Qin Lin to take the umbrella and disc. The latter replied, well, even though the 2 items led the wrong way, and thought they could use these items to mislead Dundler in turn. Now he had one question to answer. If acid rain doesn't kill Dundler, what can they do to eliminate him then? Bai Wu thought. Qin Lin asked Bai Wu if they would take the drug with them. He replied that they were using it right now, and called out to Qin Lin to go faster, and that it was starting to rain, and they hurried out of the house before it rained. Bai Wu told Qin Lin that they should find another hiding place, and the sooner the better. Liang Yu sat alone and said that that fallen immortal, and that they wouldn't come back, and that there was only one disc, and who would Constantine give it to? And he thought Constantine would give it to Yang Zheng, and that it was because of Yang Zheng that Mazi died. Liang Yu continued to be angry, judging Yang Zheng. Saying that that jerk let Bai Wu go with such confidence and that he was an infiltrator was just better at strategy and Liang Yu at perception. And that old San had just recently bragged about his beautiful bride, and when Falun Yang Zhen came out, he ordered him to be the one to cover. He raved and said that the more he got close to people, the more he realized how disgusting they were. Stupid, ugly people. And the aristocrats enjoy the view from above, said he, while they, these poor fellows, labor hard outside the tower. And that as soon as he returned, he would be their aristocrat and didn't finish. He wanted to do something. But Bai Wu gave Liang Yu a shot in the neck at that moment, then told him not to make stuff up when it's raining. Our hero said that Liang Yu's debuff was now dealt with and could now exhale and depart. Liang Yu thought, as they sorted out whether it was the effect of the drug and how many secrets Constantine still had, and that if such a drug could be mass-produced, scouting parties could go into the Violet Zone without fear. Qin asked Liang Yu if he felt better. He said he felt better and admitted he was one step away from making a mistake. Asked if they had found the drug upstairs. The latter replied that he was upstairs and that Mr. Constantine understood at a glance how the drug could be used. Liang Yu thought about the fact that Bai Wu knew what the effects of the drugs were and had previously already realized what the matter was. He also thought that maybe Bai Wu knew about the effect of the Disc of Joy and Sorrow. Even though they had lost 2 comrades, they had gained someone incredible in return. I thought all the clues would start coming together soon, but there was a key puzzle missing. Once they do, we can solve Dundler's secret. Bai Wu's entire terrain is already mapped out and it's a symmetrical chessboard, but they'll be facing the Fallen on an asymmetrical board. Thought it was a confrontation between 2 sides with one strong monster and the other weak survivors. Strange symbols in the notebook he found in the shelter. And the same symbols were in the 9th Psychiatric Hospital, Bai Wu remembered. In the hospital, he entered Hong Yin's memories. And maybe it has to do with her powers and the patterns on her neck. Maybe that notebook is a gateway to memories, and judging by the hiding places, the terrain is planned all over the place. Bai Wu thought he had looked at the 4 corners of the board, but there were still clues on the forward direction, and Dundler had an obsessive-compulsive disorder. There was one key missing to unlock the secret. He was thinking of a hideout in the south, and that Dundler could have prepared many sources of false information. Prey's Eye said that Dundler had noticed that Liang Yu and Qin had become less afraid, and that the flavor had changed for Fallen, and he was angry and counting 600 seconds. Just as Bai Wu thought Dundler had a loophole, and that if he didn't find his weak spot within 10 minutes, something very unpleasant would happen. But Prey's Eye warned that after the Dundler was destroyed, there would be a gap in this road, but it would be necessary to pass through here after his destruction. Bai Wu assumed that Dundler had a connection to the whole area, maybe even a single entity, but there was a cave nearby. There was a book with Dundler's secret in it. Prey's Eye warned that Bai Wu's attitude towards Dundler might change once the secret was revealed. Bai Wu then said that they had come, and Qin Lin asked where they were going. He told them to just follow him. Bai Wu thought that Dundler had a very difficult past. In 10 minutes, he had to find the truth about Dundler hidden by the organizer. On the other side of the jungle, Yang Zhen was distracting the monster, repeatedly leaving the monster in the acid rain in an attempt to destroy it. But the monster recovered. Yang Zhen said that the rain didn't take it. The monster replied that the acid rain would destroy Yang Zhen, but not him. Yang Zhen was surprised to hear the monster speak. The monster was saying that the taste of its prey had changed, and Yang Zhen was talking about the mutation, and that the Fallen One had actually been playing with the prey all this time. The monster further said that this place is one big chessboard, and he is willing to be a pawn of the master, and that the teacher will lead them to destroy this tower. And what they're gonna do, and who they are in this game, and what they're gonna do to save themselves. Yang Zhen couldn't stand it and started to run away from the monster, while the monster laughed and watched him. He shouted after them to run away from him, and that there was no way out for them anyway. However, Yang Zhen ran as hard as he could in fear and did not look back at the monster. And the monster told them to run to where they would be destroyed and laugh. At the end, the monster added that the one who destroys them won't be him. Meanwhile, Bai Wu was with a team in the north of the unknown jungle. Qin Lin asked what was in there, and Liang Yu said that there was supposedly someone inside. The door was open, and if there were people inside, why didn't they come out? They were asking each other if it was a trap or something else. Bai Wu had a bad feeling from the moment he entered the jungle, and had a feeling that he was about to solve the mystery. Chess jungle-like monster stomach clues about Dundler eating people and saving the sick. A notebook scribbled all over with symbols. Bai Wu was also thinking about those 3 and how they could have influenced the outcome. After all, if one were to gather all the clues, it would be a mess. Dundler embodied pure evil. He hated humanity. Bai Wu remembered about Ilya and that these fallen weren't so squishy. Bai Wu told the two of them to stay if anything to report and thought that all the secrets were hidden in this room. They replied that they understood the instructions and asked Bai Wu to be careful. Prey's voice said that there was a person hidden in the box and that 2 days ago, someone had left an archive document and added to keep Bai Wu out of it. But Prey's eye knew that our hero was very curious and would go in anyway. Bai Wu, trying to figure out who was there, asked Dundler if there was a Dundler in that box, and he assumed that the person who left the box was the teacher, and that Dundler's secret was supposed to be hidden in that room, and that's where the teacher's next move was supposed to be. It said that once Bai Wu discovered that acid rain was useless against the fallen, he realized that this area wasn't a jungle at all, and that Dundler is a kid and likes to play, and he's half a year older than Elijah, and that he didn't know there was someone stronger in spirit than him, and that he learned a lot from Hong Yin about the teacher. Bai Wu thought that it was a human and a fallen at the same time, and lived somewhere in the purple or red zone. The notebook was Dundler's salvation. Through the seal, the child and he were joined, and it was a mystery how a person could live 2 lives at the same time. In the document, the teacher left our hero the answer to the riddle, and that Bai Wu would approach the teacher even more through the clue. And Bai Wu entered Dundler's memories through that notebook. Asked Dundler if in this box, and the countdown was almost rolling, and he entered the memories. February 19, 2017. Someone dressed as a doctor was telling the boy that life was fragile and that he had to do a great deed of sacrificing himself for others. That though it hurts, everyone will be grateful to the boy for it, and everyone will remember and love him. March 5th, 2017. A boy met a nurse, and he thought she was as good as a doctor. She didn't hate him or fear him. She told him he could ask the doctor for something if he wanted something, like food or play or whatever. But the boy didn't understand why the nurse always looked sad. The next day, the doctor was surprised that the boy asked him for something, but the boy did as the nurse instructed and said nothing. The boy said that the doctor was in a good mood because the nurse told him that the hospital was good and many people were treated there and the boy was happy. But the nurse was sad because the doctor refused the boy's request. April 21st, 2017. The boy was lying on the operating table, and the doctor was unhappy, it seemed, because the boy was growing too slowly. The doctor reproached him that everyone was waiting for him to heal, and he was selfish. The boy was ashamed, but he wasn't selfish. He was trying to grow up. The boy thought if only he'd recover faster, everything would be fine. He really didn't want the doctor to get angry. June 4th. He was a little weak, and the boy told the doctor that he was hungry and did not want to go into surgery. The expression on the doctor's face became stern, and he said that many more people needed to be saved, and if they didn't hurry, they might die soon. And he knew what doom is when you fall into a dream and you can never wake up. He thought it was lonely and didn't want them to die. July 7th is a day of rest, but the boy wanted to get out of there. He missed his sister and wanted to talk to her, but they removed his eyes, tongue and teeth, and he needed time to grow eyes and teeth and a tongue. He was told again that he had to sacrifice himself and would be loved for it. That even though he'll be hurt, he'll be thanked and not hated like those monsters. On the 10th of May, 2018, he met a nurse. She was as good as a doctor and neither feared nor hated the boy. And the nurse said that he can ask the doctor anything he wants, like eating or playing. You can tell him anything. But only the nurse was sad, and she told the boy he had to remember something. May 11th, 2018, the boy told the doctor he was forgetting something. The doctor's face changed, and the boy knew he'd said something wrong, but he wondered what he'd forgotten. The boy wanted to ask the doctor for toys, books, food, but the doctor seemed angry, and now he couldn't ask him for anything, and thought to himself that he was wrong again, and apologized many times sitting alone in the room. May 14th lately, the doctor had been in a good mood and told the boy that he had saved a lot of people, but the boy was glad of that too. And the nurse also said that the project was a huge success, and that Lancet magazine thinks the boy solved a lot of problems, but only the doctor was happy. July 5th, for many days, the boy was lying on the operating table. The doctor's face was not very good, and it seems the boy was growing slowly, and the doctor reproached, and the boy was ashamed and sad, but he wasn't selfish, and he was trying hard to grow up. He thought if he could recover faster, it would be great, and he didn't want the doctor to get angry, but he thought why he said every time. January 1st, 2019. Year Sis wanted to celebrate the new year with Enai, and wants to take him with her and feed him something delicious, and said that he saved a lot of people and that they shouldn't have locked him in that ice flask. He was cold and asked if people remembered him, but the little sister cried and he thought why? Because he had done a good deed. He was happy to be remembered and loved. January 11th, 2019. The sister said goodbye to the boy. It was weird for him because he was just going into surgery and he thought they'd see her again. January 12th. The boy asked the doctor, as usual, if people loved him. The doctor answered nothing and began to cut his forehead. It wasn't like before. The doctor wasn't removing organs, he was removing the boy's brain. He hoped the surgery would be over soon, and he could comfort his sister because she was so worried about him. January 13th, 2019. The boy was again told by the doctor that life is fragile and the greatest thing is to sacrifice oneself for others. Even though he's in pain, everyone will be grateful and remember his help and rescue. There was a little sister standing outside the office, crying very hard. March 3rd, 2018. The boy went back to school again, and the teacher was happy for him, but he doesn't like the way they look at him. He thought he was cured, but everyone still looked at him with sympathy. He wondered if he shouldn't look at them like that. Then after lunch, there was a test, after which the teacher asked him if he would like to participate in the regional Olympiad. And the guy didn't mind, at least until now. The point of his life was to bring more value to people's lives. March 4th. Everything was boring at school, and he fell asleep and had a dream. And in the dream, he dreamed it was like he was in the hospital again. He was lying on an operating table with a man who looked just like him lying next to him. And the guy with the blonde hair seemed to be calling for the guy who had the dream. He woke up and thought what a strange dream it was. But that dream kept that guy out of the hospital. And every time he saw this part of the dream, it would repeat over and over again. And he thought the dream was like he was searching for something. And then at school on the roof, a student confessed her love to him. And that was the most interesting thing that happened all day. She followed him around all the time. He was polite to her, just like his parents taught him. But actually, this student who confessed her love to him was very disgusting to him. And they hadn't talked much, but what she liked about him, he thought, he suspected she wanted to raise her profile or status through him. But then he thought that student didn't know she was just food to him. A guy student had to have surgery because he had multiple organ failure, but he had a feeling that afterward, he would no longer be himself. He had that dream, and he seemed to be used to lying on the operating table every day with another boy from the hospital. And all the organs of that boy from the hospital were given to that student, and he got used to them being one and wondered if he really existed. Then the student asked his mom about the organs, but she told him that the organs in his body were from different people and that he shouldn't think about it. She told her son to focus on his studies because he should earn more money for the family in the future. Then the student gets sick of that girl student when she's around him. When she saw a stray cat, the girl said how dirty and disgusting and shabby it was. But in her feed, she posted cats from the cat cafe. Also, the yard dogs disgusted her, but someone's Shiba Inu was more valuable than the losers at school. She thought she'd become his girlfriend. And she was bragging about her relationship with him, and she got conceited. And the student got even more curious about what it's like to eat people. The episodes from the student's dream became more and more realistic. He thought he saw the face of the boy from the hospital, the same age and very similar to the student. The boy from the hospital was telling the student that no one loved him and that everything was a hoax. The student didn't quite understand what he was saying yet. The pupil was always surrounded by people who liked him, and he was always diligent and obedient, studied well, and was popular with the girls. And the student's father made so much money that he didn't have to think about the future. Everyone loved him, and he hated them all, and only wanted to devour them. In past dreams, the student was chatting with a boy from the hospital, and the boy was complaining and asking the student why everyone was afraid of him. Today, the boy didn't recognize the student, as if he didn't remember anything at all. In high school, a girl dragged him into the nurse's office to make out, and he bit her lip. At that moment, the student suddenly realized how bright the world was. He heard as if his organs approved of the blood, and admired it until the girl pushed the student away. She looked at the student in horror as if she'd seen a monster. He said what was that look on her face, and said he bit half her lip off and that she told him how much she loved him, but she couldn't even accept him like that. The student's father recovered a lot of money for the situation, and also accused the student of losing a lot of money because the company's reputation affected the stock. The student kept thinking it was a shame he'd eaten so little. But on the whole, he was pleased that he would no longer have to look at the face of that ugly woman who divided everyone according to their standard of living. Gradually, the disciple felt something awaken inside him, and he thought he had found the meaning of life. May 20th was an interesting day because the teacher brought the therapist to the student and only wanted to hear one thing: that the student was under a lot of stress, and that he did it to the girl, and that he didn't do it on purpose. The therapist was very good. I think he said his name was Kane. And he called the student Dundler and said he would call him that in the future. And he said that Dundler is not a good kid. And said it wasn't stress, and that he just liked the taste of blood. Kane and Dundler, what strange names they had. But it was all very unexpected and very, very interesting. Dundler got a car for his birthday and he didn't like it. He's so sick of this pretty boy life. In the dream, he became friends with that boy from the hospital again, but Dundler had a hunch that the boy would soon forget him again. After lunch, Kane suddenly reappeared in the backyard of Dundler's house and said he wanted to talk to Dundler as a therapist. The parents were happy to let him in. Turns out Kane knew it was Dundler's birthday and came to give him a present. Kane took him to the parking lot, opened the trunk of a car that Dundler didn't like at all. There was a bag in the trunk with a woman crying. Kane asked Dundler if he liked his gift. Dundler grinned and bared his teeth and said it was cool. Within a year, Kane had become Dundler's mentor. He told him about a dream he'd had. And Kane told Dundler that the dream was actually real. Said that there was another Dundler like him in the world, and another he had suffered, and the world owed him a huge debt of gratitude. And that Dundler's raison d'etre is to take back all that debt from the world. January 4th, 2020th year, more and more people began to mutate. Around the city, they discovered what they called the Fallen. Dundler was a little apprehensive upon hearing the news, but Kane gave him courage and said he was a born predator, preying on the Fallen and mankind. Said he wanted to save his own self. But Kane said that the other Dundler is still benevolent to the world and that the time has not yet come. March 4th, 2022nd year, the number of Fallen continues to grow. The Fallen walk, the streets destroying everything and increasing their numbers. Although their numbers have not yet reached the level of a threat to humanity. Kane took Dundler to hunt some Fallen and some humans. Dundler didn't understand which side Kane was on or what he meant. He told Dundler that they belong to themselves and that if the Fallen do evil, then they will destroy the Fallen. If people do evil, then people will be destroyed, and that it is even better. July 15th, 2023. The changes in Dundler's body could no longer be concealed. Then he's already consumed too many humans and the Fallen. Dundler asked Kane if he was human, but he answered him that it was worth it to be human, and that humans would be driven into the high tower only in that form Dundler could stay outside. Parents and teachers finally showed their true selves, and everyone around him became afraid of Dundler, he said, and he was even having fun. He thought they were angry that they couldn't use him anymore, but continued to play pathetic and scared in his opinion. They wanted to send him to the 9th mental hospital where they lock up monsters. He asked if he was a monster and thought people's faces were disgusting. On September 11th, 2023, a masked man appeared in town. Dundler was furious. The fear in the city, driven to the limit by the appearance of the masked man, Kane told him he was a problem and it was better not to get caught. When Dundler was about to be locked up in the 9th psych ward, Kane saved him. And Kane also told Dundler to wait for the masked guy to die so they could save the other Dundler. July 14th, 2024. Kane told Dundler that the mutation rate in the world is extremely high. People started lining up to escape into that tower. Only those who were willing to die were left outside. And the guy in the mask is either lurking or has already left town. The city was in complete chaos with stronger monsters spreading all over the city and causing havoc. And people were running in every direction every day at the market, and you'd see fights over supplies. But there were organizations that set up shelters for people and helped them. And Kane said the world would last 3 or 4 years, and then it would be hard to see people outside the tower. And that if Dundler wanted to stay on the outside and not live with a herd of humans, his only option was to become the Fallen. He and Kane drove to the downtown hospital. Dundler had wanted to go there before, but Kane wouldn't let him. And Dundler finally got to see his other self in the hospital. The door to the office had been open for a long time at that point. The other Dundler ran to where there was more light. Nobody knew him, nobody loved him, nobody cared about him. He thought saving others was a hero to them. But he saw that everyone in the hospital was fussing, and no one paid any attention to him in the commotion. Some even showed their disgust. He was calling loudly for that nurse he'd befriended at the hospital. But Kane told Dundler that there were never any nurses in the hospital at all. There hasn't been another woman in that hospital since Dundler's surgery. At this point, the memories ended, and Baiwu returned to reality, and he realized that the world didn't start changing with the Fallen. It started with the environment. Thought that for the modern world, there was already a prototype for the modern world. Some gifted people could already awaken some ability. Dundler did not possess the Fallen mutation called Absolute Regeneration at that time, but was a man with the talent 42 Infinite Nirvana. The first diary entries appeared in 2017. For 7 years, doctors treated Dundler as an organ repository, and he was used to harvest organs to save others until the year 2024. There's a gap in this horrible cycle, and it was caused by the baby that Dundler saved with his organs. The irony was that the good man lived in a horrible environment. No one loved him. No one cared about him except for the illusory image of a nurse. This nurse, like a Kom Hoon Yin, kept Dundler's humanity secure. And even when everyone gave up on him, he didn't hate or resent him. All this time, Dundler was still human. If that boy had met Hong Yin, They could have been brother and sister in misfortune. And that kid who got the Dundler organ transplant lived in an environment that most people would dream of. But Bai Wu thought that he had become a fallen too soon. Of course, it was because of the teacher who appeared there as Kane. If it was a real therapist and not Kane, maybe the second Dundler wouldn't have decomposed so badly. The damaged notebook was Kane's power that connected the lives of the two Dundlers, and Bai Wu finally realized the last mystery. The teacher left something else in the notebook for him, calling Bai Wu a researcher, and that our hero must have realized after seeing how ugly human nature was, and was ready to reveal another secret to Bai Wu. The teacher also wrote that he had channeled a bit of all three of the people Bai Wu met. Our hero thought that the teacher was not a fallen and was also living in the tower. The teacher wants to force him to make a moral choice and thus catch him, and the main tool is not Dundler, but him. That was the teacher's assignment. Bai Wu agreed and said that he had miscalculated something and that morality had never bothered him. Talent, people think the more consistent the talent, the rarer it is, but there were special cases. If the owners of certain numbers in the talent sequence come together, their talents can unite. Although the consistency may be low in certain cases, such talents could become stronger than rare talent. Bai Wu, the holders of those talents, receive the benefits of another person's sacrifice. Bai Wu suspected that those three probably knew this secret. But Yang Zhen knew the secret, he also knew the duration of destiny. Thanks to the teacher's hints, the three of them knew that there was an artifact hidden there. But the teacher told Yang Zheng that if there was a combined talent on the team, he would certainly not be the one to get the artifact. He can try to guess where the talent for Satan's Kiss might be right now. Bai Wu thought that it was clearly Old San or Matsui. The people in Yang Zhen's team working as ore miners used two talents and caused large collapses in the ore vein. Every time Yang Zhen took on a certain task, he would send the talent holders to a field in the white zone to absorb the luck. This was something they had done more than once and not twice, so relying on the luck of his comrades, Yang Zhen had accomplished many tasks and earned a good reputation. Bai Wu remembered that when they first met, Yang Zhen's confidence in his reputation was palpable, but their luck isn't unlimited, and now they're in Dundler's stomach to entertain him. Teacher considers themselves experienced to avoid danger, and thanks to this experience, they have time and again survived mine accident. But there are no ghosts in that world, and all dead people outside the tower turned into the Fallen, and people turned into the Fallen couldn't get into the tower. And the grievances of those people who turned into the Fallen can't hurt anyone, and it couldn't affect Yang Zhen's life either. Even if a man is not killed by another man, but because of the other man's guilt, he died, is he really not guilty? The teacher gave an assignment to choose from. Dundler should be about to go into phase 2, and most of the gastric juice will soon rise from the ground. How long it's been, but Dundler still likes to watch his prey slowly eat away at his stomach juices. To the west, to get to it, you have to jump on huge logs and not fall down, or the gastric juices will eat away at it. It could fit 4 people. The teacher or Bai Wu could have made a choice to save 1, 2, or 3. Bai Wu stood with a notebook in his hands, wondering what he should choose, and he thought that the way Kane spoke was very much like the teacher he thought he was, and he thought the teacher had lived 700 years. But in the Bai Wu asked Praise Eye, that didn't he say? That 2 years ago, there was someone there who prepared everything, and the hospital was also Praise Eye agreed. And he thought, but the first able to remain undetected under any surveillance, why meet Kane's disciple? Bai Wu thought Kane was deliberately addressing this to someone. And judge Bai Wu, if Kane, so Kane tracked down Wuju, thought Bai Wu, and said that the situation was getting more and more interesting. And with this assignment, Kane wanted to put his target in a difficult position and determine what type he was. Bai Wu even imagined how, at the next location, Kane, with a winning face, tells our hero that he made an interesting but entirely expected choice. He stood there not knowing what to do or what to choose. What was the right choice? Then everyone would remember him as an accomplished miner and mercenary, and all the miners who died at his hands would not be able to rest in only the. Besides, according to Locke's principle, that means every contact leaves a trace. So all 3 of them were lured to the area by Kane. And they all have clues to him, and Bai Wu thought all 3 of them must have survived. But if he saved the 3, he couldn't take what was in the box, so Bai Wu thought he had to deal with the last clue. Dundler. He opened Bai Wu, and Dandler kept asking. He had the talent of infinite nirvana, the accompanying power of the 9th step of the 3rd level. In all 700 years, he had not seen a human being. The boy had seen the other Dundler ruin one man after another for justice, but the boy was unhappy. They were the closest to each other, but also the most alien. Dundler is a naive and kind man who saved Dundler Fallen with his organ. Dundler Fallen, under Kane's leadership, did much evil and finally turned into a predator. Bai Wu was confused by the fact that the latter ruined people to make the former happy, but the more Dandler Fallen did evil, the more unhappy the latter was. But the misunderstanding itself had to do with Cain. Bai Wu understood the choice. Bai Wu suggested the boy be called Prometheus, and said he was a smart kid and never really lost his memory. Asked Prometheus what he hoped would change if he started over time after time, and he wondered how Bai Wu understood everything. Cain also said he would call him Dandler, and said he was disobedient, and that it wasn't about stress, and that he liked the taste of blood. Bai Wu told Prometheus that the doctors despised him for digging into his brain, thinking he would forget everything, but in fact, he had forgotten nothing. He was a poor kid and only hoped that a similar scenario could come to a different outcome, continued Bai Wu. In Prometheus' memories, there was a nurse who could talk to him, and she was kind and very different from the others. But Bai Wu guessed that she didn't exist. It was just another personality of that child, and there was one other mistake. If Prometheus was really losing his memory, how could the nurse tell him what he should remember? The nurse remembered everything as this child, and Prometheus never lost his memory. But even so, he still didn't get angry. Bai Wu told him that what he suffered the most was not the endless agonizing surgery or the cutting out and transplanting of organs. From the fact and that's two or more different personalities, but Bai Wu said he's never seen anyone like him. One personality radiates kindness, and the other told him that he was sure that if Prometheus hadn't turned into the Fallen after all he'd been through, then he was waiting for the day when everyone would love him. Bai Wu explained to Prometheus that they tried to link him to Dundler, and it made him think that Dundler was his other side. But that's not how Bai Wu explained it to the boy, and that they both realized that Dundler is the fallen one, and they are human, and should not be confused with each other. Yang Jing ran over to where the others were, and thought, where was Constantine? And why did the fallen one talk like a human? And that many more people would die at his hands in the future. After all, the transition to the new phase had already been completed, and all that was left was to wait for Bai Wu to make a choice, the fallen one said. The fallen one liked it when people ruined each other and wanted Bai Wu to save only one or two while the rest would wait hopelessly for doom. Bai Wu said that if there is anyone who cares about Dundler in the whole white world, it is only Prometheus and not Cain. And Cain made sure the boy slept in the tower all those years, but no one cared for him or knew about him. Bai Wu said that all of this time Cain has been deceiving Prometheus, and not only him, but Dundler too. He explained to Prometheus that Dundler, who had survived thanks to his organs, might have taken a chance, but now he could no longer return to the tower. And he rose from his seat and called Prometheus to come with him, to stop Dundler together and then leave that place together. Prometheus asked Bai Wu who he was and how he knew everything. He said his name was Constantine, and told the boy that he would be following our hero for a long time to come, and that he was someone the boy could trust completely, and that he would return Prometheus to the tower, and the boy would no longer be locked up, and could walk the streets where people walk. Our hero said he didn't know Prometheus' entire past, but he promised it would be different starting today. Prometheus soon took Bai Wu's hand and marveled that he was real, and said that suddenly when they came out of there, our hero would disappear. Then told Bai Wu that he had seen so many kind people, but in the end, they all left him and asked if he was like them. The boy has fantasized all these years about all these good people. Bai Wu replied that if the boy stopped Dundler, he would take him home. But Prometheus said he couldn't do it, that he begged Stone to stop Dundler, but he wouldn't listen, and Dundler went even crazier. Bai Wu thought it was the biblical villain who tricked the two children. Not only did he not pass on Prometheus' request, but ignited Dundler's greater disgust for humans. And because of that broken phone, Prometheus gave up trying to convince Dundler, and he thought he was helping Prometheus get justice. But Cain didn't realize that with Prey's Eye, Bai Wu had solved the case, and said that there was something Prometheus himself had to tell Dundler. And now our hero was calling Prometheus to come with him and tell him what he wanted to Dundler. After Bai Wu and Prometheus went to see Dundler together. Prometheus's eyes were blinding from the light of day after his years in captivity. Bai Wu took his hand and led him as he was still not used to the area they were in. The three of them started asking questions as soon as they saw him about whether they'd figured it out. Dundler had a rare mutation of environmental camouflage and gigantism. A pathology of weakness limited his speed. Bai Wu thought that everything in the area was Dundler's body, but who was he fighting with, since there was weakness in both the first and second phases? Assumed that the Fallen's regenerative abilities were not weak, but Dundler's pathology looks like an eternal wound, and could it have been left by a stronger Fallen? Plus, he was a Fallen who could turn into a huge neighborhood and destroy all the prey, but was still at level 7. And Hong Yin had a level 9 mutation stronger than Dundler, and Bai Wu was scared to imagine what she was like back. Bai Wu then had the three of them ask what kind of child this was and who he was, and he said there's very little time and no time to explain. Bai Wu told the guys to follow him, and that it wasn't safe on the ground. When they asked, Yang Zheng told his companions to follow Bai Wu. Those three guys asked Bai Wu where they were going now. He said that he was going west, and that there was a boat they could get out of there. Liang Yu shouted at Qin Ling, and told him to be more careful. He caught Qin Li by the arm as he was about to fall, and lifted Qin Lin up on a tree branch, and when he looked down, Qin Ling then asked Liang Yu what had just happened, and he replied that it was acid rain. Qin asked why the rain was oozing out of the ground, but all he said was that the ground was being dipped in acid and for Qin to climb the tree sooner. Bai Wu told them to be very careful not to fall down. Otherwise, Bai Wu continued, that all his work would just go to waste. Meanwhile, the liquid from beneath the ground was rising upward. The guys were walking and thought that Bai must have learned some secret in the room, or he wouldn't have been able to predict the changes in the environment. Yang Zheng thought about not letting Bai Wu out of his sight, and that perhaps the clues to the treasure that the rich customer was talking about were in that room. 2 days ago, a rich man offered Yang Zheng an astronomical sum of money to bring the rich man a treasure. The deposit was enough for Yang Zheng's wealth and for him not to be poor for the rest of his life. But unfortunately, the rich man suddenly died that night, and the mission was naturally suspended. But Yang Zheng didn't care. He already knew the area code, and all he had to do was go in while the code was valid, find the treasure, and sell it for good money. As for the rich man's death, Yang Zheng thought that the straightening squad should handle it, and asked Constantine why rain acid is rising from the ground and what's going on in that neighborhood. But Bai Wu only kept silent as he walked briskly onward, carrying the child. And Qin said that maybe our hero is always like this, and asked what kind of bag he had on his shoulder, and if there was an object that could help them. And the bag disappeared at that moment. The three of them thought that it might be Bai Wu's talent ability. They thought he had a spatial talent, and could pull things in or out of another space. Or he was controlling his mind, and thought that Bai Wu was very strong, and was very surprised by his talent. His bag actually became agilent, but it could only carry things up to its weight, and it couldn't carry living things. Bai Wu thought he'd passed by again, and that last time it was a camera, and now a bag. He wondered when the rice cooker would become agilent. It seems the disc of joy and sorrow exceeded his expectations, and even just by opening his mouth, Qin could indirectly affect reality. Yin asked why there was more and more water from below, and if they would all drown eventually. And Bai said they were in the monster's stomach, and to stop asking so many questions. And when we get home, we can do a Q&A. Yang Zhen shouted for everyone to keep moving west, and asked a question about them being in the monster's stomach. But Qinling said that if it's really the monster's stomach, then how big is it itself? And they were asking all these questions, following him at the same time, because they wanted to catch up with him, or all three of them would have died out there. Bai Wu finally came to the very spot he had been walking to all this time. And now he wanted to look at the connection between the boy and Dundler. The boy looked at the monster, and then called it by name. The monster also turned around and looked surprised at Prometheus. Xin almost fell again. Liang Yu caught him again and saved him. Yang Zheng was also following Liang Yu and Qin Ling, catching up with them. Then stopped on one of the branches and began to ponder. Looked down at the rain acid and that it was rising higher and higher, and talking about why that fluid underneath is so unpredictable, and couldn't figure out what to do about it or how to deal with the rain. Bai Wu turned towards those three and wanted to say something to them. He told them to all come to him and for Qin Lin to prepare an umbrella. Xin said that he understood the order and that he was ready to execute. Qin Li opened the umbrella and a cloud of protection appeared above him. This downpour was too strong, and even all the previous ones combined couldn't compare to it. Bai said that they could only wait for it to end, and that there was no way to go anywhere until it was over. Bai Wu thought that the acid was rising too fast, and that it wouldn't take 10 minutes for it to dissolve them all. Bai Wu told Prometheus not to worry, and that Dundler should be told of his wishes. Said that Dandler was a comrade he could trust, and that all he had to do was tell him what Prometheus thought. 2 days before, a teacher came to Dundler's house and said Bai Wu was coming, and that Bai Wu would take the teacher's bait and test him with an assignment of his choice. Dundler replied to him that it was great, and that he enjoyed watching hypocrites betray and ruin each other, and asked the teacher what if the researcher wanted to rescue another Dundler. But he replied that if the explorer leaves the area according to the teacher's itinerary, it won't be in the distant future. Dundler will reunite with another Dundler as already fallen. And the teacher went on to say that if the researcher ditches the other Dundler and decides to save those nasty 3 people, then more time is needed. But the teacher promised that in the end, they would be together forever, and that the 2 Dundlers would eventually be the fallen. Dundler the Fallen realized he'd been deceived and lied to, and that the other Dundler was never happy, and that he never wanted Dundler the Fallen to hurt others because of him. Prometheus called the Fallen by name, calling him Dundler, and Chin said he thinks they're really all going to die soon, yelling to be given the disc, and before the monster reacts to Prometheus to bring reinforcement, Bai Wu put his hand on Qinlin's shoulder and told him to calm down. For Dundler the Fallen also hid kindness in his heart, and only that kindness united them, and now it had to end. And Bai thought about the fact that there was nothing to see around, and that there were no normal people besides him and Qinlin. It was time for young Jun to pay for all his evil deeds, and Liang Yu was up to no good thought Bai Wu to himself. And Qinling was a bit like Prometheus, just a tool in the wrong hands. And the two craziest people there were Dundler and Prometheus. Meanwhile, Dundler apologized to Prometheus, saying that he only wanted him to be happy and saying that no one loved them. Though Dundler was a born evil and receiving love from others, he didn't trust them, thought everyone loved him for the wrong reason. But Prometheus was the opposite of Dundler in a very different way. And he told Dundler that nothing was wrong and that everything was fine. Bai Wu wondered how Prometheus remained so kind after suffering. He told Dundler that there must be good people in the world who would love them, and that they just hadn't met them yet. Bai Wu thought that Prometheus was even more insane than Dundler and had been brain damaged during surgery. There was no malice in him, only kindness. And Prometheus said that now isn't there someone who loves him talking about Bai Wu and that he wants to go with him. Bai Wu thought the boy would survive and be with him or Wuji. But Dundler didn't want to let Prometheus go, saying he had no one else but him. But Bai Wu thought that Cain wanted to turn Prometheus into the Fallen too. Eternal life with Prometheus was just a false dream for Dundler. Unfortunately, no one could do it. If Cain could turn Prometheus into the Fallen, he would have used it long ago. Then Yang Zhen started to get indignant and shouted, saying that they would all die there, and yelled at Bai Wu, saying he wouldn't even let him go after his death if he had something to hide, while Prometheus was yelling at Dundler, begging him to let him go, and that he doesn't want to sit in a damp room, he wants to live. Prometheus asked to be released, and said he wanted to live as a human being. And suddenly the rain stopped, and the sky was very clear. Everyone was very surprised by this phenomenon, and was very happy about it. Bai Wu realized that the entire outcome was now determined, and everything would be fine. The whole team stood staring in wonder at the clear sky. He said it finally stopped raining, but Bai Wu said there was more to it than that, but that the fluid has started to gradually lower its level. Liang Yu thought about the fact that the child shouted one phrase into the sky and immediately all danger disappeared, and that there was so much pleading and grief in that child's words. But who was he shouting it to? The master of the neighborhood, the fallen one. And he thought that Constantine knew everything up front from where he got his information, and the neighborhood wasn't as simple as Yang Zhen said. Qinling was overjoyed and asked Bai Wu about the fact that they would now be saved, but he held Prometheus's hands and told Qin that there was more to it. The kids were asking why the tree was suddenly growing so tall, but the whole crew stood there and didn't know what was going on. Qinling frightenedly looked at something and asked what it was. It turned out to be Dundler, who turned into a big tree. Bai Wu slowly walked closer and said hello to Dundler, and said he seemed to have something to say before he let them all go. The tree said he could take Dundler with him, and asked Bai Wu why he didn't send those three to the other world. And he corrected the tree, and said the boy's name was different now, and added that that wasn't the point. Then replied that all three represented the evils of hypocrisy and ignorance, and that Cain wanted him to choose someone, but Bai Wu was too lazy to choose. But the tree said why those three didn't deserve to be destroyed, because Kang had told Bai Wu the truth about them. Bai Wu replied that it was not for them to decide their fate, and said even if it's true, even if he's in darkness, even if people are dying, he still doesn't like to complicate things. Bai Wu said that the tree thought that destroying the evil ones and leaving the good ones behind was the easiest solution. Continued that a real slacker would choose to turn to the justice system because it has been perfected over thousands of years. And why don't they trust the full criminal law and put bold ideas out of their heads? The tree kept talking about the teacher, but Bai Wu said that his beautiful teacher had deceived him and that maybe his words weren't true. But the tree squeezed its eyes shut and couldn't say anything in response to Bai Wu's words. And Dundler turned into a tree and said that if Bai didn't fulfill his promise, Dundler would eat him. Prometheus was worried, but our hero told him not to worry, then told Dundler that he'd show him that not everyone in the world is evil. And Dundler said that they would see each other again, and that Bai Wu was very special, and even more special than the teacher had realized, and that he would come after him. But our hero said he thought Dundler would give him some information about the teacher. But Dundler said he wouldn't do that because Bai Wu took his friend. Bai Wu said that you take your loved ones and share your friends. Bai Wu added that Dundler had crowns growing on his head, not horn. Dundler yelled at him to get out of there before he changed his mind. Bai Wu said he was leaving and thought there was no way to find out anything about Kane. Even though Dander and teacher's cooperation hadn't been broken up yet, this incident would cause a rift between them, Bai Wu thought. Shinlin asked if they had survived. Yang Zhen asked that it was already over. Bai Wu told Prometheus to take the teleportation disc into his hands and turn it gently and wait a while. When the middle starts to glow, they can return to the tower. The guys on the team resented him for giving the disc to the kid. Bai Wu said he would call someone to rescue them, but he and the child would be the first to return. Told them to stand there waiting and not to go anywhere. At that time, Dundler grabbed Yang Zhenyu's legs and said they couldn't go anywhere, and he began to shout and call out to Bai Wu, but he only replied that he was not like Yang Zhen, that he would come back for them and keep his word. Die. And he was surprised and wondered if Bai Wu knew all about him, then thought there was no treasure in that place, and it was all pre-planned, and assumed that that rich guy hadn't gone to the other side of the world at all. Bai Wu and Prometheus were already ready to be sent back to the tower. There were 74% of the area explored. Fallen was left alone, and the pieces of the Doomsday puzzle in this area were moved. Bai Wu thought of the boy possessing endless nirvana. He hadn't turned into a Fallen yet, and after training he could become a true living shield. He was truly an artifact. On this expedition, Bai obtained an artifact with great potential, a sympathetic wedding ring, and a bag that has temporary housing difficulty. Figured that this time he had little time out of the tower. The strength was still at a low level, and he would need to find a way to increase his survival time. And that Kane definitely moved the Doomsday puzzles to the most difficult area. The world outside the tower is random. Kane does not possess a plan for all of these zones. But if he uses the disc and meets the teacher's students, he won't be able to continue using the disc. And the world outside the tower is huge. Why destroy Kane, and most importantly, can't follow Kane's plan, thought Bai Wu. Prometheus said goodbye to Dundler, thanking him for taking care of him and saying he would miss him. Dundler said the boy had to take care of himself, and that if anyone hurt him, he could come back and protect him. But Prometheus said he'd be fine. He told me not to hurt those 3 people, and to wait for Bai to bring people to take them away. And Dundler replied how sorry he was, and that he planned to eat all 3 of them. Prometheus was outraged and asked him not to do it, and Dundler agreed and said that if he asked, he wouldn't do it. Then the boy said goodbye to his friend and went on his way with Bai Wu. Praise Eye congratulated Bai Wu and said that a denouement had been reached in which all 4 were saved, and asked what Bai Wu will do with the child, and if he will join the intelligence corps. But Bai Wu thought it was really a problem. Well, if he's joining the intelligence corps, he'll have to come up with another normal name, and thought he'd go back to the tower and think about his new name. In Janlu Port, the broadcast of the broadcast, titled Notes of the Adventurer Constantine, the end of the first series was completed, and Wenman said on the microphone that viewers would see what happened next in the next episode. All the viewers were yelling and screaming for a new episode and wanted to know what happened next. Bai Wu returned to the intelligence corps unit on the 2nd floor of the tower, and Wuju said that Bai Wu's image and costume were ugly, added that the image is easily memorable, and now he's called the Knight in Cape and Mask, isn't he? Bai Wu suddenly showed him Prometheus, and said that he wanted the boy to join their scouting corps. But the captain asked the reason why Bai Wu asked him to do so. Prometheus shyly peeked out from behind Bai Wu's back and looked at the captain. He told the boy not to be afraid and to wait for him for a while. He agreed. Then our hero went to the captain's desk and asked him for a pen and paper to write something. Then, in this paper, he told that he had found this child in the jungle and that he assumed that someone from Tower Kane had placed him outside the tower. And there was also information related to this child, and among other things, it mentioned that he can regenerate infinitely. Even if he had all his organs removed, he'd still regenerate and survive. Bai Wu didn't know if it was some kind of talent this child had, but even if it was, as a precaution, Bai Wu decided to report it, and believed that with training, he could become a weapon of the 7th unit. Wu Jiu, soon after raiding to the end, set that piece of paper on fire immediately, and told Bai Wu to keep it a secret. He agreed. Prize Eye said that Bai Wu had recorded the results of the expedition, and not only did he express his confidence in Wu Jiu by telling him about the kid's abilities, and cleverly summarized the facts, and asked Bai Wu why he decided to tell Wu Jiu about the child's ability. Bai Wu asked Praise Eye if he remembered the information he had shown about the child when they returned to the tower. A few hours before, Praise Eye spoke of how Prometheus had spent so many years outside the tower without even seeing a living person. But now he could finally live the life of a simple member of the intelligence service. And although Dundler could destroy people, it had nothing to do with the child. And the boy had a secret that the people on the 6th floor were interested in. And when Bai Wu first met Wu Jiu and Yin Shuang, there was already such a notice. That and the fact that they had a common talent numbered up to 100. Moreover, Wuju has a talent higher than Prometheus, but that was the talent Wuju was hiding from everyone. Besides, Ying Shuang had the Avenger's note, and Bai Wu assumed that the 6th floor was looking for people with rare talent. He thought they were looking for them to get rid of them or to assign an important task, but it was probably the former. Being the trump card of the Intelligence Corps, and future Deputy Commander Wuju would definitely be able to keep a secret about Yin Shuang and Prometheus too. Bai Wu told the captain that Kane claims to be from the tower, and I think the head of some sect asked if the captain had heard about it, but Wuju replied that he'd never heard of someone like Kane. The boy didn't even know his voice, his appearance, or the floor he was being held on. Bai Wu wondered how many tragedies had happened in the 700 years that had passed outside the tower, and whether some evil lurked within the tower. And Praise Eye, for some reason, remembered Magneto, the leader of Mutant, a fighter for their rights. He was not interested in the order of the system, and he quickly descended into complete heresy. Bai Wu asked if he wanted to say that Kane is also the leader of the Fallen and a fighter for their rights, and in all the documents outside the tower. Dundler called him Master, followed his instructions even after he found out about the deception, and Kane promised the Fallen that he would help destroy a tower. I think he meant the tall tower where people live. While all of this was unknown, Bai Wu thought that he should avoid Kane for a while, and should stop using the displacement disc. The captain asked this kid what his name was, and he wanted to say Dundler, but then he stammered and said his name was Prometheus. The captain replied that the name is too long, and if you write such a name in the reports, there will be suspicion that he writes for the number of characters, and said he needed to change his name. The boy said he liked it. The captain said the boy could continue to use the name in games, but on missions, he'd be called by a different name. Wuju decided that he would be called Bai Xiaoyu, which translated to White Rain, and said that if there was an assignment, he would let him know. Then the captain told the boy that he could not accept assignments from anyone else but him, and asked if the boy understood him, and he said he did. Wuju also told Bai Wu that he'd better not reveal the identity of the cloaked and masked knight. He agreed. Thought it would be easy to store clothes in Jillin's bag and switch personalities in the future. People would find out that Constantine and the Intelligence Corps are in on it. Our hero wanted to leave Bai Xiaoyu to the captain, and said that Kane would probably find out about the boy, and that Wuju should be more careful. Prometheus said that that short brother was very strong and different from Mr. Kane, and he felt safe around Wuju and trusted. And Bai Wu thought it was great, and now even if Kane finds out, it'll mislead him into thinking his students were fighting Wuju. But the captain said to remember to develop his strength so that the team can trust Bai Wu. He also said he would help him keep some of Bai Wu's secrets, but he had to make sure the girl could be trusted. Bai Wu agreed, and asked if there were any more instructions, but Zheng Ji proved that she could be trusted by telling the story about the camera. The captain told Bai Wu that he had some kind of apprentice for him, and his name is Wei Min, and they'll meet when he goes to see his girlfriend, and the unit caught the attention of the higher-ups when he solved all the cases. Bai Wu replied that Casanova in a skirt is not his girlfriend, and that the attention of the higher floors is not a bad thing. Captain replied that the straitjacket is not happy. The Intelligence Corps was monitoring the lower floor. The straitjacket corps was monitoring the aristocrats. What are they dissatisfied with? Bai Wu asked. The captain replied that there was a big case on the 3rd floor, and that a message had been sent from upstairs saying that they needed men to help the straitjacket corps. Bai Wu replied that their corps had always been considered low grade by the corps people looked down on them, but if in that case they would help become the best. Then Wuju said that even though the straitjacket corps is rotten, they have a lot of talented people. They removed half the information on the case, and it's almost solved. And they won't be given all the information, so it wasn't that easy. If they screw up, the success of 100 cases is just wasted time. Bai Wu thought they were the footrests from the straitjacket and asked the captain what he would get a chance to walk around the 3rd floor. The captain said that there were 2 days left of Bai's week-long vacation and that he could do what he wanted, but in 2 days they were going to the 3rd floor, and he thought he could get out of the tower one more time and deal with the straitjacket when he got back. As he left, he told Xiaoyu to obey the captain and that the captain would take care of him, that they would see each other when he returned from his mission. Xiaoyu said goodbye to him and told him goodbye, little brother. Bai Wu quickly walked out of the office and the door slammed loudly behind him, but then he remembered what he was going to say and came back, and told the captain to send a group of men into the jungle from which he'd returned to retrieve the 3 men he'd left behind. The captain held his head in a frown and told Bai Wu to say the number. Soon Bai Wu went to Zheng Ji's store, but she was talking to someone there, and she was asking someone to tell her if she was a pretty girl. Wenming answered her that she was the most beautiful person he had ever seen, and asked her to give him a paycheck, but Zheng Ji offered to be his favorite girl. He agreed and told the dear girl to calculate her boyfriend's paycheck. Zhengji thought to herself that she would force him into her pond to work for free, but he, hiding behind his innocence, was hungry for profit, and she made it look like she tripped and fell on it, and now she was ready to work her charms on him. He looked at her in surprise and said, "Sis, what's going on?" She told Wenmin that she was his girlfriend and how he could demand money from her. But he said they'd break up then and asked the boss for a paycheck. She thought to herself what a stubborn boy he was and thought of doing something different, saying that when she saw him, her heart began to beat differently, and said he was her soulmate and that they should see each other more often and have fun together. He agreed and said that for a fee, he was willing to provide such services. She wondered what kind of greedy guy he was, and first he helped her as if he didn't need anything. Then when he realized he was irreplaceable, he asked for money, said he didn't need the money to be given to him just to help them. He's not innocent, she thought, but a real professional actor. After all, Zhengji agreed to discuss further cooperation and his salary. And outside, everyone was discussing the day's broadcast, and that Yang Zhen was the hero who stayed with the small team against the huge monster tree. Someone said that if Constantine hadn't called for help and destroyed the Fallen One, Yang Zhen and his team wouldn't have survived. Bai Wu was walking down the street store. Zhenji thought that he really admired her. In addition, he asked to keep Qin Ling because he is the owner of the Disc of Sorrow and Joy, and is not a bad person, just too stupid, because he didn't know anything about what Yang Zhen was doing, and he could be useful in future expeditions. It was as if he had sent a blessing with one word, and that it greatly increased the likelihood of the bag turning into a Jill. With these thoughts, Bai Wu walked into the Jinji store, and Wenming told her that he couldn't discount more than the minimum, that he discounted too much and she couldn't dream of more, and said that if the paycheck was small, it would affect his work, and he wouldn't want his mistakes to affect the streamer's income. At that time, Bai Wu thought that the lower floor had finally managed to gather those two promising, talented people under his command. And Zhengji agreed to the amount he wanted in his salary, and he was very happy and shouted that he would sign the contract right away. Then the guys saw that Bai Wu was back, and he asked them what the income from the live broadcast was. Zhengji said that they would be rich, and Wenming was glad that he had seen Mr. Constantine himself and was very happy about it. Then added that Bai Wu was so great on this broadcast, didn't he think he would soon see who was hiding under that mask? But Bai Wu thought that the Service Bureau was an organization that Wu Ju had worked for before he joined the Intelligence Corps, and they would take any job. And Wenming's demeanor matched the mindset of the people from the lower floor, simple, humble, but it's really just act. He answered him that he was early to rejoice, and that his name was not Constantine, and if he heard him call him that again, he would fire him immediately. But Wenming thought that Bai Wu was an intelligent and friendly boss, who was easy to get close to. He felt deceived to see him like that. Wenming also thought that Bai Wu had a very pressurizing aura. Bai Wu praised Zhengji, saying that she did a good job. She replied that he wasn't bad, and did a good job too, and went on to say that after returning to the tower, you can only go out again after 10 hours, and it's been 3 hours since he's been back, so they could prepare for the new broadcast. Zhengji was surprised he wanted to leave the tower so soon, and he replied that the primary goal was survival. He wanted to increase the accompanying power. He thought they didn't get that kind of money from good people, so he wanted to increase his strength just in case. The fallen outside the tower are very dangerous, but there could be more frightening people on the higher floors. Bai Wu asked one if Shorty had already told him about the case on the 3rd floor. He was surprised that Wu Ju was called Shorty. Bai Wu then explained that the captain's name was Gu Qingyu. He coughed and thought Brother Gu. And Wen saw Bai Wu's courage and strength, for even the bureau mistress didn't dare to talk about the captain's height. Zhengji asked what the case was about and if they knew each other. Bai Wu replied that they knew each other, and that when he returned to the tower, Wen should go with him. Chenji was glad that Bai Wu and Wen would go to the 3rd floor, and said she'd write them a list of things she needed to bring. Bai Wu asked if things from the 3rd floor are not easy to buy. She said of course not. And she said that even if she got a chance to go to the 3rd floor for work, it was off limits to the stores and entertainment venues. Here, Bai Wu realized why there were no factories on the lower floors with such a large population. The processing factory was on the 3rd floor. They controlled various resources and quality of life items, and only what was left behind went to the lower floors and was considered a treasure for humans. Bai Wu thought that the first people who entered the tower immediately went to the higher floors and mastered the power that allowed them to control the lower floors, and that in the end, only by having enough power could such a backward social order be created, and they got used to this system. The chance to go to the 3rd floor is rare, and there was surveillance. Bai Wu could bring more things to Zhengji, and she was very happy about it. She asked if he could carry it, and if he would be comfortable. Bai Wu said if the weight didn't exceed 20 kilograms, and Tseng-ji said she'd make a present for Sticky too. Meanwhile, Bai Wu had gone to the departure point outside the tower. He changed into his costume and prepared to leave the tower. Tseng-ji and Wenming were slowly going to go prepare all the equipment for the broadcast, and she told Van to head toward the square. They were happy to have a new live show again and to make money. Anticipated that the broadcast would once again garner new high rating. Bai Wu, on the other hand, had already teleported outside the tower again at that time. And it was a former zoo, but now it could be called a human park. Not only were people treated in the tower, but outside of it as well. This was an area where there were 744 fallen, and the Doomsday puzzles had not yet been obtained according to the data of the Prey's Eye. He was previously in a white zone, similar to the blue zone. Now he came to the blue zone, but the notice was similar to the purple zone, and Bai Wu didn't understand what the point was. Bai Wu realized that this was the worst place to just stand there and enhance the characteristic. But he had already gotten there, and there was nothing else to do. Bai Wu remembered his father saying that people thought they were superior to animals, so they can eat them, and that to animals they are no different from gods. They can't understand the human world, and that all the god-eaters were locked up and raised in a cage. The gods gave them different resources depending on the rarity of the animal. His father had said that the day might come when humans would be raised in a cage, and Bai Wu's father's words seemed real to him. Prey's Eye told him that last time, Bai Wu had made Ilya send himself to the other world in imitation of his father. His father guessed about keeping people in cages and seemed abnormal in every way. To Prey's Eye, it seems like Bai Wu's father and Cain knew each other. Each day, if the world in 700 years would look like the world Bai Wu lived in. He thought that after 2 meetings with Cain, he had given up on the idea. And it's not that he despises Cain, it's that he'll be weaker than his father. At the zoo, people look at the animals. Then this park has animals watching over people, asked Bai Wu. He thought that if these animals were also fallen, then these places of refuge were useless. Cain didn't prepare anything, so there are no clues. And if Bai wanted to find the puzzles of this area, he should have gone in. But he came for a performance enhancement and decided not to look for anything. The spectators resented that Constantine left. They wanted battles and spectacle. Then they saw several animals approaching him and thought they were the Fallen and shouted for him to start fighting them. They were the Fallen of the 2nd level of Unity mutation and could merge their field of vision, even though Bai Wu could somehow defend himself not against 3. Prey's Eye advised him to write a will or get away from them. But these Fallen were in no hurry to attack Bai Wu. People were wondering and shouting why the Fallen didn't attack Bai Wu. Someone said that Constantine was a peerless daredevil, and why would they attack him? The show's sponsor thought only the dead didn't panic at the sight of the Fallen. He was surprised that Bai Wu was so unperturbed and thought that if he invested in him, he could make a lot of profit. The sponsor told his assistant to arrange a meeting with Liu Chengzi and her team after the broadcast to discuss long-term cooperation. Our hero stood bored, wondering where to go next. He was holding a map of the area he was in and looking at it. Bai Wu looked up and saw a bird that was a Fallen of the 3rd level of mutation mechanization. It was a bird that liked to move in groups and fed on machine oil. As a modern bird, it was on trend, so it ate machine oil. Bai Wu was very surprised by this. All of them Fallen 3rd level mutation mechanization, and they had a motor inside them, but they weren't machines. They were living beings. It wasn't like a human mutation. It was like the animals were half alive, half machine, and the blue zone seemed more warped than the white zone. Our hero thought that people turned into the Fallen through a mysterious force, and maybe it was a gene mutation. But if Prey's Eye is right, then turning into a Fallen is more complicated. This is the first time Bai Wu has seen such a thing, and all the research on the Fallen that was found in Hospital 9 was completely refuted. The doctors didn't realize that becoming a Fallen wasn't just a gene mutation. If Bai Wu finds more information inside, he could have learned more information about the Fallen. He came just to walk around and raise his stats. The goal was to raise the level of the attendant power. Theoretically, Bai Wu didn't have any emotion debuffs, so he could just sit and level up in a safe hiding place. And his main concern now was to find a safe haven for himself. Bai Wu boarded the cable car, which was in good condition, but he couldn't ride it higher. It was enough, and the less he saw, the easier it was to suppress his thirst for exploration. He needed to break his survival record and go to the 2nd level to feel what Wang Shu mentioned. And to avoid making the airwaves boring, he turned it off. Viewers were outraged that they had just seen the metal Fallen and the air was cut off. They said they had been duped and asked for it to be turned back on. Wenming then asked Zheng Ji what they would do next. She replied that Bai Wu must have some kind of plan and that they should wait for now. Zheng Ji and Wenming waited for Bai Wu to come back on the air, but an hour had already passed. Then 2 hours passed, and Zheng-ji could not find herself pacing back and forth in the room. When 3 hours had passed, she took her head and started to panic. She was screaming and saying it's been 3 hours and what's he doing out there? People outside were waiting and going crazy. Wenming called out to Zheng-ji and showed her that Bai Wu was back on the air. Praise Eye then told Bai Wu that he had suffered the most incompatible debuff, and laughingly added that whether he was lucky or unlucky, if he was out of battle every 12 minutes, he would randomly receive additional interference. And he thought about the fact that Wu Ju had received over 100 debuffs, but he had no lust for battle, and that he had gotten the most unlucky debuff. If Bai Wu wasn't being pursued by the Fallen, he was out of combat, then instead of 1 interference every 4 hours, he would receive interference every 12 minutes. He thought it was an ugly start, and it wasn't that he lacked stamina. And I thought that God himself had just told me to go investigate. He looked around, wondering which way he should go, and that if he went north and crossed the fence, he'd be in the herbivore zone. This path was relatively safe, and he had no sense of fear. The Fallen would not attack him himself. Thought the notes didn't say anything about the existence of useful information in that direction, and Bai Wu thought about the west. But Praise Eye told him that if he went back outside the zoo, there was a park divided into 2 parts, an amusement park and a house of horrors. And the degree of distortion of that place is much greater than the zoo, and that Bai Wu's strength is not enough to go there. If that's where the real Violet Zone was, then the direction was too dangerous for him and wrong. There was a hole in the fence, so the iron animals got out. There was a power station behind, and iron animals on the other side. They were stupid but strong, and could also feed on humans. There were 4 directions and nowhere useful. Or, he thought that there were some weighty clues everywhere, and therefore Bai Wu needed to choose an efficient path. Bai Wu intended to go east. The note said that there were many resting places there. He thought the textual information couldn't have been hidden in the steppe, so the information must have been hidden in those vacation spots. Praise Eye said that after all, Bai Wu had decided to come to the eastern observation deck, and he had good and bad news for our hero. The good news was that there was a Jilin telescope that could only be used outside the tower. The bad news was that you couldn't take the telescope away. Praise Eye added that out of the goodness of his heart, he would give Bai Wu another piece of bad news, that there was a fool sleeping on the observation deck. He meant the animal. Bai Wu thought that if the animal was sleeping, it was great news. He had 7 minutes to get the next debuff, but he really wanted to at least see the effect of that telescope. It was a juvenile rhino, fallen 3rd level mutation, iron health, and mutation mechanism. The rhinoceros had a dream where he was happily running across the plains, and the Italian cow was sneaking glances at him. Bai Wu saw that he had stepped on some flyer and wondered what it was. It was a preview of the next episode of Circus Circus. Praise Eye said that if he leaves the tower, he'll meet these circus people sooner or later. He thought this circus group must be from another zone too. He wondered how many returns that series would come after, and that there was nothing else of interest, and we had to go upstairs. From the 2024th year to the High Tower era was the time of the greatest chaos in the history of mankind. But a few years before that, all sorts of mutations had begun. In the year 2022, the animals in that zoo were mechanized. They were no longer fed with food, but with all kinds of fuel. According to the hospital's reports, many fallen had already appeared around the city. The most absurd thing was that despite all this, people in the city kept going to the zoo. Bai Wu needed to hurry before receiving the next debuff with 4 minutes left. Praise Eye said the telescope is highly specialized and will only show one weak spot of the enemy. But Bai Wu thought that Praise Eye always gave accurate information on all matters plain and simple, but often the information was random. And that telescope only gave information about one thing: the weaknesses of the creatures Bai Wu was looking at. He wanted to see what was interesting. The Fallen no longer needed to go to the toilet, and it was no longer a toilet. It was now a gas station of sorts. Meanwhile, Praise Eye said that a not-so-useful talent called wave interference had been spotted. By destroying one Fallen, he could get the talent. And the weakness was a fear of fire. These creatures retained something of the animals, even though they'd mechanized. Or maybe it was just instinct. Bai Wu tried to unscrew and take this telescope with him, but he failed and was sorry that he only got to use it once. Bai Wu's level of accompanying strength was enough to run to the restroom in 3 minutes and enter a state of battle with that fallen one. And he ran up on the roof and he wanted to jump off the roof. Praise Eye tried to stop Bai Wu from jumping and said that although Bai Wu's accompanying strength was enough for such a jump, he asked to be warned in the future in advance of such action. Bai Wu soon pissed off the fallen one. He thought that the structures outside the tower were not as easy to destroy as the 3rd building of the mental hospital. And while the rhino was trying to break down the door, Bai Wu had enough time to escape. In addition, The battle state situation had resolved, and the countdown to receiving the next debuff had updated. Bai Wu hurried to the next location. 3 minutes later, Bai Wu was already outside that restroom. The fallen man in the toilet was a level 4 mutation. He had corrosion mechanical interference and the rare mutation mechanization. It was an Amazonian anaconda, but now it's no different from an iron sea dragon. It's fuel-powered, but it's afraid of fire. Bai Wu thought about the talent wave interference corresponding to his mutation was mechanical interference. Surveillance devices will not be able to capture listening devices, will not record sound any mechanical device to a certain extent. Outside of the tower, the talent is useless, but in the tower, it could help conceal Constantine's identity. Bai Wu wanted this talent because when he got to the 3rd floor, he could partially avoid being followed, but it was hard to get it. Although he knew that this anaconda was afraid of fire, but to set fire to the oil in the building, he would have to get close to it and the anaconda. Once the oil bursts into flames, he won't be able to escape from that distance without level 3 speed, and wanted to figure out how to burn it and stay in one piece. But Prey's Eye told him he didn't have to set the anaconda on fire. He was too focused on the fact that it was a fuel depot and the enemy was afraid of fire, and that made Bai Wu think only of how to set the depot on fire. But then he changed his mind and had a better idea. Prey's Eye told Bai Wu that if it were him, he would have walked out of there without making a sound. There was a big cat ahead of our hero, and he was now sleeping sweetly. Prey's Eye said that a real man could dream of riding. If Bai Wu rides a giant mechanical lion, only those with a Gundam can compete with. It was a fallen lion of level 5 mutation mechanization, metallic menace, and paralyzing roar. Bai Wu's childhood envy of Taya, who roamed Tokyo on the shoulders of a mechanical Taurus eye prey, told him what he was waiting for and rather subdue the lion. The spectators were saying that he was brave and that he was as metallic as those beasts. Bai Wu wasn't afraid to approach the fallen. Wen Ming and Zhengji sat staring at the screen wondering if Bai Wu would go to the lion. And she convinced herself and told herself to believe in Bai Wu. Meanwhile, people were pointing fingers at the screen and shouting that Constantine was very brave. He stroked Fallen's mane with his bare hands, and they said he had lost all fear. They thought that the next second the lion would eat him. Bai Wu had previously checked and realized that the Fallen had a big problem with perception, because the Fallen were the best at emotional perception, but the normal 5 senses have degenerated beyond recognition. Bai Wu thought that that little item from Dundler would bring unexpected benefits, although it was risky, but he decided to give it a try. And the lion woke up and began to growl violently at Bai Wu, who approached him. And he just stood there looking at this lion and not saying a word, but he wasn't afraid of him. The lion used the paralyzing roar ability, and Bai Wu would be paralyzed for 10 seconds. Prey's Eye congratulated our hero for successfully pissing off a level 5 fallen and coming out of a non-combat state. But instead of attacking Bai Wu, the lion licked him, and Prey's Eye still recognized that although there was an element of gambling, Bai Wu's bets were right in the end. Said that this mechanical lion now fully accepted Bai Wu as his partner, and right now, he was trying to win him over. And then Bai Wu ordered the lion to lie down and not move at all. Our hero had succeeded in taming this lion, now it was up to the anaconda. Bai Wu saddled the lion and headed towards the anaconda to solve the problem. The viewers looked at the screen bewildered and said that Constantine was cool and he had just ridden that fallen one. Some said it was some kind of device left behind by civilization outside the tower. Some said they were blinded by what they saw. Wenming said that the new boss is really cool, but thought that only a little inferior to the money, and that there's no way to voice it now. And there's no way to air it with the merchandise. Maximum economic benefit was Van's priority, and he wanted to come up with something to monetize it. Bai Wu rode a lion, and the Lamborghini and Ferrari of a previous life were not even close. And now, who's going to beat him? It was definitely a level 5 mutation fallen at the top of the food chain in the blue zone. The 6th level of mutation is already someone like Ilya, Bai Wu thought. But there was still one more uncertainty. This lion was now very agitated, and if in that state of mind, the ring would come off, he'll instantly change his attitude and tear Bai Wu to pieces, but it's a good start. On the hero waiting for the anaconda to come out and thinking that he was about to have talent. And an anaconda jumped out and attacked Bai Wu and the fallen lion. The anaconda wanted to take over the lion's neck. He was wriggling out. But eventually the lion crushed the anaconda and stepped on it, and it gave up. The lion roared triumphantly and did not let go of the snake, even though it tried to escape. Eventually defeating the anaconda, the lion had some kind of rock in its mouth. Bai Wu asked about what the stone in the lion's mouth was and whether it was a gallbladder. They were mechanized beings, said the Eye of Prey, and they didn't die as long as an entire power core. But the lion cracked the anaconda's core like a nut, and now the anaconda's talent of wave interference has gone to Bai Wu. Bai Wu thought that it was just like what happened to Ilya. Ilya had sent himself to the next world, which was the same as being killed by the Fallen One. And the serpent was destroyed by the lion, which was also essentially death at the hands of the Fallen One. In the end, it was still our hero who passed judgment. He thought that the rule outside the tower seemed to encourage more than just the destruction of the fallen by brute force, but using others to do the dirty work. That was an effective way too. A public restroom that retains the appearance of a 700-year-old lost its stench when it became a fuel depot, joked Praise Eye. Bai Wu thought that the toilet had finally turned into an oil storage room, but it seems the rules of the world outside the tower aren't as simple as he thought. On the walls of the toilet, Bai Wu read about a dog and that someone was saying that there was something wrong with it, but no one listened to him, and that it was long overdue to deal with that dog. But she came back to get her revenge. A lion roared outside, and Bai Wu thought to himself that there were new fallen nearby, and went out to the lion thinking he was really worried for some reason. Then he looked around at the area around him. Suddenly he saw the animals he had seen before appear in front of him. He looked up and saw some strange shots of fire, and still couldn't figure out what was going on, what those lights were. Those lights around him were getting bigger and bigger. And suddenly Bai Wu saw a strange dog in front of him. It shoots laser beams. The sponsor threw the cigarette out of his mouth, looked at the screen, saw the creature and said, "What the hell is that?" Viewers screamed that it was a monster. Some said it was even more interesting than the last one. It was a fallen of the 7th level of mutation mechanization. He had an inexhaustible source of energy. And Praise Eye said it was a dog, and even in her indifferent look you could still recognize a husky. In that neighborhood, this dog was the undisputed lord, as well as the bearer of the Doomsday Puzzle element. And the strongest fallen, only Hong Yin, surpassed him. Yi Bai Wu had to get this dog's approval to get the element. As for the perfect mutation of gigantism, it absolutely surpassed Dundler's power. Bai Wu thought that Fallen, with 3 mutations accomplished, was no opponent at all. Then Praise Eye advised Bai Wu to run to the toilet and hide there. Bai Wu asked Praise Eye what he had mentioned that the dog was. The carrier of an element of the Doomsday Puzzle, and that it meant that each element had a corresponding keeper, which meant that there were puzzle keepers in the asylum and in the jungle. The guardian of the asylum was Hong Yin. The note said that the Doomsday Puzzle piece was moved to the jungle, and the same thing happened. Bai Wu wondered if it had something to do with Kane. To put together the puzzle pieces of those areas, Bai Wu needed to find Kane, and to find him, Bai Wu would have to use the displacement disc. But our hero didn't want to use the teleportation disc just yet. A husky is not a stray dog. It must have an owner. That owner must be closely related to the zoo, Bai Wu thought. From the footage Bai Wu saw in the restroom, we can understand that the zoo staff wanted to get rid of the husky, but he came back to get revenge. Bai Wu pondered on why the dog had to take revenge on the human, and that it looked like that zoo had a history, but something didn't add up. All the fallen he's met so far are animal, but he hasn't seen a single fallen human. Kane had previously left the stories of his students in areas associated with the disc of displacement of perhaps every puzzle keeper. Now, Bai Wu had to get the Guardian's approval to get the puzzle piece, not get rid of it. The lion roared, and Praise Eye laughed at them, saying they were show-offs and weren't they just huddled in a corner like 2 kittens. Our hero jumped on the lion and told him to follow that dog. The lion stood still, and it seems the power of the ring's sentience wasn't enough for him to risk his life for Bai Wu. For 700 years, the cat had learned one thing: that dog was never to be messed with. He was the owner of this zoo. Bai Wu wanted to see this fallen one up close. Praise Eye said he had a chance to observe him where he walked by a pile of scrap metal, and he asked our hero to hurry up and that he might find something unexpected there. 7 minutes later, Bai Wu rode the lion to where the dog had passed, and the lion started growling for some reason, but Bai Wu calmed him down by telling him that the lion should hide for now and not go near there. Bai Wu wondered if the animal that the dog had destroyed was still alive, but there was a mechanical orangutan standing over him, and I think he was doing something. From the outside, it looked like an orangutan was fixing that animal. Our hero realized that this orangutan must be repairing animal. Bai Wu watched him very carefully and what he was doing. Orangutan, as if to reassemble the antelope piece by piece, and he finally realized that the core was still in place, and even if the body was completely destroyed, it could be put back together and it would work. The antelope got back on his feet as if nothing had happened to him. For the repaired antelope, that orangutan was certainly a real benefactor. Bai Wu had 30 seconds to receive the next debuff. Bai Wu sent the lion to the orangutan to deal with him. The lion quickly pounced on the orangutan and immediately destroyed it. Praise Eye asked Bai Wu if he had learned anything interesting after all the observations he had made in the area. But Bai Wu replied that he had learned interesting things, but at the same time, he had a new question. And after what the hero saw, He realized that mechanized fallen and gene-mutated fallen are two completely different kinds of mutation. In which case, Bai Wu could reasonably assume that there were actually two different forces at work in the year of the apocalypse. 3 hours later, Bai Wu had a level up, and the Eye of Prey congratulated him for his strength reaching the 3rd step of the 2nd level, and joked that now our hero has gone from a 3rd-rate wuss to a 2nd-rate wuss. Bai Wu had the option to increase his stats. It could be speed, health recovery, or perception, and he had to choose. And if his calculations are correct, he should have had the 1st step of the 2nd level, and he thought that the color of the zone determines the time and power growth. But when they moved from the white zone to the blue zone in the mental hospital, the rate of growth of the accompanying force didn't change. The strength was increased according to the white zone's coefficient. He realized that only by selecting the blue zone initially could the coefficient be changed. So the red and purple zones will grow even stronger and faster. Bai Wu decided it's best to stay out of those dangerous areas for now, and decided not to increase health perception, but to increase strength and recovery, which he needed the most. Prey's Eye reminded our hero that he had been outside the tower for 8 hours, and that he had received a 2nd disturbance. This nuisance I got called parasitic hate. It meant that through the 5 senses, Bai Wu would perceive the hatred of any object, and even the calmest person will generate a lot of negative emotion. He thought it would actually look like that. Bai Wu began to perceive all of the lion's senses, and a sort of black fog formed around him. And I didn't think a seal under mechanical armor looked like that. And he thought the black mist seemed to materialize hatred. Then he smiled and thought that he couldn't have gotten the information by entering the memories of the fallen through the document, because Cain wasn't there. But now that problem was solved. The joys and sorrows of humans and the fallen are ultimately the same. Their noise would help Bai Wu learn the truth about this zoo. Our hero was on his way to adventure and said that the passage was beginning. Just as Bai Wu suspected, all the Husky-related clues were hidden in the materials of different buildings. Although he had collected various information about the zoo, but the information in them was scrappy, it was impossible to reconstruct the whole picture. But right now, Bai Wu had a hindrance of parasitic hatred, with which he could feel the despair and hatred of the people who kept these records. Bai Wu told the lion to wait there and call him if he felt threatened, and said he needed to read the document. He opened the diary and said he was going to see what happened. Luo Xiaoping was late for a date, and the girl resented that every time she waited for him before the date. The guy walked towards the girl and apologized, saying, "Sorry, Xianxiang." Lo said that on that day, it turned out that Shaylin was pregnant and had to change her food to nutritious food and give her a checkup, so he was late. Sangxiang jumped on his neck and jokingly said she would strangle him because he was late for her date because of the zebra. Told him it was time to quit that job. She didn't say anything about the low pay, so he volunteered to work as a veterinarian. And it was no longer a job, but a charity. Bai Wu wondered to himself if they were images. Zhang Yang went to Luo Xiaoping's house and knocked on the door he opened. Asked if there was a job opening at the zoo and that she and her brother couldn't find work. Asked Lo for help, and he told her not to worry and that he'd take care of her. Lo had been kind to her, and she was very grateful for his help. He helped her get a job, but she was very shy. Wanted to take her picture, but she said it wasn't worth it. Lo said it was her first day on the job and it would be a keepsake. Eventually, she was talked into it by the guy who took their picture and told them to smile. Luo hugged Xiangyang, he smiled at the camera and said cheat. Meanwhile, the zebra was in labor and Lo wanted to help her and told her to hold on, that there wasn't much left. After a while, a small and very cute zebra was born. Lo said they're both fine and that Shalane is the coolest mom ever. He'd show the zebra and tell him it was his cub and his name was Hopu. Our hero finished the document and wondered if it was the end. Thought there was no information about the dog. Bai Wu thought if the puzzle keeper was a dog, then why was there no mention of it in this document? There were still many things in the zoo's past that were unclear to Bai Wu, and he decided to look at the second document to see if there was anything there that might be useful to him. Luo once brought Xiangyang's brother to her and knocked on her office door and told her to deal with it. Then told her if she knew her brother had sold the zoo cub, that if he hadn't noticed, they'd be on the black market. But brother Xiang yanked his hand away and started yelling at Luo Xiaoping, and said there was nothing wrong with him doing that and selling a couple of animals. However, Luo was furious at such words from brother Xianxiang and was not himself, and he wanted to hit him for what he did and what he said, and he said there was nothing wrong with it. But brother Xiangyang said that the fallen were rampaging and the whole world was awaiting the apocalypse, and he didn't see anything wrong with selling a couple of animals, and kept saying that he'd contacted the elite from the tower and that they needed 5 animals. It turned out that brother Xianxiang wanted to sell these animals and enter the tower with the money from this case, and asked Lo if he didn't want his sister to live happily ever after in the tower. Lo said he wanted her to take refuge in the tower. Xianxian's brother finally admitted that she knew what her brother was doing. And what's more, It was Xiang who got in touch with that big shot from the tower. Told Lo not to expect his sister to reprimand. Xiang replied to let Luo Xiaoping take better care of himself. After brother Xiang talked to the other guys about whether they knew that before this tower that was there at that time, there was another tower, which after a while disappeared for some reason, they agreed and said that the tower that disappeared was somehow connected to the end of the world. One of them asked the other to tell about it. He said he only knew that the top had destroyed the information about the previous tower, and the present one was called Noah's Ark for all mankind. One of them said it was very true. And perhaps he should have pondered Xiang and her brother's suggestion. They reflected on the fact that funding was becoming scarce. They're behind on their paychecks, and it's not worth talking about animal expenses, and that they'd better sell the animals to the tower sooner rather than later. The animals are getting worse every day. It was said that Luo was stubborn and even had a fight with Xiang. Luo was patrolling the whole area all day long, and if he sees someone trying to sell an animal, he calls the police. The guys decide to grab and tie up Lo. One of the guys said it's not human. The other guy said what's wrong with it. And what if right now, Lo could drag them down with him? They eventually agreed that they would do that to Lo. And the guys decided they're gonna get right on it. Then Luo Xiaoping walked over to the zebra stall and called Hopa over to him. Lo's vet told the zebras he was here to see them. But there was a reflection in the zebra's eye, and it showed that there was someone behind Lo. It was brother Xiang who stealthily came from behind and hit Luo Xiaoping with something. Bai Wu didn't find anything about a dog in that document. Luo Xiaoping tried his best to protect those animals, but other park staff obviously didn't share his aspiration. Bai Wu's intuition told Bai Wu that this Lo was the owner of that dog, and he didn't understand where that dog had come from or what his role was. Bai Wu then started looking at more documents, trying to learn something new. The guys just like they wanted to catch and lock up Luo Xiaoping. And then Xiang brought food to the cell and said it was food for today and that she was very busy, so she was late. She apologized to Luo Xiaoping, saying she apologized for having to wait. But her brother was telling her that enough was enough and that she should leave and that his cell smelled like feces and he was starting to vomit. And went on to tell Lo that they were getting more and more orders to buy animals lately, and if this continued, then in 3 months they can buy a pass to the tower, and then they can move there and spend their lives in safety and peace. But Lo threw the food away and told her he didn't want to spend the rest of his life with her after that, and that zoo animals are government property, and that if they keep selling animals, someone in authority is bound to notice and come after them. He added that they would someday be held accountable to the law for such actions. Suddenly, brother Xiang started kicking the dungeon door, talking about the law. He said that the power Lo is talking about is currently trying to get into the tower by all legal and illegal means, and that nobody cared what they were doing, and that Lo was the only one who couldn't figure it out. Xiang asked her brother to calm down and pull herself together. She then asked Lo to rest and think about their words carefully, and that she would come and see him as soon as she was free from business. They left, and Luo Xiaoping was left alone with these thoughts and the words that had just been spoken to, and he was lying on the dungeon floor in this filth and garbage. And he was thinking about what would happen next. One of the zoo employees came to his cell and asked him why he was doing all this. He said it was just like Li Jui said outside, and that the fallen have begun to appear in increasing numbers on the outskirts of the city, and that strikes and riots continue unabated in the city. Said he shouldn't have missed his chance at such a hard time. If he didn't feel sorry for himself, at least Lo would have thought of his family. The employee said that all but Luo joined Xiang and Li Rui. Lo replied to Old Man Lu that he understood what he wanted to convey. He said that people should be aware of the limits and should live according to their conscience. Lu replied that the zoo had been without funding for a week. The animals had very little food left and would have died anyway, Liu said. And what did it matter if it happened now or later? And that the animals could never appreciate his selfless care for them. However, Lo asked to be let out just to look at Shalane and the rest of the animals. But Lu apologized and said he couldn't let Lo out. Luo Xiaoping was indeed treated like cattle, and even Old Man Liu, though kind, even he could not resist human nature. Bai Wu continued reading the document to see what happened next. The zoo staff started to notice something very strange. The animals started to mutate, and the workers were surprised and couldn't figure it out. It was because the animals had been a long time without food and without a person to take care of them, and they started to worry. And after their anxiety level reached the limit, they too began to turn into the fallen. The workers were very frightened and started to run away. But Li Jue said they wouldn't do anything to humans, and that the animal grids had undergone changes too. No matter how much the animals tried, they couldn't even scratch the cage. Li Jui added that this was also a benefit for them because these animals were completely safe for humans and that people would want them for themselves. One of the employees said the tower elite might be interested in something rare. Li Jui told them to just do what he and his sister did, and went on to say that the employees would make enough money to buy a pass to the tower. Li Rui was about to leave, but then he stopped to ask a question, and he asked Old Man Liu if that guy had been quiet for 2 months. The old man didn't understand who he was talking about, and Li Rui said he meant Luo Xiaoping. Old Man Liu replied that there was no ventilation in the warehouse where Lo was sitting, and that Li wouldn't let him clean it, and that he was slowly dying in that warehouse. Then Li said that if Lo was so bad, Lu could put some antibiotics or something in his rice to boost his immune system. Because my sister said it doesn't matter what condition he's in as long as Lo's alive. But Lo was very ill. He hadn't bathed or eaten and was in total unsanitary condition. He saw no light. All day long, he just lay in that darkness, and lying there thinking to himself that he probably wouldn't last much longer. But he didn't want to die. He wanted to see the animals one more time. And something unexpected happened, and suddenly, he saw the sky. He saw that the lions approached him and called Huoyan and Elsa and told them they'd finally come to see him. He was subjected to inhumane treatment by his own colleagues and then somehow suddenly escaped from his confinement. The only conclusion I could come up with was that Lo became the Fallen and destroyed all those people. Bai Wu thought that people became fallen in 2 ways, by accumulating extremely negative emotions and by injecting fallen blood. And our hero pondered another memory from the document. Li Chui soon posted a picture online of animals transformed into mechanized fallen, and he was asked if he did it. He said he didn't see it that way. But the employee was yelling about how now the whole country will know that the zoo animals have mutated and everyone wants to see it and has been calling since this morning. Trying to buy tickets. Li replied that it was fine because they hadn't had any visitors for a long time, and wouldn't it help them make money? He was told that it was because there had been no visitors for a long time, and that he should think with his head before doing anything. They sold out 1/3 of the zoo, and the crowd would notice the animals were missing. Also, Lo was a problem for them. Someone in the crowd would notice him. Li recommended sending Lo to the afterlife. Everyone said she should have an opinion on it, because Luo Xiaoping was still Xiangxiang's young man. Old Man Liu asked about the fact that he couldn't just let Luo go. The staff told him he was stupid or just pretending. Given Lo's character, they were sure he'd go straight to the cops and they'd all go to jail. For illegal animal trafficking and deprivation of human liberty, Li shouted at his sister. Xiangxiang continued to sit in her musings and didn't know what to do. Then she made a decision and told her brother to deal with it all. Li Rui was very happy with her decision and said he would fulfill everything. He said he'd make it look good and there'd be no trace of it. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoping lay in his dungeon, unable to move. Zoo workers sicked the lions on Luo Xiaoping by letting them into the dungeon. The lions immediately attacked him and started tearing him apart. He became food for them, and they were ruthless against Luo Xiaoping. Then the zoo workers started firing guns for some reason. They kept firing and didn't understand why Lo wasn't dying. Li shouted that he was supposed to be the only head left after the lion, and he told them to keep firing until they destroyed him, and yelling at them to keep going and to keep working. Bai Wu realized that it looked like his previous conclusion was wrong, and Luo Xiaoping didn't mutate into the Fallen, but died at the hands of his favorite man. In the end, he was just a snack for the animals he cared so much about. Bai Wu finally found out where that dog was. In those memories, he only saw Luo Xiaoping, but there was also a dog. And he went through those memories on behalf of that same poor, faithful dog. The dog was by his master's side from the very beginning to the very end, and even when his master went to the other world, he was with him too. And it made sense why Li kept saying that people could see him. He meant the barking of the dog, not Lo's shouts, for he was very weak and would not even have noticed the visitors walking about outside. The dog seems to have been barking the whole time, and in his last moment of life, he saw people with guns, which is why her entire body was covered in firearm. Now it's all falling into place. Bai Wu thought that it was the last memory that should have been the main clue to understanding the plot of this zone, and that he might even have to find the skeletons of those. But then, Bai Wu realized something completely different and saw in the memories that Lo Xiaoping sent himself to the grave of his own free will. But at the same time, Bai Wu knew that something didn't add up, because in the previous memoirs, Luo Xiaoping was mauled by his own animals. Prey's eye reminded him that 12 minutes of not being able to fight had passed, and the hindrance of outside the tower's thirst for war gave Bai Wu an extra hindrance. This hindrance was weakening in water. As the name implied, being in an aquatic environment, Bai would be weakened to the point of simply drowning. And most of the memories belonged to Xiangxiang. Li Old Man Liu, to other zoo staff, and some visitors. Bai Wu thought about the fact that the zoo staff was such a mess that only Xiaojing's dog name would be useful to them. And the first 4 memories were mostly about Lo being mauled by animals, but the 5th memory was a mess, with all those before him. In the 5th flashback, the only thing that was different was the ending related to the cause of Luo Xiaoping's death. Perhaps this is the key to the mystery of this area, Bai Wu thought. The last memory was played on the dog's behalf. There was no doubt about it, so one ending was false and the other was true. Then Prey's Eye told Bai Wu that the hatred and resentment in both cases is equally strong, and one memory has colors and the other is all black and white. And then our hero wondered about the information the Eye of Prey had given him, and that indeed the first 2 memories were colored, and the 3rd and 4th were black and white. All this time he thought it had something to do with Lo's emotional state, but now he understood that it was the hatred of 2 different hosts. The first 2 memories reflected Lo's resentment, and the 3rd and 4th memories reflected his dog's resentment. Even though the 5th memory returned to that dark warehouse where even a human would have trouble distinguishing colors, Bai was sure it was Lo's. Now he realized what really happened in there. Suddenly, dark clouds began to thicken around Bai Wu, and he noticed it. With each passing second, those dark clouds around him thickened more and more, and a shadow in the form of a man suddenly appeared in front of him. When he saw that the clouds were thickening and the shadow of a man appeared, the lion became alert and got up from his seat. This silhouette was still heading toward our hero. The lion rose from his seat and was ready for a fight. This shadow became behind Bai Wu's back, and that the parasitic hatred of Luo Xiaoping. The ring's effect was almost ending. Bai Wu wondered why the kitty didn't attack him and wondered if he was afraid, and that the people Lo hated so much were long gone, and his hatred should be gone by now. Or maybe Lo had unfinished business, our hero suggested. Viewers watching the live broadcast couldn't realize it was happening on the screen. Zhengji was saying that it was very dangerous and that it was urgent to stop Bai Wu or else he would be in trouble. The sponsor replied that he only deals with airtime and everything else is not his responsibility. She was unhappy with her sponsor's answer, angry, and unsure of what to do. Zhengji told Wenming that she knew he had a way to think of to bring Constantine back, and he said he'd try to think of something and asked what happened. Suddenly, the screen lost the signal, and the audience thought that Constantine was finished. But in fact, it turned out that Bai Wu himself went off the air, and he said that whatever happens next wasn't meant to be broadcast. He jumped on top of the lion and told him to take him to the dog, and the lion ran in the same direction as that dog. He was going very fast like the wind in a field, and there was no stopping him. But when the zoo people sicked another lion on Lo, he thought about the fact that they were eating without him and that he had to leave to play, and they started without him. Then slowly coming closer, the lion realized it was a dog. The other lions kept attacking the dog, trying to tear it apart, but the dog was on his feet and nothing could be done to him. The lion realized that it was the same dog that was always hanging around Lo. But now he was invincible, and even the lions were no threat to him. The lion realized that there was obviously something wrong with that dog, and that he needed to call a man to stop it. Then the lion thought that this dog had always been with the man, but where was the man now? The zoo staff yelled to not stop and keep shooting the dog, that it wasn't dead yet. Not one bullet took the dog. It was like it was impenetrable. Li shot and yelled to the others to keep them from letting her escape. The dog would leave, and people couldn't understand why that was happening, and yelled at them to stop her from leaving. But they told him they were out of bullets. A lion was standing nearby watching the people and the dog from the side. Suddenly, the dog looked at the lion, and he felt it and noticed. At that moment, the lion thought that the dog would never be there again, that he would die somewhere outside their home. But when that dog showed up at the zoo again, all the mutated animals were trapped and couldn't get out. That huge dog destroyed everyone in its path, and eventually Elsa too met the same tragic fate. The lion rushing about thought he didn't know how, but that guy from the zoo had turned into the very man who was now on his back. The hatred had no effect on Bai Wu, and if it were anyone else, he would have gone crazy with hatred and resentment. But it was to our hero's advantage. Now he knows exactly what the parasitic hate wanted. Our hero realized what he had to do to get through the zone. He realized that Lo had died with an unbearable grudge, but all his memories retained color, which meant he hadn't stopped loving the world. For the dog, when his master died, the world changed, and it became black and white for him. The dog had a lot of weapons all over his body, and it was hard to imagine how distorted and horrifying she saw the world at that moment. Bai Wu slowly walked closer towards the dog along with the lion. Coming very close, he called out his name, calling him Xiao Jing. The dog looked down and saw Bai Wu and the lion in front of him. The lion thought that all these years the dog had wandered around the zoo and never stopped, and this man had made him freeze with one word, and that they were finished, but Bai Wu told him it was okay and to wait for him there. When he saw that the dog had stopped, he came even closer to it and held out his hand toward her and told her to come to him. At that moment, Xiaojing barked as if he had seen his master. And then our hero asked the dog to show him what really happened the day his master Luo Xiaoping died in the very zoo they're in now. And the dog began to show our hero the events that were happening before his master Luo Xiaoping died in that same dark, dirty barn. The dog was always by his master's side, never leaving his side. This dog was very loyal to his owner and wanted to help. But unfortunately, there was nothing in her power, and she was helpless. Xiaojing could only sit by his master's side, trying to beautify his last days. The next day, the dog started barking really hard without stopping, ran to the door, but there was no answer. No one came. Xiaojing barked like this all day long. In the end, there was no response. After 2 days, he became exhausted and lay down beside his master too, and silently also seemed to await his imminent doom. 3 days later, the dog was barely on his feet. He came up shivering and saw that his master was dead. He sent himself to the next world. The dog had tears in his eyes, and Bai Wu realized that his master's lifeless body had been eaten by his dog, Xiaojing. In the past, Bai Wu had gotten his hands on a report that mentioned an experiment where researchers wanted to find out whether a pet will eat its dead owner if it's in the same locked room. And they soon came to the conclusion that the question wasn't whether they would or wouldn't, but how soon they would. The essence of the problem was that after the death of the owner, the pet loses food, in which case it will starve and die. Only the dogs hesitated for a while, but eventually, they too began to eat their master's lifeless body. Xiaojing starved for 2 months. She survived because her master shared his food with her. For 3 days after Xiaoping's death, the dog continued to starve, and none of the staff brought him food. She was on the verge of death, and in front of her only lay the lifeless body of her master, and in the end, she had to eat him. It wasn't that the dog didn't love his master. In case of danger, he wouldn't hesitate to defend his master. It was the violent nature of the people that had been awakened by the impending apocalypse. Xiaoping's girlfriend and co-workers put them in a completely hopeless situation. And the day that the dog was actually eaten by lions, that's actually when it died. It's just that the dog's hatred and guilt has turned it into something completely different. Xiaojing had to eat his only friend out of desperation, and the dog regretted it more than anything. But actually, the dog would really like that image, where their lifeless bodies and their host just lay side by side and were true. And all these years, Xiaojing felt guilty towards her master. She thought it would have been much better if the master hadn't sent himself to the afterlife. And the dog thought it would be better if they were both eaten by those lions. For 700 years, the dog's consciousness has been locked in a dark room. And all this time, it has been hoping that its master would wake up one day. At the same time, she was increasingly consumed by a pervasive sense of guilt for doing this to her master. Bai Wu then turned to the dog and asked it for something. He asked her to let him fulfill Xiaoping's last wish for her sake, to let Lo say goodbye to her and release her one last time. And Lo reached out to his dog and said he forgives him, then told Xiaojing that he never blamed her for anything or took offense. Luo Xiaoping stroked his dog and wiped its bitter tears, saying that if he hadn't dragged her into this, she never would have done anything like this. It seems at this point, the dog's hatred and anger began to leave his body. And Xiaojing stood in that field and howled very loudly without stopping. Luo Xiaoping then headed in the direction of his dog to approach him. He hugged his dog and said it wasn't his fault. It was the fault of the people who pushed them into that abyss. After the report came out, a lot of people started saying that a beast is always a beast and doesn't care about its master's lifeless body, or don't care if it's someone else's. If they're hungry, they'll eat it. People who say that never realize how pure the feelings of animals are towards their master. Would such a loyal dog eat his master's lifeless body if he wasn't in such a hopeless situation? It's just like humans. How many cases of cannibalism have there been in history in times of famine? Bai Wu thought. There was never as much guilt in those people's hearts as there was in that dog that had been roaming the zoo grounds for so many years. Then Luo Xiaoping reiterated to Xiaojing that he didn't blame her for anything. Luo thanked the dog for avenging him and told her how hard it must have been for her all these years. The dog barked back and whined, as if confirming his master's word. Luo told the dog that he should have gotten to him much sooner. Bai Wu continued to stand and pet the dog, and the dog seemed to think it was Luo, and thanked Xiaojing and talked about what a good dog she was. Xiaojing reciprocated him too, barking back and licking his hand. Then he said goodbye to her and headed off in the other direction, looking back at the Vai as the dog ran and played happily with his master, as in the days when they were together. Xiaoping died, leaving behind an accumulation of hatred and resentment. This resentment was generated by his beloved and others who drove him, and the buildup of negative emotions did not dissipate even after his death and the deaths of those who caused him this pain. Lo was waiting for someone to come and free his dog from guilt, and the poor dog ended up becoming a fallen who outclassed even Cain's disciple. The dog ended up more miserable than even Lo himself. For 700 years, the dog was locked in a dark room full of misery and mental anguish. But neither that dog nor those men had anything to do with Cain. And all of this happened because of the nature of human souls that was exposed by the apocalypse 700 years ago. Bai Wu was sure that he would have to face this kind of thing many more times in the future. He found the first piece of the Doomsday Puzzle after all this time, but that was only the first of 4 fragments. He had yet to find the ear, nose, and mouth. By collecting all 4 fragments, he could get buffs from all 4 zones, disappearing interference outside the tower, purification of the fallen, eliminating unnatural rules, and would also begin to hear the voices of the fallen, and wondered what the eye, ear, mouth, and nose corresponded to. If he had all the information he had, you'd think. And he did suggest that the zoo could have been the eye, and that ear could end up being nothing but a circus. The mouth could have been an amusement park, but the House of Horrors was the nose. And he thought that if he assembled all 4 of those fragments, those areas would be habitable. Praise Eye told Bai Wu that the mouth, ear, and nose were part of a whole, and that the whole was just a fragment of another whole. And the more Bai Wu learned and discovered, the more his sphere of influence grew. As long as he had access to purification from the fallen, since he had gotten the eye of that zone, the fallen wouldn't lay a finger on him. Praise Eye asked what they would do next, and what he had decided, and if they would go to conquer New Zone. And first, Bai Wu decided to test his power of cleansing the fallen on a lion, and see how the lion reacts to it and what he does. But then, Bai Wu changed his mind, and said that if he returned the lion to its former state, it wouldn't last an hour in a place like this. Ai's prey suggested that he take the lion with him to the tower, that he was, besides, a very excellent horse. He was indeed a great horse, but Bai Wu didn't want to draw attention to himself. And then he asked Praise Eye about that fragment, and that he could only use 1 ability in this area, and that if Bai Wu collected more fragments, he would have more ability, which meant that if he assembled all the pieces of the Doomsday Puzzle, the world outside the tower would then become habitable. Bai Wu told the lion to take him to the rainforest area, but instead of running, the lion lay still and couldn't move. It seems that that kitten was so scared of Bai Wu becoming the owner of an eye that he couldn't even move. Bai Wu had been hindered by battle lust since the beginning, and now he was forbidden to engage in battle with the fallen of that zone. He thought it looked like a trap. His plan to auto-propel completely failed, but it was no big deal to him, because that place was his jumping off point. He was going to put the data from that area into a travel disc so he could go back there. Even though he'd already been stabbed in the eye, the area was still considered off the tower, and the fallen wouldn't touch him there. There was a problem. The 3-day rule didn't affect the moving disc, like the teleportation disc, and Bai Wu could go back there whenever he wanted. But first, he'd have to go through the zones that Cain had assigned to him, and then Bai Wu would be able to get to the zone he wanted. Bai Wu thought that the last time he had gotten into Dundler's stomach area, he hadn't followed Cain's plan. He had taken a different path. It was hard for him to imagine what might await him in other zones, and he definitely needed to get stronger before getting involved with Cain's disciple. Still, Bai Wu decided to stay a little longer, figured that Wu Ju had once received over 100 interferences, and now the lust for battle was weighing on him. 1 interference every 12 minutes. It will take Bai Wu much less time to get as much interference as Wu Ju got there. It was the perfect opportunity to test his physical capabilities. Bai Wu turned on the countdown. He's been waiting for a new nuisance to hang outside the tower, and thought that if he stayed conscious, he could move his body, then simply interrupts the teleportation process and continues to level up. And if he doesn't keep raising, he'll pull him out of that zone. Then Bai Wu had a new disturbance outside the tower called gravity imbalance. From now on, his body will feel weightless and unaccustomedly heavy. If Bai Wu was able to consciously adjust his sense of balance, this hindrance would no longer be a problem for him, and he had already adapted. Because he had felt the disturbance of confusion last time, this time he quickly adapted to the disturbance of gravity imbalance. 12 minutes later, he had the handicap of photophobia. Now he was like a vampire from medieval fairy tales, and the sunlight was burning his skin. He needed to find someplace cool so he didn't turn into a grilled chicken. 24 minutes later, He had a friend in enemy skin. Now he couldn't tell enemy from friend. But Bai Wu was all alone, and this obstacle had no effect. Then he had the obstacle of perpetual hunger. This also had no effect. He could leave the zone whenever he wanted. Interference will kill you if you don't talk. He had to talk all the time from now on. Prey's Eye wondered that all this interference was literally nothing to Bai Wu, and why he didn't get any worthwhile ones. But Bai Wu replied that he could talk to him now. Then came the bloodlust obstacle. If he was in a state of bloodlust, every 6 minutes without killing someone, he would lose his health. It was impossible because he couldn't fight the Fallen. Bai Wu held his ground for 7 hours. As long as he gets a jammer every 12 minutes, he's got a level 2-9. It was the first trip to pump up, and it was normal for Bai Wu to not be able to achieve the same as Wu Ju. But our hero was determined to break Wu Ju's record next time. He decided to return. There were 702 Fallen left, and an eye piece of the Doomsday Puzzle was obtained. The Eye of Prey said that the keepers of the other zones would test more than just Bai's mental ability, and he thought he should meet with them as soon as he had the chance. At that time, Bai Wu's house had some unexpected visitors from the department. They went to his apartment and noted that he was clean. Zhengji didn't expect one of those guys to be handsome. A feminine new fish for her pond, she thought at first glance. But Lin Wuzhou seemed sarcastic, but she was sure that she was actually a sissy, and since she was from the intelligence corps, she possessed strength. Zheng told Lin that she was pretty. She seemed to think she was a man, and that it must be hard for her to keep up appearances working in such a field. And she told her she was ugly and to get out. Zheng was shocked by her words. She thought that if you count Wen Ming as a money nut, it was the second guy who said she was ugly. The angel inside her asked to relax, but the demon replied that he hadn't been able to relax since Bai Wu suddenly interrupted the live broadcast. Because she thought she was being kind to save Bai Wu, instead of being thanked, Zheng Ji got 4 hours of interrogation in a creepy room. And what did she ever do wrong? She's just his business partner, and couldn't understand why she'd gone through so much suffering. She thought those 3 men were men of quality in quotes. But Ling Wuzhou was also a man according to Zheng Ji, and she didn't seem to have realized it was a woman. And Wuju was also like a softie and a sissy in her opinion. When Ming, on the other hand, was fixated on money like crazy thought Zheng Ji. And Bai Wu was a bit of a prude too, by the way. She thought it's not for nothing that they say a fisherman sees a fisherman from afar. Wuju suddenly asked Jinji if she was thinking. She replied that she didn't know what he meant. Then the captain said he didn't trust strangers, so the safest way to interact was to make strangers his own. He asked her to join the 7th Division's logistics department since she knew about Bai Wu's business. She was delighted and could not refuse to join the breeding ground of men of excellent quality, because she could recruit a harem of strongmen, and they could find and bring her Jilin outside the tower. He yanked his hand away and said that from now on, she would report the live broadcast directly to him so that situations like this wouldn't happen again. She answered so accurately, and that now she would be the first to tell him everything. As soon as Zheng Ji finished speaking, Bai Wu appeared at the door. He was very surprised to see them all there together in his apartment. Our hero asked them if they were playing mahjong. Sina started saying that he was finally back and that tonight's broadcast blew everyone away, and everyone was thrilled with it. And Prey's Eye told Bai Wu that it seems Wuju, the meter in a hat, had brainwashed their business partner. Bai Wu, looking out from behind Zheng Ji's back, asked the captain what happened and if they were looking for him. And she said it wasn't nice because she was talking to him and he was ignoring her. He kept asking the captain what had happened. Then the captain replied that the documents had been approved and they were now being granted second-order aristocratic rights. And Bai Wu was surprised and asked if it was really true. But Lin replied that it meant they could use all the entertainment facilities on the 3rd floor and that he could store the stores. But it would cost him 25% more than the aristocrats. However, Zheng Ji was furious to hear that shopping there was 25% more expensive for them. Then she told Bai Wu what she thought and that she didn't need to buy anything there. Bai Wu asked the captain that the poor, who somehow got to the 3rd floor, would have to pay more than the local rich. And the captain nodded his head, and Zheng Ji thought about the poor getting poorer and the rich getting richer. The captain then told Bai Wu that he didn't have much to advise him, but needed them to just stay out of trouble. If on the 3rd floor everything works like in the Middle Ages, if there was a conflict between an aristocrat and a person with the right of aristocracy, then they would be judged as a major official and an ordinary man of the people, and there could be no question of impartiality there. On that mission, they'll be working with the Corps of Measurement. Though they have fewer warriors, they're all at least level 2. There are store guards on the 5th floor, and they were all level 5 and above. And even if the captain wanted to get into trouble, he couldn't because he was level 1. Bai Wu was already level 2 to the 9th degree. Lin Wuzhou heard this and exclaimed, "How could this be?" Everyone around looked at Bai Wu with surprise and couldn't believe it. Our hero talked about how maybe the next time they go outside the tower, he can go up to level 3. But Lin Wuzhou said that it was impossible because after her first time outside the tower, it took her about half a year to reach the 3rd level. Bai Wu said that if Battle Lust and Bloodlust hadn't been hung on him, he would have made it to the 3rd level. Level 3 was considered a passing grade for the entire Foreign Intelligence Corps. Lin Wuzhou then told Bai Wu about how Battle Lust was a very difficult hindrance, and asked how long he was able to hold out after it was put on him. He told her it was 7 hours, and that information just nailed her like a rock. Bai Wu then sat down and asked the captain about the business waiting for them on the 3rd floor, and he told him it was more complicated than he thought. Continued that it was about kidnapping. Bai Wu was surprised by such news, and asked the captain if there was a kidnapping case against some aristocrat. Then he replied that it wasn't a normal aristocrat. The hostage was from the 4th floor ruling layer, but his parents were from the 5th floor. And Bai Wu was surprised that his parents were from the 5th floor, he lived on the 4th floor, and was kidnapped on the 3rd floor. After Wu Ju replied that he didn't know much about the 5th floor either, but he did know something. And a lot of kids of people from the 5th floor of the government lived on the 4th floor. Then Bai assumed that in order to get to the 5th floor, their children had to fulfill a condition, and if they failed, they lived on the 4th. But Zen asked why he was kidnapped on the 3rd floor, and that the people on the 5th floor were so violent, and that they wouldn't even let their own child live to be a 4th. Wuju replied that the reason the child might have been is that there was a mental hospital on the 3rd floor, and the team's target was the daughter of the man from the 5th government floor. She was mentally ill. And just recently, that official's daughter disappeared from the 5th floor. Immediately, Bai Wu remembered that 9th mental hospital outside the tower and all the monsters that were there. Then asked the captain if he had any information on this mentally ill woman. He said she was at the straitjacket, and he realized that the captain was implying that they would never get the information, and that they were technically helping a strong core, but in reality, they were competing with them. Lin Wuzhou then asked Bai Wu now that he realized what kind of swamp they had wandered into. And he said they're going to have a tough time against this straitjacket core, and he wondered what evidence the Foreign Intelligence Corps had. They only knew the location of the psychiatric hospital at the time of that girl's disappearance, and that was a week ago. Our hero asked about the evidence at the psychiatric hospital itself, if there was any surveillance footage. Wu Ju turned his head, sighed, and replied that there were records, but Bai Wu marveled that the captain said they were, not are. Then Wu Ju answered him that the straitjacket corps had destroyed them. The team realized that the straitjacket corps made copies for themselves, but they weren't going to share them. And Bai Wu was surprised that they did that, because if they worked together, they would have solved the case faster. However, Lin Wuzhou replied that this is a common practice, and that it has happened many times before, and that the elite is deliberately pressuring them. Bai Wu then asked the captain about what he had said about some leads that were already available, and I asked if they could just steal it, and the captain said it was impossible. He said they had no chance of getting to the 4th floor because that's where the department was, and was mostly occupied with 4th floor business. Bai Wu thought it had been a whole week since the girl went missing, and the amount of evidence that could be found now was limited. Straitjacket Corps, which has hoarded all the relevant evidence, could have thanked them. At least they didn't get on the wrong track. The target could be on any one of those floors, but they could only investigate on the 3rd floor, and judging by the footprints, the most valuable information was on the 4th floor. Bai Wu said that this case was impossible to investigate, and if they couldn't drop the case, the captain said they couldn't, and then added that he has a lot of faith in Bai Wu and his strength. But our hero contradicted him by saying that the captain didn't seem to be listening to him at all. Praise I advised Bai Wu to work on his facial expression, because you can tell from his face what he's really thinking, and that maybe he's a masochist, and the worse the situation is, the happier Bai Wu is. And yet our hero agreed to take the case, but said he had one more question. And he asked the captain why he brought Lin Wuzhou along, and went on to say that based on observations, Yin Shuang is much easier to investigate than Lin. But she only called Bai Wu a stupid rookie, and said that when they were dealing with this kind of people, one couldn't rely on their intelligence alone. To him, the captain replied that Lin Wuzhou was very good at swearing and sometimes even unbearable, and added that Ying Shuang is not capable of this kind of work at all. Bai Wu also remembered that the captain had said that she treated her own people that way, but she treated outsiders 10 times worse. But Zheng Ji said that it is what it is, and it's nice to have someone like that on the team when you have to work with nasty co-workers. And our hero agreed, and said that in that case, such a skill might even be useful. Then the captain said he was done, and that he'd said everything he wanted to say, and added that Bai Wu needed a good rest, and that it was getting late. That they should meet at the elevator tomorrow morning, and that he shouldn't be late. Bai Wu was now left alone with Zheng Ji and Wen Ming sitting on the bed. Then our hero asked them why they were still at his house. But Zheng Ji asked for permission to show him something. She said they got a very good return on tonight's broadcast, and she showed him the stats and told him everything was great and things were looking up. The next morning, Bai Wu was at the elevator as promised, waiting for the team. Then they came to some room where there were a lot of people. I think they went up to the 3rd floor. And there were workers in special suits leaning against boxes. There were also people in tuxedos, and it looked like office work. The whole team was looking at the 3rd floor, and they were very interested. Bai Then said he wanted to ask the captain a question. He nodded in agreement and looked at him carefully, ready to listen to his request. And he asked that their corps was responsible for exploring the non-tower area, and therefore, their course was stronger than the straitjacket course. And why then did they not feel inferior to them? And the captain replied that the lower army of the straitjacket corps were inferior to them. But the strongest members of the Foreign Intelligence Corps are weaker than the members of the straitjacket corps. But as a whole organization, we are stronger, replied the captain. And every year there's a tournament between their corps. They select one strong member each year. Then the contestants fight each other, and the opponents are determined by division. Last year, 11 out of 16. The members of the Foreign Intelligence Corps lost. All the captains of the Straitjacket Corps possess strength of level 5 or even higher. And every one of them was a real monster. And every year they had new recruits come in, and they were real geniuses. And they had a lot more gift than the Intelligence Corps, said Lin. And the fact that no one had ever taken first place in the tournament before the captain took office. But Wu Ju had been consistently in the lead for the past 2 years. Bai Wu pondered after Lin's words, trying to comprehend their meaning. The point was that he'd noticed a few suspicious things in Lin's words. And he was sure Lin wouldn't lie to him. Because if all the captains of a straitjacket corps unit were level 5 or higher in strength, and given that alone, the Foreign Intelligence Corps, the talents of the Peace Corps far outweighed those of the captains of the Foreign Intelligence Corps, and talents mean more than strength. And only Wu Ju, with the strength of a level 8 4th degree power, was able to defend the dignity of the Foreign Intelligence Corps 2 years in a row, ranked first. The main question for Bai Wu was why exactly the Straitjacket Corps had so many masters with rare talent. And they were all from high floors, up to the 5th or even 6th floor, our hero pondered. Yet our hero thought there was a connection and a hidden meaning. He felt it needed to be unraveled. Then the captain informed the crew that they had arrived at the site. His voice was stern and confident, as if the readiness for the next step had been reached. And he urged the team to follow him, without distracting them with unnecessary conversation. There was determination in his voice, and they had not a moment to lose. Soon following the captain, the team found themselves surrounded by many unusual objects. It looked as if they had entered a whole new world. There were factories and business centers and stores. All this created the atmosphere of a dynamic city, but with an unusual, mysterious touch. Bai Wu looked around in surprise and asked if this was the 3rd floor. His eyes searched for an explanation. Lin then told him not to act like a redneck, adding that it was only the 3rd floor. Her voice was calm, but with a hint of mockery. Also, a cab driver stopped in front of them, saying he had just filled up his tank. He looked a little tired, but ready to continue on his way, and he asked the boys where to take them, offering his services. His tone was friendly, and his gaze was attentive. Then the captain agreed to go with the cab driver calling. He nodded and pointed to a seat nearby, suggesting to start the journey and not waste time thinking. He said they were going straight to a psychiatric hospital. The team realized they were in for an important and unusual mission. Soon, they arrived at the site. The area was quiet, creating a sense of ominous isolation, as if time had stopped here. Bai Wu asked the captain if this was the hospital. The captain nodded and replied that this place was not an easy place. And the captain said it's actually a rehabilitation center, but people call it a psychiatric hospital. There are psychological wounds here. And then our hero thought about the fact that the mental hospital outside the tower once looked just like this center, and that this place was different. That the patients there weren't turning into the fallen. The people from the asylum started talking about how they had recently visited them and had come again. Lin, in turn, joked that her eyesight had failed her and that Captain Dean's hair was growing too fast, so she had to shave it off to keep it out of the way. Then she added that she envied Captain Dean and that he didn't have to wash his hair, but she was a pain in the ass and offered to smell it. One of the hospital staff told her that how dare she insult the captain, and that a bunch of knuckleheads from the 2nd floor were not to be expected to do anything else. But Lin laughed and said she wasn't insulting but jealous, and that his hair was like vermicelli, had he washed it long ago. Then he ran towards her, ready to hit her, and started insulting her. His words were full of anger and his actions violent. After the captain added that they were there to investigate, and they have the authority to do that, and if they have any leads, they can share. This gave them the right to intervene and start an investigation. The staff member added that if they had come to fool around, they could leave. His voice was wary, as if he wasn't going to tolerate any more questions, and added that they were only sent to the hospital to mock them. His words sounded very contemptuous. That Wooju is good at fighting, but it takes more brains to investigate such cases, said a straitjacket officer. And that the Foreign Intelligence Corps is just a bunch of brainless lunatics, and that the results of the investigation will finally open the eyes of the top brass. And it's not true that they solved 100 cases in a couple days, and did they really want praise so badly from the top, said a straitjacket officer. And Baiwu thought that the straitjacket corps was in a win-win situation, and no wonder they turned up their noses, because they had come before them and found all the evidence. Besides, those two from the straitjacket corps came with the sole purpose of suppressing Captain Wooju. Their intentions were clear, and they were not going to give in. And there are actually more straitjacket people working on this case. They have carefully planned their move, but they didn't realize that there weren't 4, but actually 5, for they had the Eye of Prey, a stealthy assistant. Like Dean was just an average loser who relied on his 200-pound wife to put him in a straitjacket. Besides, he had a mistress on the side. Bai asked him how long he'd been wearing that wedding ring, and he said it was none of his business. And our hero replied that his wife had no time to look after him because his tie was tied crooked. And I asked him that he didn't have to wear a wedding ring at work, and that he was showing his wife immense respect, and that their love was enviable, and Bai asked why he smelled 2 different perfumes. After our hero added that he did not expect such a thing from Captain Dean, for he was the head of the family and the guiding star for his unit. He got angry and told Bai Wu that he was talking nonsense, that he was just a brat. His voice trembled with rage, and he couldn't contain his irritation. But our hero replied that Captain Dean needed to be careful. His words were calm, but they sounded a serious warning, because he didn't even bother to cover up the lipstick on his neck. It gave him away, and Bai Wu noticed that Captain Ding wasn't as careful. Then our hero advised the captain that if he was going dark, he shouldn't forget to cover his track, and that he's like a hitman whose every mistake could be fatal. Bai Wu then said that Captain Dean must know a thing or two about girls, and what his wife would think if she found out that he does charity work from time to time. The captain shouted back, "What charity? What nonsense?" But Bai Wu told him not to take his words to heart. He spoke calmly, trying to ease the tension. But just so you know, he's a very talkative boy, so sometimes he can't keep his mouth shut. Said that if he got his hands on someone's secret, everyone on the lower floors would know about it within a day. And added that if the captain would be polite and cooperate with them, he would find the strength to forget his secret. Bai Wu added that even though he didn't have any proof, but if his wife got even a hint of it, he'd be in trouble. Bai Wu knew she wouldn't tolerate any secrets, and Captain Dean got really sick. Bai Wu said he should take a break for a while. Captain Dean's legs gave out and he fell to the ground covered in sweat. His face was pale, as if he had encountered something he could not have predicted. Then Wooju told them to go inside. They went inside and found themselves in a garden with green plants that created an atmosphere. Lin praised Bai Wu and said that the way he talked to the captain was not bad, and that he was very pale and scared and would probably avoid Bai Wu by a mile. And he said he didn't know she could praise. His words were full of mockery, as if he didn't believe in her ability to be even a little sincere, and thought she couldn't physically say anything nice with her sarcastic tongue. Every word she said was filled with sarcasm, but she told him that he thought too badly of her. She sounded resentful, as if she didn't deserve such doubt. Then she added that this time she would forget about his words and his insults, but only because of what he had recently arranged. And she told him not to go near the fool from the hospital, or else he'd be infected with idiocy and she'd blacklist him. He said yes. Then they walked closer to the body of the building, and Bai Wu said that this rehab center seemed to have a rich history. He sounded wary, as if the secrets of this place might be deeper. And if the people outside still looked like patients, those walls looked a lot more like prison walls. And something told him that there were many people imprisoned there. Bai Wu could feel the tension in the air, as if there was more than one secret behind the wall. Wu Jiu replied that it could be a high-ranking politician, and he has a rival, and they could declare him crazy and put him in a mental hospital, then destroying him, and he would never get out. Bai Wu wondered if that meant there were a lot of lumps imprisoned in the hospital. Then Wu Jiu replied that at least once they were major figures. Captain Wu Jiu further passed the identification card and was welcomed into the tower's psychiatric rehabilitation center. And he told the team to follow him, and there was a wall 6 meters thick. And even if you drove yourself crazy, it was impossible to break through it. She was like a fortress, and no effort could change her firmness. But Bai Wu thought that if the hospital is so well fortified, how a little girl could escape from there, and that meant one thing: she was kidnapped. And Bai Wu thought that things were getting more interesting. The situation was escalating, and he had to find new approaches. Then the guys called out to him to follow them, and he agreed. Bai Wu hurried after them, realizing that time was running out, and he had to act. The captain added that from now on, all their actions would be monitored. His voice sounded serious, as if the steps ahead could be decisive, but Bai Wu thought it was good to be watched. Then the captain added that they were starting work, and the team was ready to investigate the girl's kidnapping and find clues as to how it really happened. And when they entered the station, they saw a man who was devoid of intelligence and played chess with the bear and beat him. Some were lying on the floor, some were clinging to the walls, some were crawling. Some psycho said that at birth, all people are kind, but by nature and close to each other, but by habits are very different. And if they're not taught to a man from childhood, his good nature will sooner or later change, and training requires concentration. Lin was telling them to get away from her. Bai Wu thought about the fact that he hadn't noticed any doctors yet, and that these people weren't pretending to be crazy. One of them yelled, "Stand up," and told them which building the patients were from, and that he hadn't seen them before. Lin thought it was a doctor. Then Wu Ju said hello to him, but Bai Wu said he shouldn't do that. But then a nurse came in calling him Zheng Diaozi and dragged him away by the scruff of his neck. Her actions were abrupt, and she clearly wasn't going to tolerate any objection. Saying, she told him not to touch the superintendent's robe. He yelled back at her to let him go and that he was a doctor. She told him he was talking nonsense. And Lin then said that it was clear to her now that it was a regular lunatic who stole the doctor's robe. Bai Wu looked at all of this and was very curious. The situation was unfolding in an unexpected way, and he felt that something important was about to be revealed. And our hero seems to like that nurse very much. Then the nurse came up to them and said that she apologized for their patient's prank and that he often prances like that, and asked who they were. Wu Ju said they were from the Foreign Intelligence Corps, investigating the kidnapping of Miss Yanju. But she said her room was on the 6th floor. Her voice was calm, but there was a certain mystery in it. At this time, Bai Wu was staring at the nurse with loving eyes, without taking his eyes off her. His attention was completely captured by her presence. She said she would take them to the room where Ms. Yan was. Her tone was confident, and she clearly knew what she was doing. Lin Wuzhou then looked at Bai Wu and couldn't believe her eyes, because he was acting like a fool. When they were riding in the elevator, he said she probably works out a lot, and she said she was too busy at work to exercise and that she doesn't have time to exercise at all. Bai Wu continued to say that she has a beautiful figure. The guys on the team were shocked by Bai Wu's behavior, and he kept talking, that she was beautiful and that if she had a free moment, they could get to know each other better. Then they arrived on the 6th floor, and the mission room was the 18th, followed by the nurse saying she had a lot to do and would have to leave. But Bai Wu kept saying what a pity she would have been better suited in a white gown. After all, who doesn't like a nurse in white? And Lin Wuzhou couldn't take it anymore and started yelling at Bai Wu and telling him to stop acting like an imbecile. Soon, Uju told them to stop their jibber-jabber, for the investigation was now the first priority, and that they could talk later. But Bai kept teasing them and saying he was going to check the soundproofing of the wards. Wenming opened his mouth and widened his eyes in surprise at Bai Wu's words. He hadn't expected such a turn, and his reaction betrayed his shock. Then Bai Wu came out of one of the rooms and said that the soundproofing was very good. His voice was calm, but he was clearly making a point. And that you could barely hear voices from the neighboring wards, and from inside, it was almost impossible to hear the sounds coming from the corridor from the neighboring ward, and then asked if the captain had any more information about the 6th floor. He said that Yang Ju was in room 18 and that the other rooms were also occupied. There were only 4 patients on that floor, and 3 of them were away from the abductee, and the video camera footage was destroyed. And the nurse who brought them here might know something. They thought they could get clues by questioning staff and patients, but the Straitjacket Corps got their hands on it, so they'll have to make do with what they've got. And Bai Wu added that Lin would soon realize why the straitjacket allowed them to explore this mental hospital, because the crazy Zheng Dusi they ran into on the 1st floor is the real doctor and that nurse. The person who had escorted them there deliberately made it look like it was just an ordinary madman stealing Dr. Lin's robe was surprised by such a speculation, and Lin told him if he was sure and how he knew it. But this doctor who was once sane soon went crazy too. They didn't build such high, thick walls for nothing. The creators of this place wanted to make it impossible for the people inside to escape. It makes sense that all the doctors and staff were outside these walls, and they're monitoring the situation through CCTV cameras, and they think they'll be able to react if there's any commotion inside the walls. And this place can turn a named patient into a real psycho and would suit the people who put their opponents here. And as for the nurse, Bai Wu said that he hit on her diligently, and she didn't even bat an eye as if she was too much into her role. But Lin Wuzhou said that means he was faking it the whole time. When he was brazenly hitting on the nurse, she didn't even realize it was acting. Bai Wu immediately replied that he wasn't pretending at all. His words sounded confident, as if he was ready to prove the validity of his action, because he really likes long legs and a nice figure. He was not ashamed of his preferences and did not try to hide his frankness. After Bai Wu went to one of the wards and knocked on the door to see if he could open the door. That man was suffering from hypochondriac syndrome, and Bai Wu wondered what it meant. Lin asked the captain why Bai suddenly talked like an old grandfather, and whether he thinks there's some big shot living in there. But our hero was looking back and looking toward the camera. Then the door opened slightly, and he asked who it was behind the door. His voice was wary, as if he expected the unexpected to be behind the door. He then told him that Bai Wu was a man from the 700-year-old era. These words sounded like an amazing discovery, and said that he, too, had been transported from the past like that patient. His words added to the mystery. Then the patient said that he too had been transported from the past. His words sounded surprised, as if he had now realized that his situation was unusual, and that he was also from the past, and his body had been moved into the body of a madman, and now everyone thought he had a problem with his head. Kept saying that others didn't realize he wasn't crazy. He sounded desperately confident, as if he was ready to prove a point, and asked me to help him get out of there, and said he knew how to get back to their time. But Lin thought they'd get some information, but it was just some crazy guy who thinks he's a time traveler. And Bai Wu said he would help him. He asked if he had found the key to the portal. His gaze was insistent, and he was clearly waiting for an answer. However, Lin stood there with her mouth open, wondering what Bai Wu was talking about. Her face was completely confused, and she couldn't understand what he was talking about. The patient answered Bai Wu and asked if he really believed that he came from the past, and if he was deceiving him. Bai Wu then put his finger to his mouth and told him to be quiet. His gesture was calm, as a reminder that they should not attract attention. And the patient said it's a good thing there's no one else there, or they might think Bai Wu is crazy, and said that he was very happy and that he knew the association of space and time wouldn't forget about him. Bai Wu soon said that first they needed to find the portal that was hidden in the room next door to his room and used to lie there. A friend of the vice commander of the Space and Time Association, but she recently disappeared and they had to find her. Then the patient replied that it was a horror and that he could not think that Mrs. Marlene would disappear like that, and that she lived in 19th century Denmark. After becoming a time agent, she is ordered to return to the 18th century to prevent a nuclear catastrophe. But she made a calculation error, and the portal brought her here to them. The guys on the team didn't understand how Bai Wu had managed to adjust, under the ravings of that madman, and why he did it. But the reason was quite obvious. After all, the men of the straitjacket didn't interrogate in any way. Two witnesses who were in the neighborhood. As for the Time Association and other nonsense, it was all pure improvisation by Bai Wu. All this time the patient talked to Bai, and he told him thanks for the information. The patient said he would wait for Bai's return. Then the captain asked him if he had learned anything useful. Bai replied that he had learned something. Continued that the abductee was very outgoing, didn't work much, liked to draw, and was always writing in her diary. Naturally, all the drawings in the diary have long since been appropriated by the straitjacket. Then he headed to another room and thought that they might know something important. His mind was focused, hoping that they would help him uncover the secret. They were opened the door by some huge man and was a respected soldier who had participated in rescue operations outside the tower more than once. And born on the lowest floor, always dreamed of living on the third floor. He was talking Abba and couldn't say anything but that. And it seems his dream came true, and he lives on the third floor, but no one will remember him anymore. As a brave soldier because he had lost his mind. Then he closed the door in front of Bai Wu's nose, and he told them to go to the ward where the kidnapped woman lived. At that time, on the third floor of the straitjacket unit, they were being watched from the captain's office by a video camera. One of them, sitting in a chair, addressed the other, saying, "Old Dean," and asked if Dean thought this Bai Wu guy would be more trouble than Wuju. He said yes, and said that Wuju didn't dare touch them, so all they had to do was solve the case before they did, then they'd come out victorious. So the main problem was the rookie Wuju brought along. Another employee said that without evidence and clues, even the best could not solve it. But if he's so good, he should have been lured to the straitjacket. They should have dug deep under him, and then it would be a matter of time before he moved on. Dean agreed and said it was a good strategy for Bai to move in with, and Dean wouldn't have to worry about what he might say about anything. And they thought about how to dig up on him because they didn't know anything about him. Then the other one said that every person has weaknesses and strengths. For starters, they should just let them do as they please, and to trap them as soon as they enter the hospital grounds. Now they can safely watch their every move. He asked Dean what Bai's greatest strength is. He said Bai is very smart and perceptive, and is basically the brains of the team, and said he had a couple ideas about Bai and how to dig him up. On the screen, they saw the image and Bai Wu saying that it wasn't as complicated as it seemed. But Lin didn't agree with him and said it wasn't easy, and she clearly understood that the situation required attention and effort, and that the Straitjacket Corps had long since cleaned up all possible evidence, and that they had no chance of finding anything more or less useful. But Bai Wu replied to Lin that he wasn't tired of her sarcasm, and that he had already found the evidence. His words were confident, and he knew he had made an important discovery. The image froze. The guys from the Straitjacket resented the fact that the image had disappeared, and why there was constant interference from the camera. The other guy told Dean to calm down, and what Bai meant to say was probably that he found some kind of evidence. But Dean said it was impossible. Mrs. Yang's room had only the most common things she used, because their people have thoroughly cross-checked and cleaned all the possible evidence. But another employee said that they must have left something behind, and added that the Foreign Intelligence Corps had gotten a pretty capable guy in Bai Wu. His words emphasized how valuable the new enemy was. Then asked how things were going on the 4th floor. Dean said they'd given them the diary of Mrs. Yan's drawings. They'd already studied them thoroughly. And it seems that Ms. Yang has been in contact with someone, and it's likely that person has a pretty high position at the rehab center. The other replied that it was quite useful information, but he felt that there was something wrong. His intuition told him that the situation was not so simple, and told old Dean to start by checking out everything on Bai Wu. He was on the lookout for something behind the guy, but Dean said he was already on it after the first time he met him. He'd always been cautious and acted on verified information. He asked what he dug up that he didn't expect from old Dean. As Bai Wu and his team entered the room, the situation was tense, and everyone realized that a lot could depend on their attentiveness. And there were a lot of toys on the table and on the bed. The toys looked like part of a strange environment, but there was nothing substantial or interesting. There was just a blanket and a bed. And Bai sniffed the blanket, and Lin asked why he was sniffing it. His behavior was strange, and she couldn't understand what he was trying to find out. The pillow was shaped like a soft toy and was very comfortable to fall asleep on. It looked so cozy, it was the perfect place to rest. But Lin kept saying that he was faking it and that she was starting to think he was up to his perverted tricks, and replied that it was actually bait, and there's no way the straitjacket would take it. But he did find something, Bai replied. But Wenming said that there was nothing left in that ward, and all the toys and objects could help them build a picture of the abductee's character. Bai Wu said he almost guessed she had a bookcase. It added another detail to the strange furnishings of the room. He wondered about her interests, so she'd read something from time to time. There were book titles on the front page of each book with an annotation. It was a very interesting book, and all of them, oddly enough, have to do with getting out of the tower. Looks like she really wanted to get out of the tower. Or was getting ready to. Then Van said to look at something. There was something painted on that mirror, Van said in surprise. He moved closer, trying to see the drawing, which seemed strange and mysterious. Bai Wu told him to sit down in his chair and look at himself, and that then he'd figure it out for himself. Then he sat down at the table. Then I saw a smile. Lin said it looked kinda creepy. She said sarcastically to Van, how on earth did he know it was a smile? Her voice sounded a little mocking. Then Bai said it was simple. There was another book on the shelf that was different from the others called Smile and Find Happiness. But that time agent told him that the abductee never smiled. Bai further asked the captain why he thought a man who never smiles would draw a smile on a mirror and read such a book. And the captain replied that Bai was implying that she was trying to learn to smile. But why didn't she practice on the time agent or that Abba? And maybe she didn't want to show her smile until she got it perfect. And if she couldn't smile properly, then maybe she hadn't felt joy in a long time or couldn't feel joy at all. If that's true, then leaving the tower is like an execution for her, Van said. But she still kept daydreaming about it and how she could ever get out of there. And inside those walls, there's not a single sane person inside those walls. That's what the abductee thought. Bai didn't think the hospital staff let patients out of there. And they must be used to noisy and rowdy patients, and it doesn't scare them. It was part of their job, and they were ready for anything unexpected. Then Bai Wu realized something had popped into his head, and realizing it, he said, "So that's it." His eyes lit up as if he had solved a complex riddle, and soon he turned off his talent for wave interference. Said that the case really wasn't that complicated, and that it was much simpler than it seemed at first glance, and told the team that he had some leads and that he had to act now to find out what was going on. Then walked out of the kidnapping room and said that was the end of it, and maybe now the straitjacket course will have someone get information on him. But the captain said not to worry, and that he'd already contacted the service bureau. They'd take care of it. Lin said they'd looked into the room, what they're gonna do next. There's gotta be a meeting with the third roommate who was kidnapped. He's been placed far away from everyone, and there's gotta be an explanation. Somebody started yelling for help. Bai asked if the Fallen could be in the tower. The captain said they couldn't. There used to be crazies who would try to sneak them into the tower as soon as the Fallen. They were destroyed by some unknown force, no matter how strong they were. And then the captain ran off, saying he had to hurry down the stairs. The sick man shouted that the Fallen One was there, and Captain Wuju quickly ran down the stairs, trying to get there in time, but the situation was getting more and more tense. Then ran in and covered the patient, who kept screaming that the Fallen was there. But Lin ran up and said that he didn't look like a Fallen. His behavior was too normal. At that time, Bai Wu stood silent, not knowing what to say. His mind was filled with doubts, and he couldn't understand what was going on. The one standing in front of the door was another sick man, and he claimed he was not the Fallen One, but just a lost man. Then some doctors showed up and said he was the Fallen One, and to take him to the lab. But he started to run away, and they wanted to grab him fast. But he yelled that he wasn't the Fallen, and he wasn't crazy, and that he was an internet celebrity and that they shouldn't touch him. It turns out the aristocrats used to have him as a toy, and they used his ugliness for their own ends. They got a lot of money for it. But then when they didn't need him anymore, they put him in the hospital. Lin said those doctors were fake like the last one. But Bai told them to follow him and that they could go back. Lin asked where he was going, but he didn't understand as much as he wanted to. But the important clues had to be at the entrance or exit. Van said he could ask the staff, and Bai replied that their target is missing. Either she's already left the tower, or she's still on the 3rd floor, both of which are easy to verify. If she's already left the tower, the captain will know when he contacts the verification team and said all you have to do is ask. If the girl was 160 centimeters tall, Lin asked how he determined her height, and he said it could be determined by the height of that smile she left on the mirror. They got into the elevator, and he kept saying that even if he explained, they wouldn't understand anything. The captain asked, what if she didn't leave the tower? He said he was leaning towards that option. If she left the tower, she left a trail in the elevator. But they couldn't rule out that her abductor was someone with special privileges, and if she never left the tower, it's a clue. Of this case, lie into the hands of the straitjacket, and only the patients will be able to give them any useful information. And since they're in no hurry to investigate, they can wait a little while. But the captain said why would they wait? For the straitjacket corps to suppress a captain and lose the face of the foreign intelligence corps is far more important than solving the case itself. But if they had a chance to suppress the captain and solve the case at the same time, could they resist such a temptation? Said Bai. Then he said he had some personal matters to attend to before he could investigate them further, and that he'd heard there were some very pretty girls working in the entertainment district, and that a friend of his wanted to see them. Lin started yelling at him that why he was bringing in a friend, and that it wasn't true. And soon Bai Wu said goodbye to the team and left, and that if there's an opportunity and thinks it's better, if even one of them is watching what's going on in that hospital. Then Bai turned around and went about his business as promised, leaving the others in the dark. And Lin told the captain that he did get off and asked what they were going to do next. The captain said Van should go out into the courtyard and try to ask around the local patient. If he finds anything out, he'll report back. Lin was supposed to go with him to the 6th floor. She asked why, clearly not understanding what he was up to, and he said that because of the sudden appearance of the Fallen, they couldn't. To question the last patient on the 6th floor, and said they'd look into. Then she replied that she understood. Seeing that door with chains, Lin Wuzhou said, that they'd already passed this door, and she hadn't even noticed it was like this. And apparently there's a violent patient lying there, and there's a sound coming from inside asking if there's anyone outside. Also asked to open the door and said he wasn't crazy. Told them to open this door. Lin told the captain he could open the door for them. And the captain said yes, she could open that door. The patient inside was screaming for them to help him. Lin had already started trying to open the door and said that everything would be just as it should be. Then she pulled off the chains and said with a smile that it wasn't so hard, clearly satisfied with her strength and agility. Soon, whoever was inside broke down the door, and Lin flew aside, ending up on the floor from the force of the impact. Then a very tall man came out of the room and said he was finally out. Lin stood up and said that she had almost died trying to break down that door. Her voice sounded strained, but she hid her fatigue. The patient said with relief in his voice that he had finally waited for the door to be open. He looked determined and stepped forward, then said that he had indeed been rescued by the short man, and it was just as the man had said. But the captain replied that not everyone is capable of seriously injuring a level 5 master of the accompanying force with a single blow, and he must have come here to meet him. The patient replied that Wu Ju was smart, and that someone would pay him well to finish him off. Also asked if Wu Ju would guess who hired him. He answered someone from the Straitjacket Corps or the aristocrats from the 3rd floor and above, though it could be the work of people he didn't know. The bully was well prepared and said his talent was well suited for a battle with Wu Ju. The captain told Lin if she could move to help destroy the nearest security cameras. She agreed to help. Then he told the bully that he'd hurry up a little and to start soon. In the office of the captain of the Straitjacket Corps, the Corps members were looking into the camera, and one of them asked the other one what one of their employees had done. He replied that no, none of them would declare battle so openly. This is just the beginning, and the real threat lies deeper. And this big man could seriously injure Lin with one blow, and he's as strong as the captain, but they didn't know him. And that he might be connected to another organization. And I thought it didn't matter. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Then the screen went blank, but another coworker told Dean to be quiet and that there was still sound. And Lin told the captain that the cameras were over. The bully spoke of the talent of the ultimate shadow. He allowed Wu Ju to move with tremendous speed, that his opponents simply don't have time to react, and that they, along with Liu Mu, are called the Sword and Shield of the Foreign Intelligence Corps. But as Wu Ju had already noticed, it wouldn't work against the stormtrooper, and he wouldn't be able to even move. Wu Ju thought it was strange that the floor wasn't damaged, and his clothes were still intact. This clearly meant that the force of the collision was something unusual, but he could feel his body getting much heavier, as if an unknown force was absorbing his energy and he could hardly move, and realized it's a ghost gravity talent that makes your opponent feel like they're in supergravity. And the Sinister Gaze talent reduces the speed and strength and recovery of the target the wearer is looking at. The captain replied that the bully was right and that these talents would weaken him. Then he asked who hired him, but he said he didn't need that information. He also had a talent for arming steel and attacked the captain and swung his fist. But the captain dodged, and the powerful blow of the bully passed by only piercing the wall, leaving a deep trail of destruction. Then thought he missed, and how it was possible, and why the captain could still move. The captain replied that he has 3 talents, 2 of which are extremely rare, and they give him a significant advantage in battle. And besides, before their meeting, he injected himself with an emotion-suppressing tranquilizer that only members of the Foreign Intelligence Corps can access. And he had some guesses, but it would be better if the bully himself recognized and confirmed them, said the captain. And that he didn't really want to ruin the bully in the hospital. It would be a waste of talent. The bully pounced again, saying, "Stop talking." At this time, the captain of the Straitjacket Corps saw Wu Ju fighting and was angry that he was good at it and called him a damn dwarf. Then Dean told the captain that Wu Ju seemed to be doing well. He replied that he didn't think so and that Wu Ju was really good. But Dean kept saying, how could this be possible? And shouldn't the big guy's talents have practically immobilized Wu Ju? And it was like they just didn't work on him. How strong that Wu Ju was, Dean said. The captain said that even Second Brother said that Wu Ju is unpredictable. But so far, none of the young geniuses from the 5th floor have been able to defeat him. But almost everyone was convinced that he had a second talent that he was hiding. But unfortunately, they had no proof. Although it didn't matter the moment the last guy with a talent over 100 was dragged up to the 6th floor, they agreed on something. He went on to say that if they in the Foreign Intelligence Corps or the Straitjacket Corps find out that maybe someone has a talent that's in the top 100 of the chart, they're not allowed to dig up on him or start rumors about it. If rumors are started, both Corps members must do their best to stop them. And Dean asked how they could even make a deal like that with a corps of savages. The captain said to make Dean remember one thing. They can fight the Foreign Intelligence Corps any way they want, but even they won't break this rule. Because absolutely all of the top 100 talent holders are extremely useful fighters. Therefore, it is beneficial for both corps to adhere to this rule. And none of them would snitch on another if they knew there was a strong talent. This is done so that true geniuses do not disappear without a trace. If there's one in this Foreign Intelligence Corps, he'd rather die outside the tower than vaporize on the 6th floor where he'll be dragged. But the captain replied that he didn't think Wu Ju was one, but he had an extremely useful talent. While the bulky man was fighting, wondering why he couldn't hit Wu Ju, how he was still able to move, considering that the blows were so strong that his body must have been completely damaged. So he only had 3 minutes to get rid of the little guy before the tranquilizer wore off. And then the ominous stare will take effect immediately, and the thug will instantly lose his mind. Wu Ju then told him to stop. If he continued to use the ominous look, it would have irreversible consequences. Then the senior said, the captain of the Straitjacket Corps said it means he really is from that organization. And then the big man stopped for a moment and sat down on the floor. Lin Wuzhou said that the tranquilizer seems to have started to backfire. But the big man said it was impossible. It can't be. No one can move under the influence of his two talents at once. Wu Jiu replied that before he became a captain in foreign intelligence, some of the best fighters in his corps and straitjacket had disappeared somewhere without a trace. But the bully was yelling at him, saying he was a goddamn gnome, and to shut his mouth already. Immediately, the captain deftly threw the bulky man over himself and he fell to the floor with a clatter, swaying from the impact, unable to get up. Wu Jiu then went on to say that they later found out that they all might have, went up to the 4th floor and joined an organization called the Tower God Cult. And the captain standing asked what it was. Their chief had ordered to ruin him, and his voice was cold and full of menace. He got up from his seat and started attacking Wu Jiu again, telling him to get out of his sight. And Wu Jiu told him that the bully had once been a member of the Foreign Intelligence Corps, so he wouldn't destroy him. The bulky man kept thinking that it was impossible. Why could Wu Jiu still move? Did the ghostly gravity and sinister look not work on him? His thoughts were full of bewilderment and suspicion. Wu Jiu, however, went on to say that the elder could indeed be called the perfect fighter against him, and the bulky man was like water for a flame. But that doesn't mean you can put out a prairie fire with a glass of water. I asked him if he knew what the talent sequence was. The captain threw him to the side, but he fell back and fell down. Lin Wuzhou soon said that it was too much for him. Wu Jiu continued to tell the bulky man that he had 3 rather powerful talents, and his accompanying power, judging by his speed and strength, was practically at level 6, and it was rare to find such a talented fighter, and said regretfully that it was a pity that such a nugget had become a dog of the Tower God Cult, his voice sounding with genuine disappointment. The bulky man continued to say yes, what could he know that miserable little runt Wu Jiu, and said that their leader was the son of the real god, and that he had no right to say that, and attacked Wu Jiu again. But time and time again, the bulky man missed running past Wu Jiu, unable to keep up with his quick movement. Then he tried to defeat Wu Jiu again, and ran towards him, but all in vain. Still, Wu Jiu managed to dodge his powerful blows with amazing agility like a quick shadow. In the end, the bulky man still fell unconscious to the floor, his body collapsing helplessly, unable to resist any longer. Lin Wuzhou then asked the captain about the bully passing out, and said that, by the way, that organization he mentioned, the Tower God Cult, seemed to know something about it and what kind of organization it was. He replied that when the world came to an end, it was not only the poor on the lower floors who were worried, but also the aristocrats with the ruling class on the upper floors. And soon religious organizations began to emerge to appease the aristocrats, and at the same time gain some control over them. The Tower God Cult was one such organization quite prominent on the 4th floor. Followers believe in the existence of a god who protects the people of the 6th floor, and the belief is supported by a head who shows miracles. Continued that in fact they only knew the name of the cult, and that many members of the Straitjacket Corps and Foreign Intelligence had gone there. How many followers, how much financial power, how wide his power was, they didn't know. At that time, Bai came to the bar, and he looked at the building and said it was the right place, and prepared for the next step. Then he entered the building and knew he was being followed by someone from the straitjacket. And Praise Eye told him that the straitjacket guy had been eyeing him since he left the hospital. Bai replied that it was great and that all we had to do was wait for bigger fish. He walked up to the bar, and the bartender told him he was from the Foreign Intelligence Corps. Wiping his glass, he said that Bai Wu must have made a mistake in choosing the place, and now they would have to sort it out. But Bai replied that he just wanted to spend some money so he wouldn't stay bored and lose the opportunity, and that this bar is the one place where he's completely satisfied. Soon, the bartender was very pleased to see the money and said that such customers are always welcome and the rest is up to him, and that his eyesight had been failing of late, bid the gentleman pass, and said that he would soon be accompanied by their best lady. Half an hour later, Bai was sitting in the VIP area with 2 beautiful girls sitting next to him. They said he had a very pretty face, but they didn't know him at all, and asked if it was his first time. The other one said that he didn't have to worry, and that they would take good care of him. They gave him alcohol, and they'd say they were drinking to his charms. He said he would drink poison at her hands, for her presence could make any ordeal pleasant. And then someone came to the door, pulled the handle, and opened it, causing everyone in the room to freeze in surprise. Then Bai saw that they were Straitjacket Corps members. He thought that the Straitjacket Corps didn't want their corps to be the first to solve the case. Their first order of business was to clean up the evidence, but now they realized the best way to do that is to bribe members of the Foreign Intelligence Corps themselves. And he asked them who they were. The captain told the girls to get out, and they said okay and got out. But Bai Wu shouted after them as they went wherever those cuties were going. And he started yelling at the captain that he was the reason his lovebirds flew away and how he was going to make it up to him. He replied that his name was Min Chi, and he was the captain of the straitjacket unit, and that he didn't want to procrastinate so he would get down to business, and said for Bai to talk to him about joining the straitjacket. Bai said they were on opposite sides of the barricade, and it wasn't about him. Min Che replied that it sounded rather rude on Bai's part, and their corps is in charge of order on the outside and the others on the inside. Both corps were working for the good of the tower, so you couldn't say they were on opposite sides, and he recognized that between the Foreign Intelligence Corps and the straitjacket had some misunderstanding. To solve them, he brought him some gift. A girl soon appeared in front of Bai Wu. She was incredibly beautiful, with delicate features and a mysterious gaze that immediately caught Bai Wu's attention. Then the captain asked Bai Wu how he liked her, and he remained silent, scrutinizing the girl, and only after a while answered to forgive him and that he used to think he hated the straitjacket. Captain Ming Che replied with a smile, looking at Bai Wu with a slight sarcasm. Bai Wu then said, but their huge and beautiful gifts opened his eyes and made him think there was something more behind it. And he looked at that girl like some unseen fool, oblivious to everything, absorbed in her beauty and unable to tear his gaze away. Then Bai Wu and Captain Min Che sat at the bar enjoying themselves, chatting and having fun, forgetting about the hardship. And Bai said that on the one hand, young girls are very beautiful and attractive, but on the other hand, they're so skinny that they're too thin to hold on to. But shapely girls are a different matter. Mature women have all the figure, beauty, and most important, and the experience of saying bye, and especially nice when he knew what. This woman is someone else's wife, Bai kept saying, and laughed. But Captain Min Che gave a displeased look and said he didn't know. If Brother Bai likes that kind of thing, then he should take him to a few high-end establishments sometime, and he'll love the wives. Bai asked him if there are places like that out there and said I'd look forward to. Then Min Che said that Bai was a nice guy, although a little strange, but he was fun to hang out with, and that he knew they were both investigating the same case and should help each other, and asked if Bai had learned anything. However, Bai hesitated and said that he couldn't break the non-disclosure ban, even if he really wanted to share some things with Ming Che. While the girl whispered in his ear that they could be a family if only he wanted them to. And he said they found out that their target was about 180 centimeters tall and 49 pounds. Also that she's quite willful, a bit cranky, and likes to stay awake at night and she can't smile. Captain Ming Che asked what made Bai think she couldn't smile. And Bai said he noticed that she used to look in the mirror a lot and even fake a smile. And since she couldn't smile, her facial expressions must have been quite stiff and reserved. Apparently she wanted to get out of the tower, and perhaps one of the patients helped her, and she was also interested in methods of fighting the fallen. The captain told him to start over, but Bai thought to himself that he was just playing along and not giving away anything serious. But Min Che thinks he has the situation completely under his control. All Bai had to do was mention one piece of evidence, and he'd think he had it. Then Bai thought it was his turn to get the information out, said he was sure she had some problem controlling her emotions, so she's one of the people banned from the tower. Besides, they've already checked the records of who's been in and out of the hospital, and it's like she vanished into thin air. After reading her diary, they also learned and realized that she had been trying to escape from the psychiatric hospital for a long time, and that they even checked the records of recent events outside the tower, and analyzing the diary didn't give the straitjacket anything either. Bai then said that he could only say that they were going in the wrong direction and he had leads, but they needed to be backed up. And Captain Ming Che said that Bai was using unusual methods of operation and asked what exactly he needed to reinforce. Bai then laughed and said that if Brother Min and his team showed him the diary of the kidnapped woman, he would share his leads with them as well, and that he would solve the case in no time. Captain Min continued to tell Bai Wu that he wondered if Bai hadn't told Captain Wu Ju about the clues, and mockingly called him short. Then Bai thought that even the straitjacket corps knew their captain's nickname, and said that he didn't want to tell the captain about it yet, and planned to just solve the case overnight when he found the evidence. Now, it seemed to him that all the right evidence was knocking on his door. Because the investigation of a case is like a puzzle sometimes, it is not necessary to reveal all the details to see the picture of events. But there are times when you can't do anything without one piece, and he said their case was one of those times. And if they show him that diary, he'll solve the case in one day. There were key clues in there, Bai said. The captain told him that he's a businessman, so the most important thing for him is honesty and straightforwardness. And he'll say straightforwardly that if he is willing to help the straitjacket corps solve the case, then Min promises to rid him of his second-rate title forever. And Bai said it's great to follow Brother Min. It'll broaden your horizon. The captain said, okay, okay, okay. Then he said to forget about it and work for now and just have a drink, and then they had another drink. And Bai thought that Min had a pretty face. He was friendly generous to his subordinates and knew how to conduct business. Even if it's all just an act, his ability to gain the trust of others is admirable. And Bai Wu still thought to himself that such a man was worth being friends with. His ability to gain trust was remarkable. After a few hours, the captain approached Bai and gave him the card, and said that he had rented a room in a hotel nearby and that he could rest there. And tomorrow, when he's done with Wuju, come to the address on the back of the card. Told him not to be suspicious and to act natural. Bai barely answered him well. Then the captain told that girl to take care of him. She agreed. And he said goodbye and left. She told Bai Wu not to fall asleep there, implying that he should be careful what he did in that place. Soon, she suggested moving to a hotel. He agreed, realizing that it would be more convenient and comfortable to continue the conversation there. Then it was like he got sick and pretended it was him, and ran out of the room while she stayed behind screaming after him. He thought as he left the bar about what Min had told him and that he had gotten rid of the tail. Bai Wu had some things to do. He quickly pulled himself together and decided to put everything else off until a better time. He intended to go to the psychiatric hospital now, knowing that important answers awaited him there. Bai Wu was determined and ready for new discoveries. And that's where Bai wanted to double-check some places where he could find clues. He was walking down the street and it was dark night when suddenly an unknown person appeared in front of him. Bai Wu was wary, sensing that this was not a chance encounter. He was forbidden to make eye contact, but Bai Wu did. The second he did, he felt something dark and dangerous enter his mind. Moreover, Bai Wu felt his body go numb and he couldn't move as if his gaze was tied to the ground. With his 9th degree second level concomitant power, his legs began to shake and Bai Wu felt his eyes darken. He was barely able to stay on his feet, losing consciousness, and his body felt heavy. And he saw the hands of steel, and he thought that was some kind of talent, and he thought that guy had at least 2 talents, if not more. And that weird tattoo on his arm, and maybe he had something to do with Kane. But no, Kane's main target is Wuju. But if he wanted to deal with him inside the tower, he would have acted sooner. While Bai was thinking about it, the guy called someone to say that the goods had been seized. That guy called someone from a religious organization with very great connections and power. Her adventures began with this organization, the cult of the Tower God, and he thought it was a survival gamble. He had to get away as soon as possible. Talking and negotiating with that guy was useless. But Bai was losing consciousness thinking about the believers, and it seems that gambling house was associated with a religious organization that hid its true intentions under the guise of charity and spirituality. Bai Wu soon came to his senses and realized that he was in a strange, unfamiliar place with a silent and mysterious atmosphere. His head ached, but with the last of his strength he was finally able to get up and look around, trying to figure out where he was. Trying to figure out what the place was around him, and with every glance he sensed that it was strange and disturbing. Then he realized that the place resembled a slaughterhouse with metal structures and strange smells that increased his sense of unease. Then he took a closer look and realized there were lifeless human bodies. Some of these lifeless bodies were people of the Tower God cult, and they were found outside the tower. And they believed that the people who didn't eat the fallen after they died were divinely blessed. There was also a theory that Bai survived in the blue zone outside the tower. Maybe because of that, they thought he was God's work. As far as Bai knew, prions are acquired by eating contaminated food, so they want to eat it. Prions are special infectious pathogenic proteins, a special form that can make cells make normal cellular proteins like it. But since they're not boiling it in someone's iron pot, it means. Then people follow some rituals, and usually high-status gentlemen suffer, and it was a favorable situation for him. When he took this assignment, he knew the gambling house would make his life difficult on the 3rd floor, but he couldn't have imagined it. That these people would be crazier than a straitjacket. They kidnapped Bai in the middle of the street, and their dogs had incredibly strong talent. Thought the guy who brought him here just left him lying there, so he didn't even think Bai could escape. And maybe he thought that Bai was still unable to move given his incredible strength. It's very possible. But the body still moved reluctantly, and Bai thought that he had used a talent like a sinister stare. It was likely that if he confronts him directly, Bai will lose. So he didn't kill him right away because he didn't want to interrogate him. And it turns out it was his only chance to save himself. He realized that talking to a brainwashed fanatic was a losing proposition. And the fact that he wasn't searched proves that Kane had nothing to do with it. Or else he would want his ring back, and he took the ring out of his pocket and thought that the only thing left to rely on was the last trump card of talent. He didn't know exactly how to use it. It was a Teiyot talent, and the description of the talent was somewhat ambiguous. That after absorbing the enemy, he could get a part of his characteristics, but how much of the enemy had to be absorbed for the talent to work. To whether he'll get the characteristics immediately after absorption, and whether those characteristics will disappear from the enemy. He had never used this talent before, and he didn't know how strong the big guy was, and his trump card was useless in front of his strength, and had to act according to the situation, and he didn't think that on the 3rd floor he would have to face so many opponents, and Kane hadn't shown himself yet, though Bai was sure that if he'd known the runt had gone up to the 3rd floor, Kane would have definitely decided to take that good chance, and our hero, while he was wondering what to do, the big guy came into view, and suddenly Bai realized that the difference in their strength was visible to the naked eye. I guess he's going to die today, Bai thought the first time they met. He's shown at least 3 of his talent armed with steel, good on both defense and offense. Even the ominous gaze allowed to weaken or even knock out the enemy, as well as the ghostly gravity. Bai didn't stand a chance against those 3 talents, and he had a chainsaw in his hand. But Bai realized he was well built, because he'd had to work hard with a miner's shovel from an early age. But even so, he's actually physically weaker than Bai Wu. This uncharacterized zealot has about the same strength as that passable character who got gnawed on in the sewer. And after being in that zone with the zoo for so long, Bai's accompanying power level had long overtaken that tin can. Prey's eye had never deceived him before. Then how come he felt like he couldn't handle that guy? The big guy had another strong talent, a sinister look capable of paralyzing anyone who fell under its influence and making them feel terror. Bai Wu realized that the big man would soon turn on his sinister gaze and prepared for this moment, knowing that it would be the decisive moment. And Prey's eye said that people prefer to cook with kitchen knives, but that didn't apply to this guy. He liked to do it with a chainsaw. And if Bai does nothing, his entire body except for his heart will become minced meat, an elite dish that only the elite will have to eat. He figured the rest of his body would be sawed up at the big guy's discretion. And when the big guy swung the saw at him, Bai yelled and told him to wait. And why didn't he do it in a more graceful way? Then he said that if he started chopping him up with that chainsaw, he'd just turn into ground meat. Who'd want to eat that? He suggested doing it more carefully, and you could start with the skin and then carefully separate the tendons and get rid of the bone. Bai then asked to join them, saying why eat it right away, as it could be quite useful. The big man smiled sinisterly and continued his unfinished business, confidently moving forward, as if not noticing the danger he was creating around him. Then the big guy suddenly turned off his talent of sinister stare, as if he decided that he didn't need to use his power anymore at this moment. The big man attacked Bai Wu again and again, waving his chainsaw in front of him, creating an atmosphere of wild and violent chaos around them, trying to cut out his heart, but Bai Wu was able to dodge. Then he thought that if he couldn't react in time, this big guy would have cut him up into little tiny pieces by now. Bai Wu also wanted to hit him in turn, and jumped at him with a swing of his leg. Bai Wu then flew over the big man and landed on the ground, realizing that he had to be careful not to fall into a trap. He'd have lost his left arm by now, but he won't stop there. And thanks to the 9th step of the 2nd level of the accompanying power, Bai Wu's wound slowly began to recover from the blood loss, and realized he wouldn't die, but it would be difficult to move his left arm because of the injury, which would make it difficult for him to do anything in the future. He started running. His arm was bleeding, and the big guy was running after him. Continued to threaten, saying that Bai Wu would not be able to escape, no matter what he tried to do. He was enraged and didn't stop, and continued to attack Bai Wu, and turned on his sinister gaze again. Then he saw that. The big guy shouted that Bai Wu had disappeared, and demanded that he come out and show himself. He looked around trying to find Bai Wu's eyes, but Bai Wu was nowhere to be seen, as if he'd vanished. At this time, Bai had already sneaked up on him from behind and grabbed him by the neck and threw him to the floor. He dropped his chainsaw and fell down. Bai continued to hold him by the throat, and at the same time tried to strangle him. He yelled for Bai Wu to let him go. Tried to break free from Bai Wu's grasp and pull his hands away from his neck, but he couldn't. And Bai Wu thought that judging from his grip, the accompanying power level was below 3. He finally has a chance to acquire the talent of Tayot, which will open new opportunities and strength to achieve high goals. It was soon activated. Bai Wu had absorbed his prey after all. That big guy lying underneath Bai Wu was making sighing noise. Lastly, he tried to use his steel arm talent, hoping that it would save him. However, Bai Wu was faster. He failed. Bai Wu was stronger than his opponent's skill and determination. He was invincible, and it was obvious. And finally, he seems to have gotten all of his talents, thanks to the doping he just. His wound had almost completely recovered, and his accompanying strength was one step closer to level 3. The big guy was lying in very bad shape with a neck wound, but Bai wasn't going to turn into a second Dundler. However, it only slightly increased his accompanying strength and repaired his wound. Judging by what that chainsaw man showed, he had 3 talents, and 2 of them were very powerful, ominous looks. Steel armor, ghostly gravity. If he really had those talents, his teot should have absorbed at least one of them. But it only slightly increased his accompanying strength. And besides, Prey's Eye also said that he was much weaker than him, which means this big guy had no talent at all. He relied on brute strength, but it wasn't enough. And he found it strange that the second person sent by that gambling house had a talent for arming steel. The macho man lying in front of him has no talent at all. Then the big guy's cell phone suddenly rang in his pocket. When Bai got it out, he saw the lady calling him. Then he picked up the phone and told her hello, ma'am, and she didn't say anything, and he realized she wouldn't hang up. It means she wants something. He kept talking, and he said she was being spoken to by a commodity that had inadvertently survived their survival game, and said that he didn't think it would be a good idea to use it for ingredient. They at least questioned him first. She didn't say anything, then said he must have already dealt with her man. And he said yes, and that they should have found someone better. Luckily, he survived again, and learned something very interesting, and he seems to have a clue about the power of their head. And as a man of no talent, he would very much like to join them. She asked what he knew. He said that the head had a legion of talents, and that he had no idea that the head had such a powerful talent. Then said he was smart, and also very unpalatable, and since they consider him a gift from the Tower God, why not let him serve the cult? Actually, Bai Wu only guessed this talent. He just said the first thing that came to his mind. In fact, the owner of a legion talent, for a certain period of time, gives his talents to other people also, people who have accepted the legion gift. When its effect expires, they lose a portion of their associated power, and that portion of their associated power goes to the owner of the Legion talent. And people who accept a gift from the Legion have a small chance of getting one of the talents permanently. And he believed that the tin can that attacked him in the sewers had the permanent effect of the steel armament talent. It turns out this chapter is as eloquent as Bai. He could have come up with a speech to give to his followers. He was probably telling them that for the small price of a tiny fraction of their accompanying power, they could get multiple talents at once, while others risk their lives to raise their power level and awaken their talent. They can become much stronger than them in the blink of an eye. Plus, they will always have a chance to get one of the talents permanently, and it will be shared for a certain time. They will return the talent, with a small percentage. Then Mrs. replied that he wanted to join their Tower God cult, and he replied that he did. And if you think about the name of the cult, it's clear that it may be related to the legend of the tower, and you should have read about the tower. Then he said he was already costing their gambling house a lot of money and offered to imagine how much he could make for them, and thought that if he could join the cult, he'd find out where he was. Then he could somehow use it to his advantage. If that doesn't work, just turn over all the information to the Foreign Intelligence Corps. She said she really didn't think he'd make it this time, but if he wanted to join the cult, he would have to pass the test. He asked what the trial was. He said he was looking forward to. She said she'd give it to the right people and they'd contact him, and she didn't know what the trial was. Then she said that, by the way, how did he know about the power of their head? He said it was all very simple. When their big man came after him, he used a rather powerful talent, but he didn't use it when he was killed. He was on the verge of using all his trump cards to survive, which led him to conclude that he no longer had that talent. But people's talents don't just disappear unless that talent didn't belong to him in the first place. Then he said he had to go, that he'd love to meet her and he was sure she looked beautiful, and asked if he could get out of there. She told him he could leave, but he'd better forget everything that happened today. Because to the head, he's nothing more than an ant to be swatted with a slipper. And she asked him to keep the phone to himself because it would be called. He told her that his respect for the head of the cult was like the vast Yangtze River. Then he said that the head is the blinding sun that guides him on the true path. She soon hung up. He thought he'd dealt with it and headed for the exit. When he came out, he saw workers standing in front of him at the bottom of the construction site. They were discussing something among themselves, but they paid no attention to him at all as they went about their business. Nothing seemed to distract them from their work, not even him. He found himself in the tower's manufacturing facility, seemingly far from the center of the city. The place seemed abandoned, and there was a lingering silence in the air. And suddenly he thought to himself that they had dragged him far away. He glanced around the surrounding wasteland and realized that it wouldn't be easy to get out. He thought that the workers didn't even look at him and that maybe they were used to it. It seems this Tower God cult is an even more formidable opponent than he thought. Then he thought it wasn't important and went on his way. His mind was already swarming with other thoughts that were more important for the moment. I thought the first step was to meet with the captain. It was an important meeting that would determine how the situation would unfold. Then there was a conversation between the team at Tower Psychiatric Rehabilitation Center. The captain said that the talents of a former Scout Corps man were useless against him, and he'd like to ask Liu to take him to the Corps. But he was wondering something about why this Tower God cult wanted him. They're not at all afraid of what's between their hull and them. Could be the real battle. They don't know what they're up to, or if they had a hand in Yanju's disappearance. But they've already caused them a lot of trouble. First, we need to know what Bai thinks about it, said the captain. Liu said the right thing, and said that, by the way, where is he? He hadn't seen him in a while. The captain replied that he was probably chatting with the straitjacket men. But Lin replied that she wasn't so sure and that she thought he was having fun with girls right now. Baiwu said that there was no need to speak so harshly about him because he might get offended. His voice sounded calm, but there was a slight irony. Then they asked why he was covered in blood where he'd gotten it. He replied that it was nothing and that it was almost healed. When Wuju asked if this was the cult's doing, Bai said that he had already met them and that it was a coincidence, and said they kidnapped him right in the middle of the street from a gambling house and then almost slaughtered him in a slaughterhouse. He was lucky that before he went on this case, he had time to raise his power level a little bit. The captain said it was his fault, and he should have known they'd attack. But Bai said that it was not the captain's fault, and that he himself was surprised at their excessive insolence. Then he saw Captain Liu and said hello. He asked how he was doing, and he said about how the straitjacket corps relates to the Tower God cult. Liu replied that they just turn a blind eye to them, and the organization's stronghold is on the 4th floor, and even a straitjacket has problems there. Bai thought that maybe this sudden attack on him was like a job interview, and if he passed the next test, will be the runner-up. The captain said he thought it would be safer downstairs, where it was chaotic, so it'll be hard to infiltrate. Bai said he thinks Min Che is starting to trust him, and the captain said that Min can be considered one of the most adequate captains in the straitjacket corps. He is quite disciplined in his action, and keeps a good eye on his men, but Bai said he's a member of Unit 7 and won't go over to his side. Establishing a good relationship with Min in the future will help Bai a lot in moving up the ladder. The captain said he can work for both sides, and that it's okay to be greedy for money and beautiful women, and sometimes it even becomes an incentive to reach your potential. Because to change the order of the tower, the way should be sought on the upper floors and not on the lower floors, continued the captain. Then he told Bai to go rest and that he would sleep in the room next door to his room tonight and asked him to remember to change his uniform. The captain said it would be better if he blamed it on Min Che tomorrow. After all, Bai was attacked right after he left, and that would be a good reason to accuse the straitjacket corps of insincerity. And then he'll have to change Bai's mind, and maybe he'll share with him some of the new information he's been withholding. And it was a good idea to shoot 2 birds with 1 stone. He could solve several problems with 1 decisive action without wasting time. The next day, the 3rd floor suburb of Ming Che's personal winery. Min then told Bai Wu that he had heard that someone had attacked Bai's brother yesterday. His face was serious, and there was anxiety in his voice. And he ordered his men to investigate the case immediately after it happened. And they found out that this man was from the same organization as the one who attacked Wuju at the halfway house. He also said that this organization is a real headache, and its name is the Tower God Cult, and told Bai not to worry, that he could assure him that the straitjacket had nothing to do with it. To make sure it doesn't happen again, he's got some of his men guarding the Bai. If Bai answered like that, he would put his life in his hands. His words were resolute, and now everything depended on Min Che's action. It's a very good deal for both of them, said Min Che. He then suggested that Bai Wu get down to business. The time for talking had passed, and now he had to act quickly without wasting a moment, and said that they brought all the stolen goods there, and then they didn't hesitate and went to solve the case. In that office was all the information they could gather on the abductee. Every document and piece of evidence was organized, ready to be analyzed. It was all her diary, books, and so on, but even a layman could see that the main evidence left behind is undoubtedly this painting, said Captain Min Che. He went over and looked at it and thought it was an oil painting, and that she had painted it, and said there was so much fine detail and asked for a magnifying glass. Captain Min then took out a magnifying glass from his pocket and held it out to Bai Wu, and he further began to look at the painting, and there could be seen many dark images from below. Missing drew the fallen based on images described in her book, and it was safe to call it micro-art attention to fine detail. According to the documents he studied, the tower people have tried many times to reconstruct its true location. There's a theory that some people who went to the Black Zone did get to a place near the tower, but the fallen were so strong that no one survived. If you think about it, the differences between the white and blue zones were quite significant. Perhaps the red-black zone will differ much more. Although he didn't rule out the possibility that this theory might be true, this picture might just be a fictional representation of the outside of the tower. Then Bai asked the captain if the children of aristocrats get any education. He said yes, but Bai said they don't teach that in school, and that it was created by a true genius. Said, how could such a talented girl end up in a mental institute? The captain replied that he did not know, and added that there were questions that should not be asked. His gaze was hard, and his voice cold, not tolerating questioning. Bai Wu then replied to begin with, we need to study the painting properly. And in the picture, it was the tower that played the main role. Perhaps it was some kind of reference point, though it draws a smile very well. On the mirror looks a little sloppy, and it contrasts strongly with the cutout strokes in that painting. And she did it on purpose, Bai Wu suddenly thought. The thought instantly ran through his mind, making him wary, and he realized that the mirror and the canvas were very similar, and he thought, why not match them? And he seems to have realized something and said to himself, this is it. And in the painting, he noticed tentacles with a ring. The image was unusual and disturbing, as if it hid some deep meaning. Bai then asked Min Che if Yanju had left anything else besides that painting. He answered our hero that everything he needed was on that table. His gesture was confident, pointing to documents and items that could help, and said they couldn't find any clues in them, so all hope was on Bai Wu. He thought short sketches, and none of it was anything special. Then he picked up the diary and thought it would be more interesting. The pages seemed to conceal important entries that might shed light on the mystery. Looking into the diary, Bai thought there were entries about interacting with some of the patients in the hospital. Obviously, she did it as a diversion. And he found Yanju talking to some strange patient. It looks like it was the original owner of the chamber where the thug who attacked the short guy was sitting, and he told her that the Fallen couldn't. But humans can't travel in the outside world either, and the Fallen have the whole wide world at their disposal. And humans have to settle for one tower, but one day the Fallen will fall into, and what better way for humans to become the Fallen? Bai thought it was Kane's doing, and he was hiding in a madhouse. Assuming he took it, it was probably already outside the tower. The rings of those fallen from the painting were on different fingers. I was sure they formed some kind of code, and it's the number of the zone she went to. And Min looked at him and thought he seemed to understand something. Then Bai kept thinking that if they went to the area with that number, they would find her. Hamxie. Except there's a catch. The zone numbers will expire in 3 days since Yanju went missing, so much more time has passed. So it's possible that number expired a long time ago. Then he thought, then what was the point of her leaving clues? But if he uses the transfer disk, he can get there. However, the disk moves sequentially, and if he wants to get into that zone, he'll have to clear all the areas Kane has prepared. By the time he gets there, Yanju will have already turned into the Fallen one. Then he thought he needed to think in a different direction, and that he was wrong. And thought he'd gotten to the bottom of it. Thought he'd just lifted the final veil of secrecy. But that turned out not to be the case. Had to remember all the details again. She was having trouble with her emotion. She was probably one of the people who left the tower. She could easily be turned into a Fallen, and she could be tempted to become a Fallen after hearing Kane's crazy ideas. She also left a smile on the mirror that drew Bai's attention to the painting in which the number was encrypted. But if it was a cry for help, why veil everything? He thought of the aristocrats, and maybe she was keeping some secret that was enough to keep her locked up in that hospital. If it was really a cry for help, she would have made it more public. If it's not a cry for help, it could be an errand. And Bai thought it was a case hidden inside another case, and maybe it had something to do with the area outside the tower, but how would he get into the area? With an invalid license plate without using the moving disc, he thought. Then Min Che called him over and asked if he'd found any clues. He told him there was one key point left, which he never understood, but he did figure out where Ms. Yanju might be. Min Che replied that it was wonderful and asked where she could be. His face was curious and impatient, and he was obviously waiting for specifics. But Bai told him she might be outside the tower. And the captain said, doesn't that mean there's no way they can find her? Bai said not yet, and that everything needed to be confirmed first. Ming Che asked what needed to be confirmed, his eyes searching for clarity in his interlocutor's answers. He replied that there was a number in the painting, and if it was still valid, he could find clues leading to Yan Juno that told him something, that it will turn out to be a blue zone or even a red zone, so he would need help, and only Captain Wuju could do the job. Then the captain said Bai found the number in the painting, but it's been quite a while since they took that painting into evidence. Bai replied that he knew what he was getting at, and maybe that number has expired, and they won't be able to get into that zone. But now he could only assume that he was still all the worker Captain Min had said he didn't understand anything. But Bai replied that he had no proof, but before it's too late, he wants to at least try to enter that zone. If he succeeds, he can solve the case. If not, he will realize he was wrong. Min replied that the blue one was quite dangerous and whether he was sure that he could get out of there. Bai replied that he wasn't sure. But who but the people of the Foreign Intelligence Corps would do such thing, he replied. Until now, Min had taken him for a talented guy with hobbies similar to his, but now he realizes that this judgment was wrong. And Bai has the confidence and courage to take such risky steps. Then the captain told Bai that he was a businessman and couldn't leave the tower, and now he can only pray that Bai returns safely, and that he'd find the evidence before the Foreign Intelligence Corps, that he considers him one of his own. And Bai replied that it's good, because he wants to work with Captain Min too, and that he doesn't have to worry about Captain Wuju, he'll take him with him, and that Wuju was not smart, but the captain replied that he disagreed, but that he thought Bai would be smarter. Captain Wuju then arrived on the first floor with Bai Wu to go outside the tower, and Captain Wuju told someone on the phone that he believes in Bai Wu, and he's already told the crew that they'll be under Liu's command for the time being. He's told the captain not to delegate his duties to him. Wuju told Liu to be careful with this tower god cult. He replied that he would take care of the hospital and hung up. And Bai told the captain what would happen to them if they were there, along with information about Yan's whereabouts, to find out about some scandal from the 5th floor. The captain replied that nothing would happen. The 5th floor is called the floor of rulers for a reason, and that if anyone offends an influential person from the 5th floor, he'll inevitably get another from the same floor. Bai said it's a kind of balance. And Wuju replied that he and the Straitjacket Corps had some disagreements, but that the top of their corps had a common enemy. And since it was assigned to both intelligence corps, that means their top brass don't care who solves it. All they care about is getting to the truth. Then told Bai not to worry. If anything goes wrong, he'll take full responsibility. Bai thought he didn't doubt the captain. Then the captain said that the room seemed to be working and called Bai to follow him. Then Bai asked about what was going on and said to watch on the white stele and that there was something wrong with it and it turned purple and something happened. After Captain Wuju told Bai Wu to get ready to fight, suddenly they were on an airplane where the flight attendant was talking about how they were in a turbulence zone and that the passengers fasten their seatbelts and stay in their seats. The restroom was temporarily suspended. Then the stewardess turned off the microphone. At the time, Dean was on the 3rd floor of the tower at Ming Manor, telling him something, that the room was actually working and they were thrown into the purple zone. Captain Min was surprised by this information. Then Dean said that as soon as his men reported it to him, he went to the East Plaza to confirm it. By the time he got there, they'd been inside the purple zone for 20 minutes. Min stood there thinking even a short man couldn't guarantee survival in the purple zone and how a number from the purple zone could end up in the picture. Was thinking and how that number still worked and what was Yanju's connection to this area. But Dean turned to the captain and said, maybe it's for the best. If they died out there, the Corps would have one less enemy. And Min replied that he partially agreed with what he said, but that he was not a serious threat to them and was simply incapable of doing something nasty. On the other hand, Wuju is the strongest fighter of both corps, so if he dies, the tower will lose a virtually irreplaceable authority figure. Besides, he's not as easy to kill as Ding thought, said Min Che. His voice was confident, and his eyes showed confidence in his opponent's strength, and told Dean to send someone to watch the East platform and let him know as soon as there's any news. He has a bad feeling. If the news of Wuju's death suddenly reaches Liu's group, they might start a riot. And if he doesn't die, they can probably find Yanju there. And something tells Min that this girl's secrets will make a lot of noise too. Bai was sitting in the airplane, not understanding how he had gotten there or why he was there. His mind was in chaos, and his questions were multiplying, but there were no answers. And he found that there were some fallen all around him, and they were at an altitude of 9 kilometers. It was the purple zone. If the plane for some reason started to descend, they'd be in the red zone. The big news is that the plane explodes in 3 minutes. Not only that, but they barely had time to find a way out of there. And the ground as a red zone is really what you'd call a bad flight. And looked around and thought he should first assess the situation. Soon he noticed that there were many fallen around, and their presence made him more wary. One of them was sitting with a newspaper in his hands and seemed to like reading about cars he would never own. He had a dreamy look in his eyes, because he'd been reading the same magazine for 700 years. Each page was like an old acquaintance, but it was still not satisfying. Then I thought about where Shorty and Yanju are. Maybe they're in business class. He unbuckled his belt, but Fallon looked at him suspiciously. His gaze was as wary as any movement, and suddenly all the Fallen turned in his direction and started looking at him. Then one of them started attacking Bai Wu, and he thought, if all the Fallen are active or just an economy class. The Fallen used to fight each other. It was a common thing for them, unless there was an unspoken agreement between them. But it's not like these Fallen ever fought each other, so they spent peacefully inside this enclosed space for over 700 years. Their behavior was different from what he'd seen before, and his eye also said the plane was about to explode, and then why the plane was still moving. He thought something was wrong. He must have missed some very important clue. But 3 minutes was too short, and he had to leave. Time was running out. Every moment could be decisive, and he couldn't afford to slow down. He opened the door to Wujiu's cabin and entered where Bai Wu was. His face was serious, and his steps were confident, as if he knew what was waiting inside. Bai Wu soon shouted at him to get ready to fight. His voice was filled with determination, and his eyes burned with readiness for what was to come. He had a displacement disc in his hand, and he was about to use it. It was his only means of escape, and yet there was doubt. But then he looked at it, and thought about it, and realized that smashing the porthole and jumping out of the plane was his only chance of survival. That even the fallen would envy him because they can't get off this plane either. And he realized that somehow this plane had been floating in the air for 700 years, so it was safe to assume that in this zone, the very law of space and time had changed, and this law had broken the spatial connection between the teleportation disk and the tower. Thinking about what to do and that the plane was crawling with fallen, and that they were all at an altitude of 9 kilometers, the teleportation drive wasn't working. Soon, Bai Wu thought that they couldn't survive, and at that moment, that fallen one, who was sitting with a magazine in his hands, also dropped his magazine and headed out towards Bai Wu to attack and destroy at this very minute. And Bai Wu wondered what had happened to him, if he had some kind of emotion and was afraid of death. Then he looked at his watch and saw that it still read 0. And then he thought maybe it was a sense of frustration. A minute passed and there were 100 seconds left before the explosion. The disc wouldn't work and they couldn't go back until they find a piece of the Doomsday Puzzle, and there's no way that piece will help them. This time, they really did find themselves in a complete hole. But the little guy's a real hero, loyal to his comrade, and that you shouldn't have dragged him along with you to his doom. Then Wujiu asked if Bai was okay, and told him to hurry up and use the teleportation disc. There were a couple of fallen in that direction. That would cause them a lot of trouble. But Bai Wu answered that they're in an area that violates the law of space and time. The disc didn't work, and jumping out of the plane was the only chance to survive. Everything inside me was squeezed, and now there was no choice but to decide and act. There's a 90% chance they'd be in the red zone. Wujiu said they should jump then, with 20 seconds to go before the explosion. Bai realized that the plane was part of the zone, and now he had to act quickly. And he and the captain couldn't change the location of the zone. All attempts were in vain, and now there was only one way to find a way out, and told me to run to the hatch, even though they can't change location. But those things that open on their own were usually subject to outside interference. Bai realized he had to find the right key to change the situation. There were 15 seconds left before the explosion, and Wujiu ran towards the hatch. Bai Wu also ran as hard as he could towards the hatchway, overcoming the fallen. Each step was hard, but his determination drove him forward despite the resistance. Bai suddenly realized that there was a secret meaning to it. Every action he took, every decision he made, now added up to a single hidden picture, which he was just beginning to realize. Then Wujiu checked the hatch pulling to try and open it. Realizing that he was failing, he told Bai Wu that he was blocked. His voice sounded hopeless, and the situation was getting out of control. And Bai wanted to try to open it too, but they couldn't. All efforts were futile, and time was slipping away, leaving them with no option. But Bai typed in the codes over and over again to pick up and open the hatch at last. Bai Wu soon guessed, and told Captain Wujiu that it was a trap. His gaze was determined, and he knew they had to find a way out. And then said there was another lock on the inside of the cabin that could be opened, only to get into the captain's cockpit. There was 1 second to detonation, and before Bai Wu could finish his words, the explosion happened. Immediately, the plane they were in was blown apart. A huge explosion shattered the silence, and a storm of destruction swallowed everything around them, leaving only ashes. It turns out that after the explosion, there was another restart. Everything went back to its original positions, and they were back at the beginning again, as if. Time began to spin in a new circle, and Bai Wu was back on the plane, but he was unconscious with his eyes closed. With 6 minutes to go before the next explosion, Bai Wu woke up and opened his eyes, surprised that he wasn't dead. Then he had to think about where the Doomsday Puzzle piece of that zone lies. The explosion didn't kill him, but he made a change, and the plane was going to explode anyway. Bai Wu realized their fate was sealed, and he thought it was some kind of time loop. It was strange to him, but he didn't have any memory lapses, and this time he was in a different place. It was first class. Luxurious seats, white napkins, everything seemed familiar. Maybe after each explosion, they'll be moved to a different location. Bai Wu realized that every cycle was a new trap, and a way had to be found. He approached the fallen and started growling and screaming at him. He had the green light of terror mutation. Bai Wu then began to defend himself without realizing what he wanted from him. His instincts kicked in, but every move seemed illogical, as if it was. He was part of someone else's plan. Turns out the Fallen was on that plane before it exploded. But when he found out there was a bomb on the plane, he was completely overwhelmed by negative emotion. He turned into the Fallen one, and he fled and attacked Bai Wu. Bai Wu soon fell down and gathered his last strength and thought to himself that it was a very bad case. He could feel his strength leaving him. He started screaming and calling loudly for Captain Wuju's help. Each of his cries was full of despair, but there was only deafening silence, and shouted as loud as he could to get through to the captain. But the Fallen one would not stop attacking him. Bai Wu didn't know what to do. Every move he made seemed futile, and a way out. Out of this nightmare was not to be seen, and he looked at the Fallen one with a very frightened look, and thought that if the captain didn't show up, he might not even live to see the next explosion. Sitting in economy class, Captain Wuju finally came to his senses. His mind was still spinning, but reality was returning, and he realized it wasn't the end, it was just the beginning, but he couldn't understand how he was still alive again. Then he destroyed and pulled away the Fallen, who tried to lick his face. Sitting in the chair, he wondered what was going on and wondered if he should have died. Everything seemed ridiculous. And reality lost its logic, and looking around him, all around him were the Fallen, he thought it was hell. Then he realized it wasn't hell, and he was back on the same plane. Everything around him was familiar, but the feeling of a vicious circle never left him, and thought that the airplane explosion was just some kind of illusion. The whole thing didn't seem real, as if reality was playing tricks on him. In a dangerous game. Then he heard Bai yelling for help and went that way. The captain soon realized that it was Bai Wu shouting and calling for help. His voice was full of desperation, and the captain felt that time was running out. At this time, Bai took a bite out of Fallen and thought that Fallen's meat didn't count. But he couldn't handle AI now, and the captain was still gone. Bai Wu felt his strength draining away, and every moment became more and more decisive. And Bai Wu thought it was the end of the game, and he was finished. Despair gripped him, but in the back of his mind, there was still a spark of hope for a miracle. But then the captain came running in, breaking down the door and shouting Bai Wu's name. His face was resolute, and his eyes burned with determination to save his comrade. Then the captain saw the Fallen one heading towards Bai Wu and almost caught up with him. Time was running out, and every second could be decisive for him. But Bai Wu stood there, unable to do anything about the Fallen one. His body was immobilized by fatigue, and his willpower seemed to have withered in the face of the unrelenting threat. And talked about being with the captain next time for sure, and didn't finish. Immediately the Fallen attacked him. The captain's emotions surged, panic and rage mixed. But he quickly prepared for decisive action, and started screaming in disbelief, thinking that Bai Wu was dead. His heart shook with terror, and for a moment, the world around him lost all meaning. Instantly, the captain's emotions ran high, and he could see it on the clock. Time seemed to slow down, and every moment stretched into infinity. And it seems to be from the intense, heightened emotions of what happened to Bai Wu. Captain Wuju was about to undergo some strange form of mutation and could turn into a Fallen at any moment. But the Fallen man didn't move away from Bai Wu and kept doing something. Then he turned his head and stared at Captain Wuju. His eyes were filled with rage and ruthlessness. There was a green glow of terror in his eyes. It was a perfect mutation. It affected the captain, and he lost coordination. His movements became erratic, and his mind went blank, as if the force were a force that he was trying to control was gone, but he still fought him without giving up on him. And in the end, Captain Wuju was able to defeat him despite losing his coordination. His determination and last-ditch effort were the key to victory. And the captain told that Fallen to go to the bottom of hell. His voice was full of rage, as if every word was the final sentence. Wuju headed towards Fallen again, after realizing he hadn't finished him off. Then he fought the Fallen again, and was able to wound him again. He flew to the side and screamed as his wounds seemed to weaken him. His strength was waning, and fear was beginning to replace rage, but he was still dangerous. And Captain Wuju was finally able to defeat and destroy the enemy. Then Wuju stood and looked around and realized that nothing had happened. Everything that was happening seemed like an illusion, and he couldn't tell what was real and what was deception. And everything suddenly vaporized in some strange way. The Fallen destruction, even the atmosphere itself, all gone. And Wuju wondered where everyone had disappeared to, and finally realized that the plane would soon explode again and fly apart. He looked up at the ceiling of the airplane and said, "That's it." Before he could finish his thought, the plane exploded again. The deafening explosion stunned him, and everything around him was engulfed in a bright flash. Then after that explosion, there was another reboot, and Bai Wu was back on the plane, as if the explosion had never happened. Everything was as before, and he couldn't understand what was happening, feeling that time had frozen. But this time, Bai Wu was already in the toilet cabin of the airplane. Everything around him was cramped and familiar, but the feeling of strangeness never left him. Soon he suddenly felt sick and covered his mouth, getting up from his seat. His head was spinning, and his body seemed to refuse to obey. And he ran to the sink. Out of it came the meat of that thug Fallen, and it was very disgusting. And unfortunately, he couldn't this time. To get a new talent, but he's got a little muscle. But Bai thought that the Coyote talent didn't work on the Fallen, and he was lucky if he started glowing green like that one. He'd rather die on the same plane, which means this time he was thrown into the bathroom. Luckily, there were no Fallen, and he won't have to go through the doom right after the loop starts. Then he remembered that Prey's Eye had mentioned that Fallen had turned into a Hulk when he'd found out there were explosives on the plane. And could he have guessed that the key to this area was to disarm those explosives? He had 6 minutes before the explosion, so he had to get to work soon. The board had become more lively. The short man must have woken up too, Bai thought. His suspicions confirmed. Any death aboard this plane puts him at the beginning of the loop, whether it's an explosion or death at the hands of the Fallen. Most likely, all those 700 years the Fallen trapped in the plane have been constantly destroying and devouring each other. They had long since become enemies. But now there's more tasty prey on the plane in the form of Bai and Wuju. That's why they don't fight each other. Only 6 minutes left, and this time, he had to at least talk to the captain. But he may not know what's going on here. It'll take about a minute to explain the situation. The captain had already begun entertaining the Fallen, but it would take him a couple more minutes to deal with everyone. And the captain would have had the strength to do it. He could have been a wall between him and the Fallen, and he could have been busy looking for clues. He walked out the door and thought the captain was still rampant. He wondered if he felt any pity for the Fallen when he chopped them up like that. It looks like even the captain's gonna have to work up a sweat to deal with these level 5 Fallen. Bai then told the captain that he had come. The captain replied with surprise, but his voice was calm as if it was expected, and for Bai Wu to wait for him where he was standing while he finished. His voice was firm and confident, as if he knew what was to be done. And the captain himself continued to fight the big man who had attacked him, but he ducked and dodged the blows. Every move was precise. Captain Wuju then threw that Hulk over himself and knocked him down at the same time. His movements were fast and precise, as if every move was a move, was part of a pre-planned strategy, and used his sword to take out that Hulk with it. Then the captain asked Bai Wu if he was all right. He replied that he was fine, although his eyes looked tired, but he was holding on. And he explained to the captain that they were in a cyclic zone, and each time they were transported back 6 minutes before the explosion. And if they die, they'll be transported back to this time. So they couldn't have died. And the captain's reading went up to 35. But Bai realized that there were 2 time laws in that zone, acting independently of each other. Simply put, in this zone, there is a time loop in addition to the normal flow of time. The first law can be compared to the flow of a river. A second one with a ring. As long as they are inside this ring, they will constantly return to the original loop point. But at the same time, they were also moving down the river of the original law of time, which meant that once those 6 minutes had passed, they'd be transported back to the moment they got on that plane, and they'd have to live those 6 minutes again. But it would be 12 minutes in the tower. The captain asked if they had a way out. He said there was, but that's just his guess. There are explosives on the plane, and if they can defuse them, there won't be an explosion. So they'll break the loop, which always ends in an explosion. The captain asked how long it would take to find her. And Bai said it was hard to tell, and that this time, they'd definitely have to die again. There's too little time left. So Bai said he'd look in the control room for clues, and he asked the captain to stay and cover for him. And the next time they wake up, he'll protect him again. The captain replied that he understood and told him not to waste time. And thought there's something else he hasn't told Bai Wu. He's trying to suppress his negative emotions, but the index hasn't come down. Normally, he would never give in to his emotions but now he can't suppress them. And he said that Bai Wu is the only hope to get out of this hell. Meanwhile, Bai Wu ran towards the cockpit and then stopped, and said he'd found the reason he was flying so smoothly, despite hitting turbulence, because all along, it turned out the plane was being flown by the pilot. They've certainly been in the red zone before they're like this. This area was a sea, and anyone who dived in would eventually become a Fallen. However, they got on the plane still human. He thought there was too little information. Maybe his previous conclusion was wrong. Maybe it wasn't the airplane, but the Fallen inside. Apparently, those on the plane were predisposed to become Fallen, but this was different. Based on the information in the eye, you could say that the airplane passengers became Fallen, not because they were in a desperate situation, but because they were were supposed to turn into the Fallen. These passengers were special. It was as if they had been gathered in one place on purpose. But for what it was done, and time was running out, and Bai just didn't have a chance to deal with every passenger. Individually had to find the answer as soon as possible, who did it, and why, and who the passengers were. The plane exploded again. And so the fourth attempt was started and rebooted again. Bai Wu woke up again, and suddenly immediately started calling out for the captain. And the captain, passing by, said that everything was fine, and this time they were placed close to each other. Tension continued to rise, and the captain would not last more than a few rebirths, and Bai would not only lose an incredibly strong comrade, but he'll be an invincible foe if he's thrown into the thick of it after some rebirth, and he won't last without the short man's help. Which meant that from now on, every attempt should get them at least a little closer to the key to this zone. Then he asked the captain if he had noticed anything strange about the behavior of the Fallen while he was fighting them. He replied that he hadn't noticed anything, and in all his previous attempts, he'd killed about half of the Fallen, and some of them hadn't attacked him at all. And Bai asked where they were. The captain said they were in economy class. Bathan suggested we get to economy class first. The captain agreed, because this Fallen could actually be useful, but unfortunately, the shorty had already cut him to pieces. And assuming it's not about the plane, but about the Fallen, he's looking for the strangest ones, and he's sure they're the only ones who can give him clues. He turned to the captain and said that if he could, he should try not to destroy them. And Wuju remained silent and finally agreed. In front of them, a Fallen unusual came out. Before becoming a Fallen, this guy won the lottery 3 times, but 1 ticket expired, the second was stolen, and the third he lost. Unlucky was lucky at the same time, and all the ups and downs in his life had brought him to the brink, and then there was a boom, and he became the Fallen one. The captain kept attacking, but he ducked and attacked again. Captain Wuju then drew his sword from the sheath on his pants. That Fallen had huge wings and looked like a bird. Yet the captain achieved his goal and cut out his one wing. And this one was a writer in his lifetime. He wrote as many as 15 books in 9 years of tireless work, and 14 of which were plagiarized by other writers, and ironically, those writers' books sold like hotcakes. But the catch was that nobody was interested in the guy's books until one of the writers who stole his ideas sued him for plagiarism. He got a letter saying he'd forget the troubles of life on his journey. The captain yelled for Bai to stay focused, that he would protect him, and Bai Wu went in the direction of the economy class. During his lifetime, this Fallen one was friends with a wealthy major who could easily lend him a large sum of money for an unlimited period of time. And the best part is when the apocalypse came, naturally, the guy with the golden spoon in his mouth already had a ticket. His poor friend had nothing left, except to start begging him to get tickets for him, but at the very last moment when the major's friend was about to say he'd help him, this guy just snatched the ticket out of his hands and pushed him off a cliff after all he'd been through. He just couldn't handle the news that the plane was about to explode and had a heart attack. And Bai realized that all the passengers were one step away from becoming Fallen before they even got on the plane. Wujiu's emotional stress index continued to rise. So at first, Bai assumed that they were all just stuck in a time loop and turned into the Fallen. But thanks to the information in his eyes, he realized that they had become like that right after they found out that there were explosives on the plane. And none of them are tower residents. There are a few people in the tower who have survived the purple zone, and their zone number has not yet expired, which means no one's gotten in here from the tower in the 3 days since the room was created. These Fallen are native to a world that existed 700 years ago. What all the passengers had in common was that in life, they were filled with resentment and hatred, and someone was watching them like lab rats, and then put them together in one place. It wasn't hard to guess that this plane was headed for the tower, so the plane exploded after the tower appeared. At the time, getting into the tower was a matter of survival, but due to the size of the population, not everyone could get in. And whoever organized this flight wanted to give them a chance. So if the tower itself is surrounded by a black zone, this plane is the safest place to be. If they disarm the explosives, they'll make it to the black zone. If they do nothing, they'll be killed by the explosion. If the organizer of the flight wanted to get those who could potentially turn into the Fallen into the tower, why would he blow them up? Bai thought there was something wrong. All passengers have a predisposition to become Fallen, however, even in the tower. A lot of people who had it worse than they did, but they never became the Fallen. They're all just a bunch of ordinary people with a hard life. And it's more like they've been selected for numbers and one single characteristic: high level of negative emotion. Take at least a writer who was accused of plagiarism by the person who stole his idea for all these years. He managed to sink to the bottom of despair. It turns out that something multiplied the negative emotions of the passengers to make them turn into the Fallen. Doomsday fragments in areas that weren't connected to Kane usually had a fragment. Perhaps the key to solving this one lies in this guardian. Then he shouted to the captain that he could hold back no longer, that he'd learned everything he wanted to know about everyone. The captain turned on his power. He had gotten even with all the remaining fallen around him. Every movement was decisive, and his strength seemed limitless. At this time, Bai stood watching and admiring Captain Wujiu's strength. His actions were flawless. Every strike was precise, and Bai could feel that power. Finally, the captain finished the job and said there were no fallen left. His voice was calm, but his eyes were tired, and the battle had been hard. Then the captain added that we had to get to the first part of the economy class. Time was critical, and every step counted. Praise Eye told Bai Wu that his watch was working. The clock on Bai Wu's hands had exceeded the 153 mark, and he didn't understand why. It was as if everything was beyond the normal laws, and they kept exceeding their values. But Bai was watching. He couldn't believe his eyes because this had never happened before. Time and reality seemed to be distorted, and Bai Wu didn't know how to react. Suddenly, there was an eye on the clock, and it changed and became very different. The captain turned around and asked Bai Wu what happened, but Bai Wu only looked at the captain and showed him his hand. Then he said that he seemed to be having some problems. His face was troubled, and he realized that the situation was becoming unpredictable. The eye on his arm gave him the rare mutation of ghostly gaze, and it didn't seem to affect his sanity in any way. And if he was to become a fallen, he thought he would prefer to be handsome, and apparently the higher the index, the greater the physical abnormalities would be. He was still a man with a mutation, but it was still unpleasant to have to look like the fallen. He thought to himself, why a watch and not a multi-cooker? And Captain Wuju asked him what had happened to him. He replied that the watch had become Jilin. The indicator is jumping on them at will, and he has no control over it. The captain asked what they were going to do, and he said they were going to keep looking for leads and wait for time to roll back. The captain was very surprised at his words, and then he looked at his hand and told Bai Wu to look at his hand too. His hand had turned into a demonic rock weapon capable of piercing through even the strongest of defenses. He thought to himself that it was a pretty useful thing. As long as he kept his sanity, the partial transformation of the fallen is no big deal. And for the time being, he didn't know if he could return to the tower. All paths seemed closed, and Bai Wu didn't know what awaited him beyond the next boundary. Then said they needed to get to the first part of economy class. The captain agreed with him and told him to follow him, but to be careful. They were walking toward economy class, and they came in and saw the fallen. Then the captain said that he would deal with them, and that Bai Wu should look for clues. His voice was firm, and Bai Wu realized that it was up to him how things would unfold. And he looked around and thought he had to find something strange. Everything around him seemed ordinary, but his intuition told him that something important was hidden. And he was the one who needed to find the fallen acting strangely. Their behavior could be hiding a clue, and Bai Wu could sense it. And he realized that the three people he was looking at were just like that. Of all the passengers, she was the most human to the others, but she was the most hateful and resentful. In her lifetime, she fell in love with a young research scientist. Soon they had a fling, and she became pregnant. But that fairy tale didn't have a happy ending. This guy was just trying to get her pregnant. He wanted to see what would happen to the baby if a pregnant girl turned into a fallen. The captain shouted that the three fallen were different from the others and that Bai should be careful. But Bai, unlike the others, this guy had no sad history or predisposition to become a fallen, however. He himself wished to become one of them. When he learned of the true purpose of the flight, he said that the plane should be his own man and volunteered to take the part himself. And Bai wondered if it was divided into types. In front of him were three fallen with strange behavior. The first is the source, the professor. But this doggy didn't care about any of that. He loved her sickly in life, and eventually all the hate turned that guy into such a fallen doggy. And he was the doggy stalker, who sat so obediently next to that fallen woman. Apparently he was protecting her. But a watcher who wanted to become the fallen might have other motives. But why hasn't this woman attacked them yet? There was clearly something wrong with Padsha with her stomach ripped open, and Bai just didn't have time to figure it out. Then Captain Wuju soon asked him if he had any leads. He said there was, but there wasn't enough time. 20 seconds left before the explosion. And then came the thug from the other compartment. And Bai said that if they couldn't get out of there, they'd turn into the fallen themselves. And by the way, Bai asked the captain if he had any regrets. He said stop thinking about the kind of situations he's been in. Worse, and said they'd get out. Kept fighting the Hulk. And if word gets back to the service bureau that he's left the tower for good, it's gonna make them uncomfortable, especially that woman. And especially with Liu Ling Shangyin and Wang waiting for them there in the tower. Then would they be okay if he died here? Wouldn't they be abused by members of the Straitjacket Corps? On top of that, there were people living on the lowest floor. Now it's a violent place shrouded in chaos, and he'd like that very much. To make life a little easier for its inhabitants, give them some stability. 3 seconds left. And that woman said they'd see each other again. Baiwu called Baiwu a newcomer, and he was surprised that she spoke. It was unexpected, and he couldn't understand what had prompted her to break the silence. And he realized that she had a mind and could speak. This discovery shocked him, for he had not expected that she could be so conscious. Because he thought she was just like Elijah Dandler and Hong Yin. Thought that she must be the key to that zone. She might know something important that would help solve the mystery and break the cycle. There was another explosion, and the plane was blown to pieces. Baiwu felt the familiar feeling of everything disappearing around him, but he already knew it was a restart. And Bai woke up again in the airplane and looked around. Next to him, he saw that doggy stalker and that fallen. She said hello to him and asked if he was feeling okay after the explosion. Baiwu looked at her in surprise, not expecting such a question. He grabbed her hand and said how wonderful it was that they had met again, as if it were a sign that all was not as hopeless as it seemed. She looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide and silent. Her gaze was a mixture of bewilderment and as if she hadn't expected such a reaction. He suddenly asked her if she had ever met Yanju. His voice was tense, as if this question could reveal an important part of the mystery. She remained silent, but he asked again if she knew Yan. This time, his tone was insistent, and his eyes glittered with determination to get an answer. Tossed his arm aside and said, "Who else is it?" As far as she knew, they didn't have a person by that name on board. Judging by the facial expressions of her body movements, he thought she wasn't lying. However, she absolutely reacted to her name, and the reaction was quite mixed. I wondered why she acted the way she did. A poor girl who'd fallen from the betrayal of her lover. Why did she react the way she did? And maybe it was connected to that girl. The significance of the captain's watch continued to grow, and he was bound to find a clue for that attempt. His watch remained true, which meant that it was not subject to the laws of that loop. It existed according to the rules of the normal timeline. The plane was crawling with Fallen. There's something only they know about, but they wouldn't tell him everything. Then he said he was coming from the tower of the final destination of this plane that never made it. Fallen Girl was surprised that Baiwu said that. Apparently, even 700 years couldn't dissolve her resentment, and she still madly hated the man who turned her into the Fallen. He said that a friend of his went missing recently. Her name was Yanju, and she left numbers on her painting that matched the zone number, and he and the captain went there to find her, and she's the most important person to him, and he can't go back until he finds her. Bai thought she wasn't there, but he was sure she was hiding something. The feeling never left him, and he knew that the truth was out there. It was certain that this Fallen Girl could provide a key clue. He went on to say that he loves Yan, and she's completely different from the others. She has artistic talent. At the same time, she is not capable of feeling joy like others, so she often practiced smiling in front of the mirror. She just wanted to be a little bit like a normal person, and she wanted to be needed, and all her life she was unbearably lonely. And on top of that, she was locked up in a hospital, so the only people she could talk to were the crazy. He asked her to tell him where she was, and that he had no one else to ask, and he's been killed by the Fallen more than once, and she's the only one who can talk. And he said that she knows where Yang is. Thought he'd picked the right time and made up a story she wanted to hear, and if his lies worked, the words might bring out her emotion. For it was her mutation of widespread despair that turned all these passengers into the Fallen, except for the belly. She looked like a normal person. If she put on a coat, no one would know she was a Fallen Girl. She could have gotten on the plane. Already being so, and her mere presence on the plane would cause all these people to become the Fallen, but he still doesn't understand how she's connected to the time loop. He found out that Yan knew the zone number, but she'd never been there, and since she'd left. The number of this area in the painting means it's connected to the Fallen, and the first time he met her, he noticed the oddity of why her heart was at belly level, and where her other half was. He used to think the baby in her womb had died right after she turned. But now he wasn't so sure. Assuming the child was still alive and not transformed, the scientist could have taken the child to the tower. It's likely that this professor settled on the 5th floor, and then his child continued their lineage. The Fallen didn't react to the girl's name, but by the name of her distant ancestor, the scientist Yan. Most Fallen are full of resentment and pain, so their perception of the world is highly distorted. And Yang is facing the same problem. It turns out that she can't feel joy because she's a descendant of a fallen child. So things are starting to fall into place. If the Fallen One is her ancestor, he might understand what motivated Yang to go looking for her. To confirm that theory, he needed to figure out exactly how Yan got that zone number. Maybe it's connected to the other half of her heart. And maybe there's some kind of connection between them. She said she didn't know Yan, and said he couldn't go back to the tower anyway, and asked if she was worth it. He replied that of course he wouldn't regret going there if he could save her. The indicator on his watch, meanwhile, began to rise again. Bai Wu watched anxiously, feeling that things were getting out of control again. And he had eyes on his hand again. Prey's eye told him that when a series of numbers popped into his head. It would mean that he's tied to that area forever. Bai Wu felt cold if it was true. There would be no escape, and his life would be a trap. And then he can't leave it. He thought what a series of numbers it meant, and all these fallen are the spawn of this zone. Which means they all already know those numbers, and that's what he was looking for. And maybe those numbers are the zone number. Then that explains how Yang found out about it all, because Fallen knows about them, and Yang found out about them from her. And he went on to say that whatever it took, he would find Yan for sure, and that he had to find her. She said she was telling the truth, and Yan isn't there, and she's in the tower, and she knows where exactly. And that it's impossible to get off the plane is also true. And she was telling him to just forget about Yang, and that he was in this endless series of death and rebirth. Bei asked if Yan was all right and safe. Fallen replied that she was uninjured, but not safe, and that she was in the hands of a dangerous man. But it has nothing to do with him anymore. And Bai thought they had very little time, and he kept telling Padshah that he needed to save her and had to get back to her. She said it was useless, that she could tell him the way, but he couldn't come back. But he asked me to tell her that he wouldn't be able to rest even after his death if he didn't save Yan. She told him not to even hope for doom, and that doom was the greatest salvation in this plane. She's been in it for over 700 years, and she and that runt are the only ones who've been there in all those years, and he walked into that trap himself. For childish and ridiculous reasons. All he has ahead of him is the same old endlessness. She would see his love fade away, and then turn into hatred. Those words sounded like a sentence, and Bai Wu realized it. But he kept telling her that he had to save Yan, and that she had to tell him how to get out of there. But she said that the explosives were in the cargo hold, guarded by one special Fallen. They've been with all the Fallen for a long time, decided to team up against him and try to get to that explosive. But they failed. He cannot be destroyed. He is the master. That zone is different from them, and as long as he's there, he can't get out. Bai thought he was probably the keeper of the fragment. She said he brought a pretty strong guy with him, and she didn't know what had happened in the last 700 years. But humans have learned to resist them. Wuju can't handle the master of the zone, and once Wuju becomes the Fallen, he won't be able to control his emotions anymore. But the first priority is to stop the cycle of rebirth. Soon, the short man will not be able to fight at full strength due to his growing negative emotion. But she said that if he didn't believe her, he should look in the cargo hold, and that all the Fallen had already fought him. They even managed to lure him out of the cargo hold to disarm the explosive. It didn't work. The explosives went off anyway, and they didn't have time to destroy such a powerful creature. Bai thought that if the little guy couldn't beat the Guardian in 6 minutes, they'd never get out of there. He asked her how she knew where Yang was and how she was connected to her. There was indeed a connection between them, and she could feel it from time to time. And the same was true for Yanju, and that she had also felt another person before, but she didn't finish. Then she told him to forget everything. What she said and the time, and that there was so little time left that he'd still have a chance to hear her story. While his captain is still conscious, he'd better try to get out. After all, Yan was alone and didn't know there was a man in her world willing to take the risk for her with his life, and she'll probably be even more lonely after he's gone. The captain came in and asked if there were any leads. His gaze was intense, as if every word could lead them to a solution. The value on his watch kept rising, and there was no guarantee that during the next attempt he wouldn't reach his limit. And Bai replied that he knew how to get out of there, and they should go to the cargo bay. But now they didn't have time to do that, and they would have to die again anyway. Said the captain would have to take out the master of that zone in 6 minutes, and the explosives couldn't be disarmed. It's going to blow anyway, but he thought they could get out of there if they destroyed the Fallen in the cargo hold. The Fallen one reminded them that time was up and said they couldn't stall any longer. Her words were cold and decisive. And that they'd see each other in the next cycle, and the plane exploded again. The explosion stunned him, and everything around him was engulfed in a flash, bringing them back to the beginning. As soon as the new cycle began, Bai Wu and the captain immediately opened their eyes. Everything around them was once again familiar, and the feeling of being locked in a loop became even stronger. The captain started looking for Bai Wu, but he was shouting that he was in Bay 3, and the captain realized he had to act fast before it happened again. And Wu Ju immediately broke down the door and came to his compartment and told him to keep his head down for now, adding that he had little control over his power. His voice sounded alarmed that they were in too dangerous a situation. The value of the captain's watch was 110 and seems short, is already close to its possible limit. They ran and finally reached the cargo bay. Bai Wu could feel the tension building, but they couldn't slow down. Time was running out. But they saw that the cargo bay door was locked. Bai Wu realized now they had to find a way to open the cargo door, and Prey's eyes said, before they entered the room, he wanted to give advice and that the cargo hold held many strange packages. If you go through them, you can learn a lot of interesting things about this flight, but strongly recommended keeping an eye on that bandaged keeper of the fragment. They opened the door and saw there in the distance, near the boxes, that bandaged keeper of the fragment. Then the captain said to stand aside and that he would handle it himself. His voice was firm and confident as always, but Bai Wu sensed what lay ahead. They're in for a dangerous fight. The one who's wrapped up seems to realize they've entered the room and looks in their direction. But the captain at that moment sprinted and headed in his direction to fight him. Bai Wu froze, realizing that the captain was ready to take on the danger. And the captain moves so fast you can't catch a glimpse of him. His movements were so lightning fast that he could take on any opponent. The keeper had mutations such as parasitic evil thoughts that could influence his actions. These obscurantist ideas controlled him. The transference of weakness to the indissolubility of flesh and blood and reincarnation. The history of that mummy, as well as the history of the airplane itself, was very confusing. Everything seemed intertwined and every new fact, and was able to move even the most calloused person, and has many sharp turns. But Bai was only thinking about his legendary mutation, if it could be compared to a rather powerful talent. Then the legendary mutation's power should be equal to a talent above number 100. And he'd already guessed that it was the local zone keeper that was keeping this plane inside the time loop. That would explain the endless repetitions and strange events, which means this effect of his legendary mutation is reincarnation, and the flesh and blood continuity must have been. Allowed him to quickly regenerate lost body parts. This ability made him almost invulnerable, which made him invincible in an encounter, with him even more dangerous. And Bai thought they could only defeat him if they found his weakness. But even if they find his Achilles heel, he can transfer it to another part of his body due to his ability to tolerate weakness, which makes him even more dangerous. So unless they deliver a series of devastating blows to his entire body in a short period of time, there's no way he'll die. It's like living forever. In a way, it's even stronger than Dundler's absolute regeneration. But he still had parasitic bad thoughts. Captain Wuju's fighting instincts were simply something, and his mind was shrouded in negative emotion. And he was still able to determine the weakness of that fallen, and no fallen would survive a meeting with his blade, responsibly stated Prey's eye. But the mummy was still able to recover from such a blow from Wuju. Despite the destruction, its regeneration was so fast that she was ready to continue the fight. She was telling the captain that he knew he was a survivor, but any recovery uses a lot of energy, and said he'd cut the captain until he collapsed from exhaustion and laughed at. Meanwhile, Bai Wu's reading on his watch was rising, thinking how it was possible his watch's reading had risen too fast, and thought it was all about the mutation parasitic bad thoughts that control the Guardian affecting him, and maybe that's the reason for the invulnerability. And the captain was screaming at him to touch the fallen, and that he could transmit his negative emotions through touch. The mummy's recovery rate soon slowed down considerably. The short man's heavy chopping blows were really having an effect, but he couldn't hold out much longer. The reading on his watch was rising. Under normal circumstances, this would be considered an acceptable rate. The short man's tolerance level is even higher. However, he had already been in this state for a long time. Even the captain was having a hard time. And if he does turn into the fallen, that's the end of it. Need to go through another rebirth or try to still solve the here and now? Bai thought about how they should do it. If they went through another rebirth, would the negative emotions subside or intensify? Wuju continued to fight that mummy. He shouted to Bai Wu that he had enough for one more powerful punch, and to find mummy's weak spot. He didn't think it would work. Transferring the weakness would just move that point to another part of the mummy's body. But now it was too late to warn the captain about it. If only. Not to surpass the travel speed of this mutation, with 190 seconds left before the explosion. At that point, the reading on Bai's watch was over 300, and he thought of the clock. He said the watch was the most valuable player in their game. The words sounded like an admission that it could be the key. And then something very unexpected and strange began to happen. Time seemed to slow down, and the surrounding reality began to distort. The mummy, meanwhile, continued to advance and never gave up. Its endless regeneration and aggression made it almost invincible. She looked at Wuju as he was exhausted and wanted to attack him again. Her angry look was full of determination she wasn't going to stop. However, Bai Wu then approached the mummy from the back and stood behind it. He was ready to seize the moment, hoping that surprise would play into his favor. She felt a presence behind her and turned around. Her eyes flashed with momentary alarm, but it was too late. Before she could turn around, Bai Wu threw her with all his might. The mummy flew far away before she could react and lost control. It turned out that Bai had mutated again and had eyes on his hand. This new ability was an incredible advantage, opening up new possibilities. Wu Jiu couldn't believe his eyes and looked at Bai Wu. His surprise was clear. Such mutations were rare. This put them in a new environment. Bai Wu grew one wing, and his legs became like claws. The mutations continued to change his body into something more than just a human. Meanwhile, the explosion was 180 seconds away. Bai Wu and Wu Jiu realized that time was running out and every second could be crucial. But Bai thought that after the explosion, everything would go back to the beginning. Each cycle seemed endless, and he couldn't shake the thought that it would be like that again. It's gonna take at least a minute to remove that explosive, so he had to destroy that mummy in 2 minutes to break the time loop and send the runt back to the tower. And if he tries to enter the tower like that, there won't be any ashes left. Thinking about how he'd get back on his own if this mummy died, the time loop of this zone would break too. Then he can never regain his human form. Prey's Eye told him that if he didn't destroy the Fragment Keeper, he would have to go back to the beginning, which would mean the little guy could never get into the tower again. And if we destroy him, he'll trap himself. And Bai Wu seems to be at a dead end. The captain called out to him. He kept thinking it wasn't a dead end, and all he has to do is get the reincarnation of that mummy. He thought his talent for Teoti would help him with this case. Then he'd have to show the short guy his talent, and then the captain might begin to see him as the Fallen. But then he thought that Wu Jiu had already noticed that he had become a winged Fallen, and while he's at it, he's allowed to do some weird stuff. And he even hit him with his wing, and even his head flew off to the side. But Bai continued to attack the mummy in an attempt to destroy it. Yet the mummy had recovered again, and was saying what was quite interesting. Kept saying it was the first time she'd seen this style of fighting. And the Fallen One was amazed at how this man was able to directly mutate into a level 7 Fallen, and it was strange for that Fallen in bandages. But Bai didn't stop and tried again to get the upper hand on him, and pierced him again with his wing, and pushed him. He even hit the wall. And the Fallen One got up from the floor and told him that Bai Wu was very strong. But unfortunately for him, he won't be able to destroy it after all. Bai Wu then asked Prey's Eyes if he had noticed any pattern in his shifting weakness, and his eye advised him to just keep wearing him out. And the eye will take care of the rest, said Prey's Eye. There were only 1,505 seconds left before the explosion at that point. But Bai launched an attack on the mummy, but it dodged. And then the mummy said that Bai Wu has too many holes in his defense, and there's no way he can defeat his keeper of the Doomsday puzzle piece. But Bai Wu looked him straight in the eye and said that he wouldn't give up on him. The mummy laughed at this answer of his, and said that Bai Wu had missed something, and that he'd been caught in his net, and immediately wrapped up his bandage. But the captain came over and immediately tore his bandages and freed Bai Wu. Then he told Bai Wu that endless attacks are too careless, and that victory requires more strategy than blind force, and that the enemy can always counterattack him immediately. Bai Wu took a breath and looked at the captain, but he said that he didn't look good. It was as if his strength was running out, and it was impossible to continue like this, and that he could not go on like this, and that he would have to deal with the Fallen himself. His resolve sounded firm, and fire burned in his eyes. But Bai Wu said he'll keep fighting when the time comes. For the captain to aim for the extra eye he'll put in his. The captain remained silent and looked at Bai Wu, while the mummy laughed, her laughter sounding ominous as a portent of something inevitable and gloomy, and said that they still believed they could beat her, encouraged them to show her everything they had. While the captain was thinking that Bai Wu's fighting style was completely different from his, and wondered if Bai Wu had somehow been able to calculate all of his opponent's moves in advance. Meanwhile, Bai continued to attack the mummy, but the mummy just laughed. It was as if it was just playing a game, saying sarcastically that he hit her and what an annoyance it was. Suggested he try his hand at it again, and the voice was very mocking and ironic, and maybe then he'll get lucky and beat him on his own. But Bai said he never said he could beat him alone. Of course, Bai Wu was referring to his invisible eye friend Prey, and his clues that helped him a lot. But the mummy didn't understand who Bai Wu was talking about, so she thought about his words. But soon she was on the offensive again, moving quickly toward him. Her movements were swift, as if she felt no fatigue at all. And instantly, the mummy wrapped Bai Wu in its bandages like an impenetrable web, squeezing him with every movement without giving him a chance to escape. But this time, Bai Wu was still able to untie the bandages himself, displaying incredible strength and agility despite their tightness and extraordinary resistance, and free himself from that clinging man with his filthy bandages. They seemed alive, as if they were trying to hold him captive and not let him go. The captain looked at it all and thought about what was going on. His gaze was wary, and he tried to understand what was behind each action. Then Bai Wu replied that those who should destroy the mummy, and it wasn't him who should have won, but Captain Wuju. After all, his participation should have been one of the key ones. Both Captain Wuju and the mummy were very surprised by these words that Bai Wu had just spoken. Then the fallen mummy began to burst into flames and talk about how Bai Wu would not be able to escape his fate no matter how much he fought. And why would a fallen of mutation level 7 ever need the help of a human? And how Bai Wu managed to realize his weakness. The mummy was astonished because she didn't expect her secret to be revealed. And Bai Wu thought he'd turn on the Coyote talent, and he did. And used this talent against the fallen Bai Wu to deliver a decisive blow, after which the mummy disappeared as if it had never existed. That fallen one turned to ash right in front of Bai Wu and the captain. His dark essence dissipated, leaving only a vague memory of the past. It turns out that Bai Wu did manage to destroy the Zone Keeper, but his mutation reincarnation didn't stop, and maybe a piece of the Doomsday puzzle will help him find another way out. But Bai was surprised that reincarnation was still in effect. It was as if the dark force, though destroyed, was still looking for ways to return. If this mutation would re-emerge after the plane exploded, then that meant that the trap of this zone could not be resolved. To see if Wuju could return to the tower, so Bai asked him to use the disc. He replied that nothing was going to work, and that there were only 120 seconds left before the explosion. Time was inexorably shrinking, and there was tension all around. And he thought about what the eye had said was true. The time loop still exists. The laws of time and space still exist. Prevents the teleportation drive from contacting the tower. And if they do get stuck in that endlessly exploding airplane, it would be really awful. Then he came up with the idea that his watch hadn't stopped being Jilin after all, even after the temporary setback. So they obey the laws of the underlying timeline. That fragment was the ring finger, and other areas of the neighboring zones were other fingers. Put them together, he could free all 6 zones. And as it happens, this assembled palm is part of another larger puzzle. And now he had to rack his brains and figure out how to get out of there, preferably alive. Which meant that the finger he found couldn't stop reincarnation. And the legendary mutation is really something incomprehensible and a strong imbalance that defies logic and threatens the entire existing order. But at least now inside this airplane, the rule doesn't apply. Zone boundaries cannot be destroyed. The captain asked him if he'd learned anything. He replied that he had found something that would help them get out. Asked the captain to try to make a hole in the plane so they could get out of the area. Wuju, on the other hand, replied that they had tried it before, but Bai asked to try again. And the captain went to make a hole and asked our hero to grab onto something so he wouldn't fall out of the plane. He immediately went to the walls of the plane and made a hole in it, creating an escape route despite the dangers that threatened their mission. And the air outside the plane blew hard and almost knocked them over. The fallen pilots in the cockpit also heard a noise from below and suspected something. Their attention instantly shifted, and they began to look around. And the fallen in the saloon also heard the noise from below and got up from their usual places. As Wuju sat at the edge of the plane, ready to jump, his body tensed and his gaze focused, he knew the moment had come. And then he asked Bai if it had anything to do with that thing he was holding, like he was really interested in it. But Bai said they didn't have time, and he'd explain how they'd get out of there. Told the captain that he would jump first, and once he's off this plane, the disc will activate and return him to the tower. The captain asked what about him. Reincarnation didn't stop, so he'd have to die again, and he still had to find out where Yan was. And most importantly, the captain interrupted to say that he only knew that. If Bai dies again, he can become human again and return to the tower. But in human form, he is weak, and how he was going to punch a hole in an airplane. 80 seconds to the explosion, and he answered the captain confidently, so he doesn't have to worry about it. There was no more time to lose, and the top also came into motion. Everything was speeding up, and every moment became decisive. But Bai was sure he could find a way out. The captain replied that he understood, but added that he would come back for him if he was gone long enough and jumped. There was determination in his words. Bai thought that if anyone else had been in the captain's shoes, he would have thought his words were just idle chatter. But something told him that the short man didn't throw words around. There was always a firmness in his action, and Bai Wu knew he wasn't wrong about him. And if Bai doesn't come back, this guy's really going back into that trap just to get him out. Even being one step away from death, Wuju continued to think about their task, and he just couldn't help but admire his iron will. Meanwhile, the captain jumped out of the plane and flew in the airspace and used the teleportation disc and teleported away, but saying that Bai Wu should definitely return to the tower. And in a second, he just disappeared from sight, and there was only a scarlet blue sky left in front of my eyes. With only 60 seconds left in the explosion, Bai Wu was running for his life, feeling time slipping away rapidly. He noticed as he ran through the cabin that the fallen were trying too. Their movements were quick and decisive, and they tried to make a hole in the airplane too, and they turned out to be the same. had time to notice that the laws of the zone they were in had changed, and that the routine had changed, and finally ran into the area where those three fallen were and why those three were acting as if nothing had happened. He wondered if in 700 years they had become so fulfilled that they had fallen into a state of nirvana, and said he could find a way to get away without anything stopping him from saving Yanju. This area was now open, and the walls of the airplane became destructible. He took care of the fallen he'd kept locked up all this time, and he knows his words may seem strange, but the cycle of explosions and rewinding time will not stop, and he will regain his human form. And that Fallen and Yanju must have developed a deep connection, and he asked her to help him and tell him where she was. That Fallen one had tears, and said that Yan was really lucky to have such a man who risked his life for her, and threw himself into an area comparable to hell. The Fallen one said it must be great. There were 5 seconds left before the explosion, and the rafts had already broken out the windows and wanted to jump out of the plane too. That Green Hulk was also running around in the cabin, trying to break down the walls of the airplane. His rage and power seemed boundless, destroying everything in his path. And Fallen finally said that she was willing to tell Bai Wu where Yanju was. Her words were full of tension, as if it wasn't easy for her. Meanwhile, some of the Fallen had already broken through the walls of the airplane and jumped out of it. Their silhouettes disappeared into the sky like shadows, heading for an unknown destination. There was an explosion, and they continued downward, seemingly into the blue zone. A vortex of destruction surrounded them, but the path was already set, and the unknown was ahead of them. The degree of exploration of that area was 22%. Was at the time one piece of the Doomsday Puzzle. This piece of information was key, but remained a small part of a larger puzzle. The remaining Fallen numbered about 350, and Bai Wu was reborn and had to go through the ordeal all over again. It was a clean slate, but the experience of the past was still with him, and he thought about the fact that the zone was only 22% explored. But he didn't have time to think about that now. The race against time had already begun. Every moment was precious, and he knew he couldn't slow down. And we had to find those Fallen before the mummy got to him and get off that plane. And the mummy sensed he was headed for those 3 Fallen. Her instincts told her it would be interesting, and said that Bai Wu didn't really go to him this time. He soon warned all the Fallen of this flight that if they don't want him to destroy them and torment them every time they come back, they had to immediately find and bring Bai Wu to him immediately. He really wanted to destroy Bai Wu and had no intention of stopping. But Bai Wu was running towards those 3 Fallen with all his might. His body was ready to collide, and every cell felt that the moment was near. Then running there, he stopped and looked around him. And now all the Fallen listened to that mummy and began to hunt him down. Their pursuit was merciless, and they saw him as their enemy. Bai thought he'd have to take his chances, then took off his watch and talked about Yanju still waiting for him, so he couldn't die there. So he attacked the Fallen. His determination was ironclad, and he knew that only victory would ensure his chance of survival. And he was able to see that there was indeed some invisible and warm connection between Yanju and Fallen. It was a kind of telepathy on the one hand, and a blood bond on the other. The connection was so deep that even distance couldn't break it. And for 700 years, the Fallen One had held an undying hatred for Professor Yan. But maybe her hatred didn't extend to the children of the family. It was as if they were the exception to her fury. Because after all, those children have the blood of the Fallen in them too. That's when Bai Wu turned on his Teoti talent and attacked that writer. He had no time to realize what had happened, and looked at our hero with wide-open eyes, as if he couldn't believe what was happening and tried to realize it. And Bai Wu's mouth opened wide and headed towards that writer's. Then he did his thing and thanked him for the treat. As if nothing unusual had happened, he quietly walked away. For thanks to him, he said, his wretched strip of life would last a little longer than it was meant to. A Hulk ran up and attacked Bai Wu, grabbed him, and threw him aside. And immediately Bai Wu flew off and fell onto the passenger seat, but quickly recovering, ready for the next move in this fight. And thought he'd already forgotten about the big guy when he brought it up. And noticed that there were more and more Fallen around. With each passing moment, their numbers grew larger and larger, catching up with him, and he was lying there thinking he'd have to start all over again. Fallen told her stalker dog to save Bai Wu, and he bared his teeth, ready to do battle with the Fallen One. His body tensed, and his eyes lit up with determination. Ran up to the other Fallen and instantly attacked the Hulk. He threw him to the floor and sank his teeth into him. He felt his strength growing, and his opponent weakening under his grip. Then bit his neck, and the stalker was very angry. He continued to tear at his neck without releasing his grip. Then the Hulk stabbed him with his hand, but nothing happened to the dog, and he was able to defeat the Hulk and there was a perfect mutation, and he gained powers. Soon, the dog stalker got to his feet and saw that there was a hole in his chest. Then the stalker's damage was shared with everyone else. His energy was distributed, and the exact same wounds as the stalker and the horrifying mutation. Our hero sat back and watched the whole thing from the sidelines, not interfering, as if waiting for the key moment for action. And he thought to himself that the dog had been very useful. It had proved to be a staunch ally in this chaos. And this fallen one came up and told everyone to stop immediately. She turned out to have a rare mutation in spiritual power, and our hero thought how she'd gotten there just in time. Without her intervention, things could have ended very differently. But then the mummy guardian came over and said that he had finally found Bai Wu. Her words were full of confidence, as if everything had been predicted and inevitable. And our hero immediately looked in the direction of the mummy, and he was ready for any turn, for he knew that nothing good would come of it. He was instantly grabbed by the fallen one, lifting him up with one hand. She said they were leaving, and her voice sounded firm as an order. And running up to the airplane hole, she took Bai Wu's hand and pulled, and they jumped out of it towards the sky and the clouds. The guardian of the zone just stood there looking at them and saying that he would not let them go, and his voice sounded like an ominous promise. They were flying down, and then the dog came running and attacked the mummy. And the stalker dog tried to rip that mummy to shreds. The mummy was screaming that he almost caught Bai Wu, and because of that. Meanwhile, Bai Wu and that fallen girl flew down to the ground. The damn dog, the mummy missed them, and now it's all gone to shit. The mummy screamed at the stalker that he had brought his wrath upon himself. Her every look and word was full of hatred, and that now he's gonna torture the stalker dog forever. At this time, Bai Wu took out his displacement disc from his pocket and looked at it, and realized that he was working and that he could return to the tower. This moment inspired him. Despite the difficulty, he hadn't lost everything yet. The fallen one looked at him and told him to take that heart that she was holding, and that it would lead him to Yanju. The moment she turned into the fallen one, all her organs separated from her body and stopped functioning. One could say that her heart was nothing more than a piece of jewelry. Then one wonders how she could to connect with his descendants in the tower, and Bai Wu thought it had become Jilin. I wondered how she could turn it, but he was told that in order to turn into a Jilin, you had to have a human around, and the fallen had nothing to do with it. But that was just his guess, and perhaps the heart had turned into Jilin thanks to the baby in his fallen mother's womb. In the past, when she was still human, she fell in love with the wrong man, and he turned her into what she is today. To the way she got pregnant. He wanted to see if her children would become monsters like her, or if they would die or remain human. Will gain the abilities of the fallen. Bai Wu looked surprised and thought that there were really two of these children. Then said that if a woman from a Yang family married a man from the same family, they always had two children, a boy and a girl. And because of that, she was able to establish a kind of spiritual connection with them. He realized that it was a connection between a mother and her children. The Jilin allowed her to communicate with her descendant. He now understood how Yan had found out about this zone and how the fallen one knew where she was. That heart was the greatest comfort to that fallen, and without it, she would have been incredibly lonely. And he wondered why she had decided to give him that heart, and he realized it was probably because of his supposed love for Yanju. Then thought that all these 700 years, the Yan family's daughters had continued to be experimented on, and perhaps the Yan family had done it on purpose. Pretended to be crazy to get out of there. The family saw their daughters as nothing more than lab rats, and no one ever loved them. Then he asked why she only had half a heart. She said that a few years ago, a child in the Yang family cut off their connection. It only meant that Yanju had an older brother. The Yan family lives on the 5th floor, and if the youngest child of the Yan family was declared crazy and locked up in a mental hospital, then her brother has become the only full heir, and the heart was intact all this time, so none of the men of the family for 700 years interrupted the connection. Only the last of her descendants, her older brother Yan, dared to do it, and maybe something happened to him that she couldn't feel. But something told Bai Wu that this fallen one knew something about it. She was saying that time was not short and would soon roll back again. Her words sounded like a warning, making him hurry. Then asked Bai Wu to take care of Yanju and make sure she was all right. There was an urgent concern in her voice. Praise I said that in the future, he would have to go back there and take a good look not only at this area, but all the neighboring ones as well. And he also said that the Yan girl heard all the sweet words of love he shared with that fallen girl. And Bai Wu thought she really heard his fake declaration of love for her. Then events continued to unfold on the ground floor of the tower. The team waited for them and wondered why they were still missing. And with each passing minute, The wait became more and more tense. It had been almost an hour since Captain Liu Mu had been walking and couldn't find a place to sit. Nervousness was growing, and every glance at the clock increased his anxiety. The whole team was also very excited that they didn't know anything. And Ling Wuzhou said about getting Liu to calm down, and that they all know the captain is capable of many things. Liu answered that he didn't know because it was different that time. His voice sounded confused. Then Ying Shuang saw Captain Wu Jiu and said that he had returned. There was a slight joy in her voice, but there was still a shadow of worry in her eyes. All ran up to the captain, and he looked very ill and exhausted, and in a sense broken. His face was pale and his movements slow. Liu Mu ran up to him and told him that he was crazy and that he was glad Wu Jiu had gotten out. His words were both a relief, but the captain paid no attention to anyone and just looked away, as if absorbed in his own thoughts. His gaze was blank, and was about to go back to the zone, but the team came running and stopped him. But Liu asked where he was going. He needed to go to the hospital to be examined with obvious concern in his voice. Captain Wu Jiu ignored everyone, but they insisted that they had to make sure he didn't have any hidden injuries. Lin asked where Bai Wu was, and Ying Shuang replied that given their captain's character, if he could get Bai Wu out of there, he would definitely do so. And even if it was a choice between Captain Bai Wu and him, the captain would definitely send him back. But the captain came back alone because he couldn't get Bai Wu out. And Captain Liu Mu also asked Captain Wu Jiu about Bai Wu. What really happened to Bai Wu and why not him? But then Bai Wu came back and everyone saw him and ran to him. He was very wounded. He could barely stand on his feet and couldn't catch his breath. Then he told Captain Wu Jiu that he had found Yan. His words hung in the air, and despite the captain's fatigue, there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. And Bai Wu kept saying that their target was located and suddenly started to fall. But the captain caught him, and together they sat down slowly on the ground. There was a consciousness that there was more work to be done, and they could not stop. And the guy started talking about how he had serious wounds and he was bleeding. He needs to get treatment now, or his life could be in danger. Any delay could cost him everything. Rather needed to find people with healing talents to bring a few for greater effect, said Liu. And Bai has already told the captain to pay attention and pass it on. The heart into his hands told him to take it and that it would lead them to the goal. However, the captain looked surprised at the heart picked up and thought for a moment. It turned out that she was a girl in some unknown building. The place was strange, as if it hid not only her, but also her history. And she wondered how her relative, the Fallen, could give someone something so important, and was very unhappy with that fallen from the airplane. Wu Jiu told Bai Wu that he would take care of the rest on his own. His eyes were still tired, and he knew that there was an equally dangerous part of the journey ahead. The doctor said he had shattered every bone in his body, whoever he was fighting with. They said he needed to be rushed to the hospital, and that healing alone wouldn't save him. But Bai Wu told the captain to wait. Before moving on, he needed to know, and asked who was the second strongest in the intelligence corps. Wu Jiu replied that he could name 3. However, he only cooperated with Liu Mu. Bai Wu had told Wu Jiu to take Liu Mo or any other fighters with him, and the more the better. But the doctors told him to keep his breathing even and to stop talking. He was just telling them not to let her run away again. Then the captain told the old man Liu that he would go with him. He also asked where they were going and that they didn't need to go to the hospital, and told Captain Wu Jiu not to treat him like some criminal he caught. He said they didn't have time to deal with it right now and had more important things to do, that they'd go up to the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, the guys from the team brought Bai Wu to the hospital. He was exhausted and breathing heavily, but his eyes were still determined. They ran down the hallway carrying him in an ambulance gurney. The sound of the wheels echoed loudly through the empty, sterile walls of the hospital. Then the straitjacket came out and told them to stop, and that they can't keep going, that they should leave this guy behind. His condition was getting worse by the minute, and the boys didn't want to leave their comrade in the hands of the straitjacket. But Dean from the straitjacket told them they had to be responsible for this guy. If they don't want him to get worse, they should just leave him to them. Warned that none of the other first-floor hospitals would accept them and that the choice was theirs. Lin yelled at him saying that he, a shabby dog, and to get him out of the way fast. Van said he wouldn't warn them twice, either let them pass or they'd kick them out. And Dean said they want to fight them right there, right now. But Ying Shuang told Lin to shut up and told Dean that he needed to take care of him and remember that if anything happens to Bai, it'll be because of them. And not even his wife, who loves to support him so much, will keep them from being punished. He got angry and said that Yin insinuated that he only became corps captain because of his effort. But Lin laughed and said she could see why he was so attracted to his wife. He's got a great sense of humor. But he was yelling to his co-workers to take Bai Wu away. The guys stood and watched the injured Bai Wu being taken to the ward. Then Dean turned around and walked away too. The boys stood watching the gurney. Shang Soyai soon told Sister Yin Shuang why she had decided to give them Brother Bai. and that he feels like they're always acting like some kind of wuss. Besides, they're sure to try to get the information they got from him with the captain. Wasn't it better to do it themselves? Lin said they don't have someone who can make Bai Wu talk, and there's no way Bald Dean can do it. Besides, even though Bai was badly wounded, he still managed to find the strength to talk to the captain, and that he had already passed on all the key information. And the straitjacket must have figured it out, so they'll do anything. Yingshuang thought that even though Lin's mouth is full of poison, she seems to believe in Bai. And when she first joined the course, Lin bullied her for months. And Wang said Bai was a real man, and now he recognizes him. He deserves to be in the hands of the Foreign Intelligence Corps. And Bai's bones were broken, and not a muscle on his face shook. He likes this guy, and he likes him. Lin said that given his attention to detail and ability to think, their case was already solved. And if he said he'd found their target, he had. That meant the Peace Corps would have to operate on 2 fronts at once. Some of the men will be sent to watch the captain, and others will be sent to treat and question him. The men of the Straitjacket Corps like to take other people's booty. But Yin said that it seemed to her that Lin had really become smart. Usually Yin was in charge of the brains in their squad, and it was unusual for her. She replied that she had always been like that, and that the captain had put her in charge of the case for a reason, not that they were pig-headed. Wuju and Captain Liu Mu went up to the 3rd floor at this time. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they saw Captain Min Chi in front of them. He met them and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. And Wu Jiu said they had important business and were in a hurry. And Min Che said that he was really talented since he was able to survive the purple zone, and such a feat was more convincing than any other merit. And something tells him that Captain Wu Jiu has managed to locate Yanju. But the captain replied that there's no way Min Che will be able to stop him. Min said that apparently Bai had managed to solve the case after all, and he was even envious of them. They had quite a talented person in their charge, and that the captain was right to stop him and Captain Liu. And even if he brought half the masters there, they couldn't handle the 2 of them. Besides, they personally risked their lives in the purple zone for this case, and Min as a responsible person on the core side lost. However, he had a small request. Since Yan was sent both the sword and shield of the Foreign Intelligence Corps at once, it means that the kidnapper is something very a powerful master, and asked them to take their men with them. And only the best of his 3 teams were gathered there, and they would be out of the way. But Wuju replied that if things got too dangerous, he could protect them. He said these men were the elite of his squad and very strong. Even if the kidnappers turned out to be strong, they wouldn't just be a burden. In addition, the sword and shield of the Foreign Intelligence Corps were being sent there. This kidnapper didn't stand a chance, Min said. Then the action was on the 3rd floor of the old 6th Aristocrats Academy building, and there were lights in the windows of the building, even though it was late at night. It was the locker room of the gymnasium, where the Yanju girl was, and from the development, she said there were only 2 outcomes. Or she stays with the hostage taker and keeps listening to his stories. And then one day they'll leave the place, or he'll be dead, and she'll be back in a mental institution, he said, and asked which of those endings she'd prefer. She said that if he'd asked her that 2 hours ago, she wouldn't have thought twice and would have chosen the first option. But now she's changed her mind and doesn't want to leave this place. And he asked why she wanted to be among the crazies again. That it's just a cage for her. A cage for outcasts no one cares about. But she was talking because she has a man now. That she likes, that his words are lies, and that there are people in the world now who love her and she's not an outcast like he told her and told her before. There are people who would go to great lengths to find her and save her and risk their lives for her. And she was thinking about that fallen woman and how she helped Bai Wu get out so he'd come after her. He then handed Jilin over to Captain Wuju, and now he and Liu want to rescue her. She also put the brush down, then said decisively about she doesn't want to be a fallen like she said before. Then she remembered her conversation with Kane, who now had her as a hostage, how she asked him if she could be a fallen. And he told her they'd go outside the tower and he'd take her to a special place, and said that there are fallen others out there, and that people with emotional defects like hers, after transformation, they go through several stages of evolution and begin to evolve rapidly, and she will have eternal life and freedom. And people will stay in the tower and try to deceive themselves, and they'll continue to rot slowly until they drive themselves to extinction. She asked where he got his hatred for people. He replied that why can't he hate people because they are arrogant and ugly and repeat their mistakes over and over again, and invited her to remember for herself what those people had put her through as a child. And she remembered saying in the hospital that he was right and that she had no desire to remain human, and how she wanted him to take her out of the psychiatric hospital. She turned around and told him to go away, that she didn't want to become a fallen, and that she would wait for them and they would save her. He asked what she said about those people in the painting coming to save her, and the painting depicted Captain Wuju and Captain Liu. And she made a smile on her face and said that they would surely come for her and save her, and that they were on their way. And Kane thought to himself that she couldn't even express her joy, and that she was the perfect candidate to become the Fallen. And what a bad time for the captain to show up. He kept telling her that no one would ever love her, and that she was special, not like other people. So, even if she was rescued, she'd have to go back to the insane asylum eventually anyway. Asked if she was sure she wanted to go back there, her mind flashed back to Bai Wu, saying that he would definitely find her that Fallen. She kept saying she was sure she didn't want to be the Fallen, but Kane thought about it and said that if these people couldn't save her. She went on to say she didn't want to become the Fallen and just leave her alone. He said that if she didn't want to, he'd have to accept her choice. But one day, she's bound to realize that this tower wasn't worth clinging to. The girl told him to go away and that they would come soon, and among them, there was one he could not defeat. And Kane kept asking her who he couldn't beat. And indeed, he said his body was no match for his, but it would be a shame not to take the opportunity to do a little rehearsal for their upcoming battle. Then he went towards Wuju, while the captain and Liu went into the building. And Captain Wuju was looking around trying to find something. Then Wuju stopped abruptly and said that he could feel someone's creepy aura. Captain Liu asked what he was feeling. He replied that he could feel the aura that only the highest Fallen had. And Captain Liu said that he knew it was impossible. The Fallen can't get inside the tower. Wuju said that Bai's suspicions must have been justified. Then the captain asked the men of the straitjacket if they were sure they wanted to go in. He replied that they dare not disobey Captain Min's orders and asked them to just lead them, and that they planned to just help them. Captain Liu told him to just forget about them and that it was useless to talk to them, and he listened to Captain Liu and told them to move on. Then they continued to enter the building, and Captain Wuju kept leading them, telling them to be careful, and Captain Wuju told them to go in that direction. However, Liu asked the captain that their opponent was from the Tower God. Wuju replied that if Bai Wu's guesses were to be believed, then no. But he did that they might have something to do with their case. But Liu asked if it wasn't someone from the cult, where did such a powerful master come from? And Wuju said they'd find out. He asked if Liu's shield had been repaired yet. He said, of course, it's not a piece of junk that can be fixed so quickly. To one of the straitjackets, it seemed noticeably darker, and he shouted to the others to be ready for the enemy's attack and to keep their guard up. And then he confirmed that he didn't think it was too dark after all. He continued to walk inside that darkness, leading his comrade. Then he started hearing voices, and they were incomprehensible. Turned around and asked who was there, but there really wasn't anyone there. Only there were some strange voices telling him something. He told them to stop, and those voices made him very sick. At that time, Wuju said he found something in the storage room. He could feel a growing, eerie aura coming from over there. But Liu Mu asked him if it was a trap, and if Captain Wuju would be able to slaughter that bastard and defeat him. Wuju said he could if he knew his exact location. Then they heard some shouting and turned around to look, and the one in the straitjacket screaming that somebody's right, and he's the one who ruined them, saying he was wrong to ruin them for what they did to him. Captain Liu turned toward the guy and said, "What's going on with that guy?" He was yelling at him that it was his fault, and that it was all his fault. But Liu said he's making him wake up the same way. Immediately pulled out his blade and walked towards Captain Liu Mu. As he approached him, he still attacked Captain Liu. That it was his fault, even though he didn't expect it, but nothing happened to him. That corpse member only bent his blade against Liu's neck in an attempt to wound him. And Liu asked the guy what had gotten into him. The guy didn't understand what had happened. He was covered in sweat and looked at the captain in horror. After Liu grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and lifted him up, Captain Wuju told him to knock the guy out. Captain Liu agreed and was happy to throw that guy out toward his team and told him to get out of there. The same one tried to attack again, but the captain said he didn't have enough. And it looks like they're up against a very tricky foe this time. Captain Wuju told him to be careful and that it's a spooky aura that fills all the space around it, can probably affect the human mind in some way. But it seems like a few of them managed to keep their wits about them. And Kane said that if they came alone, he'd have a harder time dealing with both of them. He was even surprised that they brought their own handlers to him. The straitjacket guy was screaming, "It's not true! It's not true!" Others asked him what was wrong with him. The captain turned to Liu and told him to stop those guys from attacking him, and he'll take care of the main problem. And Captain Liu said he could count on him. Wuju then headed towards Kane and was ready for a fight. And Kane was also heading towards Wuju in turn. Wuju then scattered and jumped to the second floor of the building and attacked Kane, but he grabbed his sword and wouldn't let him hurt himself. Soon said that it turns out Captain Wuju is very impatient, and again fought off the captain's attack, and he flew off to the side. Kane asked that he at least let him introduce himself first, and defending himself from the sword, finally told me his name was Kane, and that he's glad he and the captain met and got together. But Captain Wuju was trying to remember where he'd heard that name, finally thought about it for a moment, and remembered that Bai had told him about it before, and asked if Wuju knew anything about a man named Kane. But Kane said that Wuju is one of the tower's most famous men and the fastest blade, but apparently said he's the second strongest in the tower since he can block all of Wuju's attacks. And Wuju once again scattered to answer him that yes, it was really like that. Kane said that Wuju has a very terrifying speed and that he has an incredibly strong body that allows it to reach such inhuman speed, and the longer he stared at it, the stronger his desire became to take possession of this body, and he admitted that his current body. And immediately Wuju jumped even higher. And Wuju was undoubtedly superior to that Kane, even though he was strong. Soon told Kane to stop talking nonsense, and that he's sick of listening to this strange guy's bullshit. Immediately disappeared from Kane's sight in a direction he couldn't understand. And Kane didn't even realize where he was or where to look for him. And the captain thought to himself that the bastard was stuffed upside down. The Jilin outfit that even he has trouble breaking through his defenses. But if Wuju continues to build up his speed and punch in the same place, sooner or later his defenses will weaken. In the history of the tower, there were only 3 like Wuju. However, all 3 had long since left the tower and turned into powerful fallen. And Kane had heard that once outside of Ujiu Tower, there was an unusually powerful fallen who, for some reason, decided not to destroy Ujiu. And Wujiu had never considered that this fallen could be a former tower master like himself. And Kane said that maybe this fallen one is waiting for something from Wujiu. Asked Wujiu to stop tagging his mask and that he treasured it very much because it was planted by his old adversary. He said Wujiu didn't think his weakness was something else. Kane then asked that this mask didn't seem familiar to Wujiu, and for Wujiu not to pretend he didn't wear one and the captain to think. Captain Wujiu suddenly realized that Kane had confused him with Bai Wu. And that creepy guy is targeting Bai Wu, which means he only saw him in his mask. That's why he confused him with Wujiu. Wujiu then asked him what if he had the courage to start imitating him. So Kane must have been confident in his abilities. And Kane finally thought and said it was really Wujiu. "What's going on?" asked a straitjacket officer and said why their comrades suddenly went crazy and started attacking their own. But Liu said he didn't know it was some kind of talent that could drive people crazy. These guys looked like they were being manipulated, and those guys were asking the captain if he was hearing voices. He said he couldn't hear anything but Wujiu's rumbling and that creepy guy. The other guys started dropping to the floor and screaming that those voices had reappeared. But Captain Liu shouted for them all to wake up, yet they couldn't, and they were grabbing their heads, and they didn't know how to get rid of that voice in their heads that won't stop. And Kane was telling Wujiu that he seemed to have brought along a really trustworthy companion, but his inner compulsion didn't work on him. That the tower severely limits his options, and besides, their final battle must take place in a completely different place. And finally our hero woke up in the hospital and opened his eyes. Then he thought to himself about where he was. And next to him was Captain Dean, sitting in a chair with a cell phone in his hand. Told him that the doctor had already treated all his wounds, but he'd still have to stay in bed for a while because he's being treated by the straitjacket, so he doesn't have to worry about medical bills. Bai thought that they must have intercepted him on his way to the hospital, but they wouldn't get anything out of it. Then Dean said he had a few questions for him, but Bai said if his question was about the target's location, he might not even bother, and I'm sure Captain Min already knows all about it, but he thanked him for saving him and paying his bills. And Bai said he gave all the information to his captain, and Min must have already put his men on him. Dean said of course he did, but at the time, Bai was all beat up. He might have gotten it wrong. And that he just wanted to see if he had any additional information or anything. And Bai remained silent, and then said that he was repeating once more that the target was in the old building of the 6th Aristocrat Academy. Told Captain Dean to hurry up and report to Captain Min. He left the room and immediately called Captain Min to report. Bai Wu thought to himself that, as he had said, Captain Ming must already know everything, and after seeing what the short man was capable of, he's 100% sure that no one in the straitjacket can keep up with him, and it's likely that Captain Wujiu has already reached Yanju. Bai Wu's accompanying power level hadn't changed at all, even though he had been in the purple zone for quite some time, and after the jump he was in the red, and it followed that the mutation reincarnation acted on the laws affecting the laws to alter living organism. And the first time after destroying the mummy, most of the fallen jumped out of the plane too. But after reincarnation, they're back where they belong. Unlike them teleported to the tower. So it's all about the tower. Apparently, it erases both the fallen and the effects of their powers without a trace, and he thought he just had to solve the mysteries of the plane. At first, he thought it was that girl who turned everyone into the fallen, but then Bai found out that the mummy also had a mutation to spread despair. And the cargo hold was full of containers they never got to explore. Then all their attention was on the mummy. Maybe it was in these boxes that the plane's biggest secrets were hidden. There's a possibility that this whole plane is one big experiment, and how this mummy ended up on the plane in the first place, and why her bandages became Jilin and not part of his body. The only thing you could be sure of was that this mummy boarded the plane while still alive. Then what was the intention of those who gathered all those poor people in one plane, and why was it flying towards the tower? Unfortunately, due to time constraints, he was unable to look into it further. At least he now realizes he's still too weak to penetrate the violet zone, and if it weren't for a watch turning into a Jilin and a very strong short man, he'd be stuck in that damn airplane forever. And he remembered the watch, and that if he wore it inside the tower, it might incinerate him. Then Dean went back to the room and said he had to go to the 3rd floor right away, but he'd be right back, and asked Bai Wu to put the mask back on. Bai asked him what had happened on the 3rd floor. Then he replied that Ms. Yanju had indeed been found, but the kidnapper escaped their straitjacket squad was almost completely wiped out, and Bai was surprised that the elite squad was wiped out. Dean also said that they had encountered a huge monster, but Bai asked what was wrong with Captain Wuju, and he said he was fine, but it was their squad that was in trouble. Dean said he didn't have time to talk, he had to hurry, and told Bai to be no nonsense. Min had high hopes for him, Lei thinking that this kidnapper had escaped and managed to get away from the captain as best he could. And that was something only Kane could do in the tower, he guessed. 10 minutes later in the old Aristocrat Academy 6 building, Captain Liu had one of the straitjackets on the floor. Because he was still acting out, he kept attacking Liu Mu, and Liu Mu kept laying him down again. And Captain Liu was getting a little tired of it. Then another one from the straitjacket came running up, and Liu was saying he needed to sleep. He fell to the floor and lay there unable to move a bit. He eventually got even with everyone and thought that one seemed to be the last one, and looked towards Wuju, thinking that only his opponent was left. But Kane said it's too slow and too boring, because that's not all Captain Wuju can do, and that at this rate, Wuju will never destroy him, because that's not what Kane expected him to do and say. He might have to give him a little push by doing some kind of hand manipulation. Kept saying to let Wuju show him what he could do. Then he got up from his knees to his feet and wanted to take some action, and soon he broke through the wall of the building they were in and jumped on the roof of that 6th Aristocrat Academy building. Leo asked Wuju what kind of talent is this, never seen anything like it, but Wuju was staring intently at Kane, and Kane also looked at him and said Wuju was short. Then Wuju asked if he could trust Liu. He replied that they were friends to the grave, and he said their goal was closet and that he'd take care of it. But Captain Liu asked what Captain Wuju would do. Soon, the captain said he would try to defeat the monster, and that he'd have to use his other talent. Captain Liu was surprised that Captain Wuju said he had another talent, and asked him what his talent was, and the captain just told him to go after the target. He agreed and ran straight for the locker room, but Kane asked Wuju if he still cared about that girl, and told him to forget about her and help him with his hard choices, because he was thinking about what to destroy first on the 3rd fragile floor, and whether he'd rather destroy the hospital or the main building of the straitjacket. He laughed and said he couldn't choose one or the other. Afterward, he said he's now understood how Ultraman's monsters felt when they hit the ground. He regretted and talked about how if he could be bigger, he'd destroy everything around him with a single kick without regret. The captain said he couldn't do that, and he's not strong enough, and for Kane to shut up with his crazy rambling. In friend, Kane turned around and looked at Wuju, who was downstairs. Wuju then instantly sprinted and jumped up to where Kane was, and finally hit it with his saber and was able to destroy the monster, and it's like Kane just turned into some kind of black shadow. The lightning from Wuju's saber hit Kane's breastplate, and then it just turned into a black fog. His body turned into fine particles of black dust, and Lu Mu saw it and shouted, "What the hell is going on?" Then he came to his senses and remembered he had to go to the dressing room. Ran into the dressing room and saw a girl sitting in front of the painting. He grabbed her and said they had to get out of there with her in his arms. He ran toward the exit with the girl in his arms, and there was some kind of destruction inside that building. Running past Liu, wondering if he's going to kill them all, and said that's what he meant when he said he believed in him next time, so he'd be clearer and put the girl down. But Captain Wuju told them not to come any closer. Kane's smoke kept laughing and saying that everything was great and awesome, and that Wuju didn't disappoint him, and that he's looking forward to the day when Wuju turns into the Fallen One, to be sure to show him the darkness and the filth lurking inside the tower. Then he will willingly defect to the side of the Fallen and learn the truth, and he will show it to him and then the tower. that he so reverently protects will turn out to be his sinister enemy, and Cain will wait for that day, and he will wait for his body. And while it would be better if he was a little taller, nothing judging by his past decisions, he doesn't like to take the high road, but likes to break down boundaries and accept his own not imposed by anyone. And even though in the cabin, he didn't choose one of the ending, that he's prepared for him, but Uju has shown that they're of the same mind as Cain, and that Uju has to confess that he also has crazy ideas in his mind like Cain. Maybe he's the only one in this world who can understand Wuju. But Wuju shouted at him not to even think about running away. And he said you shouldn't abuse a lifeless body like that. After all, that body had already died at his hands once. Before he died and reincarnated in another body, he wanted to ask him one question. What talent he would use at the last moment, supreme balance, or maybe the god of destruction. Cain was just curious. He didn't expect Wuju to have such power. He even began to think that he had underestimated him a little. And now he'll look forward to their next meeting outside the tower. He's got everything he needs to make the 6th floor look good, and to make sure that one day they would come after him. Wuju couldn't believe that he had found out what his hidden talent was. And also, God of Destruction mentioned, if he remembered correctly, it was a talent with a 19th number that far exceeded the power of his attack. But Cain said he was glad to see his confused face. He's not easy to kill, but this is the body Wuju handled. And of course it was a shame that he wasted the time of that vessel so quickly and couldn't even scratch Uju, but there was nothing he could do about it. Some other time they'll meet again, and that he'll remember, and that he'll accept his challenge so he doesn't die at the hands of the 6th floor resident. Wuju thought he was going to have a long conversation with Bai Wu. Lu ran up and said that the captain had done well and that Cain was a very strong madman. The girl asked where her boyfriend was. They turned around and didn't know what she was talking about, and Wuju thought that the phrases Bai Wu had to use on that plane must have touched that girl. Said he wasn't her boyfriend and that she'd have to go back. She wondered why she would have to go back to the psychiatric hospital again, and why Bai Wu didn't come to save her from the evil Cain himself. Pulled on Captain Wuju's jacket and asked who he was, why he trusted him with a piece of his heart. Wuju replied that he had almost died in the airplane trying to save her. He came back to the tower with serious wounds, and that she wanted him to come after her personally. The girl was surprised very much at this information, and she spoke that the only reason he couldn't come was because he was badly hurt. So he still loved her, so he trusted them to save her. The captain wondered what was going on in that girl's head, that even he couldn't follow the logical thread. Given what they've done there, the Straitjacket Corps must have sent their own men, so why not contact their captain directly? Then Ming Che arrived at the scene and talked about that there's been an uproar, and already there are eyewitnesses claiming to have seen a 100-meter monster destroying the former Academy Gymnasium, and that it wouldn't be easy to calm the public uproar. Wuju replied that he had already told his men what had happened there, and he could read the reports. Min said that he had already read the reports and that this enemy was much stronger than he thought, and they would have to unite to end him. He would also like to thank Captain Liu, and that if it wasn't for Wuju, he would have lost 12 of his elite fighters. But Liu shouted that he had been instructed by the boss that he wanted them to take Miss Yan back to the hospital. I laughed and said it looked like they'd got them. And then I saw Captain Min. Captain Wuju kept talking to Captain Ming Che and said that this is how they would do things. Then he walked toward the rescued girl and said her name. She said that if she went back to her room, they would come and see her, and that she wanted to see Bai Wu. And Captain Wuju replied that he had already explained to her that she had misunderstood him. She got up from her seat, her head down. She was very upset. Then ran toward the ruined building and told them to wait for her for a while. One of the straitjacket officers tried to stop her from entering, and that the structure could collapse on her at any moment, but she kept looking for something. The captain told that corps member to leave her alone. Yan continued to look for something in the wreckage of the building afterward. She saw what she was looking for and said she found what she was looking for. Why did she pick up those pictures she drew and walk towards Wuju? Made a smile on her face and said she was grateful to them for saving her life and that it was a gift to them from her. But he silently took the paintings in his hands and looked at them intently. There was a picture of them fighting with Bai Wu. After she said there's another painting at the bottom, especially for Bai Wu, and that no one had ever done anything like that for her, and when she left all those clues in the painting, she didn't think anyone would be able to figure them out, and that her father, brother, and other members of her family didn't like her very much, and they didn't want her to talk to that woman. They didn't want her to sympathize. And Wuju thought that even though she grew up with problems showing emotions in a family where everyone hated her, carefully hid all her clues, all to reassure herself, in case no one came to rescue her, and that someone must have tried to save her, but the clues were just too complicated. And he's sure that deep down, she was longing for someone to come rescue her. And in her moment of despair, the hero Bai Wu appears as her last ray of hope. And it wasn't surprising that this girl took a liking to Bai Wu, because even if Bai Wu turned into a fallen, she would never give up on him. Then Captain Wuju held out his hand to her and told her they had to go. She took his hand and asked if they would meet again. He led her to the exit and told her he'd meet her if she got into trouble again. She tried to leave clearer clues, then she stopped and said, "Oh," and she put her smile back on her face and told him to tell Bai Wu to come see her after he recovered. At this time, Bai Wu was still lying in the first-floor central hospital, and his friend Zheng Ji tried to spoon-feed him food. And she was trying to get him to eat some food, telling him to open his mouth, and that he needed to eat a lot to recover. But Lin kept laughing at her, saying that freaks are always so funny. She retorted that she said such things, and Lin was saying what she said, and that Zheng Ji doesn't like to be told the truth. And Zheng Ji said she'd grab it off her, and that she was finished, and ran after her. Outside the door was a girl who liked Captain Wuju. She especially liked to walk around the harbor with. Then Wenming came over and asked her if she wanted to go inside, that all these people are close friends of Senior. She said she didn't want to, and she'd rather wait for him outside. There was also a service bureau boss, very influential in the downstairs organization. All this time, Bai Wu thought he could get along with her. Lin Wuzhou asked what they had done with the purple zone at once, asking why the captain got out first. She had already tied Zheng with ropes and hung him up. And Van talked about how he also wanted to ask Bai about what was in the purple zone. He replied that they had no idea how dangerous she was, that the captain's watch had reached a critical point. If they'd slowed down just a little bit, he wouldn't be able to get out, and that the coordinates of their target were hidden in one of the boxes in the cargo bay, and there was a mob of fallen standing in their way. Van was surprised that there were 300 of them. He said it must have been pretty cool, and Lin said she wanted to praise Bai Wu this time. However, Ying Shuang thought that they didn't even realize that Bai had tricked them, and she didn't deny having to fight. With so many fallen, she just felt like he was hiding something important from them that had helped him survive that battle. Then she told him to cut the crap and to get comfortable, and she needed to examine him and see how he was recovering. 10 minutes later, Captain Wuju entered the room. Everyone was asking the captain how it went and if they'd found the noble girl, but the captain said he needed to talk to Bai Wu alone, and for them to go and take care of their duties for now. The team told him if he needed anything, he could call. When he saw Zen hanging tied up with ropes, Wu Jiu said he didn't care about their games, but they needed to clean up after themselves. Then the boys ran in and carried Zheng Ji out of the ward and closed the door behind them. And Bai said hello to the captain and told him that Bald Dean told him the kidnapper escaped. And the Straitjacket Corps suffered heavy casualties and asked if they had gotten the job done. The captain replied that saying losses is a bit of a mouthful. There were no casualties. Besides, all the victims were knocked out by Liu, and as for the mission is completed. And they went around the straitjacket. The higher-ups promised a reward, but he himself didn't know what it would be. And the kidnapper did escape, and Bai asked that he probably just disappeared. Then Wu Jiu told him that Bai had mentioned his name once before, that his name was Kane, and how he knew that name. And Bai thought, of course, who else could have escaped their captain? Of course it was Kane, and replied to Wu Jiu that it was a very long story. Wu Jiu replied that he was in no hurry, and that the more Bai told him the better, that this man was very dangerous and apparently had powers that aren't on the usual talent chart. And he said that of course he destroyed him, but he had a feeling Kane would be back. But Bai was already thinking that maybe Kane had some kind of ability with fake bodies. Then he went on to say that, to be honest, his first encounter with Kane was in that hospital, and reminded him about that moving disc he found before they left that 9th mental hospital. But Wu Jiu silently continued to peel the apple while thinking. And that's all he knows about Kane, he continued. But he didn't want to say anything about Praise Eye, because then people would know that he was more than that. Gives information about objects, but can also dig into people's heads and find out their not-so-nice secrets. But Wu Jiu said that's how it was. Now he was sure of it, and said that Kane thinks Wu Jiu is Bai. The noble knight in the masked cloak is quite a memorable image. Kane's target from the beginning was the little guy. It was for him that he had prepared all these areas inside the teleportation disc back in the jungle of Dundle. And Bai realized that Kane wanted to test the runt, but if he confused him with him, then Kane didn't know about the captain's abilities, and recently set his sights on him. The short man was a tower master, usually a 4th or 5th ranked fighter. Kane greatly underestimated Wu Jiu. Dundler's second stage was really dangerous. In that state, he would calmly deal with such master. That's why Kane prepared 8 endings, and Bai not destroying Dundler apparently didn't strike Kane as odd. Bai found the mask the day before he went into Dundler's stomach. All the clues inside the zone were prepared a few days earlier, so Cain was surprised by the appearance of the mask. He wasn't surprised by Bai's weakness since he didn't know about Wuju's true strength, and Cain couldn't assume that the one who accepted his challenge to put on the mask was someone else. But one thing Bai still couldn't understand. He's almost 20 centimeters taller than the captain. How could Cain confuse the two? Wuju told him that since he was looking at him like that, he's thinking about something. Bai asked if the captain had noticed anything unusual. He said he thought Cain was able to use the power of the fallen. And throughout their battle, the Academy's gymnasium was shrouded in black mist, and all the fighters, except for him and Lee, fell into madness almost immediately. In addition, every time Wuju tried to defeat Cain, he could feel Cain's power draining from his sword, so he had to use more strength to penetrate his defenses, and if you add to that the fact that he turned at the end into a true giant, and all these abilities were like mutations of fallen block and gigantism. How could that be possible? Because the tower blocked it. The effect of even such a mutation as reincarnation, while Cain managed to apply all this ability inside the tower. There was a theory that the mutation and talent lists matched up, but Bai didn't find a matching talent for gigantism and reincarnation. But the captain replied that perhaps it was not a matter of talent or mutation, but of the possessor of their abilities, and the tower reacts only to the fallen themselves. And assuming the man learns to use the mutations of the fallen, maybe the tower will just ignore him as a normal human. And now we just have to figure out how he got the mutation power. Bai soon asked if Cain had said anything during their battle. The captain replied that he was too talkative and chattered away. But Bai thought that if Bai could easily suppress Elijah's will, based on his father's behavior, then Cain should be just a weaker version of his father. You might say an unusual lunatic. After reading the notes, he seemed to Bai to be a well-balanced person. It didn't seem to fit the portrait of him in Bai's head. Then he asked the captain if he could show him what Cain looked like when he was talking. And Bai asked Captain Wuju to just play the role of Cain, but Wuju said he'd never do it. Bai's spatial reasoning skills allow him to recreate scenes in detail. Wuju asked to speak to him in the language of human, and Bai said that in order to understand what kind of person Cain is, he needs Wuju to play him and that it's very important. And to make it more believable, he'd have to remember everything he'd said, and Wuju was surprised. And Bai Wu said he believes in the captain and that he'll do well. Then he reluctantly started playing Cain and said, which is wonderful, and that he didn't disappoint him, that he looks forward to the day when he turns into the fallen, and to make sure Wuju was sure to show him the darkness and filth inside the tower. And then Wuju will willingly defect to the fallen. Then Bai told him to go on. Wuju said he was laughing at him now, thus saying that the captain could not doubt his professionalism, and he would never laugh, even if it was very funny, and that Bai's practically finished compiling the psychology, the portrait of Cain, and that the captain had only a short time left, at which time the team stood outside the door and listened what Captain Wuju and Bai Wu were talking about in the ward. And then in a flash, the door opened and they started running around not knowing where to go. Then they realized they had nowhere to go and looked at the captain. But Wuju told them to get out and slammed the door in their faces. Then he went to the window, closed the blinds, then turned around and said that Cain told him that he had the same madness in him as Cain, and laughed. Then he said that if all he did was useless, Bai should blame himself, and not to tell anyone about it. Bai choked and coughed. He said the captain didn't have to worry about it, and that he would take today's events with him to his grave. And besides, he actually had a lead. He'd like to start by saying that the behavior of the Cain he met doesn't match the character of the Cain Bai Wu knew. And now Cain believes he's got a firm grip on them, specifically, a man with the strength and looks of Wuju, and Bai's brain. And Bai's sure he'll be prepared before he tries to attack them. He's met a couple of people with split personalities, and maybe Cain doesn't actually have it. He does a very good job of portraying himself as having this disease, and I'd even say that. In a way, Bai and Cain are really alike. During the captain's speech, he felt a strong sense of déjà vu. He sensed the underlying madness of Cain, just as Bai had infected his father. The insanity that drove him to ignore the rules and laws was the reason he could never get close to his father, but Bai clearly knew that he will never be like Cain, and has long since bound himself to his own standards of morality. Cain is good at lying, but the most important difference between his truth and lies is that he lies for some purpose, and it was hard to tell. But if he was interested in controlling the tower, he would have gone to the upper floors long ago. But people like Cain only want one thing: absolute power. From this, Bai concluded that Cain was becoming stronger through his lies, but there must have been a condition between the two parts of the equation. At the moment, he didn't have enough information to say for sure. But the big clue was in one of Cain's words, and that word is voluntarily. How Cain plans to fulfill Wuju's voluntary transformation into the Fallen One, and why all of his disciples were also voluntarily transformed by Cain. The answer is very simple. Kane can only gain the power of the Fallen, provided he went through the transformation willingly. And it actually made sense to be able to gain power by deception. And it was talent number 23, the name of a con man. For Kane, Captain Wuju was no ordinary prey. From his reaction, Captain Wuju had such power. That blows Kane's mind. If their speculation is correct, Kane has indeed lived over 700 years. He must have been much stronger than Captain Wuju, but logically, he must have gotten incredibly strong in 700 years. It's clear from Kane's words that he hates everyone on the 6th floor. It's hardly the kind of person who would worry about injustice to people on the lower floors and so on. And Wuju assumed that there was someone stronger than Kane on the 6th floor, and he had already fought him. Bai remembered the story of a miner who awakened the rare talent of absolute dissolution and was sent to the 6th floor and never returned, which made Bai think there was a predator on the 6th floor. Even Wuju, if he lived 700 years too, wouldn't be able to match Kane's ever-increasing power. This time, however, he managed to push him back. But Kane hates the tower with all his black heart, and the reason for that hatred is on the 6th floor. Doesn't that mean that Kane was victimized by that con man, and someone from the 6th floor once weakened Kane badly? That's why Kane is so fixated on Wuju. He's his source of power, and Kane has prepared a whole chain of different zones for him, who will step by step undermine Wuju's confidence and loyalty to the tower, all so that Wuju would voluntarily become the Fallen. Inside the zones, he would not appear to Wuju as the madman he had recently seen. Few people would take the words of a madman seriously, but the captain said why he acted that way when they met. It was to his disadvantage. You could call it destroying a werewolf. Is when one werewolf destroys another werewolf to deflect suspicion. Kane appeared before Wuju in the unnatural image of a madman, only to allow another werewolf to destroy himself. And Bai said it's just his theory, but either way, now that they've met him, Kane won't let go of Wuju. And who knows? Maybe they'd rather see some bringer of justice destroy Kane. And then it turns out that this bringer of justice is Kane himself. And then the disguised werewolf Kane will try to gain the captain's trust and begin to slowly incite him to become the Fallen. But Wuju thought Bai's words sounded too unbelievable. But for some reason, he thought it might happen. Bai then said that Wuju doesn't have to worry about that, and as long as he's around him, Kane can't get close to him. And that's why all those areas in the teleportation disc that Kane cooked up, they should come with Bai Wu, and he'll help him with that. And Captain Wuju gave him a surprised look and agreed. 3 days later, Bai Wu returned to the Foreign Intelligence Corps headquarters and came to see the captain. The captain said that this time, the top brass even arranged a conference to personally thank the three of them, but Bai wasn't allowed because of his injuries. And the captain handed him the medal, and he took it in his hands and said it was some kind of weird thing. Then the captain pulled out a heart and said he couldn't find a suitable container, but Bai still has Jillin's bag. After Wuju said that Yan had really taken a strong liking to him, she might have useful information about Kane. But Bai said there was no point in asking her. They have a teleportation disc, so why don't they go to Kane right now? Wuju said he should at least visit that girl. Bai didn't like dealing with such troublesome things. He still understood friendship. But love like him was just trouble. The captain said he was sure Yan was more than just a sick girl, and he could brush it off, but he'd still have to face it later. After all, people with such blatant lack of attention and love, like planted explosives, insanity, and instead of letting her become another pawn of Kane. Wuju was offering to lure her to his side, and he naturally wouldn't get involved in the relationship between them. And the captain added that the girl was very beautiful. Bai started to say that the captain must have misunderstood, and he's not that interested in women. Of course he spent time with that girl Min Jae brought him, but only for business. But Wuju told him to cut the crap, and that he could take it as his orders, and that he'd start investigating Kane when he got back. The hospital is now under heavy security and constant surveillance by the Foreign Intelligence Corps. The 7th unit is now in charge of security. There was a lot of reason to believe that Kane had already planted a seed of doubt in her heart. So Bai should have had a good talk with her anyway, and if possible, find out more information about Kane. After talking to the captain, Bai went to the psychiatric hospital. When he went in, he saw that there were sick people sitting there arguing with each other. One was telling the other that he had lost and they wanted to start the game again. The other was telling the evil one to leave. Then the doctor came out and asked him. His name was Bai, and that all formalities had been resolved. The straitjacket gave him permission to visit, and that Captain Min Chi's men even asked him to be polite to Bai and said he'd walk him out. Then they headed to the elevator together and went up to the 6th floor. And the doctor said that the last time they came, they trashed the place, and that he hoped it wouldn't happen this time. Bai thought that the short man had told him about how they had run into a master after he had already left the hospital, and apparently that's where they fought, and the doctor said they came, and that he had a lot to do. and let Bai handle it. He went to the door and opened. Inside the chamber sat the girl practicing her smile again. Then she turned around and didn't realize it was Bai Wu at first. Then she realized it was him and fell out of her chair in surprise. And Bai looked at her and thought the captain was right, and she was a real beauty. And judging by the puzzles he had to solve, she was also not lacking in intelligence and was quite advanced. He went up to her and said the captain asked him to ask her something. She stood up and said she agreed, and said she captured her answers in drawing, and she's bringing them over now. Bai asked what the drawings were. She went to the desk and gathered up all the papers. Then he thought that she didn't know in advance the questions he was going to ask her. Then she took a pile of papers and walked over to Bai Wu and asked him to hold them. He took the papers in his hands and said that they were too many and thought it was incredible that she had really managed to draw in just a few days. All those meetings and conversations with Kane, she seemed to have relayed their conversation almost word for word. And he thought she was well prepared. He wouldn't even have to question her, and everything he needed was there. How good it is that he has a Jilin bag and said thank you very much for Mrs. Yan's cooperation, and that he didn't dare bother her anymore. She told him to wait. Reminded her that he said he loved her and asked if it was true. He silently turned around and remembered their conversation with Captain Wu Ji, who said he really liked this girl and he thought he had a problem. Agreed that the captain was right and it was better to resolve this misunderstanding right now. He turned around and said that it wasn't true and that the situation demanded it at the time. And he said that because he needed to get information. And he was really sorry that she got it wrong. If that's all her questions, then he was just leaving. She said it was probably because he didn't like her present. Said she had a lot of money and she could give him all of it, or he could say what he liked and she'd draw it for him. And Bai said he really liked them. Then she said that he liked the gift and she didn't. But Bai said it had nothing to do with the gift. She remembered the difficult childhood she'd endured and the way she ran after her brother and father through their house. How she used to beg her father as a child to let her leave the house for a while. And he told her she couldn't go out and not to even think about it. Her brother said that they've told her many times that she couldn't go anywhere that she could play inside. And as he was walking down the hallway, he heard voices. Peeking through the crack of the door, she realized it was the voices of the maid. One of them had money in her hand, and there were some conversations between them. At that moment, Yanju thought it was all about money. Then she went into the room where they were and called them sister, and offered them money in exchange for playing with her. At first, they didn't understand what was going on, and were very confused and didn't know what to say. Then realizing what was going on, they agreed and said of course they would play with Mistress. She told her heart that the maids loved her presence, and now they want to play with her all the time. And said that she saw by chance how happy they were about the money, and so she brought it to them as a gift. And the fallen one said she was wrong, and that if a man loves her truly, he doesn't care if she gives him gifts or not. The girl was asking without realizing what it means to really love. And the maids kept asking her if she could share a little of her money with them. But she said she ran out of money and gave all the money she had. Then they told the young mistress to come to them again, when Yanju's money is available again, and she's the same. Stayed behind and thought about what it meant for people to love her. She must always have gifts on her to be sure to please them. Then, when she found out that she was giving money to the maids, her father yelled at her and said that she had dishonored their family and how he had given birth to such a mentally retarded child. How could she give money to the maids? You'd think she'd do something like that. Those maids were just cheating on her, and it turns out that no matter how many gifts she gave to people who didn't like her in the first place, they didn't really love her anyway. Then her brother said he got rid of all those maids. The father said it was a good thing, and that he'd work on getting the girl a place in a mental hospital. Her father didn't want to see her anymore, and her brother agreed with him. She was left alone without understanding what had happened and why. Then the girl was brought to a psychiatric hospital. She did not understand what was happening and what was waiting for her in this new place. And the nurse took the girl to a room and told her that from that day on, she would live here. The girl felt scared and lonely. Then the girl told that nurse thank you and told her what she'd made. A little gift for her and hoped she'd like it. Then the girl went and knocked on that Abba's and said her name was Yanju, and from today, she would be living next door to them, and she hoped they would get along. Then she knocked on that time traveler's door. He talked to that Marlene and about when the association would send a rescue team. And Kane appeared in front of her and called her princess and said she should follow him, that he would kidnap her from that terrible place as promised. And she told him thank you and that she'd prepared him a little present she hoped he'd like. He asked her about preparing gifts for everyone she planned to talk to. And she's very afraid that without that gift, no one will want to talk to her. But what if one day that gift doesn't work? What's she gonna do then? He thought he was supposed to be the short guy, and he went on to say that she was incapable of loving anyone right now. And I'm not even sure she really understands what love is. She said she doesn't, but just now, more than anything in the world, she wants to be near him if he likes her. But he didn't like her, and she knew it well. He thought her understanding of love was based only on her complete lack of. Given what happened on the plane, she'd love anyone who said he loved her and rush to her rescue. And accepting her feelings won't cure the disease. The only cure is to find as many people who really like her as possible and feel with all your soul that you're not alone in the world. She just can't be left alone. Bai's place should be taken by someone who actually cares about her feelings and condition. Soon he asked her if she had any friends, and she told him that she didn't have any friends. He thought the closest person she'd been in contact with since she was a little girl was the woman on the plane. There were also feelings for her older brother and father, but they never showed any love for her, only hatred and disgust. She had no friends, no loving family, and even the more common normal feelings were unknown to her. True love is an even more elusive feeling. Most people first know the warmth of family ties, then they develop a sense of friendship, and then love. And unlike other feelings, he wouldn't call love a necessity. It's more of a spiritual luxury. In fact, when survival comes first, a lot of people go without love. A lot of people just don't have the luxury. But she said she still didn't understand. And he went on to say that he wanted to say that they shouldn't get ahead of themselves. You should have taken a beginner's course first. That is, you should have found a real family and friends. Only then you can think about love. And that she needs to take one step at a time to regain and realize what she was once completely robbed of. But who would want to come to her, she asked. Who would talk to her and listen to her? Because there were only hospital patients there. He thought she was a good-hearted child, but her environment and family gave her this disease and lowered her self-esteem. But if she could turn down Kane's offer, all was not lost. He said there's a girl coming over tomorrow who's with. She'll make friends, and she won't have to give her gifts all the time to keep her friendship going. Although if she wants to, she can give them to her once. If Yang is a clear representative of the absence of love, Jin is its abundance. In addition, she is very good at solving emotional problems, and he was already convinced that friendship meant a lot more to Gigi than the proverbial love, so he didn't doubt her. The girl couldn't believe what he said. Bai said that making friends wasn't really as hard as it seemed, and she'll be able to make a lot of friends she can confide in, at least emotionally, and they'll be more interesting than him. She was already looking forward to meeting that girl, anticipating the new acquaintance and all that it might bring. Bai said he still had one more question for her that was important and mysterious, and he hoped she could answer it. She's asking what happens even if she doesn't stop feeling something for him after she has friends. But he said she didn't need to think about it now and to take it one step at a time. She agreed with this decision, and with hope in her eyes, asked if he would come to visit her again. Then he added that of course they were friends now too, and it meant more to her than just words. He soon said goodbye, adding that they would see each other again, and smiled, leaving behind a slight feeling of anticipation. She smiled and said goodbye to him too. There was sadness in her eyes, but she tried not to show it. Then he returned to the course. The captain greeted him with praise, saying he had done an excellent job and performed well. But Bai asked the captain not to make her do such a thing again, expressing her desire to focus on other tasks and not repeat the experience. Asked what Bai would do if Yen really considered him more important, even after making many friends. He told me he's repeating that love and all its corollaries only limits his options, and said there was nothing better than learning the secrets of the tower and dealing with the fallen, and why burden yourself with a girl or a family. But Wu Jiu told him to just forget about it, and that there was an assignment. And if Bai has recovered, he can return to duty, and the case isn't so complicated this time. 6 hours ago, an area opened up with a mine, supposedly somewhere in the mountain. Just a couple minutes ago, a cave-in was reported, and 12 miners are missing. Bai said they had to save those poor souls, and they had to do it before it was too late, and Wuju said they had to move immediately and go to that white zone and get the miners out of there. Bai asked why the captain didn't take on that task with his strength. He said the mission was simple but important, and there's always plenty of it. And every day a lot of downstairs residents go to the mine, and the captain would occasionally take on a case like this. He'd only give Bai 2 hours to pack and say they'd meet on the east plaza of the first floor. Bai agreed and said he'd go get ready, and asked if they were going as a group, and hoped that this time the straitjacket course wouldn't put a stick in the wheel and everything would go according to plan without unnecessary obstacles and interference. The captain replied that they were going as a group, but Bai had a strange feeling, and he wondered why they didn't just use the displacement disc. When Bai Wu came to Jinji's store, she was sitting there talking on the phone and telling some guy that he knows exactly how she feels about him and that there's only room in her heart for him. That younger Zhang just likes her, and there was nothing she could do about it. And was it bad that someone other than him liked her? Then she said she couldn't see him tomorrow. She had to drop by the Foreign Intelligence Corps, and that she was now partly working for them. She said she'd look at the schedule for the day after tomorrow, and that if he knew how loaded she was in the Foreign Intelligence Corps, and she felt like that. Like she was the only one solving all their cases, and this damn job left her almost no time for her lover. She wanted to see him so badly, and maybe she should just quit. Then she said she wouldn't quit anyway, told him that as soon as she was done with her business, she would come to him, promising not to delay and to be there as soon as possible. Then she said she was kissing him and hung up the phone with a smile, leaving a slight note of warmth and tenderness in the air. And suddenly she noticed that Bai Wu had entered the store. His figure stood out, and she met his gaze in surprise. She soon asked Bai Wu's brother if he had recovered from the last incident, worrying about his condition, and wanting to know how he was feeling. And he said he had a small favor to ask of her that he'd like to discuss. But before he did, he was quiet for a moment to collect his thoughts. Then she replied that the camera he sold her still hadn't been updated, and before asking for something, she had to offer something in return. And he said so-and-so was going to ask her to go up to the 3rd floor. She immediately started saying that she was joking and that she didn't need that 3rd floor at all. She just wanted to help her dear brother. And he was saying how nice it was to have her on, and that there was a girl in the mental hospital and he'd like to ask her if possible to spend time with her. She has mental health issues from a very tragic childhood, and it would be nice if it would also correct her misconception of love. She replied that he had given her a challenge. Of course he had given her a challenge. Then he uncovered Jan's drawing and told her to see that on the 3rd and 4th floors, such paintings could fetch good money. She's excited about these paintings and said she'd do her best to show her something much better than love and open up a friendship for Jan. He said it would be very helpful and that he would leave the tower and have some errands to run and try to upgrade the camera at the same time. But not to get her hopes up, she said that she still hoped Bai Wu would be able to fix the camera, and she thought he might even be able to refine it to take more pictures. Then Bai came to his companion. The entire number 7 team was assembled, and now they were going into the white zone. It's like shooting sparrows with a cannon, Bai thought. Captain Wuju asked him if he had finished all his business. He replied that he had, and thought that, by the way, why not after this assignment? Don't form your own squad. After all, Bai Xiaoyai and Qin Ling would be perfect for this. One has an indestructible body, a second incredible stroke of luck. Then the captain said everything was in place. Today their mission would take place in the white zone, and there were not usually any fallen there. But they didn't need to let their guard down. Based on their past experience with Bai, if you're on the edge of the white zone, it's possible for some inexplicable reason to be in a more dangerous area. Then he said that was all he had to say about the mission and told them to follow him. Bai Wu asked Prey Zai to see how he felt about the situation and how tense it was. He told Bai not to worry and that no one was following them, that it was a work day and everyone was busy, and that Bai Wu can leave the tower quietly and calmly, no more threats, and the situation is under control. Then they were in the zone as a team, ready to accomplish the task at hand and determined to succeed. Captain Wuju said they had gotten there without incident and could now focus on the mission without wasting time. Shang Soyai said that the weather is foggy visibility, 15 meters current temperature, 34 degrees. There were no fallen within a 300-meter radius. The world was divided into many zones, but sometimes some unknown special force makes some zones merge with each other. If you go a little deeper, you can get to another zone. The guardian of this area possessed a fragment with special properties could be called a ticket that would open access to uncharted areas and change the course of their mission. But there was too little information to immediately understand what was going on there, although you can guess from the properties of the ticket that this fragment gives the wearer the ability to ignore zone restriction. Then Bai wondered if Kane knew about the existence of such an interesting thing. If he doesn't know, that would mean that even Kane didn't dare enter the area where the fragment's keeper is. Even if Kane knows about the ticket, he doesn't have it now, which proves that the ticket keeper is incredibly dangerous. Wuju told them all to stick together, noting that visibility was too poor and their safety depended on mutual support and caution, and not to split up, because there are signs of digging ahead, so they'll soon reach the place where the miners disappeared. But Bai said it's been quite some time since they disappeared, and will there be fines if they still can't find them? The captain replied that there would be no fines, but human life was precious, so he hoped they would not return empty-handed. However, Lin Wuzhou shouted that why would he even think about it? He should just do his job and not waste time thinking about it. And Bai thought he was clear on the objective, and until he was sure of the real difficulty of the mission, he would do as everyone else did, which is to take small steps toward the truth. After 10 minutes, he realized that the mountain path was much flatter than he had expected. They knew in advance that there was a hidden cave in the mountain, and perhaps it was not the only one there, but it did not give him peace. That there were both perfectly intact trees and trees that were literally broken into pieces, and he had this feeling. Bei asked Shang Soyai if he could sense anything unusual, as the atmosphere around him was becoming more and more tense. He replied that there were no fallen in the vicinity, but there was still something in the air that made him uneasy, as if danger were lurking somewhere nearby. Bai Wu then asked the entire team to stop. Everyone turned to him, waiting for an explanation, as his voice sounded insistent and serious. And he told them that he had noticed something interesting, and that everyone should be on guard, because the situation could conceal an unpredictable threat. However, Shang Soyai approached him and asked if he had noticed the fallen one, because if he had, we should be prepared for a more serious threat. But Bai Wu stared at one point and said that he had realized something, and his face became serious, as if an important element of their investigation had been revealed. And Shang Soyai asked him again what was wrong with those trees, sensing that Bai Wu had noticed something important in their surrounding. However, Bai Wu told them to follow him and keep up. His voice was resolute, and he knew that something important was ahead of them. And that even though they couldn't see anything, Wang Shu somehow had the feeling that Bai Wu drives their team around in circles as if something is trying to find the right moment to act. Soon, Yingshuang also started talking about some kind of path, and Bai Wu told her that she must have realized it too. Lin, as usual, was yelling about who had figured out what and if she could tell her what they had figured out. But Bai said they were so impatient just to remember the path he led them down, and now for her to try to visualize the view from above. Then everyone thought about it and realized it was the footprint of some giant monster that had left deep imprints. But Lin Wuzhou yelled that he was bullying them, and that how could it be a footprint the size of a basketball court? And that he has no idea what a monster would have to be to have a paw like that. And judging by the wetness of the ground, Bai said monster walked through there recently, no more than an hour ago to be exact. Its terrifying power can turn sturdy tree trunks to rubble. There were signs of destruction where they ended up after they moved, and it's possible that the miner's disappearance has something to do with this monster. But Bai Wu found it hard to tell, and it seemed to him that this fallen was not the only one there at all. Shang Soye apologized and said that he never thought he couldn't smell a fallen that big. Lin said that maybe this fallen had some kind of mutation, capable of blocking perception. But Bai said it's not an option, and maybe not even a consideration. The depth of the sinkhole is. Roughly calculate the weight and height of the monster was at least 5 times the height of these 7-foot trees, and the very shape of this footprint resembled the prints could have belonged to ape-like creatures. Usually their kind were very noisy, but now there was a strange silence. And in all that time, they didn't hear a peep, and that was no longer simply a perception blockage. It was hard for Bai to assume anything when it's an impenetrable fog. The only thing he can see is the faint silhouette of the mountains ahead, but if you take into account all the other features of the zone, this tempting landmark looked like an obvious bait. Bai Wu asked the guys if anyone had a rope, but Yingshuang replied that there were only bandages from the first aid kit that wouldn't be enough. He said it would be fine. He then held out a bandage to Lin Wuzhou and told her to grab one and move 5 meters away from them, and Captain Wu Ying-shuang and Shang Soyai to stand beside him. Wang Shu was to take the other end and stand 10 meters ahead of Lin Wuzhou, ready for action and following a strict plan. Wang Shi agreed and took the bandage and walked towards the fog, striding forward resolutely despite the uncertainty of what awaited him. Captain Wu Ju said that Wang Shi was only 15 meters away, but he was no longer visible, and that Shang Soyai's word about 15 meters was absolutely true. And well, what was the point of this demonstration? Bai Wu replied that all this time they had been walking in the direction of the wind, but the fog didn't think to dissipate. Visibility was still within 15 meters, and that was very strange to him. So he decided to do an experiment. He shouted toward Wang Shi and asked if he could hear him. And Lin Wuzhou turns around and started saying, "What the hell?" He yells like that, and that Wang Shi was never deaf after all. However, Wang Shi turned around and didn't seem to hear anything. His expression was serious, and he continued to move forward without paying attention. Suddenly, out of the blue, Shang Soyai weakened and collapsed to the ground. His body became unsteady, and a tense silence hung in the air. And he started nervously saying that he didn't feel Brother Van's presence. His voice trembled, and his eyes searched around for answers, not understanding what was going on. Lin Wuzhou said that he was acting strange and asked what he was talking about. According to her, Wang Shu didn't disappear and was right in front of them as before. But Wang Shi shouted back that what were they talking about and asked if Bai Wu had checked what he wanted, clearly annoyed at the uncertainty of the situation. But Bai Wu thought about what was happening. Wang Shi couldn't hear them, and they couldn't hear him. The atmosphere was becoming more and more strange and dangerous. The whole team waited for Bai Wu to explain what he was testing. Everyone realized that something important was eluding them and wanted to know. And he stood looking at Wang Shi and said he understood. Then he pulled the rope that was in Lin Wuzhou's hands, and for a moment, everyone froze, waiting to see what would happen next, and shouted Wang Shi to go back to them already. His voice sounded as if the situation was becoming critical. Soon, Wang Shi was by their side and asked what had happened and what Bai Wu had figured out, trying to figure out what was behind this strange action. But Bai Wu retorted by asking if Wang Shi heard him when he shouted to him. He said he didn't hear him, and that's very strange. They were 15 meters away from him, but he could only hear a few of Lin Wuzhou's shouts and couldn't hear the rest. Everything around him seemed distorted, as if the sounds were disappearing or being absorbed. And they asked why Shang Soyai thought something bad had happened. He said he just suddenly stopped feeling Brother Wang's presence. Bai said that as they saw it, it wasn't just the 5 basic senses. This white mist had somehow blocked even their accompanying power. It follows that none of their senses and perceptual abilities will function properly while they are in the midst of this fog. Maybe right now there was a huge explosion 100 meters away from them, or a rocket hit and they didn't even know it. And Shang Soyai said, that means there could be a whole lot of fallen around them right now. Bai Wu replied that it was possible. However, they couldn't be sure that the fog was affecting the fallen's perception just as much as they were. Although given that virtually everyone has recently experienced more or less violent swings of emotion, and the Undersiders never showed up, and there was very little chance of them showing up. Everyone was waiting, but time was running out. Sometimes Ying Shuang feels like Bai Wu has some very rare talent, and she told him so, and said that his emotions are at an all-time low, even in the most dangerous situations. It could be the strength of his talent, but on the other hand, none of the talents she knew fit that description. But Bai said it's not a talent, and it might have something to do with his memory loss. She'd like to believe that his calmness is due to the fact that he always has a plan of action. He told them to get back to the point, and they've probably figured out by now that the area they're in isn't white. But Yin Shuang replied that unless you count entering the area by her special number, where the color of the gate doesn't matter, it's otherwise impossible to get in, into an area whose color is different from the selected gate. And Bai thought she sounded so confident about it. She must have studied a lot of books about the tower, and said that they might be on the edge of the zone, or even outside of it, but he didn't deny that other options were possible. The gate could not make a mistake, because they are unchanging, but they should not forget that the outside world is not the tower, and it is constantly changing. And he had this terrible theory, but he wouldn't say it without proof. He said they couldn't just ignore the trail, or say it's some kind of ridiculous joke. The captain had fought giants some time ago and could prove this was not a man-made trail. It suggests that the area they're in is much more dangerous than a white zone, like the hospital that was his very first mission. Now they had only 2 ways to go back or continue toward the mountain. But there was also a problem. This mountain was the only thing in sight. Through that strange fog, as if someone was calling them there on purpose. There was no proof of this, but Bai Wu had a hunch. Perhaps that's where the keeper of the fragment of the Doomsday Puzzle and the guide ticket is located in the mountain. Still, it was time to make a decision. This place is not on the same level of difficulty as the White Zone. It's quite possible it's more dangerous than even the Blue Zone. They could have come back or stayed. Wu Jiu assumed it was the work of some powerful fallen one. Or perhaps the mountain itself is a super being capable of twisting the laws of nature. The same was true of the White Mist, whether it was the natural environment of the area or the effects of the power of another fallen. They wouldn't know what was there until they reached the mountain. Everyone realized that only ahead of them awaited the clue, and they could not retreat. The captain said they had to check it out, and if the situation became dangerous, they would return immediately. Everyone was prepared for possible risks, and they all walked towards the mountain. But Shang Soyai laughed, and Lin told him to stop laughing because it was so tense. But Bai Wu thought that the longer he watched this area, the more this place they were heading to began to resemble a trap, arranged by some powerful fallen. And by the way, he's got some idea about the zone merger he's been envisioning. That combining the zones could be a gathering of the white, blue, purple, and blue fallen. And their connecting factor is the custodian, i.e. the ticket holder. But Prey's Eye did not confirm his conjecture, and he thought that, I guess he would have to get more information himself as the situation was getting more and more confusing and no one could give clear answers. Suddenly, a rocket-like projectile flew past them, leaving a bright trail behind it. Everyone froze, realizing that the situation had become even more dangerous. But Lin Wuzhou and Bai Wu had already dodged it, and it flew away. This projectile then flew higher and higher, disappearing into the hazy sky, leaving a sense of impending menace and uncertainty. The whole team ran around and didn't know where he'd come from. The captain went on to say that everyone should prepare for battle and that everyone should get their weapons under control. And it was some kind of missile, said Lin Wuju, and that Bai Wu didn't happen to be the spy the Fallen had assigned to them. He said it was just an accident, and I thought he'd be more careful what he said next time. But Ying Shuang wondered how that thing could have gotten there. This kind of thing was under the strictest control of the 5th floor rulers. And Bai said that the missile might not have gotten there from the tower. It doesn't mean anything, and maybe they're dealing with mechanical Fallen now. He'd encountered them before when he'd explored the zoo area, and apparently these Fallen were partially mechanized as well. And Wang Shi asked if that giant footprint was also left by some mechanical Fallen. Bai said probably. Along the way, they encountered a couple of identical but slightly different depths of footprint. It meant that the monster was stomping unevenly like a living thing. And Lin Wuzhou asked if he wanted to say that this area was home to several types of Fallen at once. He replied that it was very possible, and they began to look around, feeling the tension build with every step and sound. And one of the crew noticed and said that so far the area was clear. But Wu Jiu told them to keep moving and stay alert, emphasizing that only focus would get them through. 10 minutes later, they stood looking around, but there was no one there. The silence surrounded them, giving them a sense of a strange, dormant menace. And Bai thought that the white fog effect was still in effect, but at least the others no longer underestimated this area. If this place was actually undergoing unification, it was logical to assume that all the Fallen who appeared would stick to the mountain. The closer they got to that mountain, the better chance they had of running into a Fallen. But this fog has another funny thing. People who are affected by it can't feel the danger yet. Not face-to-face with its source, and as if it were not dangerous monsters, but a bunch of peace-loving smurfs. And they can't sense danger, even if they get close to the nest of the local Fallen. It could be compared to the pitch blackness in the middle of it. There are both humans and Fallen that came here after the merger of the zones, and different types of Fallen that came from different kinds of zones, and they are all here now. Walking around blindfolded, it's just a matter of seeing who reacts first. And then a 3-headed wolf appeared in front of them. He had the mutation's sudden claw strike and 3 consciousnesses. The captain, realizing at once that danger was imminent, prepared for battle by giving commands and preparing the crew for the decisive clash with the unknown, and started fighting them. After all, he was a master of decapitation. But Bai Wu told the team to remember that. Wolves by nature always hunt in huge packs, and that meant they could be surrounded at any moment. And the wolves appeared again. Ling Wuzhou angrily told Bai Wu that he had predicted again, accusing him of always making his predictions come true. And Wang Shu said for Lin Wuzhou to cover them and help from behind, knowing that her abilities could play a key role in defending against the advancing wolves. But Shang Soyai shouted that all these monsters were his prey. His eyes burned with lust for battle, and he was ready to face them. The wolves didn't stop fighting, and Lin Wuzhou wrapped her ropes around them. Then turning around, she told Wang Shu that he didn't have to tell her because she already knew what to do in such a situation. The wolves, for their part, were not about to give up so easily. They surrounded the team, snarling and ready for a fierce attack, leaving no chance for an easy victory. And Wu Jiu shouted for them to watch each other and not stray too far away, realizing that concerted action could save them from imminent danger. Meanwhile, Ying Shuang and Bai Wu stood next to each other with their gazes focused, ready for any turn of events without letting their guard down. And he thought they understood each other without words, because they had a great teamwork based on trust and without unnecessary explanation. Shang Soyai then told the captain that there was another group of Fallen approaching them, and their number might be much larger than they expected. The kind of 3-headed hell wolves, the captain replied that he understood the information, he said, and gave orders that they should completely exterminate those animals. At this time, another 3-headed wolf was sitting on the mountain and looking down, his eyes glittering as if he were watching every movement. He growled and seemed to be incredibly strong, distinguishing himself from the other wolves with his massive figure and intimidating strength ready for a decisive attack. And before him suddenly appeared a man in a suit, his figure mysterious and his gaze confident as if he were in control of the situation. And the wolf looked suddenly and intently at the incoming guest. That 3-headed wolf thought this man was definitely the Fallen, but only he thought he was just in human form. The man approached him, telling him he was the respected Wolf King, and that maybe he already knows there's a feast in a few days, and he'd like to invite him. The wolf replied that the fool himself didn't know that they couldn't leave the area they belonged to, and what makes him think he's interested? Then he held out his hand. and said what if and took a ticket out of his pocket and showed it to the wolf. And there was a glint of puzzlement in his eyes, and the wolf looked at the object with interest. His according to the three-headed wolf appears to be a traveler. Meanwhile, Shang So-yai jumped on another wolf and tried to destroy it, and he felt like he'd succeeded and even hurt him, feeling the tension rise in the air. But all of a sudden, another wolf suddenly attacked him, and the other wolf wounded Shang So-yai very badly and he collapsed. However, Lin Wuzhou saw this and told him how many times she had told him to stay out of the way. Then she asked Ying Shuang to cure that wretched man. Wang Shi had also fought those wolves and was surprised by that. There was no end and no edge, and they must have stumbled upon their lair. Anxiety grew, and every step seemed more and more dangerous. And Captain Wujiu, too, fought without retreating a step. His determination was unyielding, and every blow reflected his will to win. And Bai Wu thought it would be good to eat a bowl of hot soup right now. The thought of food distracted him from the tense situation for a moment. Of dog meat, and he misses it so much. Then he got wary, then shouted that the head wolf was out there and for the others to be careful. Lin Wuzhou told Wang Shi to be careful. Wang Shi shouted that he knew, but there was indecision in his voice. The atmosphere was getting more and more tense. Then the two of them ran up to the three-headed wolf, and it growled heavily. In addition to the fact that those wolves had level 6 mutation, they also had a wealth of combat experience that gave them a significant advantage in battle. But for Captain Wujiu, there was no fundamental difference between them. He saw each opponent as a target to be overcome. He'll just have to swing his sword a little longer. However, if Bai Wu dealt with him, he might have gotten a good ability. This chance could help further his success, namely, the talent of doubling strength, and Bai thought that this wolf was the bearer of the talent. It would be perfect for Bai's experiment. He'd always wondered what would happen if the bearer of the talent was killed by someone other than himself. If that someone can also get the appropriate talent. And Wang Shi said this three-headed wolf is really tough. He lasted more than 30 seconds against their captain, but Lin Wuzhou said he wanted to just wear him down. He knew that a wait-and-see tactic could be effective. But then suddenly, Captain Wujiu shouted that he couldn't waste any more time there. And Captain Wujiu stepped aside and disappeared behind the fog. His presence disappeared, leaving only a sense of mystery and tension in the air. The team shouted after him that they were about to lose sight of him and wanted to go after him. But Bai stopped them and said that there's no need to add to the captain's troubles and he'll be back soon. Before Bai Wu could say that, the captain came back and said that he was done with the monster. And Ying Shuang thought that he had destroyed that wolf in just an instant, that apparently the captain was also hiding some talent. The captain said there are plenty of other fallen out there, and to keep them on their guard, we need to hurry. And Bai thought that he realized that the short man hadn't gotten the new talent, and it was because there was too much difference in strength between them. And I thought that one experiment wasn't going to do it. I'll have to check it a couple more times and see if there's a pattern. But he doesn't yet know what factors affect the likelihood of gaining talent. If you think about it, there's too much going on outside the tower, and unknown so that it was scientifically impossible to explain it without any information. And then some new mutated birds and some giant. He had a rare crushing mutation and started attacking. Then another monster with gigantism appeared, and it started attacking Wang Shi. He had one huge eye on his face and very large fists that were flying at Wang Shi right now. But then the captain came forward again and began to fight the giant. And Lin Wuzhou was attacked by a mosquito with the blood power mutation. Lin Wuzhou put a rope around her and said what a disgusting creature she was. Then destroyed it and told it to get out of her sight. And then she asked how many fallen they'd already destroyed. Was unhappy that there were too many of them in the area. It was chaotic, and the situation was getting more and more dangerous by the moment. Looking from the side, Ying Shuang thought that it was really too much. If they had really entered the dangerous violet zone, fear gripped them as the legends of its deadly threat became more and more real. And Bai Wu realized that in that case, they could safely add 2 points to the difficulty of their task. But he had a feeling that all those fallen were heading for that mountain too. Their actions seemed too coordinated, and this mountain served as a signpost, which means this zone is more dangerous than other purple zones. Humans aren't the only ones constantly fighting over resources. Outside the tower, the fallen were also competing with each other for some strange matter. But that riddle could only be answered if he wasn't afraid to start the next scenario. And he asked Shang So-yai how the visibility and temperature were now. He said the temperature had risen to 29 degrees, and the fog had cleared a little. Visibility had increased to 24 meters. The captain asked what was going on. Bai said that as he had said before, the fog was not only interfering with them, but with the fallen themselves. And the better the visibility, the better their chances of meeting another fallen, and they noticed that they hadn't met a single fallen in the area. Below level 5, they found themselves in an elimination game where the mist became their battleground. Every step was dangerous, and the competition with the fallen was intensifying, and believed that if they were to be among the survivors, beyond this fog, they would face the strongest of the fallen. The captain said it made sense. They should be even more careful, especially Shang Soyai, and told them to move on. If such a creature were to possess several powerful mutations, he could easily match the strength of a zone keeper. And Bai Wu became even more curious about what awaited them at the end of this curious zone. At this moment, Lin Wuzhou turned to the captain, saying that the fallen didn't even think of running out, and how much longer he and his team would have to defeat these fallen. Each encounter became more and more difficult, and their strength began to fade despite their determination. And Shang Soyai said it looked like they'd have to beat them for a long time, and they've almost reached their destination. Wang Shi said that that wall was a little different from the one they hit when they entered this area, and Bai Wu replied that this is the end of the fog beyond any doubt. And now, this wall can be compared to a door to the unknown, perhaps on the other side. They'd be faced with something they couldn't handle. So Bai suggested that the captain and Shang Soyai do the reconnaissance, and they would wait for them there. But Wang Shi said why not him, because it was very dangerous. He felt he had to intervene despite the risk. And Captain Wu Ju said they'd do what Bai Wu said. Shang Soyai can scout the situation, and he'll cover him. The others will wait for them. And Shang Soyai was very pleased that the captain had taken him with him and said the most interesting things would come to him and the captain. But Lin Wuzhou was not satisfied that they only had to wait. She felt that time was playing against them, and Bai said they could keep themselves busy. But he didn't advise them to split up. They weren't out of the fog yet. They could think of it as a respite, when in fact there was nothing to do. The time dragged slowly, and the tension increased with each passing moment. Then after a while, the captain came back. He was carrying Shang Soyai under his arm and said that there was obviously something wrong and that they had better go back. There's nothing for them to do in that zone. They won't be strong enough to get out of there. But Lin Wuzhou thought it was the first time she had seen the captain strongly insist on returning, and Bai asked if maybe we should start by clarifying the situation. He realized that without clarity, he couldn't move forward and needed to find a solution. Maybe it's not so clear-cut yet, and there are other options. But the captain insisted on his decision and said that this area was so dangerous that they were very lucky to get this far. And there on the other side of the wall, they noticed almost immediately countless fallen. Their presence was overwhelming, that were organized and going deep into the mine, and he was sure that the mine led to some other place. The dark path promised new dangers and mystery. There was almost no wall on the other side of the fog, though there was still something in the way of perception. The fog obscured details, and it felt like the world wasn't real. However, Xiang Soyai said that such a fog would not prevent him from gathering information thanks to his talent. And then he suddenly collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. At that moment, the sense of danger reached its peak. The perception talent holder abruptly lost consciousness, Bai Wu asked. Lin said it was the first time she had heard of it. Bei suddenly thought that up until now, people had thought of the fallen as monsters that lived by instinct and hunted them. But judging by the examples he had encountered, the fallen could not be characterized by instinct alone. These creatures are much more complex than they thought. It must be where this mine leads. There's a lot of different kinds of fallen gathered now. If the miners were inside that mine when the creatures appeared, they're no longer alive. And if they were still alive, they wouldn't be able to get them out of there. And the missions failed. They go back. What was the point of merging the zones? And what was the point of it all? The role of a ticket holder's zone keeper. A being of such power is definitely a resident of the red zone, and possibly even the black zone, as long as there's only a barrier of fog separating them. They are relatively safe, so they can use the displacement disk. They had to prepare to return. But Bai stood silent, and Lin Wuzhou asked why he wasn't going with them. And he replied that Shang Soyai had most likely fallen under the influence of a very powerful fallen with a spirit-type mutation, so he had lost consciousness. Given his recent experience, it's safe to assume he'll recover quickly once he's back in the tower, and he'll be fine. The captain asked what it meant, and Bai said he wanted to stay and explore further. But Lin Wuzhou shouted that he was crazy if even the captain said he had nothing to do there. How could he accomplish anything on his own? And the captain was telling Bai Wu that they had never faced such danger before, so now was not the time to be heroic. And Bai said that the other side of the wall is still blocking their senses, which means the same goes for the fallen. There's a good chance that if he uses his disguise, the fallen will mistake him for one of their own kind. But Lin Wuzhou said he couldn't save those miners anyway, but he said it was a second case. The Intelligence Corps has been meticulously gathering information on the Fallen for 700 years to develop the most effective method of dealing with them. Due to the specificity of the gate's work, they don't even have the ability to draw at least an approximate picture of the location of the zone. Whether the Fallen have inherent social behavior, or whether there are specific rules that keep the Fallen in a certain area, the captain answered that there are not the most important questions for mankind right now. But if Bai has a chance to find out the answers to them, he doesn't want to miss it. The captain asked him to give him one good reason why he should risk the team. Bai replied that there was a lot he didn't know right now. But he'd already made some obvious observations, and he said that they must have realized that while they were walking around this area, they had to encounter Fallen from different zones. Yin said that this was true, and that the types of Fallen from one zone couldn't be that different from another. It begs the question of how they got there if they know for a fact that the Fallen can't travel freely between zones, because they were categorized according to their level of danger. And in many ways, that level of danger depends on the number of Fallen that inhabit the zone. Then Bai asked the captain if, for example, those wolves had moved into this zone from their home blue zone. If this home zone is still blue after they're gone. Captain Wuju asked Bai Wu what he meant by that zones can change. Bai answered what he meant. Perhaps some powerful organization consisting of the higher Fallen can redistribute the Fallen within the zones under certain conditions. And in the worst case scenario, the ratio of zones will also change. Does this mean that over time the natural distribution of zones outside the tower will completely turn man-made or will soon decline, and the zones will return to their original form? And what these higher Fallen were up to? Why the zone restrictions suddenly stopped working? Lin Wuzhou said that so far, they had just encountered a few species of Fallen in that area, and whether he really thought there was more to it than that. To which Bai replied that the answer to that question lies on the other side of that wall. Now, he couldn't rest until he got it. To pretend to be the Fallen, only those who can get rid of all negative emotion. Now, he was the only one among them. The captain suggested that the danger to the wall is 1 point, asked to assess the Bai hazard as it is on the other side of the wall. And Bai replied that taking into account only the combat potential of the Fallen on the other side, he would give 12 points or more. The captain replied that if that's the case, it's 10 times more dangerous than the purple zone. When it comes to the likelihood of his survival, Bai gives it a 50% chance. Such a chance comes along once every few decades, or even less often. If Bai misses him now, he may not find another one for the rest of his life. But Wuju told him to remember what comes first, his security, whether Bai gets the information or not. But Bai Wu must definitely come back alive and unharmed. Then Captain Wuju told the boys to activate the displacement disc, and Wang Shi said Bai Wu is the bravest rookie he's ever seen. Then the team finally returned to the first floor of the tower, and the staff would look in their direction and write something in their log. When the team came out of the stela, it was red, and they were glowing red. The entire staff shouted that team number 7 was back. Joy and relief filled the air, and Captain Wuju suddenly turned toward the direction of the stela. Then they all realized that they'd come back from the red zone instead of the white zone. At this time, Bai Wu continued to hold his way towards the Fallen. His determination was unwavering, and there was an infinite number of them all following each other. Their ranks did not stop, and each step seemed to get heavier and heavier. Our hero didn't expect the Fallen to be able to hold a line. It violated all his ideas about them and made him wonder. Because they were so organized, you could say the demons of this world were dancing. Now he understood what it meant to unite the region. Although some key details were still unknown to him, he had an excellent opportunity to observe the behavior of the Fallen. And he was now in the core of this area, and there was a local keeper's law in effect, and all abilities in this place are temporary, suppressed, including his. Therefore, he would have to go into power-saving mode. He thought his ability to eye prey, and he remembered how he had faced a similar situation before, but that time, thanks to his mental strength, plunged him into a kind of dream where the eye of prey also behaved ambiguously. Then he managed to use it once by his own efforts. She was a level 9 mutation, and even she couldn't completely suppress the power of the eye. However, that is the situation now. Even worse, he was in reality, not inside some dream. The sense of threat reinforced the feeling that there was no room for error. There were Fallen far more powerful than Hun Yin. He didn't have enough information to judge at the moment about a level 9 mutation because the 2 zone keepers I encountered had only a level 7 mutation. How the big guy who was beating him so much wasn't level 5. The description of the mutation of their features was now completely gone. All that remained was the incomprehensible ones that defied logic. So now he could only see their level, and the expression energy-saving mode fit there much better. But even so, he still had 4 opportunities to get a full description of all the Fallen out there. so he'd have to get in close to make the most of those chances to get as much as possible. More information, and for this, it was necessary to select suitable objects by roughly fitting them. Among 100 such fallen, there would be 60 copies with a level 6 mutation, 35 with a level 5, 7 with level 7, and 3 with a mysterious level 8, and he's actually embarked on a very dangerous adventure with many variables. But Prey's eye did not dissuade him or warn him of the overwhelming likelihood of death. Just an hour ago, these fallen had been ready to tear each other apart for a chance to go over the other side of the wall, and now they're stomping quietly and peacefully deep into the mine. That says at least 3 things. First of all, these fallen have a kind of intelligence that allows them to suppress their inner selves, desires and instincts. And secondly, although the fog had cleared a little, the senses were still hampered. And most importantly, the organizers of this gala clearly didn't want them fighting each other. The fallen are communicating with each other in human language, and it was strange. He remembered that they had come across many different fallen with more or less developed intelligence, but he couldn't classify them as intelligent. Those fallen certainly couldn't communicate with each other. Unfortunately, those sentient ones are too far away, so that he could catch the gist of their conversation, and the fog made it hard to see, and he thought it was good that curiosity didn't apply to negative emotions before he even thought about it. But if it did, he'd be exposed right now and right away. He's been dying to know more about these wonderful, intelligent fallen, but he's only got 4 chances. That's a shame. Then they told him his mask was fake, and they wanted to swap it with his face. He thought he'd been exposed. Then he realized that it seemed these fallen just wanted his face in exchange for one of their own, and thought to himself how lame their language was. Obviously, this fallen hasn't spoken since he turned into this thing. Maybe it's just a peculiarity of this zone. Maybe one of the organizers can somehow establish a mental connection between the fallen or something else. That would explain how such Padshas managed to talk to each other. Then Bai Wu replied that he disagreed and that he was too ugly. That fallen is some kind of 8-man amalgamation or a spider who just likes to stick the heads of people he's eaten on his face. Or maybe he has some kind of mutation to transform, or he can take over his victim's appearance, but it's all useless because of him. Of a huge spider body, because no matter how you change your face, you can't hide the spider's essence. 4 hours later, he received a disturbance outside the Tower of Stench, and he figured he'd probably been in there for 4 hours by now, though the smell might be another of his disguises. But still, almost all of the fallen didn't smell very good, but it wasn't pleasant. The captain would have to pay him extra for this work injury, he thought. And one of the fallen asked why he suddenly smelled so good. Bai Wu said that his body must be reacting that way, that he was surrounded by kindred spirits. The fallen one replied that he sounded like a poet. Then it was his turn. And he said he'd go, and in his lifetime, he was also fond of poetry, finding in them solace and inspiration for his days. The Black Raven called and shouted for the next in line to come. His voice sounded ringing, filling the air with an unsettling silence. And the next one was just Bai Wu, and he went up to that black crow. The bird said he had a very strange costume and asked if his face was disfigured, but Bai Wu replied that if he wanted to take a look and he could show him, but he didn't promise that the crow would remain sane. The bird replied that she wasn't interested and that he looked like a weakling. Then the bird said he might have the ability to hide his aura, making himself invisible to others, and if Bai Wu was able to get there, it means that he chose the right path and overcame all the obstacles in his way. Raven said that Bai is his host's guest after all, so he can pass. But before he does, he has to register what zone he's from, and for him to give the number. Bai Wu thought he didn't know the number, and he only knew one number of the zone he was in, but he wasn't sure. And he could only hope that the organizer of this gathering hadn't prepared a list of invitees in advance. He told him the area. The bird said it seemed his master had mentioned it once, and that there was an immortal mummy living there. And the raven said he could come through. The bird apologized for the long questioning, and then said he could go inside and take a seat in the humanoid zone, and then the bird called the next in line. But Bai Wu took the feather that fell from that black raven's wing. And I thought the owner of this black raven had been on that very airplane. And if he was, how did he get out of there past the time limit? And why that fallen woman never mentioned anything about it? Maybe she was hiding the truth, or thought it wasn't important to the others. Or this host met the mummy when he was in a different form. The more he learned about the place, the more curious he became, and he couldn't wait to find out what was going on there. After he thought that means different paths lead to different zones of similar fallen. Then to his surprise, he met a 10-meter-tall cyclops who stood in the shadows menacingly looking around. A small but very dangerous creature the size of a mouse was running after him, he thought. and virtually all of the fallen entering the monster zone have a very high mutation rate. If he had the chance, he'd love to spend some time in the monster zone and wouldn't be surprised if there were some giant sea monsters sitting there right now. And there's a separate area for the mechanized fallen too, he thought. The ones he met at the zoo don't compare to these. These probably came here from the purple zones, or even higher. Maybe it's some kind of fallen city. There's a lot more space than he thought. It's just an entrance, and the ceiling height there is already over hundreds of meters, and the mine itself goes tens of kilometers deep. He felt like he was in some strange city disguised as a mine, and given that line, what was left standing after him, the invitation received at least 2,000 fallen, and he wondered how such a crowd could be gathered in one place. I wonder what level the organizer of the whole thing is. There was a zone for humanoids. Bai Wu thought there wouldn't be many strange-shaped fallen there, but with each step, he encountered more and more unusual creatures. Soon, he went inside that area and saw many fallen of various kinds there. Seeing the fallen sitting at the tables made him laugh. As he expected, it was quite spacious, and the interior itself was impressive in its majestic simplicity, and was clearly man-made, as if the place had been worked on by a master craftsman. He even felt a sense of unreal unreality of what was happening, as if the whole world around him had become distorted and part of someone else's reality. Suddenly, Cyclops asked him threateningly who allowed him to sit there. His voice sounded threatening, and his gaze was full of displeasure and power. But Bai Wu thought of these blades instead of hands. He was more than certain that he possessed the steel blade mutation. And next to him is a beautiful girl whose appearance is something between Jin Ji and Lin Wuzhou's sister. Her back exposes part of her skeleton and is covered in moss. Apparently drowning was the cause of her becoming a fallen. He thought that, for now, we'll call her a drowning woman. Then Cyclops asked him again about who had allowed Bai Wu to sit there. Bai Wu thought about how he was even talking with his body structure, and he's some kind of ventriloquist. Then he shouted at Bai Wu that he was a brat who didn't deserve attention and gave him a disdainful look. And he said that Bai Wu should realize that he is stronger than him, and that is an indisputable fact that should not be ignored or questioned. And whether he could hear him or not, Bai Wu sat silent and didn't answer. Then he saw another fallen with a tube stuck in his head, and he'd say all the time, "Darling, darling." He couldn't get through to her, and it really seemed to wear him out. He looked harmless enough, but half-headed like a lower-level fallen. However, Bai Wu instinctively sensed the danger emanating from him, as if something dark lurked behind his words and appearance. He wouldn't stop saying he couldn't find his beloved, his voice becoming more and more intrusive, like the buzzing of an annoying fly. Such half-headed behavior suggested that another chasm lay between the fallen of probably the 9th mutation level and the rest. He now realized that the calculations he had made while standing in line had been wrong. 8th level fallen are rare indeed, and most likely. Such monsters make up less than 1% of the people there. And the main organizer of this gathering has not yet been announced, because his appearance will be decisive in changing the course of the event. His curiosity grew with every second he was there. And from the looks of it, the fallen were much stronger than human. A single 5th level mutation fallen would be a head stronger than a bunch of Sister Lin and Wang Shi, who are also level 5 masters. In the Tower of level 6 masters, the accompanying powers could be counted on the fingers of one hand. As far as he knew, no one had reached the 7th level, and only Captain Wuzhou had managed to reach the 8th level. I wonder if he would have been able to deal with a level 8 mutation fallen if he didn't have that hidden talent. A fallen man with a pipe in his head said his beloved was not answering his calls, and by chance, no one had seen his spouse. The drowned girl answered nothing and was silent. Her gaze was blank, and her silence seemed deep and meaningful. And he then asked the drowned woman if she'd seen his wife by any chance, and the half-head kept calling on the phone, and his persistent attempts seemed futile, but he couldn't stop. Suddenly, Cyclops jumped up from his seat and ran inexplicably where his huge steps shook the ground, and the expression on his face was full of determination. Like he was really tired of listening to that half-headed fallen. But the half-head asked that huge Cyclops again, why he tried to run away, and if he'd seen his wife. It was a question that seemed to torment half the head. And Bai Wu thought to himself that there would be no conflict inside, but apparently he was wrong. Although something told him it was a no-blood, no-conflict situation. and it was more likely now that such powerful. The Fallen had long since begun to measure their strength, and their struggle for power and influence was becoming more and more violent. But the half-head was now sticking up to Bai and asking him what about him. Baiwu turned towards him, but remained silent, only watching the Fallen, whose intentions remained a mystery. Then said that apparently half the head likes it when others don't answer his question. And he said like he likes to do good deeds. Then he asked how tall his wife was, what she looked like, and how much she weighed, as if every word was part of a plan to find out something important. What clothes she usually wore the last time he'd seen her. His voice sounded insistent, as if a lot depended on those details. How long she had been gone, and what they had been doing with her the day she disappeared. The questions fell one by one. If she said anything before she disappeared or not. I hoped that question would reveal a small part of her disappearance, and why he wasn't with her when she went missing. Then Bai pounded the table with his fist and demanded that the half-headed man answer him. His patience seemed to be wearing thin, and his gaze was full of tension. But he continued to remain silent, and Bai Wu realized that he had gotten it right. The answer was silent, which means he became his puppet right after the call. So his mutation is some kind of fateful call, and it's likely his ability has conditions for activation. Presumably, this is avoiding answering his question. Judging by his reaction, the Fallen mutation doesn't work on anyone who seriously responds to him. Then he said he just wanted to help him, and to do that, he needs to get some information. For example, whether his wife has relatives or close friends he asked, where she could have gone, and what he thinks, whether he thinks it was an accident or whether they have other guesses. And the last time they were together, they discussed the problems in their marriage, why they don't wear a wedding ring, and whether they broke up. Whether or not his wife liked to breathe fresh air on the balcony. Maybe it's some kind of planned crime. Has he noticed lately that his wife was acting strange? Maybe she's been telling him about the creepy types that sometimes follow her. And as a last resort, you can check your bank card transaction history. And then half a head jumped up and ran shouting, "Hurrah!" And Bai Wu asked where he was going. He's clearly the only one who's even dared to help him. That drowned girl asked Bai Wu if he was scared of him. Her gaze was full of curiosity, as if she was looking for an answer to that question. But Bai Wu said what was he afraid of? After all, he was really determined to help him. Then that drowned girl asked him where he came from there. Her voice sounded very quiet. And he said the first ward of the 9th Psychiatric Hospital. And then he asked where she was from. I thought she said it was from a sewer in Shay's 3rd ward. He said if he got a chance, he'd come see her place of origin. Then he thought that if he understood correctly, Shy City was far enough away from there. He asked her how she got there, and she said that it was because of that gentleman's ability to move from one zone to another, and he talked her into entering the portal. And eventually she ended up in a zone with a thick fog like everyone else. He thought it was the owner of that ticket, and thought that thing only let the owner run zones. But according to her, that the organizer of this meeting has the ability to move other Fallen Bai Wu. Wondered how that was so. The world outside the tower is a chaotic place, but he felt like he was missing something. So Bai Wu asked the drowned woman if it was her first time there. She said it was the first time and said that the Black Raven told her that once every 700 years, the gods from some space do something. The allocation of resources between zones. Bai Wu replied that he had been told the same thing, and thought that resource allocations sounded too vague, and that we needed to narrow it down a bit, and he told her what she thought the gentleman who brought them here had to say. Have any other plans for them? And she said it was possible. And then she added that he wanted to sacrifice them. Figured he didn't want that. Then she laughed and said she wouldn't scare him anymore. Her laugh was light and resounding. Bai Wu said that, by the way. This guy is still apparently under control. Apparently he hasn't been released yet. And what an intimidating ability. And there were plenty of them out there. After Bai Wu thought that the organizer of the gala still hadn't shown up, so it was a good time to gather information. He saw the waiter a level 6 mutation pawn, not so big when compared to the Black Raven, and dressed that waiter pawn was very decent, and thought that pawn is here to maintain order and as a servant. At least he wouldn't attack him for no reason. Maybe we should have used the ring. Then he thought it wasn't worth resorting to that. It wasn't even possible for Prey's Eye to work normally in this place, and he shouldn't have blindly relied on the potentially underestimated capabilities of the ring. Just like Soyai, his master and perception-based power was knocked out by mental force. Once he got into that zone, the ring's capabilities also touched the mental aspect, so it was fraught with unexpected consequences. Maybe the consciousness of these two is somehow connected to a very powerful Fallen, which means extracting information. We're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Then he greeted the waiter with a pawn and said, It seems like the last time they saw each other was 70 years ago. The pawn was very surprised and thought it was like that, then replied that then he hoped that this time they would get even more resources. They prepared what resources for the 9th hospital and the deadly airplane, what those resources even represent. Things are getting interesting, and Tower will at the very least need to add to the list of possible mutations. Baiwu said that he recently had a chance encounter with a man with a phone on his face, and he seems to have taken control of that guy at their table. And could he look at it? Pawn replied that it was a gathering of unruly intruders, and that the master would be angry if he knew about it. Thanked that Bai had warned him, and that he would check it out right away. And Bai told the girl that he didn't want to sit at the same table as a vegetable, and that it's too humiliating to just call someone to fix it. Bai Wu saw that this pawn was carrying a list. Luckily for him, he didn't see any obscure symbols, so it was safe to look at it and read it. Everything that had been hidden was now open to view. And he saw that there was a poor girl from the 9th Psychiatric Hospital, Hong Yin. Then Bai Wu thought for a moment and realized that it seemed to be an invitation list. Then why didn't that raven have it? It appears they'll soon discover his deception, and it will all come to light, leaving him in the hands of inevitable retribution. Then I thought it didn't look like it. His organizer wanted as many fallen as possible to participate, or that Raven wouldn't believe it. To take the word of every fallen man in sight, he had some time. But it's possible that the master himself can recognize the man in him, noticing details that others don't, and revealing his true nature. And Hong Yin was a level 9 mutation, and she came to the celebration, and it's a shame he promised to show her the world and someone else did. He wondered if she would help him if he went to her. It would be good to have her support to guarantee his disguise. From what he's read, it looks like Hong Yin has sole control of the entire red zone of the 9th hospital. If you remember well, the first block was a white zone, where everything was hidden under a cloak of secrecy. And the second building where they met Ilya was then a blue zone, where the air seemed heavy and every step a harbinger of something inevitable. Besides, it was closest to the 4th ward, with its colossal concentration of fallen emanation, so the 3rd ward can also be attributed to the blue zone. As for the 4th body, according to Hong's own words, it was the true body of the fallen girl. So it was no surprise that she's the sole ruler of the place. But he hadn't met a fallen of mutation level 9 there yet, even though she's obviously a humanoid. Although it's understandable, who knows what would happen if such powerful beings were placed in a common room. And they're probably kept somewhere separate as special guests, hiding their true status and importance to avoid unnecessary misunderstanding. He needed to go over the list one more time. The Sea of Scarlet Clouds wasn't by any chance the red zone over which he'd flown his fatal flight, and the amusement park must have been adjacent to the zoo area. It's unlikely, and it's just a coincidence that it's been there several times. Has been in areas that correspond to the danger zone. In the zone of the Sea of Scarlet Clouds, as in the hospital building, there is only one fallen apparently living. There is also a significant difference in strength between the fallen, who have reached the 9th mutation level, but it was too early to draw conclusion. Probably former residents of those places. There wasn't a single black zone on the page. In addition, no one except red zones has ever shown up. 2/3 of the inhabitants of the violet zones were also absent. The diversity of the fallen species is not even worth mentioning. But when you think about it, until now, he encountered no members of the Caucasoid or Negroid race. This applies to both tower residents and those who have converted to the fallen. They can't have just died out since the crash. It's been over 700 years, but humans have still learned too little about the world outside the tower. From the names he came across, they didn't get much farther than the ocean. Maybe that was the point of the conductor's ticket. The waiter pawn fixed that Cyclops and said that if they had any question, he would not hesitate to ask the attendants, and said he wished them good luck in the upcoming allocation of resources. Then Bai Wu told the drowned woman that he would go look around. She in turn wished him luck in his endeavors, walked and thought that Hun Yin had already arrived there, and something told him that the organizer of this celebration would not appear until the tide ran out. Of the arriving fallen, an invited guest with his power could easily crush most of the arrival, and he thought she'd been persuaded and didn't go in with any particular zeal. Now all he had to do was find the VIP room. To find out where Hong Yin might be, he went on and on until he finally saw a passage leading to a dark place. Then heading that way, he wondered if he had misdirected himself. The feeling of uncertainty did not leave him. And then a black raven suddenly told him to stop, that if Bai Wu didn't want to die, he'd better not go there. The thought of the possible threat made him hesitate, but curiosity was stronger. Bai Wu replied, what if he wanted to die, and the raven was surprised by his words? And the black raven said, so be it. Let him pass if that was his voice sounded almost indifferent. Then our hero entered the very area where the special guests were. The atmosphere had changed and was more threatening than before. and thought that Soyai might have passed out just because he touched his perception. Hong had already met him, so she might as well have been warning of danger. After all, it was definitely best not to go in there alive. The whole place was like a trap, where every step could be the last for the one who entered. The miners were lying on some couches and screaming violently, their faces contorted in agony, and their screams echoed, filling the atmosphere with horror. Their minds were torn, as if they'd been pumped full of horse tranquilizers, distorting their perception of reality and plunging them into senseless horrors. It was as if the miners were food exuding a pleasant odor of negative emotions, or rather incense or something similar. The goal was accomplished, just as he found himself in a room with 4 kings of the fallen world. If the short man had been in his place, he would have rushed to the miners' rescue, without hesitation, and in spite of the dangers that lurked in the place, and thought they'd forgive him, but he'd never get that perfect ending. Reality was very cruel. Then he saw Hun Yin and confirmed his hunch that she was there too. Her presence was unexpected but logical at the same time. Then he had some kind of distortion of his perception, and he had no way of knowing what had happened and what it affected. It was all too confusing and vague. It turned out to be the work of one of the elf-like fallen. Her intentions were cloaked in mystery, and her power remained unknown and dangerous. And Baiwu stood there unable to move and said what had happened to him. He was stunned, as if reality was shattering and he was losing control. And he soon guessed that it was some kind of fallen 9th-level mutation ability. Hun Yin then got up from her seat and said that he was only hers. And the elf-like fallen agreed with her, saying that this was their little sister's friend and she would let him go now. Soon, Hung Yin quickly walked over to him and took his hand. Her touch was warm and confident, as if she knew what to do next. And then she led Baiwu along and he didn't know where they were going. Everything around him seemed strange and unclear, but he trusted her. Baiwu kept looking at those 4 high-fallen kings. Their gazes were full of power, making him feel vulnerable. But Hong Yin warned him not to look at them, and especially not at that woman. Her voice was stern, as if she knew that a glance could cause trouble. Then a strange fallen one, with large horns, appeared in front of them. His presence filled the space with a heavy atmosphere. He looked at Baiwu, and Hong Yin laughed and said that this was something interesting. And he wondered who the masked man was, and what Hong Yin was doing next to him. Baiwu seemed too strange to him, while Hong Yin took Baiwu to some strange place. And then she spoke, saying, "Brother," and he realized it was her voice. Like in the hospital, there was a mixture of surprise and hope in his heart. Hong Yin asked Baiwu's brother if he had become a fallen like, and suddenly, it was as if they were back inside the walls of Hospital 9. Everything around them was familiar, as if time had been turned back. And he saw the cell where Hong Yin had once been held. Its walls held the memory of the past, hiding dark, painful memories. It turns out that Hong Yin recreated the illusion of the 9th mental hospital. It was her cunning decision to hide her true intentions and hidden agenda. That pixie saw that and said that Sis was serious about it. And Bai told her that he'd heard that the Fallen had ways of traveling outside their zone. So he decided to find out more. And eventually the footprints of the Fallen led him there. She said he had to get out of there and that she could help him get out. If he stays, he could die in there. I thought he said he was different from other people. And unlike them, he's able to control his negative emotions, so to speak. And no one will know he's human. And he said that more importantly, maybe where they were now hid the key to their salvation. We had to act fast before the chance disappeared. He was sure he could find a way to get her out of that hospital. There was no doubt in his resolve, and he was willing to risk it for her freedom. And then he thought that this was how the rare mutation of resentment transformation worked. Watching her, he realized how powerful and dangerous this change was, and she embraced him with her power so that everyone would think he was just an outgrowth of her transformation, because she's a very smart girl. And she doesn't call him by his first name, she calls him brother. And he doesn't even seem to notice how attached she is to him. She cried bitterly and said she did not want to eat what was offered to her. The pain and despair were overwhelming, and she could not bring herself to. And yet everyone keeps asking her to do it. Thought she was getting worse. It's because of local environmental influences. And if he hadn't gotten there, she would have lost control, and it must be very hard for her to fight hunger alone. And super predator instincts, when she had defenseless prey lying in front of her and needed to help take her mind off it. He put his hand on her head. Then he asked to be allowed to tell the story that happened to him after he left the 9th hospital. He found himself in a jungle zone. It was only after some time that he realized it was a place hiding great secrets. Was this whole jungle area was the stomach of a giant monster? And after a series of events, he met this boy with someone who, just like her, can't turn into the Fallen. It was as if their fates were intertwined. A sweet child with a good heart just like her, and he is sure they will become wonderful friends. Their bond will be unusual but sincere and strong. Then he told her that she wouldn't be a Fallen forever. His words were full of hope, and he believes there is a way to bring her back to her old self. And so he asked her to be patient, assuring her that everything would work out. She agreed with him, though there was uncertainty in her eyes. He later found a fascinating fragment that could normalize zone distortion. This discovery could be the deciding factor in his quest and change everything. He thought one of these fragments might even turn the Fallen, and said he'd only found a few clues so far. However, it was not enough to hope that the mystery would be solved in the future. So he can't put the whole picture together, but he promised her that one day it'll all come together and she'll understand how it's all connected and why it's important. Those around her will shower her with the love she so deserves. Her heart will respond to these feelings, and she will feel that she has finally found her place. Watching this, the elf-like woman said that Hun had lost it. Her voice was full of surprise and her gaze focused on what was happening, and interest in the delicious human meat on the table. And I thought, how interesting. And Bai Wu asked to tell Hong Yin what happened to her and how she got there in the first place. She said that a man accompanied by 3 black crows suddenly appeared in front of her and asked her if she wanted to leave the hospital. That he was stronger and more powerful than the little man who had come with his brother, and stronger than the stranger who had visited the hospital a little before them. She was probably talking about the short man in cane, and Bai Wu thought that meant this person was stronger than them after all. The man told her he knew a way to get her out of there. His voice was confident, and his words were persistent. Told her that she doesn't have to shut herself away and sit in this hospital all alone. She deserves freedom and a new life outside these walls. And then added that she has as much potential as he does, and she deserves a place rich in resources. But she wanted to refuse him because she was afraid she'd hurt other people if she left that hospital. But she couldn't resist. The voices in her head kept demanding that she go after him, not giving her peace and confidence in her decision. And Bai Wu replied that it's okay. She didn't do anything wrong. He added that he could consider it an unusual outing without worrying about the consequences. And it turns out she'd never met him before, and he was curious. Then he gathered all the Fallen there. She replied that she didn't know exactly, but he only mentioned that many areas were beginning to be affected by the well, and that the distortion would soon intensify as well. What these wells are, and it's a new term that's too abstract. He said it used to change once every 250 years, then every 200 years, then every 100 years, and now every 70 years. And she immediately told him that she didn't know anything about it, and he said he just wanted to. For her to be there and disappear into the portal opening. It meant the well was amplifying the distortion of the world outside the tower. Bai Wu then asked her when he told her about it, and she said he told her 3 days ago, which means that for at least 3 days out of those 700 years, the law restricting the Fallen has not been in effect in this area. Then he said he was fine, so she doesn't have to worry about him. And if his guess about the strength of the conductor's ticket is correct, the owner of this place is not at all limited by this rule. And he didn't know how strong he was, but he definitely had to have at least a level 9 mutation it was possible that he possessed. And more importantly, what purpose does the man serve, and how does he benefit from the many Fallen being pumped from one zone to another? After all, something truly great was coming, and Bai Wu had no doubts about it. But a premonition inside Bai Wu told him that something important was coming. He sensed that something was about to change that would affect their fate. Those poor people with level 5 and 6 mutations won't survive this. Bai Wu knew that they might be on the verge of death, because something was bound to happen to them according to Bai Wu. He was sure their fates couldn't be ordinary. Soon, one of the Fallen began to eat the miner lying on the couch in front of him. His actions were slow, and his gaze cold and merciless. He was screaming for someone to rescue him and get him out of there. Hong Yin and Bai Wu watched from the side and felt sorry for the miner, but there was nothing they could do. The Fallen One finally finished his meal. His gaze was cold, but the satisfaction on his face spoke of his joy. That High Fallen One was very pleased with the feast and its gifts. His face expressed satisfaction, and his eyes glittered with victory and triumph, because it swallowed that miner whole so that all that was left of him were his clothes. It was as if the miner hadn't even been there before, as if his existence was part of an illusion. Bai Wu thought that meant he had disturbed that man's memory by pulling out forgotten moments from his memories. The man seemed confused and lost. He brought all his despair and pain to the surface, then finished him off. It was all like a classic Fallen dish. Then that Supreme Fallen turned to Hun Yin and said that if little sister didn't want to eat, then she could give her man to her. She furrowed her eyebrows in displeasure and anger. Her eyes burned with fire, and she was clearly irritated by his words. Then she finally answered him that she would not give up her prey. Her voice was firm, and her gaze was determined that she would not give in. He replied that it was a shame she'd turned him down. Then he asked the elf-like Fallen if she would eat her prey. She asked if he wanted to take it from her. Then she said that then, why not ask him what he himself thought about it? Her voice was resolute, and she woke up her prey, who woke up, opened his eyes and got up from his seat. She told the miner that her friend wanted to eat him. She asked him what he thought about it. He was very frightened, not knowing how to answer correctly, and kept silent, avoiding her gaze. She questioned him again, saying that she had asked a question and was waiting for his answer. The silence lengthened, and she stared at him, looked at him, and smiled at him, and it was clear that it was just a mockery of his demise. And the miner saw the knife lying next to him and suddenly grabbed it ready for any turn of event, and immediately started attacking this elf-like high fallen that was in front of him. He swung and hit her in the arm with all his might, I think, but nothing happened to her, and she said she got nostalgic for the old days, and she said she's had people chop off parts of her body before. But unlike that miner, they were all very strong. Their muscle and determination made them dangerous opponents ready to fight to the last man, and wondered why he'd ever done such a stupid thing. Her eyes were a mixture of bewilderment and disappointment. Then its miner threw the knife, got up from his seat, and suddenly started running away from the elf-like fallen as hard as he could. She stood up from her seat, drew her knife, and threw it towards the miner, aiming with precision as if anticipating his next move. And that knife immediately went into the back of that miner's head, and he felt terrible pain and screamed in terror. Then he went into painful shock, fell face down on the floor, and couldn't even move, feeling every movement causing unbearable pain. She said it was a shame he started running away from her, because if he hadn't, they could have avoided a quick death. Maybe in that case, the miner had lived a little longer. The other fallen one sat and watched it, and he seemed to enjoy it very much. And Baiwu thought that that fallen one was most likely once a warrior of the intelligence corps. His skills and demeanor hinted at a military background. You could tell from his seating position alone that he was far more disciplined than the rest of the fallen. There are only 2 miners left alive and dozens more missing, and thought that even Wuju couldn't achieve a perfect ending there. It's been 8 hours since Baiwu arrived in this area, and there was a disturbance outside the Tower of Attributes imbalance, and Hong Yin noticed that Baiwu was not well, and asked him if he was all right. He replied that everything was fine and that she didn't have to worry, and thought to himself that it wasn't the worst nuisance, though the total loss of attributes amounted to as much as 25%. Well, if he was lucky, he should hope for the best. Then he asked Hong Yin how long she had been in that place. She said it had been over 10 hours since she'd been there. He wondered how many invitations the organizer had sent out. The time he was given was almost up, so he had to send a message to Wuju right away, or he'd really come back to rescue Baiwu. He got half of the heart that Fallen gave him from the plane, and thought he'd have to take a detour. He doesn't want to get himself killed. He realizes his life is at stake. At this time, Yanju was painting in her room, absorbed in the process, her eyes focused on each stroke as if it was something important. Then she picked up the heart and realized that someone wanted to contact her. Its throbbing was strange, like a signal that came from a telephone. Then she realized that there was someone next to Baiwu and asked who was next to him, and Hong Yin in turn also asked who this girl he had just contacted was, her gaze full of curiosity and bewilderment. Baiwu stood in a stupor, not knowing what to say to both of them, his thoughts confused, and he couldn't find the words to express everything. And he thought about the confusion that was going on, and why he had to explain it all as if all the events around him were too complicated. Then he thought he had completely forgotten and told Miss Yan not to ask him too many questions because he had a very important request for her. He told her that he'd like her to contact his captain through the security cameras in her room and let him know that. He has important information for him, but for her to add that he must not interfere in any way now or it will only lead to great consequences. Then he thought that it might be because they were in an illusory room created from the power of Hong Yin. She, too, had access to Yanju's communication. He then told her that the matter was urgent. She was surprised in turn. I didn't even know what to say to him, and he said that as his friend, she should realize that he was in a hurry and that he had high hopes for her. Yanju, on the other hand, jumped up from her seat and said that she understood what he said and that she would do everything important for him, not to be angry with just her. Baiwu then said goodbye to Yanju and said see you soon, hoping that their paths would cross again. Then they sat with Hong Yin in the illusory room, and both of them were silent for some reason. Soon suddenly she was asking her brother to tell her what kind of girl it was. Her gaze was full of curiosity and secret questions unasked. And he replied to Hong Yin that she was his friend, who was also very good at drawing. Her talent had always fascinated. And by the way, he and Hong Yin were a bit alike too. It could be said that Yanju also had the blood of the fallen. The girl remained silent and didn't answer anything. He thought that there was nothing between her and these girls. Then where did this oppressive atmosphere come from? One can't get out of the tower and the other can't get into the tower? They're not going to run into each other by accident. Baiwu thought to himself that he couldn't even imagine such a meeting. So unexpected and strange was the situation he found himself in. On the 4th floor of the tower in the Foreign Intelligence Corps headquarters building, something was also going on. Captain Wuju and Commander Qinzong were there, and Wuju talked about how it was a detailed description of the progress of their last mission outside the tower and some reflection. His subordinate Bai Wu on this occasion, on his return, he ordered Yin Shuang to take Soyai to the hospital. Wang Shu stayed at the gate to promptly, and Lin Wuzhou is now awaiting orders from Foreign Intelligence Corps headquarters. Commander Qinzong said that Wuzhou had done the right thing in deciding not to follow his subordinate those zones, and they were very lucky to find themselves at the very edge of the red zone, and he doesn't have to feel guilty that he didn't abandon his subordinate and that he went in there. The red zone was more dangerous than he thought, and he said that 90 years ago, the Intelligence Corps had joined forces to try and explore one of the red zone. This operation involved the strongest members of both corps, however. None of them survived. Just 2 years later, the armies reunited again, and this time, the red zone exploration initiated. But the result was the same total annihilation. Also, the surprising discovery was that inside the red zones, no one could to use the return discs. These 2 attempts had cooled their ambitions quite a bit. Even the purple zones were considered extremely dangerous and often devastating, let alone red and black, where the survival rate is absolutely 0. And Commander Qinzong understood Wujiu's pain at losing a fighter, and he himself had experienced this kind of thing, and he had also watched his rookie, and asked if it was the same guy who had been in the purple zone with Wujiu, and managed to solve that missing person case, and was a rare talent. Right now, the Corps is not ready to enter the true red zone. Wujiu has the potential to reach that threshold of entry, but he must realize how precious his life is, and the tower is the last stronghold of humanity. But not every century a warrior like Wuju appears in the tower. Xianzong replied, knows what the one is up to, and that he wants to save his subordinate as soon as Wujiu's influence falls off. He asked Wujiu to put himself in his shoes and think about it, and he wouldn't just accept it. To lose your best commander in exchange for a phantom chance to save someone who may have long since died. Wujiu's phone rang soon. Lin Wuzhou said there was good news. Bai Wu wasn't dead yet and that he was still alive. And Wujiu asked him to slow down and explain everything as it is. Lin said she didn't know the details, but right now Yanju was transmitting a message from Bai Wu through the CCTV cameras in her room. She got some important information. She said that Bai Wu has it now, is in a critical phase of their plan, and asks that they not resort to a rescue operation. Otherwise, they will make things worse. And Captain Wujiu replied that he understood her, but she had to keep it all a secret. Then Commander Qinzong asked what he, as a corps commander, could find out more about it. Wujiu replied that everything was fine, and that Bai Wu was still alive, and moreover had given them important information that could drastically change their plans and open up new avenues. But Commander Qinzong was surprised and shouted about how they knew about all this and how he was alive after spending so much time in the red zone. But Wujiu said it's all thanks to Jilin, who somehow binds those inside the tower to the details of the effect, and he doesn't yet know the artifact in detail, and said it was his personal Jilin, and Wujiu didn't ask Bai Wu about it. And the commander said about confidentiality, that everyone has their secret and that he'd stay out of it. But no matter how valuable his information was, they had to be prepared for anything. Then he picked up Bai Wu's characterization card and read it and said he had a hunch that in the near future, the Foreign Intelligence Corps will have another game-changing talent in its ranks, and his abilities promise to be decisive. Outside the tower in the Misty Mountains, 11 hours had passed since Bai Wu had entered the zone, and he was still near Hong Yin, and watched what was going on around him, and this man was a master violinist. Bai Wu soon realized that the music had started, and apparently the spectacle was starting as well. The music was spreading very loudly throughout the entire area of that feast at which the fallen had gathered, and the music spread to all the huge halls that were there, and they were very beautiful, with very beautiful decoration. There were also a large number of people in the hall there. Ahunkin and Bai Wu were sitting on some balcony, and he thought that their silence concealed deep thoughts as if they were both absorbed in something important. And apparently the organizer of this meeting is a real gentleman who, in life, was well versed in this kind of party, and Bai Wu also noticed that all the fallen had returned to their original human form, but their souls had already been changed forever, leaving traces of darkness. But he also thought that there were exceptions to his theory, cases that did not fit into the general picture and required special attention and analysis. And Hong Yin, who possesses the highest kind of mental power, was unaffected by such illusion. Then the elf-like fallen one came over and hugged Bai Wu from behind, saying that it seemed like they hadn't come for nothing this time. But Hong Yin told her to take her hands off him immediately. She did take her hands off him and laughed and said it was okay, and that sis wasn't so greedy. She just wants to borrow him for a couple days. Bai Wu thought she and the couple behind them were too. And maybe all the fallen of level 9 mutation can withstand this. The party was already starting, and the long-awaited organizer was about to take the stage. There was no point in conserving strength anymore, and Bai Wu needed to use Praise Eye on that guy with the violin. And Praise Eye was activated. He started analyzing that guy with the violin. He said it was the traveler who had warned him that he was better off. Don't look long. He had forgotten his real name, like a hunter who had been wandering the snowy wilderness for years in search of his prey, yet all the fallen who meet him call him a traveler. And after the traveler got his hands on the ticket, a great idea was born in his twisted mind. Only the fallen would call him naturally great. He was a 9th level mutation supreme. Mutation, mental strength, spatial rift, vicious body equality of beings, siren song, devilish gate. Now, Bai Wu understood why Praise Eye had gone into energy-saving mode. The highest mutation of equality beings can greatly suppress the powers of those around him, even disabling their ability. But his strength was not enough to suppress my other 9th level mutation. That elf-like woman sat there watching this spectacle and said that it seems to be starting. The traveler on stage said he was grateful to everyone for coming, and expressed appreciation for their presence. Unfortunately, some of the guests died on the way there, but not to be sad, it was part of the inevitable journey that everyone had to take. And let their demise bring them welcome relief. Everyone clapped their hands and shouted at him, and cheered as if this moment was long overdue. He responded with gratitude, and said that thanks to the opened well, all territorial restrictions of the zones were lifted for a few days, and none of them really know when it's going to open next. It could take decades or even centuries, and went on to say that they had all endured much suffering in their long lives, to now brighten this long-ago imperishable eternity, and find meaning in the endless time that seemed to have no end. They should at least have chosen a place of their own liking, where they could find some comfort amidst the endless emptiness of eternity. And he's just about to give them this great opportunity to offer them a chance to change their destiny that he thinks they can't miss. Bai Wu needed to find out about the well, but couldn't otherwise attract unnecessary attention from the traveler. And he asked Hong Yin if she could ask someone who knew the answer, hoping for her ability. What a well is, after all. She, on the other hand, looked at him carefully, and said she'd try to get something interesting out of the traveler. After asking the traveler what he had mentioned about some well, and what it was, and where it was located, the traveler did not expect this girl to ask him that question. He put his finger to his lips, and showed her to be silent, and he said that it was the source of the distortion of their world, a secret that was best kept secret, and he realized that everyone was interested in the subject. Did not advise her to even try to find the answer. Then she would tell the traveler that he still had not answered her question. Once he got very close to the well, and had the honor of hearing a divine revelation about the world that exists within it. And unfortunately, he had no right to tell them those secrets, he said. No one except those with the right abilities can go outside their zone, and so there's no point in them thinking about where the well was. Then he remembered that the drowned girl had said that the well was the source of the distortion of their world, and the world was hit by some incredible force that split it into many disparate zones. And only by putting all the pieces of the Doomsday Puzzle together can he put them back together. How and when this scheme was constructed, it is evident that the traveler almost worships this well, but at the same time is not in a hurry to share. And the fallen aren't too interested in it. The most unknown well, and they're more interested in other things than anything else. They all got there just for the opportunity to redistribute, hoping for personal gains and wanting to shift the balance of power in their favor. So to begin with, the traveler wanted to detail all of their characteristics to better understand which of them might be interesting. It's what he says in the next couple minutes that will help them choose what they like. Describe the zones and their differences, climatic conditions, the perverse laws of the zones, the distorting force, impregnating the terrain and the amplitude of its changes. Bai Wu tried to tensely memorize all the information he had received and used it to create a map of the zones in his head. Also told the distance between these zones, and many of the fallen immediately marked the right zones for themselves. Then the traveler said that also about the area he just described. There's a time lock. It's like, say, in the red part of the zone. Time runs its course, and in the blue part, time runs backward. The same relationship works the other way around. And in the wasteland he's talking mentioned earlier, the distortion laws will change their gender identity. He also added that the fallen in these zones strongly dislike intruders, so he strongly advised against picking areas where the laws were too twisted. There was something wrong with the advice. If his ultimate goal was really just to help the fallen relocate to better areas, to them, he would be a true saint. But the fallen are beings dominated by negative emotion, and since he is unwilling to rekindle in them the flame of faith in the divinity of the well, then the traveler has a vested interest judging by his burning eyes. While talking about the well, this traveler is long gone. Has free will. He's just a creature enslaved by the well who wanders the world doing its bidding. It had been 12 hours since entering that zone, and Bai Wu had received a new interference outside the Tower of Delayed Effect. Yi Hunyin looked at him and turned to him, saying to him, "Brother," he said that everything was fine and that all the buffs imposed by an ally or himself would be delayed for 6 hours. Then there was no point in them anymore. It's unpleasant, but not devastating. We can keep investigating. Then the traveler said, that was the end of the introduction to the zones. He said it was time for them to begin the banquet and entertainment, his eyes glistening with anticipation, as if this moment had been carefully planned. Then he bid the ladies and gentlemen welcome to an equally splendid dinner, which seemed to have been prepared with the greatest care. Said that he felt that before allocating resources and move into a new home, they all need a good rest and relaxation. And let the raging feast of flesh and blood begin at last, where sacrifice will become commonplace and darkness will consume what is left of the old world. Then one of the miners came to the table and looked around at the people present and asked if he could offer them a drink, as if inviting them to a dark party. The drowned girl smiled and answered him that she would like 1 glass of blood. He said he understood her wishes, took the knife in his hand and stuck it in his neck. Then his nose started bleeding from his mouth and blood started coming out everywhere. And it seemed that from this spectacle, there was not a drop of blood left in him, as if all life and strength had drained out, leaving only an empty shell. That blood began to pour down the glasses, and as if each drop were a symbol of the sacrifices made to achieve this dark goal. And he told them to enjoy the feast and relax for themselves. One of the fallen took the glass in his hands and said that it looked very funny, grinning as if enjoying the absurdity of what was happening around him. The drowned woman in turn offered him a glass and a drink, her eyes sparkling with a strange fire. And that miner was standing there drowning in his own blood. I think he'd be dead soon. All the halls were incredibly beautiful. Every detail of the interior had been thought out to the last detail. The traveler had obviously spent a lot of time to choose everything. And Hong Yin and Bai Wu looked up at all this horror reigning around them. Then another miner came to the VIP area where Hong Yin and Bai Wu were. That miner came in, and he asked if he could offer them something to drink. However, Bai Wu hesitated and remained silent without answering. And Hong Yin asked Bai Wu's brother if he wanted to save those miners. He told her that he'd like to save them if it was possible. She told him not to worry and that it was all just an illusion, among other things. And these people, and they don't die, but their souls are tortured for real. Which means that the miners are tortured mentally, causing them to exude despair, which in turn feeds on the fallen. And the fallen take their treats with gusto. The miners' mental anguish is their favorite, and this is truly a feast for them. Then he wondered what that traveler was really up to. He understands their frantic desire to move to another land and start a new life. But it wasn't easy to cover such a long distance while the well was open. Or rather, without his help, it was impossible. But there was one thing the traveler forgot to mention. The territorial restrictions disappeared with the opening of the well. But while the well is open, the place where they will soon go will be filled with more. The amount of distorting power. And for them, it's a gift from their very worldview. These powers, like their desperation-soaked food, will multiply their power, spurring evolution, and they must fight for this free power. And the pixie laughed and said, so why don't they right here start this inevitable fight? And the traveler hopes that it is there in the mine that they will enjoy this truly great battle. The dead for the survivors will be the stepping stones that will eventually lead the survivors straight to Paradise Eden. Of course, the gift pie is undoubtedly huge, but the fewer fallen who taste it, the closer the survivors will get to true greatness. Perhaps they don't understand his high-minded words, however, too. They were sure that their instincts would help them fit into this banquet. Bai Wu suddenly thought the mountain was shaking. He suddenly felt uneasy. He quickly grabbed his head, looking around confused, as if he didn't realize what had just happened, feeling the world around him lose its shape. He sat down on the floor, clutching the ground tightly, as he continued to fight the headache, trying to keep himself from collapsing. And he thought he'd just felt a real pain, a sharp, all-consuming, brutal pain, as if it had penetrated his soul. Hongyin suddenly approached him and asked what had happened to him, looking at his pale face and worried eyes, trying to understand. This traveler opened his mouth and began to sing, his voice sounding loud and shrill like a siren, piercing the silence and attracting the attention of everyone around. He loved it so much he wouldn't stop doing it. He had the same siren song mutation as that mummy from the airplane. As the traveler sang, he recalled wandering around the world on many adventures, and how he met many people around the world, each of whom left their mark on his destiny, revealing new secrets and challenges. In the end, inexorably and inevitably, they all turned into the fallen, losing their humanity and absorbing the darkness that had taken over their souls. He thought the tower was connected to the well and people were fighting to open the way to it. The mystery hidden in this place was tantalizing and frightening at the same time. The traveler thought the monster was in the tower. He realized that this place was dangerous. From a monster desperate to reclaim what was once his thirst is enormous, and he will do anything to regain what he has lost. In the 20th century, when effective anesthetic drugs became available, doctors abandoned hypnosis techniques. However, it was not forgotten. Later, in order to earn money, hypnosis was introduced into all sorts of entertainment projects that aroused genuine interest in the public. He returned to medicine after World Battle II, due to his effectiveness in treating common neuroses among former military and ordinary citizens of the post-war era. A person can build an effective defense against hypnosis over time with his will. But with the advent of illegal drugs, the power of hypnosis itself has increased many times over in the future, if their world also goes down the drain. He may well be confronted by mythical figures capable of suppressing the will of man by compulsion. But the human body cannot long tolerate subordination to external forces, always striving for freedom and independence. And this man was telling the boy that if he could develop the perfect defense mechanism, he would never succumb to the influence of others and be out of hypnosis in seconds. He stuck a needle in the boy's head saying that. He screamed in unbearable pain as he felt the needle stick into his head, unable to understand what was happening and how to get out of it. The most effective mechanism was pain, believing it could help even if a person couldn't resist. He had no pity for the boy and was adamant despite his excruciating pain, believing that this was the only way he could achieve complete control and help him. In fact, the pain of stab wounds is often exaggerated. Few people know the most painful points to stab, he said. In order to cause maximum pain, it is necessary to hit particularly sensitive points on the body where the nerve endings react particularly intensely. But now he had deliberately avoided those points, thinking that the boy's cry was overly emotional, for the pain was not as intense as it might have. And the next time the boy succumbs to his hypnosis again, he may not hesitate to touch those exact points to cause more pain. But not to worry, he told the boy, assuring him that he would quickly adapt to the pain. It's all part of the process, he added. And that in the future, when he develops the necessary reflexes under hypnosis, he will only feel pain for a brief moment, but even that will save him from other people's influence. Then he said it was time to make it more difficult, and that pain could cloud a person's judgment, but he hoped he could handle it. He said he'd ask some questions, and the boy would have to find the right answer. He said he'd start with that unsolved case from last month. The answers to his questions will help us figure out who's really guilty, and that he's been on this case for a long time, but he's never gotten to the bottom of it. To get to the bottom of it, we need to figure out what evidence he's missing. He forgot to warn me that while they're working it out, the boy mustn't be hypnotized by him, otherwise it'll get a lot more complicated. Outside the tower, inside the mysterious misty mountain, the traveler continued to sing. His voice sounded like a siren. Baiwu still couldn't get used to that voice. Every sound it made him feel uncomfortable, and he felt bad as if the voice was penetrating his brain. Hongyin asked again what had happened to him. Baiwu replied that he was fine, but his voice sounded tense, giving away his underlying anxiety and discomfort. That Fallen said he was bored, and he's gonna go from there. His words were full of indifference, as if he were tired of everything that was going on around him. The other said that unfortunately, he couldn't do it. His words were as if he knew there was something that would keep him from leaving. He could try to leave, but he'd still be transported back. This kind of phenomenon was connected to the time loop that she was talking about. She explained that any attempt to leave this place is futile, for time is closed here, and every step brings him back to the starting point like a trap. He said he realized a long time ago why they were invited there, and that they would have to kill them all and then move on to new territory. Enriched with the power of the well, and continue to build his power, he wonders what will happen if he destroys the elf-like one. She said he couldn't destroy her because she was too stable, and it would be extremely difficult for him to destroy her despite his best efforts. He said they're at the top of the food chain and shouldn't waste their time while others are having fun. Their goals and objectives are much more important. Fallen agreed with him and said that in spite of everything, he would have to attend the banquet. Sometimes even the top of the food chain has to. The other said he was more civilized than he appeared, for he came down the stairs showing restraint and calmness in spite of his nature. The elf-like woman also left, telling Bai Wu and Hong Yin not to be late. Her words sounded restrained, but there was a slight insistence in them. Hong Yin and Bai Wu only remained silent in response, exchanging a look of silent understanding. They knew that words were not needed here. He thought that the fog had gotten even much denser. Could it be that even her mental strength was much higher than this traveler's, and she gave in a little? The predatory craving that the siren's song was broadcast. The feeling of unease grew, and he realized that the effect was much stronger than he had anticipated. Then he took her hand and said it was time for them to get ready to rescue people. Time was running out and their actions had to be swift and clear, and they could save them if they were still alive. Time was running out, and every moment could be decisive for those in danger. And soon a battle broke out between all the fallen, and they attacked each other without sparing anyone. Their warriors were full of rage and destruction, and the earth shook with the blows of their weapons. The whole cave and their world plunged into chaos. The unknown tomorrow seemed distant and unfathomable. Everyone wanted to take his power away from each other. Someone was shooting guns. The drowned girl was coping with her own strength, but she was in a bad way. Her strength was running out, and every movement was difficult, but she did not give up. Everything was in chaos, and no one knew what was going to happen next. Tension was rising, every moment seemed decisive, and the outcome unknown. Then she tried to run away, but was unsuccessful. Her steps were weak, and everyone she looked at was cruel. One, fallen with a gun for a head, kept shooting and still hit the drowned woman. She collapsed completely exhausted. Her body stopped resisting, and her last breath disappeared into the fog, leaving only silence around her. In the cave, the screaming and fighting between the fallen continued unabated. Their fierce battles continued in the darkness, filling the space with fear and rage. Then appeared the one with half a head. His figure was like a fog. He moved slowly. His eyes were blank, and he didn't know where he was going. Cyclops ran up to him smirking and said that the phone lover had been caught. Now he couldn't get away, and the last time was just and that he would find him in any hiding place and no one would rescue him from his grasp. He wouldn't be able to escape and he'd be held accountable. His words sounded threatening and determined, but the phone lover began to make his own signals like the sound of a phone being turned on. Cyclops, seized with hatred, tried to attack, but his mind was filled with terror. The signals were so strong that the Cyclops was defeated, unable to resist. But the High Fallen said that everyone around them had become so ruthless and that there was no room for their weakness, and told them they couldn't fall behind. Their voices were confident, and their eyes were filled with anticipation of a battle that promised to be decisive. The High Fallen were glad that the hunt had finally begun. Their eyes burned with excitement, and they eagerly prepared for a fierce battle, for the others were weak before them, and they were no match for them. The High Fallen felt their complete superiority. Their strength and power seemed immutable, and they knew that no one could stand in their way, their eyes burning with fierce determination. And every step sounded like a sentence. All who dared to resist fell before them, unable to resist. In their world, there was no room for the weak, and they enjoyed their dominant power, confident that victory was already inevitable. And Bai Wu was thinking about using Prey's Eye again. It was time to meet these fallen and find out what they were hiding. The Foreign Intelligence Corps had existed for centuries, and Shorty was far from the only one who had been honored with the title of Savior of the Tower. Once upon a time, the tower was home to a very powerful warrior known for his strength and bravery. However, strength alone was not enough to survive in this place. The tower is full of secrets and traps, and even the greatest warriors could not deal with its internal threats without wits. A half-headed man stepped in front of him and slapped him, telling him to get out of his way. His gaze was full of menace and rage, and he was defeated before he could strike back. The enemy's strength was too great, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, having succumbed to the struggle. Soon, due to unfortunate circumstances, there was no room for him in the tower. He was forced to leave this ominous place, leaving everything he loved behind. But the outside world has gained another mighty warrior ready to fight any threat. His strength and determination have become legendary. He had monstrous strength and focused solely on physical power. His body was like a tool, ready to break everything in its path. And from the look of him, he didn't show half his strength. His eyes blazed with determination, and his body was ready to unleash its full power at the decisive moment. After returning to Bai Wu Tower, You will need to check the archives of the Foreign Intelligence Corps and find information about the Berserker to find out who he is. She was one of the most beautiful girls in the tower. Her appearance was strikingly refined, as if designed to attract attention. Her every movement was full of grace, and her smile could outshine the light of the sun. Men couldn't take their eyes off her, trying to win her heart. Eventually, one crazy gentleman from the ruler's floor developed a primal fear of losing this beauty. She became for him the embodiment of eternal youth, and to whom he was ready to sacrifice everything. To preserve her youth forever, he was determined to turn her into a timeless exhibit of her condition. She was attacked by the Fallen, screaming at him not to eat her. And the madman's dream did come true. She found eternal life as the Fallen. But Bai Wu thought it wasn't easy to destroy. Even the Fallen tried, but it didn't work. Her power wasn't in her body, but in something much more hidden. Now, they're going to see what she can really do. That she was only an exhibit was just a deception. In her body lurked a power capable of miracle. When everyone thought she was dead, she was reborn. Her power had no limits. Those Fallen didn't understand what was happening. They saw her come back to life, but they couldn't realize that her power was much greater than they had imagined. She was back to her original appearance as if nothing had happened to her. The same brightness and playfulness shone in her eyes, and her body gave no sign of anything happening, and she laughed and said what the Fallen would do now. Their attempts had been in vain, and now she was ready to show her power. She had infinite division. The Mad Lord tried to turn her into Jilin, which would preserve her beauty, and to do so, he first dragged her outside the tower, and then ruined it. A crazy idea, and she really did get eternal youth and a legendary mutation to top it off. And even assuming that her body did turn into Jilin, there was no guarantee that the doll would have the right properties for a madman, and wondered if she could use her power to create a version of herself with another personality. Another important question is whether all of her bodies have the ability to mutate, and yet, in this form, there is no concept of a main body for her. Eventually, all her bodies merge into one, combining forces and energies to become unimaginably powerful. She became a single entity, invulnerable, and thought they were comfortable. They don't care about the laws of conservation of mass and energy. They play with it like a toy. There was one more Fallen left, and Praise Eye gave us information on him. This guy used to be a big fan of the paranormal, and he tried a lot of different rituals in his lifetime, from the Ouija board to the demon in the mirror. He searched hard for traces of the various town tales, but found none. The boy was saddened by this factor, because if ghosts really don't exist, he'll have no one to talk to. Who would want to be friends with such a strange man unless it was his reflection in the mirror? Despite everything Fallen said about distracting a man when he's busy talking, to another is impolite, so he will return his insult. And he directed his power at him, and the air around him shook with power. His energy was unbridled, like a storm ready to destroy everything in its path. The enemy was defeated. His strength could not withstand the blow, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. All his attempts to resist were futile. Bai Wu realized even more clearly that it was too early for him to compete with such monsters. Their strength was overwhelming, and he realized that it was too dangerous. They were nothing like the rest of the Fallen. They were perfect instruments of destruction and could not be defeated. By the numbers of the concomitant power, they are designed to destroy and dominate. Bai Wu realized that their power couldn't be compared to ordinary enemies, but there might be a special power in the future that will allow you to fight them as equals. The only way to get there is to collect the pieces of the Doomsday Puzzle. And Hong Yin said that the miners were now in a condition that they would not recover from, and she had to eliminate them because otherwise they would have harmed Bai Wu. Their minds were no longer sane, and they left her no other choice. She knew that only by destroying them could she keep him safe and prevent the consequences. Every moment was decisive, and she acted without hesitation. Her power was unbelievably great, and no one could resist it. Her every move destroyed everything in its path, and everyone was defeated. Hun Yin then said that he should leave immediately. Her voice was firm and decisive, warning of the impending threat, and he thought the rescue mission had failed. At least he'd gotten some extremely important information about the well. Because the well is a source of distortion of the world, and apparently it is capable of expelling some kind of matter that amplifies these very distortions. According to the Fallen, this matter exists in the form of whatever resource they're talking about. But the traveler forced the Fallen to battle each other to ensure that only the strongest beings would have this resource. The increase in distortion will happen in a couple of days, and this will entail a reduction in white areas, but to say in what ratio to the other. It's almost impossible for a zone to happen. Bai Wu asked her which zone she liked. She replied that it was a small, empty village that reminded her of her grandmother's past, full of peace and quiet. She asked him if he would visit her again. There was a glimmer of hope in her eyes, but she knew that their paths might be parted, and perhaps they would be. Their last conversation, but he said he would see her. He had memorized the location of that village. When the time came, he would visit her to fulfill her promise and return to those times she cherished so dearly. Now, the place was a quilt of bits and pieces that could hardly be called research. He wanted to visit the Misty Mountains again when all the alien fallen were gone, so he teleported away. She told him to see you later, brother.